Man's first encounter with martial arts swordsmanship, the basic sword technique unexpectedly upgraded to the sky-cleaving sword art. Afterwards, he took a sip of inferior-grade life water, and his life points instantly surged past 10 million. His bottomless health bar struck directly at the enemy's forehead, leaving countless experts exclaiming, "Impossible." The three major academies of Great Xia scrambled to recruit him, all because he awakened a critical hit enhancement panel where every first attempt triggers a critical hit effect. "Shenge, I'm thinking of giving up martial arts," you said to the young man before you, nodding in agreement, yet your eyes betrayed a hint of anger and reluctance. 1,000 years ago, during the world's calamity, countless disaster beasts poured in. However, due to limited resources and talents, only a few could awaken abilities to become warriors. Hence, the academy held an oath-taking ceremony every year, dividing students into martial and academic classes. Even with your top 100 provincial ranking in martial assessments, entering the prestigious martial arts university was nearly impossible due to the astronomical costs of martial training. Now in the academy's martial arts room, you recalled how packed it had been last semester. It seemed everyone had come to terms with reality. Subconsciously, you approached the weapons rack and picked up your usual wooden longsword. The sword flipped in your hand with fluid movements. After several turns, the final thrust vaguely touched upon the perfection of the first stage. At that moment, familiar cheers echoed from the doorway. Instinctively, you turned your gaze and saw someone respectfully saying, "Teacher Chow, that last strike was magnificent, if..." His words abruptly halted, understanding your situation. His brow furrowed slightly, eventually turning into a deep sigh. "You have good talent, but it's a pity your family conditions are too poor, otherwise, you could truly vie for the martial arts university." Seeing his figure, the few students nearby also stopped their movements to greet him. He was the school's martial arts teacher, well liked for his outstanding abilities. Teacher Chow nodded at them and finally glanced at you with a hesitant expression. "If you can truly master the basic sword technique to perfection this week, come find me," he said before leaving. Watching his departing figure, your eyes briefly brightened but quickly dimmed. Mastering the basic sword technique to perfection? As you spoke, a virtual game-like interface appeared before you, displaying your current health, strength, speed, and other basic information. A brief greeting appeared on your forehead, followed by a sudden realization: the system? Memories from a previous life awakened within you, making the system familiar. Rubbing your eyes in disbelief, you smiled upon seeing the familiar virtual interface still intact. "Finally, I've been waiting for you. I wonder what functions you have." Carefully scanning your surroundings without revealing your thoughts, you noticed the other students continuing their training after the teacher left. It's better to find a secluded place. With the system here, caution is always necessary. Finding a quiet corner, you earnestly examined the panel again. Health remained at 2.3, similar to last week's test. Power and speed had slightly improved, while martial skills were stuck at 97% progress. It's this spiritual power. You furrowed your brows. Understanding of spiritual power was limited, as schools couldn't measure it. You had only heard that it became crucial in the later stages of martial arts. Shaking your head, you decided now wasn't the time to focus on that. Understanding the panel's functions was crucial. Examining the panel, the only special feature was a plus sign next to health and martial skills. Concentrating, you attempted to add points but received a message: insufficient energy, point addition failed. Squinting, you wondered, energy, could it be? Pulling out a small white bottle from your pocket, you emptied a blood-red pill into your mouth. Its taste was awful, but it was the basic lifeblood pill most practitioners used. Priced at 3,000 yuan per bottle of 30, its effect was simple: replenishing depleted health. However, due to its affordability, its effects were limited. After consuming one pill, the panel displayed, consumed basic lifeblood pill, gained 0.1 energy. As it was your first use, it triggered a tenfold effect, increasing energy by 1. Feeling delighted by the unexpected tenfold effect, you focused again on the plus sign next to health, and the interface showed health increase from 2.3 to 2.4. You also sensed a warm surge within, indicating your strength had improved. Forcing yourself to stay calm despite having over 3,000 martial coins left, you sighed. This won't be enough to enter the elite class with just this amount. Thinking through the literal meaning, the first use of a new elixir gave a tenfold effect, then fivefold for the second, threefold for the third, and double for the fourth before returning to normal. This suggested short-term power boosts were possible. Lost in thought, you headed to the head teacher's office and signed the martial arts class intention form. The head teacher was naturally concerned, advising you to consider abandoning martial arts for academics. But you remained steadfast. "Su Kan, I won't submit this application form now. Take 2 days to think it over. You have good potential. With diligent study, admission to a top university is definitely possible." Leaving the office, you hurried to a nearby grocery store near the academy. Despite its lower prices compared to national chains, the store's variety of elixirs was overwhelming, with only 2 types boosting health: the basic lifeblood pill you usually took, and an enhanced version. "Uncle Zhao, how much for one of these enhanced lifeblood pills?" you asked, knowing the store owner from your previous part-time jobs. "It's Su Kan, isn't it?" Boss Zhao saw Su Kan and showed a warm smile on his face. "Why did you suddenly buy the enhanced version of the vitality pill? That thing isn't worth it. One costs 550. Although the effect is much better than the basic vitality pill, For you, it would waste a lot of vitality, not worth it. If you want them, it's more cost-effective to buy the basic vitality pill. I can give you a better price, 50 cheaper per bottle. Uncle Zhao, I understand what you're saying. The class division exam is coming up, and I want to make a final push. Sukan explained with a smile. Alright then, I'll give you a discount, 540 for each. Uncle Zhao, can I get a better deal if I buy 4? Sukan didn't really understand the effects of the enhanced vitality pill, but it seemed smarter to buy 4 for now. After all, even if the enhanced vitality pill's effect wasn't great, with double the boost, it couldn't possibly be worse than the basic vitality pill, right? 4, huh? Uncle Zhao thought for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. Alright, let's make it 2,100 martial coins for you. I'll give you another 15 martial coins off each. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Sukan was naturally delighted and thanked him joyfully. Having worked in a grocery store, Sukan understood that although Uncle Zhao was still making a profit, this price was really generous. You don't have to be so polite with me, kid. Uncle Zhao's smile widened as he skillfully packaged the 4 enhanced vitality pills into a small white bottle. The enhanced vitality pills were larger than the ordinary ones and had a deeper red color. Hee. Sukan took the small bottle, smiled, and left the grocery store, heading home. Ah, Ken is back. Sukan's home was in a rundown area, very small, only 30 square meters. The 30 squares were divided into 2 rooms and a kitchen, so you can imagine how small it was. Sukan's room could only fit a bed, and the door swung outwards. Mom! Sukan glanced at the middle-aged woman with a pale face and a few strands of white hair, her eyes reddening. This was his mother, Lin Susu. An ordinary mother. Sukan's father wasn't home, he was working hard outside to support the family. His mother's illness wasn't severe, just that her body was weak and couldn't go out to work. She needed to take a lot of medicine every month to maintain her health. The solution wasn't difficult, it just required a lot of money, which Sukan's family couldn't provide. Sukan comforted his mother a bit before returning to the room that could only fit 1 bed. Let's see how it works. Sukan pushed all those mixed thoughts aside, he now had a chance to escape, and he had to grasp it tightly. As long as he could get into Martial University and successfully elevate his level, his mother's illness wouldn't be a problem. For his mother, for this family, he had to work even harder. Sukan poured out the enhanced vitality pill, which had a faint fragrant smell, completely different from the pungent plastic smell of the basic one. It seems you won't let me down. Sukan murmured and suddenly tossed the enhanced vitality pill into his mouth. The taste was different, slightly sweet, with a hint of bitterness. Soon, the pill dissolved in Sukan's mouth. Taking the enhanced vitality pill, gained energy plus 0.5. Since this is the first use, a tenfold effect is triggered, energy increases by 5. How much? Sukan looked at the panel showing the energy rising from 0.9 to 5.9 and suddenly exploded in joy. 525 martial coins each, 0.5 points of energy. So it costs 1050 martial coins to get 1 energy, that's slightly worse than the basic vitality pill. But if I buy more of this enhanced vitality pill, the price can go down, maybe it can drop below 490 martial coins each. Sukan muttered and quickly swallowed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th enhanced vitality pills. Suddenly, Sukan's energy on the panel reached 10.9 points. With 10.9 points of energy, if added to his vitality, it would directly increase by 0.1. This was the result of 2 months of hard work, and seeing it completed like this, Sukan couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Finally, there is hope. Chapter 4 Cousin. Test. Add points, add points. Sukan held back his excitement and opened the panel, starting to add points. Skill, Basic Swordsmanship, First Stage, 99%. Skill, Basic Swordsmanship, First Stage, 100%. Point addition failed, insufficient energy, requires 10 points of energy. Is it not possible? Sukan saw that his basic swordsmanship had reached 100% in the first stage, his face breaking into a radiant smile. It requires a bit more energy than I thought, going from 99% to 100% actually requires 2 points of energy. Sukan pouted, but he understood that the gap between 99% and 100% was significant. To advance basic swordsmanship to the second stage, 10 points of energy is needed, but I currently only have 7.9, lacking 2.1 points. Sukan fell into deep thought. I still have over 1,300 martial coins, buying vitality pills with this amount wouldn't be enough to accumulate 10 energy, I still need about 800 martial coins. With 7.9 energy added to vitality, I can only increase my vitality by 0.07, which is too little. Sukan shook his head. Instead, I might as well go to the Star Club to see if I can earn those 800 martial coins. It would be better to upgrade basic swordsmanship to the second stage. There may be 5 to 6 people in school who have reached the first stage perfectly, but for the second stage, I guess there will only be him. Moreover, achieving the second stage of basic swordsmanship at the Star Club could also provide better treatment. That's it. With a plan in mind, Sukan quickly left the room. Mom, I'm going out for a bit, I probably won't be home for dinner. Okay, be careful on the way, Canner. This is the Star Club. After more than 10 minutes, Sukan arrived at the entrance of the Star Club with a light jog. The Star Club is a well-known local club in Haishi province, with a considerable reputation, indeed a good club. Its overall scale is also not small, almost every city in Haishi province has a Star Club. Green City is no exception. Looking at the glorious Golden Gate, Sukan was not timid and walked in confidently. Sukan? As soon as he entered the door, Sukan heard a slightly familiar voice and turned his gaze. Cousin Lining? Before his eyes was a familiar figure overlapping with the name in his memory, and Sukan called out the name. What a coincidence, are you here to train as well? Lining was not alone, there were a total of 5 people, 2 girls and 3 boys, all dressed in brand sportswear, which was not cheap, incomparable to Sukan's somewhat worn training outfit. The 4 of them were also sizing up Sukan, their eyes filled with scrutiny. No, I'm here to apply as a sparring partner. Sukan didn't mind their opinions and stated his purpose boldly. I see. Lining is the daughter of Sukan's uncle, and her family is doing quite well. Although neither her uncle nor aunt has reached the next stage, they are both in good jobs with great benefits. For Sukan's family, they didn't look down on them and even lent some money, their relationship was okay. Lin Ying's attitude towards Sukan was also very friendly, overall, they got along well, and there was no feeling of looking down on poor relatives. Cousin, I'm going in first. Sukan said with a smile. Okay, let's chat when we have time. Let's chat when we have time. After saying that, Sukan walked into the main hall. After Sukan's figure walked far away, the short-haired girl standing next to Lining casually said. Is this the poor relative you mentioned? He is quite handsome, but it's a pity he will never reach the next stage, otherwise, I would have wanted you to introduce him to me. When Lining heard the words poor relative, her brow furrowed slightly, somewhat displeased, but she didn't say much, just nodded slightly. What's the use of being handsome? In this world, only by becoming a warrior can one be superior. The somewhat mature-looking teenager raised his head proudly, showing off his arrogance. Yes, without entering a rank, everyone is just a mortal. Lining also nodded along, agreeing that without entering a rank, they were indeed all mortals, only by rising through the ranks could one gain a certain status in this society. Her parents hoped for the same, which is why they invested so much energy in her. Fortunately, her talent was decent, and there was still hope for her to get into the martial university and bring glory to the family. Sukan had no idea about the happenings outside, in fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Bored. Sukan entered the hall and went straight to the front desk to explain his purpose. A perfect quality knife technique of the first rank? Are you a senior in this year's high school? Alright, please fill out your information. The front desk was a sweet-looking girl, and there were no signs of her looking down on him. Her attitude towards Sukan was very friendly. The Star Club thrived for a reason, all the staff had received special training and were not allowed to look down on others. Sukan glanced at the form, there wasn't much to fill out, mainly his name, school, age, address, etc. Of course, the most important were his health and the basic technique he excelled at. After a moment of thought, Sukan filled out the information, there was no need to lie. Here. Sukan handed the completed form to the front desk, who took a glance and showed a look of surprise, his handwriting was quite beautiful. Alright, please follow me, I'll take you for testing. The front desk girl smiled as she took the form and walked out, leading the way while Sukan quickly followed. After 2 or 3 minutes, the front desk girl brought Sukan into a large room of about 100 square meters and handed the form to a middle-aged man. Rushu, this young man is here for a practice test, here's his information, please take a look. Rusia took the form without looking at it directly first, instead, he sized up Sukan for a moment before looking at the form in his hand. Sukan felt a bit uneasy under Rusia's scrutiny, this person was definitely very strong. So, a perfect first-rank basic knife technique? Rusia spoke casually, as if it didn't matter much. Shall we give it a try? What should I do? Sukan wasn't nervous at all, his demeanor made Rusia a bit curious. There are combat knives over there, just take one and attack me. Okay. Sukan didn't waste words and quickly walked toward the weapon rack. After a glance, he chose a suitable wooden combat knife, made a few gestures, and then faced Rusia. Rushu, I'm starting now. Rusia casually picked up a stick from the side, leaned slightly forward, and entered a combat stance. Ha! With the combat knife in hand, Sukan's aura instantly changed. This transformation caught Rusia's attention, the saying goes, an expert can tell just by a single move. Sukan's change made Rusia believe that even if he wasn't a perfect first-rank warrior, he wasn't far from it. Holding the combat knife, Sukan lightly tapped his foot and quickly approached Rusia. He didn't strike directly. Although the chop was the most commonly used move among basic knife techniques, its range was too wide. Starting with a chop like that could be quite reckless. Anyone could just retreat a bit and make it difficult for him. Lifting the knife. A knife technique that starts from below, it is quick and easy to change, making it the best opening move. Sukan actually preferred the drawing the knife to slash kind of attack. One slash could determine victory. Bang! Rusia pressed down with the stick, and immense strength rushed through his grip. Such great strength. Sukan was not surprised. Rusia's power was indeed impressive, and his health value definitely wouldn't be lower than 7. He might even be a quasi-warrior. A quasi-warrior is one whose health has reached the limit of 9.9, just one step away from breaking through. However, that last step is incredibly difficult, trapping countless people. Sukan focused entirely, not distracted in the slightest. Rusia aimed to let Sukan fully display his knife technique, and as time passed, the smile on his face became even brighter. Not bad, the foundation is very good. You've probably reached the first level of great perfection for some time now. There is still a gap between the first level of great perfection and the first level of great perfection. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Sukan had just stepped into this stage of the first level of great perfection. That's enough. After fighting for about 5 minutes, Sukan's hair was already wet, while Wanji remained calm and relaxed. Good. Sukan gasped for breath as he sheathed his sword, his arm slightly trembling. This 5-minute battle was not simple for Sukan, it was a full-out 5 minutes of attack. I understand your strength, I can give you 2 choices. Sukan seriously looked at Ruan Yun. You speak. First, it's just normal practice. When you're needed, I'll call you, and I'll pay you 600 for an hour. Sukan nodded, saying nothing. Second, you can sign an exclusive contract with our Star Club. Once you sign, you will be our exclusive sparring partner in Star Club. As for the price, the base salary is 3,000 a month, and the sparring price is also 600 an hour, but you need to spend 150 hours at the Star Club during normal working hours. What if my strength improves, and my basic sword skills reach the 2nd level? Sukan did not directly agree but instead asked a question that caught Ruan Xia's interest. 2nd level? Then Ruan Xia's tone became curious. Interesting, you little brat are quite to my taste. If you can reach the 2nd level, I'm talking about before the college entrance examination, I can offer you a base salary of 10,000, plus 1,500 for an hour of sparring. Sukan nodded. He understood that his identity as a student still held an advantage. Even if he reached the 2nd level of basic sword skills after the college entrance examination, he wouldn't get such a high price. But there are also differences in 2nd level basic sword skills, and I will also be learning advanced martial arts by then. Sukan merely nodded, and Ruan Xia smiled slightly. You little guy. Ruan Xia's eyes also showed a hint of mild admiration. Let's do this. Besides what I mentioned above, I will also add other benefits and promotion methods from our Star Club's different levels of sparring partners, so you have a chance to advance. However, the difficulties afterwards will be too great. Basically, you will have to wait until you graduate. Okay. Only then did Sukan nod in satisfaction. Then follow me. Ruan led Sukan to print the contract, with all the information clearly written. If you reach 7 Chi in blood plus 2nd level basic skills, and learn an advanced skill, mastering it to the 1st level proficient stage, you can apply to become a bronze level sparring partner with a monthly salary of 20,000, plus 3,000 for an hour of sparring. If you reach 9 Chi in blood plus 1st level mastery of advanced skills, you can apply for silver sparring partner review, with a monthly salary of 50,000, plus 8,000 for an hour of sparring. The later ones became more exaggerated, even including benefits for martial artists. Sukan just glanced at them and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't that he lacked confidence to reach them, it was just unnecessary to look at so much. Ruan Yun. What's wrong? Is it possible to advance 1 month's salary in advance? Ruan glanced seriously at Sukan, noticing Sukan's slightly worn clothes. All right. Since February is almost over, I will advance your salary for February. Huh? This time it was Sukan who was taken aback, but this month was indeed only 5 days away from the end. But advancing 500. Just kidding, a month is 3,000, plus for this month's 5 days, I'll advance you 3,500. Ruan couldn't help but laugh heartily. The finance person nearby couldn't help but glance at Ruan, but Ruan didn't notice. Thank you, Ruan. Sukan finally smiled, picking up the pen to write his name on the contract. Now this is my time to shine. I can start working right now. Okay, it's a little after 6, we still have 5 hours left. I think so too. You little rascal. Alright, you can go rest in the training room first. Someone will contact you later for sparring. Thank you so much. Sukan's tone was filled with gratitude, and he was really thankful. After Sukan left the room, the finance officer turned to his colleague. We can't overdraw on salaries. I know. Then why are you doing this? Give me his bank card. The finance officer shuddered at his words. You? Why are you talking so much? There were still quite a few people practicing basic sword techniques. Swords, guns, and knives are major categories, with roughly 80% of people choosing these three. For high school students, a first-level quasi-perfect basic sword technique as a sparring partner is in high demand. After all, what is rare is precious. While there are many first-level quasi-perfect basic sword techniques, high school students are quite rare. At this stage, those who can master the basic sword technique to the first-level quasi-perfect are not few in Green City. Even if they have reached this level, their family conditions are usually good, and they won't be just sparring partners. In one night, Sukan had 2 sparring sessions, earning 1,200 martial coins, and he couldn't stop smiling. This is amazing. At midnight, the Shinshin Club closed. Sukan was utterly exhausted, but his eyes sparkled with brightness. There was nothing to be done, the money made was too satisfying. If the grocery store hadn't already been closed, Sukan would have rushed to buy a batch of basic vitality pills to swallow, making the basic sword technique transform. Sukan looked at the numbers on his bank card and couldn't help but smile. 6,016 martial coins. The 3,500 martial coins from his previous work were already credited by 10 o'clock. This made Sukan marvel at how efficient a big club could be. Home. Sukan dragged his tired body homeward, feeling that even the streets at midnight were so bright, warming the heart and comforting the soul. It was truly wonderful to see hope in his days. Moreover, the Shinshin Club was very friendly towards signed sparring partners, allowing them to arrange their own time during non-sparring hours and to use some equipment without bothering the customers. Chapter 6, Teacher Chow, what if my basic technique is at level 2? The next morning, Sukan went to the grocery store to buy vitality pills. Boss Chow treated Sukan quite well. For 6,000 martial coins, Sukan had 2 options, 12 enhanced vitality pills or 2 bottles of basic vitality pills with 2 extra ones for free. Sukan calculated the cost-effectiveness of both options. The first option of 12 enhanced vitality pills, each increasing 0.5 energy, totals 6 points of energy. The second option was 62 basic vitality pills, adding up to 6.2 energy. Clearly, one was stronger than the other. Sukan chose the 62 basic vitality pills, and after he got them, he immediately found an empty place to consume them. With 62 pills downed, Sukan gained an additional 6.2 energy points, bringing his total to 14.1 energy points. Now I can raise my basic sword technique to level 2. Sukan grinned widely and chose to allocate his points. It was estimated that in this stage, not more than 5 people in the entire Green City could cultivate the basic technique to level 2. After using 4 of the 4.1 energy points, he had only 0.1 points left and used. Awesome! After doing all this, Sukan felt his strength had greatly improved. He opened his attributes panel and couldn't stop smiling. Name, Sukan. Vitality, 2.37 plus. Punching power, 248 kilograms. Speed, 13.1 meters per second. Mental state, 9 plus. Skill, basic sword technique, second stage 1% plus. There are still 6 days left. With my level 2 basic sword technique, I just need to go to the Shinshin Club to upgrade my contract. A base salary of 10,000, plus 1,500 martial coins per hour for sparring, as long as I get enough clients next. I can buy the real Chi Blood Pill. Chi Blood Pill. This is a precious item that only the rich can afford, and it costs 20,000. The national unified retail price is 20,000, and it can only be found in some large stores, as this item requires a selling license. If I can buy a Chi Blood Pill and enhance its effects by 10 times, wouldn't I just soar? Even if this Chi Blood Pill has average effects and is worth only 10 energy points, under the tenfold enhancement, it could turn into 100 energy points. If all of that goes into Chi Blood, it can directly increase my Chi Blood by 1 point. Sukan's breathing couldn't help but become rapid. With his strength, if he added this 1 point of Chi Blood, he would directly have 3.37 Chi Blood. With a Chi Blood value of 3.37, he would probably rank within the top 30 in the elite class, right? Sukan forced himself to calm down. It wasn't certain yet, no need to rush. And it was just a 3.37 Chi Blood value. Compared to real geniuses, it was nothing at all. Sukan's ambitions began to rise. I need to go to school now and find Teacher Chow. When Sukan arrived at school, he immediately went to Teacher Chow's office. Unfortunately, Teacher Chow wasn't in the office, so Sukan had to wait until after class to come back. Luckily, this time he didn't miss out. Teacher Chow. Before Sukan reached Teacher Chow's office, he saw Teacher Chow holding some materials, seemingly lost in thought, completely distracted. Sukan? Teacher Chow blinked in surprise upon seeing Sukan. Teacher Chow, I've reached the perfection of the first stage of my basic knife technique. Sukan stated his purpose directly, without any roundabout way. What did you say? I've reached the perfection of the first stage of my basic knife technique. Only then did Teacher Chow remember what he had said to Sukan yesterday, that if he reached the perfection of the first stage, he could come to find him. Realizing this, a complex expression appeared on Teacher Chow's face. He somewhat regretted saying that yesterday. This year, there have been many good talents in the high school, they are likely to occupy many spots. With Sukan's chi blood value, even if his basic knife technique reached perfection, it might not be enough to secure a genius loan. Of course, mainly he was worried about Sukan's future. Teacher Chow. Seeing Teacher Chow's expression, Sukan felt a little puzzled. Sigh, as I said. Teacher Chow explained his thoughts, along with the situation regarding the genius loan, to Sukan. Sukan was now over 18 years old and could take responsibility for his own affairs. Genius loan? The lowest tier is $50,000? Sukan's eyes suddenly lit up. 50,000. If he could get that 50,000, wouldn't his strength surge dramatically? He had to do it. This genius loan was meant for him. Teacher Chow, are you worried that I won't make it into the elite class or get into the Martial University, so in the future I would have neither a university to attend nor be burdened with this 50,000 debt? Yes. Teacher Chow spoke wistfully, wishing Sukan's family situation was better. At this stage, only around 5 students in the whole school had cultivated their basic techniques to the perfection of the first stage, which was quite a shame. Although basic techniques were important, in the college entrance examination, chi blood value held a much heavier weight. Moreover, a higher chi blood value would be more difficult to match with basic techniques. Those whose basic techniques were not as good as Sukan's, and could still compete with him, would have their basic techniques not lower than 90% in the first stage. Teacher Chow, what if my basic technique were at the second stage? What? Teacher Chow's tone suddenly rose sharply. I'm coming. Sukan prepared to show his action to Teacher Chow, his hand transformed into a knife shape and quickly slashed towards Teacher Chow. As a teacher specialized in skills and proficient in knife techniques, Teacher Chow had exceptionally sharp eyes and immediately saw through Sukan's true ability. Teacher Chow's eyes brightened. This kid actually had such a hidden skill. Watching Teacher Chow casually block the knife strike with his hand, Sukan smiled and said, Teacher Chow, is the second-level basic knife technique enough? It's enough. There's even hope to compete for the second tier. How much is the second tier? 100,000. Hiss. Sukan exaggeratedly made a hissing sound, earning a glare from Teacher Chow. So exaggerated. 100,000. Sukan was overjoyed. If he could really get this 100,000, wouldn't he just soar? If he could arrange enough chi blood pills, his strength would rocket like a small rocket. Alright, since you've reached the second stage of the basic knife technique, you can fill in this material, and I will help you apply for the second tier. Don't worry, even though your chi blood isn't high, the second stage basic knife technique is enough. Even if you can't get the second tier, the first tier is stable. Thank you, Teacher Chow. Sukan was delighted. Next, Teacher Chow took him to the testing room to measure Sukan's strength and speed. These all needed proof and couldn't be filled out casually. Since only Sukan was being tested, the results came out quickly. 248 kilograms. 13.1 meters per second speed. The calculated results already reached a 2.4 chi blood value. Teacher Chow frowned. With this chi blood value, you naturally can't enter the elite class. Even the second stage basic technique is a bit lacking. Unless you can learn high-level techniques in the next few days, then there's a bit of hope. Chapter 7 High-Level Techniques. Raise salary. High-level techniques. When Sukan heard these 4 words, his eyes lit up. High-level techniques, as the name suggests, are an upgrade of the basic technique. Basic techniques teach various fundamental moves for different weapons, like slashing, chopping, stabbing, and so on. All are basic actions. Once these actions are practiced and mastered, they can be combined into a method for combat, which is the basic technique. High-level techniques build upon the basic techniques using some special methods to unleash even greater power. Basic techniques can be learned by anyone willing to put in effort. But high-level techniques are different. To learn high-level techniques, one must cultivate the basic technique to the first stage, 100% mastery, and this is only the foundation, not a guarantee to learn it. Many with insufficient comprehension, even after reaching 100% proficiency in the basic technique's second stage, still cannot grasp it. Even many geniuses took days to learn high-level techniques at the second stage of the basic technique. 6 days is really tight. Teacher Chow, You want to learn, right? Yes. Okay, come to me tomorrow, and I'll prepare some high-level knife techniques, then you can see which suits you. It's really important if the high-level technique suits you. If it suits you, you might be able to get the hang of it in a few days. If it doesn't suit you, you might take months to learn. And by the way, I want to tell you in advance, because our school's results weren't good last year, we were topped by the 3rd school, so the principal went out to seek sponsorship. This sponsorship is specifically for the elite class. If you can enter the elite class, considering your talent and techniques, combined with resource allocation, you might even get into a key martial arts university. As a teacher, Teacher Chow is naturally skilled at painting a bright future. Even someone like Su Kan, who has lived a previous life, couldn't help but feel excited. After all, high-level techniques are a bonus item in the college entrance examination. While the martial arts entrance exam tests Chi blood plus basic techniques, if you master high-level techniques, you can apply to showcase them, which will grant you some additional points based on your performance. Moreover, high-level techniques and basic techniques influence each other. Mastering high-level techniques can also accelerate your progress in the basic techniques. Uldu No. 1 High School. As the absolute leader of Uldu, the status of Uldu No. 1 High School is extremely high. In the last month of the third year's first semester, Uldu No. 1 High School had already divided the elite class. Not just one, but two elite classes. One strong and one weak. The strong elite class had most of its students from key martial arts universities last year. This is a key martial arts university. There are 72 martial arts universities in the country, only those ranked in the top 20 are key universities. Last year in the entire Green City, only over 50 students entered key martial arts universities, and a large portion was from Green City No. 1 High School, showcasing its strong power. Last year, there were 7,000 test takers in Green City, among which over 1,100 chose to apply to martial arts universities, but out of these 1,100, fewer than 300 made it through, and the rest all failed. Out of these 300, nearly half were from Green City No. 1 High School. In fact, every year, over 90% of students admitted to martial arts universities in Green City come from Green City No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3 high schools. The other 6 high schools combined don't even make up 10%. From this, we can see just how strong Green City No. 1 High School is. If it weren't for the elite class only accommodating 100 students, plus social connections and the idea of rather being ahead of a chicken, more people would apply there. The elite class 2 is the weak elite class. Linning is in this class. Linning, look, it's Luo Xiao. The short-haired girl with Linning suddenly let out a scream, as if an idol had seen a star. Luo Xiao? Where? Before Linning could react, the other girls in the class perked up, all looking in the direction the short-haired girl was staring. They saw a boy with a buzz cut, walking in with a cold face, carrying a broadsword on his back. So handsome. If I could be friends with Luo Xiao, I would be willing to live for just a few decades less. The short-haired girl had a starry-eyed look, but no one around her found it surprising. Because this boy was Luo Xiao, a top-tier talent student from Green City No. 1 High School, stable among the top 3, and heir of the Luo family. Not only was he talented, but his family background was also very strong. He was definitely a rich second generation. No, it should be said, several generations strong. The Luo family ranks among the best in Green City, with a heritage spanning hundreds of years, and several martial artists born in each generation, making it a truly distinguished family. Such an existence is naturally eye-catching. Lin Ying's gaze towards Luo Xiao wasn't as exaggerated, but it was equally fervent. In the evening, Su Kan arrived at the Star Club once again, this time directly heading to the big room where he found Ruoyun yesterday. What do you want with me, you rascal? Ruoyun was a bit surprised that Zhang Yong had called him. Ruoyun, my basic swordsmanship has reached the second stage. Su Kan simply stated his purpose, and Ruoyun stared at him excitedly. Second stage? Yeah. Ruoyun tossed Su Kan the broadsword he used yesterday, with significant force, clearly considering Su Kan's purpose. Su Kan's eyes were calm, stepping back to catch the broadsword steadily in his hand. Ruoyun's broadsword came slicing at Su Kan. This swing left Su Kan with no chance to dodge. With that kind of power coming down, Su Kan could only raise the broadsword, leaning his body down to use the force of the impact to block Ruoyun's attack. Bang! Ruoyun's sword turned into a shadow in his hands as he swung it. So fast with the sword. Su Kan thought to himself, Ruoyun's speed was incredibly quick, different from a regular slash, with very few openings. Facing Ruoyun's attack, Su Kan could only grit his teeth and hold on. His palms felt a slight numbness as he kept stepping back, like a wobbly little boat. Just as Su Kan managed to adapt to Ruoyun's strike, Ruoyun attacked again. Not bad, you really have reached the second stage. Then I'll have someone update your information now. Tonight the training price will be 1,500 per hour. There's also a base salary, yesterday doesn't count, so that's 4 days, let's say 300 a day. Wait, I'll transfer you 7,800 martial coins, as an advance for your next month's salary. Thank you, Ruoyun. Su Kan was ecstatic, not expecting that without him saying a word, Ruoyun had arranged everything perfectly. So thoughtful. No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Also, if you have any questions about knife techniques, feel free to ask me. Ruan Gupin was cool, and when he said this, he seemed worried that Su Kan might misunderstand something, so he added. It's free, no charge. Luo Xiao arrived at the Star Club as usual. Although the Star Club was not the best club in Ludu, given his qualifications, he could go to a better one. However, he was used to this place, and it was closer to Ludu number 1 high school. Luo Xiao walked in with ease, preparing to say the same thing as usual, when the front desk girl spoke first. Young Master Luo, today we have a high school student just like you here, also practicing second-tier basic knife techniques. What? Luo Xiao looked up at the front desk girl. Here is his information. The front desk girl handed Luo Xiao a tablet, which displayed Su Kan's information. Luo Xiao looked closely, and when he saw that Su Kan was a student of number 2 high school and also practiced second-tier basic knife techniques, surprise appeared in his eyes. Second-tier basic knife techniques, interesting. But why is his vitality so low? Only 2.3? Luo Xiao's forehead showed several questions. His vitality was over that even in the first year of high school. Forget it, I'm here to hone my basic knife techniques, vitality doesn't matter, I'll go with him. 3,000 for an hour, cheap. Luo Xiao directly chose Su Kan and set the number to 3, placing the order. For Luo Xiao, even if Su Kan was inadequate, he didn't care. At most, he would just switch to someone else, a mere 9,000 martial coins, he wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it fell. 9,000 martial coins just vanished. If Su Kan knew, he would be heartbroken. What? You say 4,500 martial coins are Su Kan's? Then it's all good. Please continue. When you strike, you can lower the height a bit, don't overcharge, you can use a cut to take the initiative. Su Kan was explaining to Ruanjin. The focus was mainly on talking and demonstrating, conserving strength for practice. Also, over here, you. Ruan stopped because Su Kan's wristband lit up. This wristband was worn by practice partners. Its purpose was simple, to find practice partners immediately and send them to accept appointments. In the club, work comes first. Seeing the wristband light up, Su Kan lifted his wrist to check the information. Golden Room 3, booked for me for 3 hours? Su Kan smiled, not expecting such a big order right after just upgrading. 3 hours, that's 4,500 martial coins. With the advanced salary, he would have 12,000 or more money, getting closer to 20,000. But Su Kan knew, this kind of practice opportunity didn't come every day. Like other practice partners, averaging a deal every 3 to 5 days was quite normal. Moreover, there were off-peak and peak seasons. During this period close to the college entrance examination, naturally, more people sought practice partners. Someone booked you? Then go. Thank you, Ruan Yun. Su Kan was grateful to Ruan Xian, as without him, his start would have been delayed a lot. After Su Kan left, Ruan found himself pondering. This kid's perception is indeed quite good, but it's a pity this vitality is too low. If this vitality were a bit higher, I could recommend him, what a pity. From Ruan, Su Kan followed the front desk girl to Golden Room 3. The Star Club used a membership system. Golden Room 3 could only be used by members with a golden membership card, free of charge. However, not everyone could apply for the golden membership card. Su Kan had only been at the Star Club for 2 days, but he understood that the person who booked him had a significant background. He pushed the door open. A boy with black hair and a crew cut caught my eye, holding a finely crafted steel blade about 1.5 meters long, practicing basic sword techniques in the center of the room. The sword moved swiftly, and its control was impressive. Su Kan could tell at a glance that this boy's basic sword skills were stronger than his own. Su Kan? Upon receiving the response, the boy put down his sword and walked over to the weapon rack. Let's go. Okay. Su Kan was straightforward. As a sparring partner, he naturally followed whatever his customer said. As long as he ensured his own safety. Both used similar wooden swords, neither relying on energy or blood power, purely battling with technique. Although I've only just stepped into the second level, your foundation is solid. Barely usable. This boy was Luo Xiao, and with his strength, he naturally dominated the fight, but Su Kan was incredibly resilient with a strong foundation, allowing Luo Xiao to achieve a training effect. Although Su Kan couldn't reach the results he wanted, his talent in martial arts was good, enabling Luo Xiao to gain some experience and significantly improve his basic sword skills. In the following 2 or more hours, Luo Xiao certainly didn't take all the time. 3 hours of combat, even he couldn't handle it all. They would fight for a while, then rest, discussing with Su Kan. Some of Su Kan's experiences and perspectives were greatly beneficial to Luo Xiao. In this way, the 3 hours quickly passed. I'll come back tomorrow. Before leaving, Luo Xiao said this. Su Kan was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face. Luo Xiao, that name sounds familiar, he seems like a really nice person. The next day, Su Kan came to school and found Teacher Chow. I found 7 high-level skills here, let me demonstrate. Teacher Chow was very responsible and took Su Kan directly to the martial arts room. Today, although there were not as many people in the martial arts room as before, there were still quite a few. These people had already made their choices, preparing to work hard before the class division, hoping to achieve better results. Since Sukan wanted to learn high-level skills, Teacher Chow naturally wouldn't stay on the first floor but took Sukan to the martial arts room on the third floor. The first floor martial arts room was a public space, incredibly spacious, at least 1,000 square meters. The second and third floors were different. The second and third floors had separate martial arts rooms of various sizes, intended for individual use. Okay. Sukan responded, his eyes serious. High-level skills were hard to come by outside, the country controlled them strictly. This was mainly to prevent young people from aiming too high and wasting precious time. Basically, only in school could one learn a high-level skill for free, and the responsible teacher had to write an application report, unable to teach more than necessary. This is the Dragon Abyss Dominating Blade. It's a powerful and domineering sword technique. Its moves are like a flood dragon rising from the sea, imposing and majestic. Every slash creates a fierce wind, easily capable of cutting through steel. Its power is astounding. However, mastering this technique requires immense strength and refined skill. I'm not adept at this technique, and what I show you is just the surface. This one is the illusory dividing blade. Its techniques are as elusive as a phantom, making it hard to distinguish between true and false. When using the illusory dividing blade, one can create multiple sword illusions simultaneously, confusing the enemy's sight and then striking for a lethal attack. This set of techniques emphasizes the combination of body movement and swordplay. Only by achieving a state where the heart and intention move together, and where person and sword unite, can one unleash its true power. To learn this technique, one must also learn the illusory steps, which can be a bit troublesome. While demonstrating, Teacher Chow explained, quickly showcasing 6 techniques. Sukan watched attentively, especially thrilled to see the power displayed by these 6 high-level skills, his thoughts racing. Is this what high-level skills are like? So handsome. Chapter 9, Choosing the Blade Draw Slash. Gather 20,000. The first 6 are very good high-level techniques, specially selected by the teacher for you. After demonstrating the 6 high-level knife techniques, Teacher Chow stopped, smiling at Sukan. Sukan nodded, feeling a bit curious. Teacher Chow, didn't you say there were 7? There are indeed 7, but the 7th one. Teacher Chow hesitated for a moment, then slowly said. The 7th is also learned by the teacher, but this advanced technique is too difficult. The entry is hard, learning is hard, and achieving great success is even harder. Even the teacher regrets learning it now. Hearing Teacher Chow's words, Sukan's interest grew stronger, and his eyes sparkled. Seeing Sukan's expression, Teacher Chow didn't keep him in suspense and continued. The 7th is called the Blade Draw Slash. Oh? Blade Draw Slash. Sukan immediately became excited. He practiced with the knife, which had elements of the Blade Draw Slash. Because Sukan thought the Blade Draw Slash was really too cool, a single slash could determine victory or defeat, even life or death. The Blade Draw Slash often delivers a one-hit kill, and its specific forms can vary greatly. It sounds simple, but it's actually very difficult to do. It's not just a simple blade draw, this is a powerful attacking skill rooted in an ancient swordsmanship school, known for its astonishing speed and destructive power. To master the Blade Draw Slash, one must have extraordinary knife talent, able to blend everything into the knife. Only by truly achieving the unity of man and knife can the true power of the Blade Draw Slash be unleashed. As Teacher Chow said this, he walked to the side where there was a wooden sword with a wooden sheath and took it down directly. Watch. Teacher Chow's aura was completely different from before. In the previous 6 demonstrations, because they were not Teacher Chow's specialty, he had only learned them for teaching, understanding just the surface. But this time was different. The Blade Draw Slash was his major high-level technique, a result of decades of effort. In Sukan's perception, Teacher Chow seemed like a famous sword hidden in its sheath, waiting for the moment to be drawn. Blade Draw Slash. Fast. Sukan didn't even see how Teacher Chow made his move. Instead, he first saw the wooden dummy in front being neatly sliced in half. Sukan also felt a sense of being targeted by death. Retracting the sword. Teacher Chow exhaled, and that feeling disappeared. Sukan couldn't help but swallow hard. This Teacher Chow is not simple. That last slash was incredibly powerful. This is the Blade Draw Slash. It looks very simple, just this one move, from start to finish it's just this one move. It's just a simple blade draw. But this slash requires you to invest all your will into it, otherwise, what you produce will just be a simple blade draw slash, not the high-level technique Blade Draw Slash. These two are fundamentally different. Now, which one are you ready to choose? Teacher Chow's gaze fell on Sukan. I choose Blade Draw Slash. Sukan's answer was not unexpected to Teacher Chow. He already knew that once Sukan learned about the Blade Draw Slash, there was a high probability he would choose it, just like he had back then. As expected. But there is one thing the teacher must remind you. You only have 5 days. If you haven't mastered this Blade Draw Slash before the class assessment, you will likely miss out on the elite class. With your talent, had you chosen one of the other 6, there would still be a good chance to learn it in these 5 days. Teacher Chow spoke sincerely. Sukan understood what Teacher Chow said. If I didn't have the panel, I might have chosen the first 6 to try to enter the elite class. After all, entering the elite class can enjoy resource support, which is very important to me. Without it, I'd fall behind step by step. But since I have the panel, why should I belittle myself? Sukan thought, and then his tone became firm. Mr. Chow, the first time I saw the drawing sword technique, I felt like it really suits me. Alright, then for the next few days, I'll wait for you here at 9 in the morning. Today, let's start with the most basic drawing sword. Follow me. Concentrate your energy and spirit, draw the sword with full focus, and clear your mind of distractions. For the next 4 days, Sukan stayed at school, home, and the Star Club, drawing a straight line between these 3 places. He got up around 6 in the morning to go to the club, using the equipment there to train. At 8:30, he arrived at school to learn the drawing sword technique from Mr. Chow. After learning, he spent most of the remaining time in the Star Club. In the evenings, Luo Xiao usually came. However, unlike the first day when he practiced for 3 hours, he now practiced for only 2 hours, having taken a day off in between. In such a situation, Sukan managed to gather 20,000 martial coins just 1 day before the class placement test. 20,001 martial coins. Sukan looked at the number on his bank card, his smile brilliant. I can go to Tianbao Pavilion now. Tianbao Pavilion is open 24 hours, which made Sukan very satisfied. Otherwise, it would be over 11 o'clock now, and there would be no place to buy the Qi blood pill. Sukan checked in at the front desk, chatted for a bit with the front desk lady, then left the Star Club and headed straight to Tianbao Pavilion. These days of effort weren't in vain. Sukan's talent for skills was quite good. His basic sword technique improved from 1% to 3% in the second stage, which was entirely due to Sukan's personal effort without any added points. Moreover, his Qi blood value increased by 0.01 points, reaching a total of 2.38 Qi blood value. Unfortunately, Sukan still hadn't comprehended the drawing sword technique. As Mr. Chow said, the drawing sword technique was too difficult. Even Mr. Chow took about a month to enter this skill. This wasn't Sukan's first time entering Tianbao Pavilion. He had previously come in to broaden his knowledge. There are 7 floors in total, each covering a large area, filled with many items. As you go up, the items inside become more valuable. Only martial artists can set foot on the 6th and 7th floors. Sukan didn't waste time. He asked a staff member and headed towards the location of the Qi blood pill. On the 3rd floor, the Qi blood pill is not a cheap item. The Qi blood pill is a single pill, packed in a beautiful jade bottle that looks very upscale. Sukan figured that just the jade bottle alone must cost over 100. Sukan took a bottle and went to pay. Fortunately, nothing dramatic happened, and everything went smoothly. After paying, Sukan looked at his originally 21,000 deposits, which were now completely emptied, leaving just over 1,000. He felt a pang in his heart. Money really doesn't last long. But thinking of this Qi blood pill being a new potion that could provide a tenfold increase in effectiveness, Sukan's heart couldn't help but spark with excitement. Tenfold effect. It's all up to you now. I hope you won't let me down. Sukan kept the Qi blood pill close to him. This item was the capital for entering the elite class. Time to go home. Sukan hurriedly made his way back home. Dad. Just as he arrived downstairs at home, Sukan saw his father, weary, dragging himself back home. Sukan knew that his father had just finished work, and his eyes felt a bit moist. Ah, Kan, you're back. Su Quang's body jolted, straightening up immediately, forcing a smile onto his face. He didn't want to show his weakness in front of his child. Yeah. Sukan nodded. Under the streetlight, his father's gray hair appeared even more noticeable. Dad. What is it? Nothing really. Sukan opened his mouth but still didn't reveal his current situation. He planned to wait until he entered the elite class before telling his father, wanting to spare him from laboring so hard. He could earn money. Let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Under the streetlight, Sukan and his father Su Quang's shadows stretched long and elongated. Back home, Sukan stayed with his father for a while before returning to his own room. Who? Father, wait for me a little longer, I will soon be able to hold up this family. Sukan was very rational. He understood that the only way to quickly improve his strength and rise in a short time was to fundamentally solve the family's issues. He would not blindly spend money, as that would merely drain the pond of fish. Sukan's eyes became more serious. He was the only hope of the family. Vitality pill, I'm counting on you. Sukan opened the exquisite jade bottle containing the vitality pill and poured it out. The fragrant aroma made Sukan's mind clear up. Is this the vitality pill? It's no wonder only the rich can afford such pills. Sukan sighed and swallowed the vitality pill. He didn't feel much. As he swallowed, the vitality pill was transformed into energy by the panel. Taking the vitality pill, gaining energy plus 15, as it is the first time taking it, triggering a tenfold effect, energy increases by 150. 150 points. Just as Sukan expected, the cost-effectiveness of the vitality pill was not as high as the basic vitality pills. This was quite normal, a single vitality pill could not be better than 200 basic vitality pills. Having 15 points of energy made Sukan quite satisfied. Perfect. This 150 points of energy is enough for me to increase my vitality by 1.5, which will raise it to 3.88. Sukan's breathing quickened. With a vitality value of 3.88, he estimated that, purely based on vitality, even if he couldn't enter the top 10 of the grade, he could comfortably place in the top 20. No, I can't put it all into vitality. Sukan took a deep breath. He understood that his previous test of vitality was too low, and a sudden jump like this was too strange. Slow and steady, I'll add points step by step for the best effect. What I need to do now is to build my persona as a martial arts genius, and use this identity to gain more resources, thus rationalizing things. As a transmigrator, Sukan thought deeper. This world had its privileged ones, and warriors were among them. He only wanted to ensure his safety as much as possible. Then, I will raise my vitality to 2.5 first. Consuming 12 energy points, increasing vitality to 2.5. The energy value decreased, from 150.1 energy to 138.1 points. Next, I will keep adding points to the basic sword technique until I comprehend the drawn sword slash. Start adding points. Consuming 2 energy points, basic sword technique second stage 3% raised to 4%. Consuming 2 energy points, basic sword technique second stage 9% raised to 10%. Each time he made an improvement, Sukan would pause to absorb this improvement before continuing. Soon, his basic sword technique had risen from 3% to 10%, and Sukan suddenly had a new insight into the drawn sword slash. Sukan immediately picked up the simple wooden short sword by his bed and closed his eyes. Grip the sword. Draw the sword. Slash. In an instant, Sukan poured all his strength into the short sword and made a strike. Put the sword away. Sukan slowly opened his eyes, and his calm face was suddenly filled with excitement. Fantastic. I finally comprehended the drawn sword slash. Ha ha ha. Sukan couldn't help but laugh, and he quickly opened the panel to check. Name, Sukan. Vitality, 2.5 plus. Fist strength, 263 kilograms. Speed, 14.1 meters/second. Spirit, 9 plus. Skill, basic sword technique, second stage 10% plus. Advanced skill, drawn sword slash, first stage 1% plus. Energy, 124.1. With this strength, getting into the elite class should not be a problem. In previous years, the elite class assessment was similar to the college entrance exam, based on vitality plus the basic skills test. However, if one could demonstrate advanced skills during class division, it would earn additional points. Even if it's not enough, there's still tomorrow. I can add more points to the drawn sword slash, and I'll definitely secure it. For now, Sukan decided not to use the remaining 124.1 energy points. Each time he used them, his strength increased, but from observations just now, he knew. It's time to sleep, make sure to get good rest. On the last day before class division, a strange atmosphere enveloped the entire Ildu No. 2 high school. The feeling was even stronger in the classroom. Students who applied for the martial arts class basically stopped coming to class. After Sukan submitted his application for the martial arts class to the head teacher that day, he also did not go to class. Because for their upcoming college entrance examination, although there were requirements for cultural courses, the cultural scores did not count into the total score, only serving as a standard for entrance. This means that if you want to attend WUDA, you must meet a certain culture score before you can apply. The score requirement is not high, and with Sukan's cultural performance, it was easy for him to meet the standard, so naturally, there was no need to waste time. Martial arts room, 3rd floor. What? You mastered the drawing saber strike? Teacher Chow arrived at the martial arts room as usual, and saw Sukan swinging the drawing saber strike motion, completely stunned. Teacher Chow, I suddenly gained insight before sleeping last night and understood it. Upon hearing Teacher Chow's voice, Sukan stopped his movements and explained. Suddenly gained insight. Teacher Chow repeated the sentence, his gaze complicated. The practice of skills is all about gaining insight. Sukan's ability to grasp the drawing saber strike in just 4 days proves that his talent in this area is quite good. In that case, your entry into the elite class is basically assured. Teacher. After grasping the drawing saber strike yesterday, I feel like my vitality has also improved. Teacher Chow was momentarily stunned and then took Sukan to the testing room. When he saw Sukan's test results showing that his vitality had already reached 2.5, he couldn't help but look at Sukan twice. This kid really knows how to surprise people. Is it really possible? Could this kid be the destined one?
Chapter 11: The 100-Day Oath Ceremony. Class division assessment begins. In the evening, Luo Xiao arrived as promised and spent another 2 hours with Su Kan. After a few days of getting to know each other, they had come to understand each other a bit. As soon as Luo Xiao entered room 3, he casually asked, "Tomorrow your number 2 high school will start class division, right?" Su Kan was momentarily taken aback and nodded. Luo Xiao then fell silent. After that, like usual, it was purely basic combat, but today's situation was a bit different. Normally, Luo Xiao would pressure Su Kan, forcing him to barely defend, essentially becoming a target for Luo Xiao's basic techniques. But today was completely different. Facing Luo Xiao's attacks, Su Kan defended easily, occasionally counterattacking, which surprised Luo Xiao a bit. Then he increased his intensity, and Su Kan received every blow. Luo Xiao was more and more astonished. How did Su Kan's basic swordplay suddenly improve so much? Although he still couldn't match up to Luo Xiao, the gap had narrowed significantly. This was becoming interesting. After 2 hours, Luo Xiao also gained a lot. As they finished, Luo Xiao suddenly said, "Keep it up." Su Kan was once again taken aback, and then a smile appeared on his face. "Thank you." The highly anticipated 100-Day Oath Ceremony finally arrived. On this day, high schools across the country held their own 100-Day Oath ceremonies, and many also began forming martial arts elite classes on this day. In fact, some powerful high schools started their elite classes from the first year. They had plenty of resources, capable of training from the first year onwards. However, for the overwhelming majority of high schools, the martial arts elite classes only began on this day. Ulda No. 2 High School was no exception, but they had also conducted elite training previously, although the number was only 10, quite limited. This means that there were 10 fixed spots in this martial arts elite class, and the remaining people competed for the other 40 spots. The 100-Day Oath Ceremony at Ulda No. 2 High School attracted some media coverage, but most media were more focused on Ulda No. 1 High School. After the student representative, Xiao Yixue, finished her speech, the whole venue erupted in excitement. Xiao Yixue is absolutely N01 at Green City No. 2 High School, a talent the school spent considerable resources to keep. Her strength places her firmly in the top 5 in the entire Green City No. 2 High School, and she can even compete for the top 3, representing the hope of the school. Last year, the best result for Green City No. 2 High School was 8th in the city, and only one person entered the top 20, which was indeed embarrassing. This also led to poor enrollment conditions for this year's freshmen. That's why teacher Chow mentioned that the principal managed to secure a generous sponsorship. Under the pledges of all the third-year students, the 100-Day Oath Ceremony came to an end. Next up was the class division. The elite class was not only for martial arts but also for liberal arts. Today's class division assessment was not only focused on martial arts, liberal arts were included as well. However, the martial arts assessment focused on energy and skills, while the liberal arts assessment was a written exam. In the end, Green City No. 2 High School, or most high schools in general, primarily focused on liberal arts, making up the majority of student numbers. Students participating in the liberal arts written exam, please take your assigned seats and prepare for the test. Students participating in the martial arts assessment, please gather in the martial arts room. With the announcement over the loudspeaker, students in the big playground began to take action. "Kan, go for it." The young boy from earlier softly called out to Su Kan. "You too, do your best." Su Kan encouraged the boy and then went with the other 4 classmates who chose martial arts to the martial arts room. "Su Kan, I can't believe you really chose the martial arts class." Su Kan had a decent relationship with these students, they were classmates, and there was no deep hatred. Moreover, Su Kan had a good reputation in the class and was regarded as a skillful genius. It's just a pity that his family conditions were poor, and his energy was too low. Otherwise, Su Kan would likely have a position secured. The speaker was a boy with yellow hair, named Huang Zongbao, who had a good relationship with Su Kan. His family was well off, and he worked hard, consistently ranking in the top 2 in comprehensive grades in class. "Yes, Su Kan, your academic performance is so good, you're the top student in the class, and you could even rank in the top 10 in the whole school with your grades. If you focus on academics afterward, you could get into a top 10 university's liberal arts class. Your future is limitless." Another student, a girl named Zhouling, couldn't help but speak up. They actually admired Su Kan a lot. Spending most of his time on his skills while still achieving top results in academics was truly impressive. It was just that Su Kan's family situation was difficult, otherwise, with such talent, he would absolutely secure a spot in a top martial arts university. "Su Kan, with your strong academic performance, after the martial arts assessment, you could talk to the old teacher. With the old teacher's attention towards you, maybe they could appeal to the school and let you return." The 4 were all thinking for Su Kan, which brought him comfort. "That makes sense, let's see the results after the assessment." Seeing that Su Kan was listening to their advice, the 4 revealed satisfied smiles. The distance wasn't far, and soon the 5 reached the entrance of the martial arts hall.
At the entrance, several teachers were already organizing students to line up to receive their assessment score sheets, with signs posted stating no loud talking and to maintain silence.
The 5 quieted down and honestly lined up.
Since not many people applied for the martial arts class, the process was fast, and in under 5 minutes, Sukan had his assessment score sheet. First, go to the second floor for the strength and speed test, then proceed to the third floor for the basic technique test.
The teacher distributing the assessment score sheets reminded them.
Teacher Zhou, if we need to test higher level skills,
where to go?
Sukan glanced at the assessment score sheet, which had 5 categories listed: punching power, speed, vitality, basic skills, and advanced techniques. Punching power and speed are wrapped in vitality. These two are used to test the amount of vitality, thus determining the score, with no upper limit. Basic skills work similarly, also with no score upper limit. However, both have a base score. A vitality value of 2.5 is the base score, and each additional 0.1 vitality adds 10 points. As for basic skills, the first stage small completion is the base, achieving the standard grants 10 points, but basic skills have stronger subjectivity, with scores for the first stage small completion ranging from 10 to 50. Scores are determined by performance. If performance is good, one can get 50 points, but if it's poor, only 10 points.
If completely perfect, one gets a direct score of 60 points.
The following scores pertain to the second stage. The last column is advanced techniques. As long as one learns them, they add 20 points, with no upper limit for future mastery. However, normally, based on the strength of Green City No. 2 Middle School, advanced techniques are basically not tested, since aside from Xiao Ishua, no one should have learned advanced techniques. The final total score also has no upper limit, but this score is set specifically for testing purposes, not for the college entrance exam.
The total score for the college entrance exam is 750 points, which is completely different.
Green City No. 2 Middle School sets scores according to past years, making it more distinctive to the school. Of course, for fairness, this score still has a specific range, and the scoring for basic skills involves 5 teachers, where the highest and lowest scores are deducted, calculating the average of the 3 middle ones.
Chapter 12, Applying for Advanced Techniques Assessment. Advanced Techniques?
Teacher Zhou was clearly taken aback, but seeing Sukan's earnest gaze, he still replied. If you need to take the Advanced Techniques assessment, just tell the teacher of the basic skills later.
Okay, thank you, teacher.
Sukan thanked him and headed to the second floor of the martial arts room with his assessment score sheet. Naturally following Sukan was Huang Zongbao, who, having heard the conversation between Sukan and teacher Zhou, couldn't help but glance at Sukan a few more times.
Advanced techniques? How could that be? Sukan's talent is indeed decent, but how could he learn advanced techniques?
Huang Zongbao couldn't help but chuckle under his breath, but thinking about Sukan's personality, he didn't seem like someone who would ask nonsense questions, which made him gulp.
Classmate? Ah, teacher, my name is Huang Zongbao. Huang Zongbao finally came to his senses and hurriedly took the assessment score sheet from teacher Zhou's hand.
Sukan, please perform 10 punching attacks within 30 seconds. The final average number will be your punching power score.
The countdown begins. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Sukan quickly once again gathered his strength and started swinging his fists rapidly.
268. 266. 266.
The cumulative punching power for 10 punches is 2,669 kilograms, with an average score of 266.9 kilograms. The teacher in charge of the test wrote down 266.9 kilograms on Sukan's assessment score sheet and signaled for him to proceed inside for the speed test. The speed test was simpler, consisting of running 1,000 meters, and the final score is taken by dividing the distance by time. Around the outer circle of the second floor martial arts room is a track that can accommodate 6 people starting at the same time. Once Sukan entered, 6 people were gathered, and the test began. Rankings were not important, what mattered was the time each person consumed. 1,000 meters in the past world was considered a middle distance run. But in this world, it was only a short distance. Given their strength, running at 80% speed was absolutely no problem for them. The 1,000 meter run took 69.93 seconds, with an average speed of 14.3 meters per second. After writing down the score, his score sheet was handed to the big data statistic teacher, who entered the results, and Sukan's vitality value appeared.
Final assessment result, vitality value 2.5, earning a base score of 10 points. 10 points, just as I estimated. Sukan looked at the 10 points on the score sheet.
Without any surprise, I walked towards the third floor with the report card in hand.
Sukan, your blood energy?
As I stepped out, I saw Huang Zongbao and Wang Ling walking in one after the other, quietly asking.
10 points. 10 points? Your blood energy is at 2.5 now?
The two were a little surprised, but due to time constraints, they didn't have a chance to ask too much, just brushed past each other. Third floor. I arrived at the teacher's office on the third floor, presented my assessment report, and the teacher glanced at it with no expression.
Room 3. Okay, teacher, but I want to apply for the advanced skill assessment. I heard from the teachers downstairs that I should speak to you? Advanced skills?
The teacher clearly paused for a moment before saying,
You want to apply for the advanced skill assessment?
Yes. After receiving my confirmation, the teacher fell silent for a moment and then said,
Then you wait a bit and go to room 1.
Only the teachers there are qualified to test. But they haven't finished yet, you'll need to wait first.
Also, if you haven't mastered the advanced skills, points will be deducted later. Are you sure you want to apply? The teacher reminded me.
Apply.
All right. The teacher placed a checkmark in the advanced skills section because normally, the advanced skills wouldn't be assessed.
Originally, they didn't plan to print this section on the assessment report, but because Teacher Chow suggested adding it, they went ahead. Teacher Chow also specifically mentioned that among the 3 rooms for basic skill testing, it's best to have one set up to test advanced skills.
Then you can sit over there.
Okay.
I replied and took a seat in a nearby chair.
In my group, there were 6 people who finished a 1,000-meter run together, so in this place besides me, there were naturally others. They all watched my conversation with the teacher, and while they understood each word I said, they didn't know why it didn't make sense when combined.
Applying for the advanced skill assessment? Is this person trying to show off?
However, the 5 didn't speak, just looked at me curiously before someone was called in for the test.
Because I had to wait for room 1, I was waiting behind someone who was next in line.
Coincidentally, while waiting, Huang Zongbao and Wang Ling also came up. Seeing the happy expressions on their faces, I knew they must have performed well. They also saw me and smiled, but didn't say anything.
Next. Hearing this, I got up and walked confidently into room 1 for the test. Stepping into the room, I saw 5 familiar figures.
Teacher Chow was among them, but he wasn't in the middle, he was in the second position from the left. All 5 were excellent martial arts teachers at the school, each mastering advanced skills.
Please choose your weapon.
As I entered, Teacher Chow had a serious face with no expression. However, if someone stared at him long enough, they would notice a glint of a smile deep in his eyes. I bowed slightly to the 5 teachers, placed my assessment report in front of the middle teacher, and moved to the side weapon rack to choose my weapon.
A wooden sword with a sheath.
One of the 5 judges stepped out, and it was Teacher Chow. He also chose the same weapon as me. According to the rules, each of the 5 teachers had their own preferred weapon. They generally decided who would spar based on the weapon the testing student chose. If none were their major, they would take turns in order. The teacher in the middle was responsible for recording the overall score, being the one to write down the points. He casually glanced at my assessment report. He specialized in firearms, so he didn't know much about me and had little impression. However, generally, he remembered students with excellent scores, leading to a preconceived notion. He felt that Su Kan's ranking should not be very high. When he saw the assessment score report with a vitality score of 2.5, he nodded slightly, just as he expected. A vitality score of 2.5 basically makes it almost impossible to pass. Based on past year's scores, a basic vitality score of 60 points is needed to have any chance of passing. That means a vitality score of 2.8, plus a decent performance in basic techniques, together to get a score of 60 points. If 2 scores are the same, then we rank based on the scores given by 5 teachers, then by punching power, and then by speed, selecting 40 people to enter the elite class. With only a vitality score of 2.5, it is basically doomed to be eliminated. All this flashed through Teacher Li's mind in an instant, but when his gaze landed on the square root mark for advanced techniques, he was momentarily stunned.
Advanced techniques?
This made Teacher Li abruptly raise his head to look at Su Kan, his eyes filled with curiosity.
Teachers, I am ready. It was still Su Kan's voice that pulled Teacher Li back, and he nodded. Let's begin. The assessment was about to start. The other 3 teachers sitting in their positions had not seen the score report and thus had no reaction. Their posture was somewhat relaxed. Basic techniques of the first stage were not something they needed to take too seriously for their level. Even if it wasn't a basic technique they excelled at, they could still assess it accurately with very little error. But as Su Kan started to wield the wooden sword, the 4 teachers, including Teacher Li, all changed dramatically. Second stage basic sword technique? Surprise appeared in all 4 teachers' eyes. This was a second stage basic technique.
Among them, the 3 most popular basic techniques were present, but even counting the 10 best in the school, there were probably only around 5 who could refine their basic techniques to the second stage.
How did this suddenly emerge?
This second stage basic sword technique is quite well mastered, not just the beginner level. The 4 were amazed, especially Teacher Li, who looked down at the prominent square root mark, then raised his head, and his calm eyes suddenly gleamed with expectation.
Is it just for show? Or does he really have talent?
And it seems old Chow is not surprised at all. Teacher Chow was feeding him moves. To help Su Kan achieve a good score, he was preparing to allow Su Kan to fully showcase his abilities.
This kid has improved again.
As he fed him moves, Teacher Chow was also a bit surprised. Since the day before yesterday, when Sukan comprehended the draw sword technique, his understanding of sword techniques could truly be described as rapidly advancing. Yesterday, Sukan mentioned that because he understood the draw sword technique, his insights into basic sword techniques had deepened, and today his basic sword technique had improved again, truly remarkable. If this kid can really maintain this pace, before the final exam, there might be hope for him to master the draw sword technique at an expert level. An expert level draw sword technique could give a 100-point bonus. 100 points. Even if this kid's vitality score is a bit low, he still has a chance to compete for a spot in the major martial university, or even the top 10. Teacher Chow was contemplating these things, but his actions in hand did not slow down at all, steadily keeping Sukan ahead so that he could showcase his level. Under such circumstances, the assessment, which should have lasted about 2 minutes, continued for 5 minutes before it ended. Not bad. Teacher Chow praised, then turned and returned to his seat, writing down his score. 86 points. The other teachers also began scoring. 85. 88. 87. 87. After removing the highest and lowest scores, the average score was 86.77 points. Teacher Lee wrote down the scores from the 5 teachers and the average score, then gestured to Sukan. Continue. The other 3 teachers had question marks on their foreheads. Continue? What do you mean continue? Wasn't the assessment over? Teacher Chow stood up. Walking towards Sukan. Teacher Lee saw Teacher Chow's appearance and knew that old Chow must have known. This guy is really deep in hiding. He actually discovered such a monstrous talent. As for the basic technique Sukan just demonstrated, there is probably only Xiao Ishua in the whole school who can suppress Sukan, the others are all beneath him. High-level technique assessment, focus point. Teacher Lee reminded, and the 3 teachers shocked, looking at Sukan with astonished eyes. High-level technique? Teacher Chow. Sukan put the wooden sword back into its sheath and respectfully said to Teacher Chow. Come on. Teacher Chow had a bright smile on his face, feeling great, really great. This feeling of showing off in front of colleagues, especially that oldly guy, truly makes one feel on top of the world. Ha! Sukan closed his eyes. The next second. Several teachers, including Teacher Lee, couldn't help but stand up from their seats. Draw sword slash. Pa! Teacher Chow raised the wooden sword in his hand, and the wooden sword broke with a sound. Teacher Chow's pupils involuntarily shrank. This guy. Thank you for the lesson. Sukan opened his eyes, sheathing the sword, with a calm gaze. Little did he know, Sukan was also ecstatic. Seeing Teacher Chow and these well-known teachers in the school looking so exaggerated, Sukan felt greatly satisfied. It was worth it for his attribute points spent yesterday. Yesterday, Sukan added points to his draw sword slash, and just now, he did it again. The increase in draw sword slash not only enhanced his mastery of the technique but also significantly improved his basic swordsmanship and blood value. Name, Sukan. Blood value, 2.54 plus. Punch power, 269 kilograms. Speed, 14.5 meters/second. Spirit, 9 plus. Technique, basic swordsmanship, level 2, 16% plus. High-level technique, draw sword slash, level 1, 5% plus. Energy, 84.1. If it wasn't for the high-level technique being so energy-consuming, needing 10 energy for just 1%, he would want to max it out directly. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, so he could only save it a bit. Little by little, slowly come. In the Wudao Bureau of Green City, 3rd floor approval room. 2.4 blood value and you want to apply for a second-tier genius loan? Is this Chow Rui crazy? Lu Qing looked at the information on the approval form, pouted. These schools have really gone crazy in recent years, each one filling in data randomly. Do they really think our Wudao Bureau is a refugee assistance center? Lu Qing wanted to directly draw across, but seeing the rest of the form indicating entering level 2 basic swordsmanship, she paused her action, still not crossing it out. She just made a note in the comments behind. Second tier not approved, transfer to first tier. 42. 47. 55. With the sound of Sukan coughing, several teachers quickly wrote down the scores on the report card. After deducting the highest and the lowest scores, the final average score is 49.33 points. Teacher Lee looked at Sukan with a complicated expression, and then wrote Sukan's score on the final total score. 146.1 points. Sukan took the report card, and seeing this score, a smile naturally appeared on his face. This score surely secured him a spot in the elite class, and he even hoped to break into the top 30. Thank you, everyone, teachers. Sukan said his thanks, walking briskly out of the testing room. Old Chow, you really have been hiding a big trick. Where, I just casually taught a bit, I didn't expect him to be so impressive. If it wasn't for seeing the smile on Teacher Chow's face turning into a flower-like shape, they might really believe it.
Su-kan, you finally came out.
In front of testing room number 1 sat 4 people, 2 more than the other 2 testing rooms.
Huang Zhongbao was among them, looking a bit anxious.
As soon as Su-kan came out, he couldn't help but step forward.
How did you know I scored 146 points? Su-kan pretended to be surprised. What 146 points? Huang Zhongbao was completely dumbfounded. 146 points?
His strength limited Huang Zhongbao's imagination. He couldn't connect Su-kan and this 146 points in the exam together at all. After all, for Huang Zhongbao, it was completely impossible.
Chapter 14. The whole school is shocked, the second person to realize high-level technique. Be quiet.
The teacher in charge sitting there. Hearing the noise, he frowned. Just then, the next person to take the test in room 1 was Huang Zhongbao, who walked in with a puzzled expression.
Teacher. Su-kan handed the assessment score sheet to the teacher.
This teacher was not only in charge of assigning rooms and approving advanced techniques, he was also responsible for collecting everyone's completed assessment score sheets. The teacher nodded and took the sheet from Su-kan's hand, preparing to check if Su-kan had missed anything.
Vital energy 2.5, base score 10 points. Basic technique 86.77?
The teacher was clearly stunned for a moment. Although he was not responsible for scoring inside, he had seen the scoring criteria.
To score over 60 points, one needed to advance the basic technique to the second stage, right?
Su-kan's score of 86.77 was a bit exaggerated. It was not just stepping into the second stage but also achieving something significant in it.
What the heck?
He remembered Su-kan had just applied for advanced techniques, and he couldn't help but look further down, bursting out in surprise.
Because he saw it. Advanced technique, 49.33 points. The teacher's exclamation drew the attention of the other students. They couldn't help but cast curious glances. What was happening?
The teacher raised his head, looking at Su-kan with shock.
You did not disgrace the mission. Seeing the teacher's reaction, Su-kan smiled widely.
As the saying goes, wealth and honor do not return to the hometown, like being dressed in brocade at night. Su-kan had not yet reached the stage of abandoning such mundane pleasures, he was still enjoying it. After saying this, Su-kan turned and left. Handing in the score sheet marked the end of this testing for now. Next was waiting for the assessment to finish, when the school would rank everyone and arrange classes. But all of this would have to wait until the afternoon, it wouldn't be quick. Naturally, he couldn't just sit here and wait. With the martial arts hall occupied, he decided to go train at the club. It's a pity I still want to improve my treatment. With my current strength, I'm still far off. To have a bronze-level sparring partner, I need 7 vital energy and to master an advanced technique to a proficient stage, which will take time.
Green City No. 2 High School, Martial Arts Room, 4th floor.
Actually, this martial arts room has 5 floors, but the top 2 floors are not open to the public, and Su-kan has never been up there.
Those top 2 floors are specifically for training elite class members. They even have a special elevator.
It's not convenient to go from the 3rd floor, one must swipe a special elevator card to access it. Currently, the elite class is not open, and only those 10 people can use the upper floors.
Old Zhu, who do you think will be the first in this test?
In the hall of the 4th floor martial arts room, 5 or 6 boys and girls sat on the sofa, eating nutritional meals and chatting casually. These people are the strongest 10 at Green City No. 2 High School, having been selected into the elite class since their freshman year. To be precise, they are part of the elite group, enjoying special treatment. It should be Xiao Hai. My spot almost got taken by Xiao Hai back then. The boy known as Old Zhu spoke with a teasing tone. It was indeed very close, the gap between you and Xiao Hai was slight, completely depending on who performed better. Yeah, but that was then, now Xiao Hai couldn't catch up to you even if he tried. Old Zhu smiled without denying it, feeling quite relieved. Of course, if he had lost to Xiao Hai, then Xiao Hai would easily defeat him now. But Xiao Hai has worked very hard these past 2 years, always ranking first in the martial arts total score.
Isn't that because the 10 of us didn't participate in the assessment?
True.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone burst into laughter, and just then, a person walked out of the elevator, his face bearing a hint of shock.
Brother Guan, what's wrong? Big news.
Hearing someone call him, Brother Guan immediately rushed over to them.
What big news? Is it that someone stole Xiao Hai's first place? Brother Guan shook his head.
No, the first place is still Xiao Hai.
Then what big news can there be?
The others didn't care because even Xiao Hai, who took first place, was not taken seriously by them.
Someone has cultivated the basic technique to the second stage.
Upon hearing this, everyone quieted down, surprised.
Second stage? It seems that among our 10, only 5 have reached the second stage, right? TSK, I didn't expect such a genius to appear outside. But if he has reached the second stage of basic technique, why is he still not first? Old Zhu was astonished because he himself had not reached the second stage of the basic technique, still stuck at the peak of the first stage for half a year, unable to find a way forward. Although the basic technique has basic in its name and involves learning fundamental things, mastering it is not easy. Breaking through from the first stage to the second stage is not something that can rely solely on hard work, it requires insight. His vital energy value is too low. How much? 2.5. Ha! A vital energy value of 2.5? When this was said, everyone present exclaimed. Not because 2.5 is too high, but because it is too low. It's really too low. So low? I remember that when we were in high school, our vital energy values were higher than this, right? You are not mistaken, but with a vital energy value of 2.5, plus just entering the second stage, TSK, this kid probably can't even enter the elite class. What a pity, what a pity. If only such good talent in basic technique were mine, then I wouldn't be at the bottom all the time. Hearing that it was only a 2.5 vital energy value, several people showed relaxed expressions, except for Brother Guan, who remained serious. Brother Guan, why do you care so much about a guy with only 2.5 vital energy? For a martial artist, the most important thing is still vital energy. With just a 2.5 vital energy value, no matter how exquisite his techniques are, I can take him down with just one move. Everyone except Brother Guan strongly agreed. Yes, if it were Xiao Hai who reached the second stage of basic technique, then he might threaten our training spots for next month, but with a guy having a 2.5 vital energy value, no matter how he struggles, it won't matter. However, when Brother Guan said the next sentence, they all froze in place. He has comprehended the advanced technique, Blade Slash. Advanced technique Blade Slash? Impossible. A guy with a vital energy value of 2.5. Before the afternoon, the whole school was in an uproar. After all, this was an advanced technique. In the whole school, only in 01 Xiao Ishua, the superb genius recruited at enormous cost, had achieved this. No one expected that another one would appear now. No, this one is different from Xiao Ishua. Xiao Ishua has both overwhelming vital energy and advanced techniques. Su Kan, did you say 146 points is the score for this assessment? Huang Zongbao, hearing these words, felt his head spinning. He was still wondering what Su Kan meant by 146 when he entered the number 1 testing room, and unexpectedly it was. It hit home. Huang Zongbao felt a mix of emotions. He had prepared for this elite class division exam long ago, and his father had spent a huge amount to buy him 5 great vital energy pills, totaling 30 pills, along with several private basic technique tutors, spending countless resources to keep his score above 108.45. But Su Kan? Huang Zongbao admitted that Su Kan worked hard, but who didn't work hard? Sigh. Huang Zongbao shook his head. He wasn't jealous of Su Kan, just a bit unable to accept. No, I have to work even harder. In the afternoon, the results of the whole school's martial arts assessment came out. At 2:30 in the afternoon, it was posted on the bulletin board beside the playground. The whole school, well, only the students applying for the martial arts class went to check. Because of today's test, the first and second year students have a break. As for the liberal arts students? Sorry, they are still sitting in the classroom taking exams. I got 2.8 for my chi and blood, scoring 30 points. The basic skills test went well too, I got 46.78 points. Together that's 76.78 points. Last year, this score was enough for the top 50, and this year I should have a good chance. Zhou Yu squeezed into the inner part of the bulletin board, starting to look for his name from the 40th position. Not there, not there. How can it not be there? Zhou Yu's face turned ugly. According to this score, he would have firmly been in the top 50 last year. What's more, it was said that the number of applicants for the martial arts class had decreased this year, so it should have been even more secure. Little did he know, although fewer people applied today, none of the top-ranking candidates had given up. It was just that last year's results had made many low-scoring candidates realize their limitations and drop out. This would have no effect on the scores for the top 50. 58th. Zhou Yu, feeling cursed, looked further back and was shocked to find that his score placed him in 58th, eliminated. This year's scores are much higher than last year's. I scored 87.12 points and got 49th place. This score last year would probably have been enough for the top 45. Indeed, it's higher. Last year the 50th place score was 76.19 points, this year it jumped directly to 86.28 points, an increase of 10 points. Next to Zhou Yu, he froze again. Why did he have to be born in this year? It's too hard, sob. I am eliminated. I made it. Su Kan's 4 classmates hurriedly squeezed in, with some joyful and some sorrowful. 2 were eliminated, and 2 advanced.
Huang Zongbao was quite strong. During this time, his dad provided him with plenty of resources, and his score improved remarkably, surpassing the first in the class, becoming the new, well, still second.
Zongbao, you actually ranked 36th? So terrifying. The original first place, seeing Huang Zongbao's name above his, couldn't help but gasp.
Just luck, just luck.
Huang Zongbao laughed. Just then, the eliminated Wang Ling spoke with disappointment. Strange, how come I didn't see Su Can's name? Didn't see Su Can's name?
When these words came out, everyone was stunned and began to search further back. But when they reached the last ranking, they still didn't see Su Can's name, which left them even more surprised.
Could it be that Su Can gave up on taking the test?
That's not possible. Wait. Huang Zongbao suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly swept his eyes up towards his own score.
Damn, 146 points, so that's what it means.
Soon he saw Su Can's name at 26th place, with a very visible score of 146.1 points written above it.
146 points? Wow.
They all saw Su Can's name, along with his noticeable ranking and score. This score column only displayed total scores, without detailed breakdowns. At the same time, only the names were given for the top 10, without scores. They were not surprised by that, because the top 10 didn't participate in this test, they were the school's absolute top 10. With the scores released, the school also instructed the respective homeroom teachers to notify the students entering the elite class, telling them to gather in the martial arts room on the first floor at 8 in the morning.
In the office,
Class 7's homeroom teacher, Mr. Liao, stared at the scoresheet, especially at Su Can's name, his head feeling a bit dazed.
Su Can, 26th?
I thought this kid would be so unwise, it turns out he hid such a skill.
And Zongbao actually managed to surpass Sakai this time, what a shame he's still second.
Mr. Liao shook his head with a smile, then called Su Can to inform him of the good news.
26th place?
After hanging up the phone, a smile brightened Su Can's face.
Tonight I can go home and tell my parents this good news. Make them happy too.
Su Can had waited for this day for a long, long time. He hadn't seen a genuine smile on his parents' faces for a long time.
Come home early tonight.
Su Can began to look forward to finishing work.
At around 7 in the evening, Luo Xiu came again, booking 2 hours with Su Can.
After last night's conversation, their relationship had improved quite a bit, almost like friends. However, neither of them were talkative, so upon arriving at room 3, they got straight to the point and started their battle. Luo Xiu mainly attacked while Su Can defended.
2 hours passed quickly, and it was still not yet 10 o'clock.
Usually, at this time, Su Can wouldn't go home, he would leave time to exercise, but today he felt eager to return
home.
After taking a shower at the club, Su Can bought some barbecue from a street vendor, packed it up, and headed home. Their home was too small, with no private bathroom, so bathing or using the toilet meant going outside, to a shared one.
When he arrived home, Dad Su Quan wasn't back yet.
At this time, Lin Susu was already asleep, she was weak and usually slept by 9. Su Can placed the barbecue on the small table and waited for over 20 minutes until he heard the sound of the door opening.
Dad. A can?
Su Quan, holding a worn yellow workshop hat, immediately spotted Su Can sitting in the tiny dining room and felt a bit surprised.
Dad, I got into the elite class.
Su Can stood up directly, his face glowing with a radiant smile.
Bang. The workshop hat in Su Quan's hand fell to the floor with a thud. Who?
Because the hat was of such good quality, it made a noise that startled Lin Susu, prompting her alert voice. But at that moment, Su Quan didn't care about that, his gaze was fixed on Su Can.
A can, what did you say?
He knew better than anyone what getting into the elite class represented, and he had woken up countless times filled with guilt and tears. It was all because he felt so useless.
Who?
Su Can exhaled. Dad, I got into the elite class with a score of 146.1, ranking 26. Su Can never thought that a person's smile could look so beautiful, especially with tears in the eyes.
Good, good.
Lin Susu also got up, the soundproofing at home was too poor, and she had heard the conversation between Su Can and Su Quan.
Dad. My talent and skills is quite good.
The Xingqian Club has signed a contract with me, and I only need to spend some time at the club to earn several thousand a month. And I got into the elite class, which will offer many resources every week.
So you won't have to work so hard anymore. I can earn a lot of money, and even when I become a warrior, I can.
Silly child. With tears in his eyes, Su Quan, who was never good at expressing himself, simply walked over and placed his large hand on Su Can's head.
Chapter 16, Yan Jun. The next morning, Su Can got up early.
The effects of the golden finger were great, but his own effort was equally important and saved him a lot of money. Su Can's talent and skills was indeed good, especially in sword drawing, it seemed like he was born for it. At 7:30, Su Can arrived at school, going to the first floor of the martial arts hall as teacher Liao had said yesterday.
The martial arts hall was not open to outsiders this morning, accepting only students from the elite class. Arriving at 7:30 was already relatively late for Su Kan, as everyone seemed very excited and had come early. Su Kan. Over here. In a bustling place, there were naturally small groups forming. As soon as Su Kan arrived, Huang Zongbao and Lu Zikai spotted him, and Huang Zongbao immediately greeted him. Seeing familiar faces, Su Kan walked straight over. The other students from different classes were similar, very few were alone. Su Kan? A small trio nearby was resting with their eyes closed. But when they heard the name Su Kan, they all opened their eyes in unison and turned their gaze towards him. Is he Su Kan? The only other person, besides the goddess Xiao, who has mastered advanced techniques. He looks just a bit more handsome than me, nothing special. Xu Jiafan couldn't help but curl his lip. He disliked people who were better looking than him the most. Should we go over and give it a try? No need. Even though he has mastered advanced techniques, his energy level is too low, not even half of ours, so he can't threaten us at all. Before old Zhu could speak, the person in the middle spoke up. That's reasonable. Let's just wait quietly for the teacher to arrive. Then, the three fell silent until Xiao Yishua entered the room, and they couldn't help but say. The goddess Xiao is here. Yeah, it's been over a month since I've seen her. I wonder how strong she is now. Xu Jiafan spoke with emotion. He truly admired the goddess Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Didn't you just see her yesterday? That's not the same. Xu Jiafan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xiao Yishua's entrance not only excited the three of them but seemed to ignite excitement among almost everyone present. Oh wow, the goddess Xiao is here too. Huang Zongbao was as excited as a chubby baby weighing 180 pounds. Is that Xiao Yishua? Su Kan's gaze also landed on Xiao Yishua, but unlike Huang Zongbao's excitement, Su Kan looked curious. I wonder just how strong she is. Xiao Yishua stepped into the martial arts room, casually found a place to sit alone, and then closed her eyes to rest. At 7:50, the 50 students of the elite class were all present, including the 10 who did not participate in the exam but still occupied the top 10 spots. At 8 o'clock sharp, a middle-aged man with a noticeable scar on his face walked in. He wore simple athletic clothes, had a serious expression, and gave off a cold instructor vibe. His presence was strong. As the middle-aged man entered, all 50 students stood up. Hello everyone, I am the head of your elite class for this session, Yan Jun. Yan Jun smiled, but his smile was more intimidating than his serious expression. Now, please follow me. The elevator only has 2 lifts, and there are quite a few of us, so we will probably have to split into 3 batches. Yan Jun said this and turned to lead them out of the martial arts rooms hall, heading to the side elevators, swiping a card. With a beep, the elevator doors opened. Su Kan didn't rush, it didn't matter whether he arrived a bit later or earlier. He wasn't in a hurry. However, Su Kan was a bit curious. He knew about the 4th and 5th floors of the martial arts room, he just had never been to them, only heard about them. It was said that these 2 floors belonged to geniuses, and only those who entered the elite class could step inside. The elite class classrooms were located on the 4th floor of the martial arts room. According to rumors, they were equipped with all sorts of high technology, and the school spent a lot of money every year on them. We'll see it soon. Su Kan was in the second batch to go up. After arriving, someone was waiting at the entrance, responsible for guiding them to the elite class. Are you Su Kan? By coincidence, the one in charge of guiding this batch was Xu Jiafan. They usually trained up here and were very familiar with the layout. He just happened to be ranked 10th and was directly assigned here by Yan Jun. Yes, and you are? My name is Xu Jiafan, the bottom one of the elite team, haha. Xu Jiafan laughed heartily. The last name of the elite team was truly the bottom one, no problem. I heard you learned the quick draw technique? Seeing Xu Jiafan's pleasant demeanor, Su Kan nodded. There was no need to hide this. That's impressive. Xu Jiafan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This was genuine praise. Huang Zongbao and Lu Zikai had been with Su Kan all along, so they naturally heard the conversation between Xu Jiafan and Su Kan. However, they were a bit confused. Have you learned how to draw the sword? What kind of wolfish words are these? I can't understand. Isn't Xu Jiafan one of the top 10 big shots? Why would he come over to get close to Su Kan? It's really baffling. The journey was short. Xu Jiafan and Su Kan exchanged just a few words before arriving at their destination. It was a classroom that wasn't very different from an ordinary classroom, with only 50 seats inside. Su Kan and Huang Zongbao sat together, while Lu Zikai went to team up with someone else he knew. Soon, the third batch of people arrived, and the entire classroom was filled, without a single empty seat. Everyone's gaze then fell on Yan Jun at the podium, wanting to see how this homeroom teacher would begin. Yan Jun's gaze was piercing. He scanned the room from beginning to end before speaking. You are all the cream of the crop selected from Green City number 2 high school, each one of you is a genius.
Yen Jun's words made many people proudly lift their heads, but Sukan did not react much, because in his experience, this statement was just more of the same hollow praise.
As expected, Yen Jun turned on the multimedia and opened the PPT. But do you really have reason to be proud?
Without waiting for anyone to respond, Yen Jun released the first slide of the PPT. Last year, there were over 23 million candidates nationwide, but only 460,000 applied to martial arts universities, which is about 2%. There are 72 martial arts universities nationwide, and the accurate enrollment number is 228,000. 460,000 and 228,000 mean that only 1 in every 2 who applies for martial arts university can get in. This ratio does not hold for our elite class because last year, our elite class had a 100% admission rate. As everyone listened to Yen Jun's words, some were still confused, and some classmates even felt that Yen Jun was indirectly praising them. However, this number really doesn't represent much, because there aren't many people in the martial arts class, and every school would conduct screenings to directly advise students without hope to withdraw.
In such circumstances, a 50% elimination rate is already very high.
Because if we consider those 22 million candidates who gave up, that translates to a 99% elimination rate.
Chapter 17, Number 2 High School is small, Green City is small.
Yen Jun did not care about everyone's thoughts, he asked a rhetorical question.
But is this really something to be proud of? Yen Jun pressed the next slide, which showed new data.
There are 36 provinces in the country, 402 cities. Without considering the size of provinces and cities, each province has an average of 12,700 martial arts candidates, and each city has 1,144 martial arts candidates.
But what about our Haishi province? There are only over 9,200 candidates, even though we have only 11 cities. Shouldn't those 11 cities average at 12,500?
Our Green City has quite a few applicants, over 1,100, which meets the average, but how many of those are just filling numbers? You all should be clear on that, right? If you aren't clear, then let's take the ranking scores from the martial arts evaluation. On average, over 6,700 from each province get accepted, but last year, we in Haishi only had over 4,800 accepted. Our Green City is even more pitiful. Each city is supposed to have over 560 successful candidates, but last year, the whole Green City had less than 300, which is truly disheartening.
Do you still think this is something to be proud of?
This time, the vast majority of students couldn't help but lower their proud heads.
It seemed that Green City really was lacking.
Some might say, we in Green City are few in number, having such results is already quite good.
Right?
Yen Jun seemed to want everyone to fully recognize the facts and continued to release another set of data. I'm not going to show you the national rankings, let's look at the provincial rankings.
Last year, how many from Green City entered the top 100 of the province?
There were only a meager 3 people on the PPT, with the highest ranking being only 34th, which made Zhu Jiafan and others widen their eyes in shock.
Is this so bad? What about us, Green City number 2? Yen Jun snickered at this point. Don't even mention the top 100, not even one in the top 200.
By the way, last year number 3 managed to get into the top 100, pushing you down, which is why your principal spent a huge amount to invite me here.
Several classmates started to feel a bit frustrated upon hearing this.
Sukan glanced subconsciously at Xiao Ishue and found she didn't seem too affected.
Yen Jun continued to strike down everyone's spirits.
There are 72 martial universities nationwide, among which the top 20 are key martial universities, the top 10 are double key universities, and the top 2 are the capital and Magic City's martial universities, both of which rank among the best in the world and are the pride of our Donghuang country. But if we calculate based on each martial university recruiting only 3,000 students, only the top 6,000 nationwide can enter these 2 universities. Last year, all 10 students we trained at Green City number 2 completely failed. Only 3 managed to enter the double key universities, while the other 7 were all key universities.
As for the rest,
they are just regular martial universities. Yen Jun felt the timing was right to wrap things up. Continuing to hit them too hard would likely crush everyone's motivation, so he began to summarize. Some schools may be first, but still make it to the top 10 in the province.
Yet some schools may be first but can't even make it to the top 200 in the province.
Number 2 is small, and Green City is also small, but Haishi province is still large. Don't let one leaf block your view.
Alright, this year your principal has specially invited me to guide you to change this situation. Countless resources were spent on you. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you. Let's look at the benefits. Yen Jun pressed onto the presentation again, revealing a benefits chart.
First place, a reward of 100,000 points.
Second place, a reward of 80,000 points.
Third place, a reward of 70,000 points. Fourth and fifth, 60,000 points, 6th to 10th, 50,000 points. From 11th to 20th, 30,000 points, 21st to 30th, 20,000 points, 31st to 40th, 10,000 points, the last 10 will get 5,000 points. This is a week's reward, but since this week is shorter, there are only 3 days left until next Monday. Next week's rewards will be given the Monday after, which means you have 10 days. Exactly 10 days later, there will be only 90 days left until the college entrance examination, and there will also be another citywide simulation. Your principal has also fought for a benefit for you. Those who can place within the top 60 of this city simulation will get the chance to go for training in the provincial city. This training opportunity is quite rare. The training camp is in the provincial city. Additionally, different rewards will be given based on your rankings. Oh, I forgot to mention the value of these points. They can be exchanged for various rewards or converted into martial currency, at a ratio of 1:1, but I believe no one would exchange them for martial currency. Yan Jun switched the slide again, showing the main items available for exchange, which were only 2. Enhanced Vitality Pill, 410 points each. Vitality Elixir, 16,000 points each. At their stage, Enhanced Vitality Pills and Vitality Elixirs are the most important resources, the rest is guidance. Don't you have basic Vitality Pills? Su Kan's eyes brightened at the value of the Enhanced Vitality Pill, but when he didn't see basic Vitality Pills, he still muttered. With his ranking, he could get 20,000 points, which would allow him to exchange for 48 Enhanced Vitality Pills. That's free 24 points of energy. Su Kan felt quite satisfied. But that qualification to train in the provincial city should be really good. I must find a way to secure that. Su Kan quietly clenched his fists, feeling the fire of battle rise within him. Sure, I'll translate your text as requested. This is an opportunity. The club's funds are not very stable. Most of the money I have is almost entirely thanks to Roshio's support. If Roshio stops supporting, then my money will significantly decrease. Money, I need money so much. Also, this time the school has hired corresponding martial arts instructors according to the weapons these 50 people excel at. However, most of them are martial arts teachers from your own school who have advanced skills. Only if there are really none available will we look for outside instructors. By the way, I personally excel in blades, spears, and swords, and I have advanced skills in all 3. You can also ask me for guidance. Alright, each of you come up to receive a watch. This watch is linked to your name, and your points are also on it. To exchange resources, you will operate through the watch, and if you want to book a martial arts instructor, it's also done through it. Yan Jun signaled everyone to come on stage to receive their watches. After everyone received their watches, Yan Jun smiled and said, "From now on, every Monday is all you need to show up. Well, actually it doesn't matter if you come or not, as long as you properly use the master guidance function on the watch. Every Monday, I'm just a common person talking. It doesn't matter if you listen or not. If there's important information, I will send it directly in the group." Yan Jun raised his hand, and there was also a watch on it that looked just like theirs. Dismissed. After Yan Jun finished speaking, he turned around and left, not lingering at all. Su Kan didn't care about it. Indeed, the homeroom teacher was just a tool now. What he cared about more was the exchange function. 80 martial coins can be exchanged for 1 basic chi blood pill. Su Kan's eyes lit up. This is 25 energy. I'll exchange for this. Su Kan grinned. Although 1 energy isn't much, even a mosquito's leg is meat. But before exchanging, I should calculate if it's cheaper to exchange these 3 chi blood pills here or buy them outside. If I buy outside and the quantity is large enough, Uncle Jia should be able to lower it to 90 for each. The chi blood pill price can't change. 2,000 is still 2,000. To buy 3, I need 60,000 coins, or 48,000 points. If it's 48,000 points, I can buy 600 basic chi pills, but 60,000 coins can buy 666 basic chi pills. It's definitely better to buy chi blood pills here, and use martial coins to buy basic chi pills. It's simple math, and Su Kan naturally knew how to choose. But 2,000 points is only enough to exchange for 1. Next time, if I steadily get into the top 20, I can get 30,000 points. That wouldn't be enough to exchange for the remaining 2, so it seems I would need to keep 2,000 points left. Su Kan mumbled and directly placed an order on the watch. 1 chi blood pill plus 25 basic chi pills, total price 18,000 points, balance 2,000 points. Perfect. After placing the order, the watch sent a message. It instructed Su Kan to go to the warehouse located in the most eastern part of the martial arts room on the 4th floor to pick up his items. Just then, Huang Zhongbo had also exchanged for the chi blood pill, and the 2 went together. Su Kan, why did you exchange for basic chi pills? The cost-effectiveness of these basic chi pills is indeed very high, considering our body's absorption rate. 6 a day is quite good. It wasn't a problem when I was short on money before. Now the school has given us so many resources, I'm definitely going for the enhanced version of the chi pills. Huang Zhongbao's words had no issues whatsoever. For the vast majority of people, it really is like that. Pills have an absorption limit. The basic chi pills have low effects, but absorbing 6 a day is about right. When it comes to the enhanced version of chi pills, you can also absorb around 5 or 6 a day. When there's money, naturally, the enhanced version of chi pills works better. Of course, finished products like chi blood pills don't fall into this category. Finished pills are harder to absorb. One pill might not be completely digested in a day. The best way is to take one every 2 or 3 days to fully unleash the medicinal effects of the vitality pill. As for Huang Zhongbao's words, Su Can only smiled, but it served as a reminder for him. Although the cost-effectiveness of the basic vitality pill is higher, exchanging for too many of them would seem a bit strange.
It seems I need to control this moving forward. Su Can had no choice. He couldn't just tell others he was different, right? Fortunately, the price difference between the basic and enhanced vitality pills isn't significant, so Su Can could accept it. As soon as he received 1 vitality pill and 25 basic vitality pills, Su Can's phone buzzed with a message. Your debit card account 1882 received an income online banking transfer of 50,000 yuan on March 3rd, with a balance of 54,082.61 yuan afterward, Dongwang Bank. Seeing such a large sum of money arrive, Su Can's first reaction was to wonder if the bank had transferred the funds by mistake. If the bank made a mistake, it would probably retrieve the money quickly, should he? Just as Su Can thought about whether to rush out and spend this money, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Teacher Chow, so he answered directly. Su Can, did the money from the Genius Loan arrive? How much is it? Genius Loan? It was only then that Su Can realized this was the Genius Loan Teacher Chow had applied for a few days ago. He had gotten too excited for nothing. 50,000. Is that all? Teacher Chow frowned and then said. Come to my office, let's write another application. This time we will apply for the 3-level reward. How much is the 3-level reward? Su Can instinctively asked. 200,000. I'm coming right away. Su Can assured himself that he wouldn't be chasing after this 200,000, it was out of respect for Teacher Chow. 3 minutes later, Su Can arrived at Teacher Chow's office. Su Can, you did a great job this time, you jumped into 26th place from what seemed impossible. That's also because your vitality was too low. Now that you have this genius loan, combined with the resources from the elite class, your vitality will definitely rise a level in no time, maybe even break into the top 20. Teacher Chow spoke with great satisfaction. Hee, that's also because you taught me well, Teacher Chow. You brat. Teacher Chow jokingly scolded. Fill out the form, if the audit goes quickly, the money could be released within a week. What a pity that your vitality value is too low, otherwise, the 3-level reward would be secure. Teacher Chow regretfully handed the form to Su Can. Thanks to the previous experience, Su Can filled it out quickly. No need to test the data again, yesterday's test results could serve as proof. What a pity that breaking into the top 60 is almost impossible for you, otherwise, if you could get in, you'd earn a spot in the Sanctum training camp. Teacher Chow sighed casually, breaking into the top 60 really was very difficult. In the first high school, there are 20 elite group members. In the second and third high schools, there are 10 each. Among the 6 high schools, there would be 20 in total. That adds up to 60 people. Although the standard of students from the other 6 high schools might be a bit lower, they definitely hold more than 50 spots. This means there are only a few spots for them to fight over, including some geniuses from the first high school. According to Teacher Chow's estimation, besides these 10 people, only Nyahai might have hope. Sanctum training camp? Su Can couldn't help but ask upon hearing this. He had never heard that name before. Yen Jun should have told you, right? Yes, but he only mentioned that entering the top 60 could get us into the training camp, he didn't say anything else. In that case, let me explain. Teacher Chow cleared his throat and slowly continued. The Sanctum training camp is one of the top 3 genius training camps in Haishi province. They recruit a group of talented students every year from all over the province. 20 days of training in the training camp. Of course, if I say it like this, you might not fully understand the value of this training camp. If I put it in terms of money, you might get it. To enter this training camp, aside from having some talent, you also need to have relevant connections, plus 200,000 martial coins. 200,000 martial coins. Like Teacher Chow had thought, once converted to money, Su Can instantly understood. Yes, 200,000 martial coins. Moreover, all the martial arts teachers in the training camp are renowned masters, and there are even guides who are rank-elevating experts. Rank-elevating experts. Su Can's breath quickened, these were rank-elevating experts. Although every year, 72 martial universities recruit over 220,000 martial students, and after graduation, most of these martial students can become rank-elevating experts and become martial artists. However, the road to becoming a martial artist is not smooth sailing, and the death rate is not low. According to unofficial statistics, less than 30% manage to graduate alive each year. Most of these 30% go to big cities, only a few will go to small cities or return to their hometowns. And even after graduation, even if they are rank-elevating martial artists, the death rate is still not low. In this dangerous world, it is because of the burden these rank-elevating martial artists carry forward that there is such a thing as peaceful times.
Therefore, everyone has no dissatisfaction with the privileges enjoyed by rank-elevating martial artists, the superiority they possess, because they deserve it.
Chapter 19, Luo Xiu's Farewell. The Genius Training Plan. Yes, that's the guidance of rank-elevating experts. And inside, it said there is the latest technology that can speed up the improvement of skills. Every person who enters for training, even if they do not know high-level skills, can learn high-level skills within these 20 days. As for someone like you who already knows, your high-level skills can also see significant improvement. Teacher Chow continued, and his words filled Sukin with longing for the Holy Hall training camp. Alright, I won't waste more words, I can only tell you that Yan Jun is not simple. If you can consult him, it's best to ask him more. He was brought out from the Holy Hall training camp by the principal. And it seems he also has special recommendation slots, if you can satisfy him. In the evening, Luo Xiu arrived again as promised, but this time he brought Sukin some news. I probably won't be coming for a while. Sukin looked up at Luo Xiu, without asking why, just nodded. I should go out for training for a while, my family has found better ways for me to sharpen my skills. I came today to say goodbye. Luo Xiu explained himself. You've learned high-level skills? Sukin nodded again. Great, then let's have a thrilling battle tonight. Okay. Both Sukin and Luo Xiu had fighting intent in their eyes. The two first sparred using basic techniques, then began to compete with high-level skills. Sukin was naturally still not as good as Luo Xiu. After all, Luo Xiu was a super genius, steadily ranking in the top 3 of Green City #1 high school, with strength no less than Xiao Ishua, and possibly even stronger. During this time of battling with Luo Xiu, Sukin felt the terror of Luo Xiu. Sukin improved quickly, but so did Luo Xiu. I'm leaving, this is my phone number, you can contact me if there's anything. In Green City, I still have some face. Goodbye. Goodbye. Watching Luo Xiu disappear, Sukin let out a breath. Luo Xiu was quite nice, not at all like a young master. Of course, the most important thing was that with Luo Xiu's departure, his biggest source of income was cut by more than half. Sukin felt heartache to the point of being unable to breathe. But Sukin had no choice, he certainly couldn't force others not to leave or pay them to stay, right? Have you learned advanced skills? Just then, Ruoguan appeared behind him, out of nowhere. Ruo Yun. Sukin immediately turned around and looked at Ruoguan. Yes, I have learned advanced skills. What is it? Blade draw slash. Sukin's tone was calm. Come in and try it. Sukin could clearly feel Ruoguan's eagerness. Although Sukin didn't understand why, he still followed him inside. Come, use your full strength to perform the blade draw slash. Ruoguan handed a delicate steel sword to Sukin. Sukin took the exquisite steel sword, feeling a bit hesitant. Ruoyun, isn't this too sharp? It's fine, just feel free to attack me. Even though the power of the blade draw slash was strong, Ruoguan was confident he could easily handle Sukin's attack. Alright then. Seeing Ruoguan's confidence, Sukin said no more and directly closed his eyes to adjust his state. Even though he could launch the blade draw slash anytime and anywhere now, to truly unleash its power, he still needed to close his eyes and accumulate energy for a moment. The accumulation time was very short, just a second or two. Blade draw slash. Fast. Especially fast. With this slash, Sukin felt his understanding of the blade draw slash deepen once more. As Sukin made his move, Ruoguan's expression changed. He who had been so relaxed suddenly stiffened up. Clang. Ruoguan barely managed to block the attack. That slash had nearly sent him flying, it was too fast. Only because his strength was overwhelmingly superior could he manage to control the steel sword, otherwise, he would have been badly hurt. Even so, Sukin's attack had shaken Ruoguan to the core. Why is this kid's blade draw slash so terrifying? This must be the blade draw slash he just learned. Ruoguan gazed in disbelief at the steel sword, clearly shocked. But Ruotian maintained a somewhat calm demeanor. Very, very good, your blade draw slash has improved quite a bit. Since that's the case, I would like to discuss something with you about the Star Club's Genius Training Plan. Genius Training Plan? Sukin was taken aback, does the Star Club have this? Yes, the Genius Training Plan. Our Star Club naturally needs some geniuses to help us expand our fame and attract more members. To that end, we specifically launched a project called the Genius Training Plan, aiming to build good relationships with talented people and increase the club's visibility. Genius Training Plan. Sukin wasn't foolish, he understood what it meant upon hearing the term. Yes, you are quite lucky. I happen to have some recommendations at the Green City branch. Although your blood energy is a bit lacking, your background and skill talent are impressive, giving you a great chance to be selected as one of our Star Club representatives in Green City. Sukin felt excited listening to Ruoguan's words. He lacked resources, especially badly.
Although he had joined the elite class, receiving some resources weekly and earning from the club, plus the genius loan, this money was truly not enough. Not to mention the future cultivation costs for martial artists, just reaching the martial artist stage required a lot of money.
However, I only have the recommendation power. Whether you can pass depends on further review. If you are interested, I can put your name forward. What do I need to give in return?
Suken was naturally interested in the plan, but he still needed to clarify the details.
Sure enough. When Ruogwon heard Sukan's question, admiration appeared in his eyes.
What you need to do is not too much, just cooperate with the club by promoting a few ads and posters, etc.
Of course, all of this will be written in the contract.
There are also club competitions and such, but these are not mandatory, and participating can bring extra benefits. There are some reward mechanisms as well, for example, the terms from your upcoming city simulations, provincial simulations, and national simulations will be used to rate your genius level. However, the most important thing is still the college entrance examination.
After the exam, you will receive certain rewards, specifically based on your ranking.
If you are interested in knowing more, I can submit a request, and when you come over tomorrow, I can show you the contract. Don't worry, our Star Club values geniuses quite a lot. In recent years, Star Club has had a good reputation, and it is quite well known in the province, consistently ranking in the top 5.
Chapter 20, Visitors from the Provincial City. The next day, Sukan's daily routine was no different from usual.
However, most of his training time was spent at school instead of the club, specifically on the 4th and 5th floors of the martial arts room to train. On the 4th floor, there is a large comprehensive training area, equipped with many things, and there are dedicated martial arts teachers who can provide guidance to everyone. The 5th floor has 50 independent training rooms, each person has a dedicated training room to practice alone. At the same time, each school has 3 opportunities for private guidance every month, and anyone can request guidance from any teacher on the wristband, but there is one limitation: each person can only request Yen-Jun once. In this situation, Sukan naturally focused his training time at school. He planned to go to the club to clock in later that evening. However, this plan changed in the afternoon when he received a call from Ruogwon. Sukan, I mentioned your situation to the higher-ups this morning, and there just happens to be a special commissioner in Ludo who is very interested in you and wants to meet you. But he won't arrive until tonight. If you are free now, you can come over first, and I'll show you the contract.
Okay, I'll go right away.
Sukan put away his knife. He was about to take a break when he received the call, just in time to go over. 15 minutes later, Sukan arrived at the Star Club. The receptionists were also very familiar with Sukan, each greeting him warmly.
Ruo-Yun. Here's the contract for you to take a look at, but it's a template contract, and some clauses can be modified.
Ruo-Jiang handed the contract to Sukan. It had about 10 pages, not too many. Sukan took the contract and began to read it carefully.
C-level Genius Training Program Contract.
Actually, the useful content wasn't much. The main points were about benefits and the obligations to fulfill. You can receive resources worth 500,000 in 3 parts, the first time for being in the top 20% of the practice, the second time for being in the top 30%, and the third time for the top 50%, corresponding to the first, second, and third practices. The 3 practices corresponded to the city, provincial, and national levels. If you achieve excellent results in the practices, you can apply for higher-level genius training. If approved, previous rewards can be compensated. In the end, if you get into Wuda during the college entrance examination, you will receive 50,000 Wu coins. If you enter a key martial university, you will receive 200,000 Wu coins. Getting into both key universities will reward you with 500,000. If you get into the 2 highest institutions. Sukan's breathing grew rapid, as the number was a shocking 2 million. If you rank in the top 100 in the province, you will receive an additional 1 million. Sukan remembered that last year only 142 people in the entire Haishi province entered the 2 highest institutions, so ranking in the top 100 requires an even higher rank.
3 million. Entering the top 50 earns you 5 million.
The top 10 is worth 10 million.
My God.
If you can get the provincial top scholar, that's even more. You can receive 30 million in rewards.
Sukan admitted to going crazy.
If he could obtain this 30 million in rewards,
then he didn't have to take off directly?
And not to mention the following national top 10, and the 100 million martial coins reward for being number 1 in the country.
What now? Roshyun took in Sukan's reaction. Roshyun. When will that special commissioner arrive?
Ah, you little rascal. Roshuan retreated, and soon the special commissioner arrived around 6 in the evening. It was a young woman with long black hair, beautiful features, and naturally, her figure was perfect.
Sukan also learned the woman's name from Roshuan's brother.
Her surname was Wan, a rather rare surname, full name Wan Mushue.
Sister Wan. Sukan greeted Wan Mushue enthusiastically upon seeing her. When Mushue nodded and directly stated her purpose. Let's begin. First, we will conduct a blood test and a basic technique test, then we'll do a skill test. Okay. Sukan had no objections to Wen Mushue's straightforwardness. He actually liked such direct people. Punch power test, 288 kilograms, speed test, 15.8 meters per second. Calculated blood value, 2.8. Soon, Sukan's blood value information came out. Even though Wen Mushue had prepared herself, she couldn't help but frown upon seeing such a low blood value. It was too low. 2.8? Rochuan remembered that Sukan's blood test was 2.4 about 8 or 9 days ago. He didn't expect it to rise to 2.8 so quickly. It seemed that Sukan's blood talent was capable, but was limited by resources. Let me try. Rochuan was about to demonstrate a technique but was stopped by Wen Mushue. Attack me with all your strength, using a real sword. All right. The feeling of a real sword was quite different from that of a wooden battle knife. In the elite class, Yen Jun also had Sukan and the others switched to real weapons. According to Yen Jun, training them was not about creating ornamental figures but about developing true warriors who could go to the battlefield and fight beasts. Moreover, the college entrance examination also used real weapons, allowing them to adapt early, and subsequent training would also use real weapons. The basic technique test began. Sukan's sword technique was solid, each movement had been tempered through countless repetitions, fast and precise, with his own ideas and thoughts. Wen Mushue had initially planned to test casually, but upon trying, she was surprised. The blood value is particularly low, far below the signing standard. But this basic technique can rival B-class geniuses, or even be considered excellent among B-class geniuses. As long as he can really demonstrate the draw cut later, he can still sign, since C-class geniuses require fewer resources. If Sukan knew Wen Mushue's inner thoughts, he would probably be incredibly envious. After all, C-class resources still amounted to 500,000, but in her eyes, it was just a small amount of resources needed. Alright, just use the advanced technique directly. With a wave of Wen Mushue's hand, Sukan was pushed back a few steps. Sukan was about to charge forward when he heard Wen Mushue's words, which made him stop in his tracks. Draw cut. Sukan was decisive, without any hesitation. To prepare for this test, Sukan had used a lot of energy. He had eaten the blood dan from yesterday and 25 basic blood pills, increasing his energy by 77.5 points. Combined with the consumption over the past few days, Sukan's overall strength was significantly improved compared to before. Blood value, 2.76 plus. Technique, basic sword technique, stage 2 25% plus. Advanced technique, draw cut, stage 1 10% plus. Energy, 100.6. This blood value was indeed not high, but looking at the basic technique and advanced technique alone, Sukan could be firmly in the top 6 in Green City, competing with those 5. Chapter 21, Awesome Basic Blood Pills. Meeting cousin again. This speed. Sukan's strike shocked even Wen Mushue. This speed seemed trivial to her, as she was just one step away from leveling up. With a blood value of 9.9. Even advanced skills have reached 100% in the first stage, and the combat ability is astonishing. Clang. Wen Mushue easily blocked Sukan's sword strike, not retreating even a step. After finishing this strike, Sukan sheathed his sword and looked at Wen Mushue. You have passed my assessment, this contract can be signed. 100,000 resources have arrived. The account was from Xingqian Club, making the purchase of pills naturally cheaper. 40 bottles of basic qi and blood pills. This is the first batch of resources Sukan applied for. Although the price is higher than the school's, it's still relatively reasonable. After all, this is 1,200 basic qi and blood pills. When Sukan proposed to exchange everything for basic qi and blood pills, Ruan Duanjian clearly did not expect Sukan to do this. Ruan Jian did not say much, after all, everyone has their own secrets. In the evening, Sukan did not open the shop. There was no way, without the care of young Master Luo, Sukan's income dropped sharply, making him deeply miss the days when young Master Luo was around. Resources arrived very quickly, the next day they were delivered. 40 bottles of basic qi and blood pills, totaling 1,200 pills. Even though the size of these pills is similar to that of Lu Wei Di Huang pills, it's still 1,200. Sukan couldn't finish them all at once, so he had to divide them into several servings. Eating them was painful, especially since the taste of basic qi and blood pills was like chewing wax. It took Sukan a long time to finish them all. Fortunately, the ending was beautiful. 1,200 basic qi pills contributed an additional 120 energy points to Sukan, raising his energy level to a new height. For the next period of time, Sukan settled into a stable routine, moving between 3 points, school, home, and Xingqian Club. He even got up at 5 in the morning, working hard until returning home at 11 p.m., truly hard working. Time quickly passed to the city simulation, which is the day before the first simulation.
It has been 9 days since Soo-kan joined the elite class. As Yen-jun announced in the class group about tomorrow's citywide examination, to be held at the Municipal Sports Square, where all students registered for martial arts assessment would gather for the evaluation. All the teachers responsible for the assessment were brought in from other cities to ensure fairness and justice.
Time flies. Soo-kan looked at the messages in the class group but didn't care. Let's finish early tonight.
I'll go home at 9 to ensure a good state. Soo-kan mumbled and continued doing his own things.
March 13th, Monday, suitable for testing. Before 8 in the morning, the gates of the Municipal Sports Square were crowded with people. Soo-kan was naturally among the crowd. Although he often ran to school during this time, he wasn't very familiar with the elite class students since they hadn't interacted much. Hence, he still stood with Huang Zongbao. Lu Zikai had mixed well with others now and was in someone else's small team. Soo-kan, the first simulation exam is about to begin. This exam will rank all the students in the whole city together. I'm so nervous. After all, according to the ranking, I'm only 202nd, I can't even break into the top 200.
Huang Zongbao was indeed very nervous. City ranking. He didn't know where he could place. According to last year's data, with his grades, he was at 202nd. During this time, Yen-jun had diligently posted some information in tables in the group to help the students get a clear understanding of their current situation. However, the number of students registering this year is quite different from last year. Last year, 1,124 people registered, and 297 were accepted, with 52 entering key points. What about this year? The number of applicants has dropped by more than 100, with only 998 people registered. However, according to teacher Yen-jun, the overall level has not changed much. This year, it is estimated that around 300 people can pass into the martial arts university.
Last year's ranking?
Soo-kan also looked at the table. According to his previous ranking, which was 26th in last year's elite class evaluation, his ranking in the city's simulation was 134th. Just refer to last year's ranking, after all, we are us, and they are they.
That's true.
Recently, my dad gave me a bunch of energy pills just to help improve my ranking a little. Although the 52 schools behind were not key universities, there were still different levels among these 52. First tier, second tier, third tier. There are also distinctions between each tier. If they cannot get into a prestigious university, they can only strive to get as close to the first tier as possible.
A bunch of energy pills.
Soo-kan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Huang Zongbao. Showing off wealth like that was so shameful. If only he could have that bunch of energy pills for himself. But then, thinking about this, Soo-kan thought of his father. His dad refused to take his money, saying that this period was too important for Soo-kan. He couldn't help Soo-kan, but he shouldn't make things worse. Soo-kan naturally disagreed, but what his father, Soo-kwan, said later made Soo-kan agree. If you want your mom to fully recover, you need to work hard. Only by successfully advancing can there be hope for your mom's recovery. Soo-kan took those words to heart. At the same time, Soo-kwan also promised that he wouldn't work so late anymore, ensuring he would make money while taking care of his health.
The hearts of parents are pitiful. Soo-kan felt moved and worked even harder. Soo-kan?
At that moment, Soo-kan heard a somewhat familiar voice and couldn't help but look over.
Cousin?
Soo-kan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to run into cousin Lin-ying again. But after a moment's thought, he found it normal. After all, Lin-ying's talent was considered good, so it was reasonable for her to come for the city's martial arts evaluation.
You actually signed up for the martial arts class.
Lin-ying frowned. She understood Soo-kan's situation and his family's circumstances very well. In her opinion, someone like Soo-kan, who had no talent for entering a martial arts university and whose family conditions were so poor, shouldn't waste time and energy applying for a martial arts class.
Studying hard and getting into a good non-martial arts university was the path Soo-kan should take. Soo-kan, you.
Sigh, forget it. Lin-ying shook her head. Although they were relatives, they were not very close. She wasn't the type to preach, so she held back her words. However, the disappointment in her eyes was unmistakable.
Lin-ying, do you know Soo-kan?
At that moment, a male student beside Lin-ying spoke up with surprise. He saw Soo-kan and was about to greet him.
Yeah, he's my cousin.
Lin-ying hesitated for a moment but still spoke the truth. But Lin-ying didn't expect the boy to say something that would shock her immensely. I didn't expect Master Soo-kan to be your cousin. The boy spoke with surprise.
Master Soo-kan?
Lin-ying was a bit confused. How did Soo-kan become Master Soo-kan?
Master Soo-kan?
There were also those few people from last time beside Lin-ying. They remembered who Soo-kan was once they saw him. There was nothing they could do. After all, Soo-kan was handsome. Good-looking people really are easier to remember. They were also surprised to hear the titled Master Su Kan, considering that the person speaking now had decent strength.
Chapter 22, The First City Simulation Evaluation.
Although they were all members of the weak elite class like them, they were only at a mid-level in the weak elite class. The boy speaking, Zhang Qingjia, could rank in the top 10 in the class, and his basic knife skills were incredibly clever.
Master Su Kan.
Zhang Qingjia didn't think much about it, grinning at Su Kan.
Classmate Zhang.
Su Kan smiled bitterly. He still had an impression of Zhang Qingjia, after all, since after Luo Xiu left, very few people pointed him out. Zhang Qingjia was one of them and had pointed him out 3 times. Plus, Zhang Qingjia was too enthusiastic, always calling him Master Su Kan, which made Su Kan remember him well.
Hee, Master Su Kan, this time I look forward to your performance.
Zhang Qingjia made a playful face at Su Kan, looking quite ridiculous.
Lin Ying was confused, wondering how Su Kan and Zhang Qingjia could be so close. Su. Brother Su, you're here. Another voice rang out.
Lin Ying thought the voice sounded familiar and was about to turn to see who was speaking when she heard her best friend's exclamation.
Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu. Lin Ying's pupils shrank suddenly, staring in shock at Luo Xiu. How does Luo Xiu know Su Kan? What is going on here?
Lin Ying felt her mind go blank, unable to process anything.
You're back from training?
Seeing Luo Xiu, Su Kan's face also broke into a smile, as he was his benefactor.
Luo Xiu nodded and then shook his head.
Not completely back, just took some time off to take a test, see how those guys are doing.
Su Kan understood Luo Xiu's identity and nodded.
Only those few people would be worthy of Luo Xiu's attention.
You are the interesting friend Luo Xiu mentioned? Another teasing voice rang out, drawing everyone's gaze over. Lin Ying was completely stunned. Another one appeared.
Let me introduce myself, Hong Lin, a student from No. 1 high school.
A slightly cute girl walked over to Su Kan, her gaze seemingly on him.
But Su Kan would not naively think that this girl named Hong Lin was looking at him. She was entirely there for Luo Xiu. Hong Lin, Luo Xiu, Xiao Yixue, Xiao Yang, these 4 people were equally strong, each a resounding name among this year's senior students. Why are there 4? That's because the one ranked first was in a league of his own, stronger than these 4. Before, that guy always ranked first, while the other 4 competed for the positions behind him. It has been like this from the first year to now. You all made it. I thought you were going to hold back. It's Xiao Yang. Xiao Yixue is here too. As Luo Xiu appeared, all 4 were present. Su Kan happened to be at the core, including Huang Zongbao.
However, compared to Su Kan's calmness, Huang Zongbao was incredibly nervous. What right does Huang Zongbao have to be surrounded by so many powerful figures? Being watched by countless people?
Huang Zongbao was so flustered, he just wanted to escape.
Su Kan didn't mind.
Because Su Kan had his own confidence, now it was you 4 who were the center of attention, he was just a small supporting character. But Su Kan was confident that soon he would become the focus of everyone's attention, a unique existence. Lin Ying and her little team were also shocked. When had they ever felt like this? Especially the short-haired girl, she felt so happy she might go crazy. Luo Xiu was so close to her. Plus, how could Luo Xiu call Lin Ying's poor relative brother Su? The short-haired girl suddenly thought that maybe being poor isn't so bad after all. Her family is rich. Fortunately, this storm didn't last long, as that person appeared. Chen Ping is here. Someone shouted, and the 4, including Luo Xiu, turned their solemn gaze over. They saw Chen Ping with a buzz cut, dressed in striking red sportswear, draped in a red cloak, walking slowly toward them, expressionless, not showing any nervousness from being watched by so many. This guy is so pretentious. Luo Xiu couldn't help but mutter, but his eyes were filled with intense battle intent. Not just him, the other 3 looked at Chen Ping with similar expressions. You 4 are pretty early. Chen Ping smiled, as if he only saw the 4 of them. However, his gaze was different from that of Luo Xiu and the others. Theirs was filled with battle intent, but his was calm. Chen Ping, this time I won't lose to you. Xiao Yang couldn't help but speak, and Chen Ping glanced at Xiao Yang, responding calmly. I am looking forward to it. With Chen Ping's appearance, Luo Xiu and others scattered, no longer gathering around Su Kan. The test was about to begin. Many teachers in special uniforms also entered the venue, and the announcement broadcasted the information about this city's simulation martial arts assessment. All 998 students participating in the assessment have arrived. Please go to the corresponding locations according to your candidate number for the assessment. The number of candidates is large, so please hurry. The broadcast played 3 times before finally stopping. Su Kan, what test room are you in? Room 4. Then I'm in room 6, looks like we'll have to part ways. Huang Zongbao glanced at his number and couldn't help shaking his head. Due to the large number of participants, it was impossible for everyone to gather in one place, it would take too much time. They were divided into 6 testing rooms, with over 160 people in each room, which made the process much faster. The testing order started with a speed test, with 30 people at a time, 5 from each room. After completing this, these participants would go through their respective channels to the power test location. Although everyone was heading to the playground for the speed test, the entrances and routes were different, so Sukan and Huang Zongbao indeed needed to part ways. Afterward, they would go to the basic skill testing room, and those who needed to apply for high-level skill testing would head to the innermost room. That room only had one, meaning that anyone from the 6 rooms needing a high-level skill test would have to go there. However, based on past years, not many would apply for high-level skill testing during the first simulation. At most, it wouldn't exceed 20, and most of them would be from the first high school. Normally, a second test would be required, meaning after this test, each school would showcase their unique skills in teaching, leading to more talents in high-level techniques. But the increase would be limited. I'm number 128 in testing room 4, that number is quite behind. Sukan murmured, and could only go to the waiting area of testing room 4 to wait. Fortunately, the overall testing speed was still quite fast, the kilometer run, with the fastest under a minute, and the slowest just over a minute. Hardly any contestant exceeded 90 seconds. After all, anyone who could apply for the martial arts class had some confidence in their abilities, otherwise, who would apply? Additionally, once it was their turn, the time spent on each match wouldn't exceed 3 minutes. 3 minutes for one group, and 5 contestants per testing room meant Sukan would only have to wait just over an hour. Chapter 23, The Genius of the City. In fact, the time was even faster than Sukan imagined. In less than an hour, he was already waiting in the running area. Now that the shot was fired, their turn would be next. Sukan and the others stood where they could see the competition, gazing at the straight track, 30 lanes long, especially for the kilometer test. He felt a bit shocked. Indeed, it was a straight track 1 kilometer in length, with no bends. The final college entrance exam also used such a track for the speed test, which allowed for a better measure of the student's straight line speed. Bang! With the sound of the gun, 30 figures shot out like arrows released from a bow. One figure was far ahead, pulling everyone behind right from the start, leaving them in the dust. Such speed! Sukan was instantly taken aback. The speed was at least nearly 30 meters per second, not much of a difference. That person seems to be Chao Yang. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and Chao Yang's speed was too quick, making it hard for Sukan to see clearly. This speed is truly outrageous. Sukan sighed. If he were to race against Chao Yang. They reached the finish line, while I was still just over halfway. The gap is too vast. As this set of tests concluded, Sukan also saw the scores of this group of participants. There were no names, only numbers. Participant 6118, 1 kilometer test time 34.56 seconds, average speed 28.9 meters per second. This speed was pretty much what Sukan had estimated, very close to 30 meters per second. It's too fast. The second place speed was only 24.14 meters per second. Don't think that a gap of just over 4 meters per second is insignificant. In real life, that difference could allow an average runner to break the world record in the 100 meters. If they conducted another kilometer running test, a 4 meter per second gap could stretch the distance by more than 100 meters. 20-second group. In the 20-second group, there were no extraordinary athletes, but the fastest still reached a speed of 25 meters per second. Just at the city-level simulation test, the standard is already this high. What would it be like at the provincial level? Sukan couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, just as Yen Jun said, the second school is small, and Green City is small too. When it was Sukan's turn, he also didn't want to think too much. Now it was his time to perform. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Sukan was in great shape, his reaction quick, and he immediately shot out, among the fastest to start. Unfortunately, Sukan's physical strength was a hard limit, and alongside his speed, he was quickly overtaken one by one. He finished 18th. Fortunately, this result wasn't too bad. Over this time, Sukan had made considerable gains in his physical health. This time, his health score had caught up to the level of the main group, no longer at the bottom. 1 kilometer took 54.95 seconds, with an average speed of 18.2 meters per second. It's alright. Coincidentally, Lining was just 2 groups behind Sukan and saw his test results throughout. 18.2 meters per second? Lining was somewhat surprised to see this score. This speed wasn't slow. She knew that just yesterday in the school test, she was only a bit faster than Sukan, at 18.6 meters per second. How did Sukan's speed suddenly become this fast? Not long ago, my parents told me Sukan's martial arts performance was quite poor, right? Moreover, not only does Sukan know Zhang Qingjia, but he surprisingly also claims brotherhood with Luo Xiao. What is going on? Lining really couldn't understand or make sense of it. Looks like I need to tell Dad about this when I go back. 388. 387. 389. The total punching force of 10 punches is 3,889 pounds, with an average punching force of 388.9 pounds. Comprehensive speed 18.2 meters per second, finally tested health value at 3.5, scoring 115 points.
The results came out.
Sukan was not surprised at all by his score because during this period, with his hard work and energy boosts, his health value had just risen to 3.5. The speed and punching power tested were quite similar, with little difference. 120 points, at this stage, it's considered average, but still not enough. Sukan remembered the rankings from last year, specifically the person who ranked 26th in the elite class in the second school. At his first city simulation, he was still the 26th in the elite class, performing very steadily. In the entire city, he ranked 134th. His results were a health value of 3.9 and a score of 128 points. The initial law's first phase was at 100%, scoring 120 points. The total score was 248 points. Of course, Sukan's goal was not him. Sukan aimed to break into the top 60 and secure that spot. Most of his energy was invested just to compete for that opportunity. Let's head to the basic law test site. The punching power test had 2 machines, working quickly enough to handle those coming over from the kilometer run.
However, the basic law tests required some waiting time, as each test room had only 3 rooms, and each basic test took nearly 3 minutes.
This means, in an hour, they could only process 60 people, far slower than the punching power and speed tests.
But that was fine, 3 hours was enough for everyone in each testing area to finish their tests. Wow, no wonder she's the goddess Hong. This basic technique is incredible.
As soon as he arrived at the basic technique testing area, Sukan heard the gasps of surprise.
Hong Lin?
Hearing this name, Sukan couldn't help but picture the cute girl who had just introduced herself to him.
Do you know what level her basic whip technique has reached? Basic whip technique?
Sukan's expression turned strange. The whip technique is not easy to learn and is considered a very difficult weapon, especially if one wants to master it. He didn't expect Hong Lin to excel in whip techniques. Sukan couldn't help but imagine the petite figure of Hong Lin attacking with a whip in his mind.
What level is it?
It's almost at the second-tier proficient level.
What? Second-tier proficient? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked, and even Sukan was momentarily stunned. Almost second-tier proficient?
It's not fully second-tier proficient, it's almost second-tier proficient. Sukan then breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just almost second-tier proficient. She scored 184 points. 190 is the standard for second-tier proficiency. This person was afraid everyone wouldn't believe, so he hurriedly explained.
184 points, that score is indeed very high. This is just the talent from Green City. It's hard to imagine how strong those geniuses from the province are.
Thinking about this, Sukan didn't feel scared at all. On the contrary, he felt even more excited. I saw Hong Lin's vitality test score earlier, an 8.2 vitality value. Wow, that could score 236 points. This goddess Hong hasn't even counted her high-level techniques, and she already has 420 points. That's truly outrageous.
You must know, this score is almost 40 points higher than last year's top score from Wu University. So strong.
There are still 90 days until the college entrance examination, and the results are already this outrageous. I feel like I won't have such a high score by the time of the exam.
Don't just feel it, it's the truth. Chapter 24 Classmate, you're in the wrong place. Admission scores are not a secret, one can easily look them up, it's not hard. Even the lowest scores required for admission by individual schools from last year can be found. At the same time, all universities have specific admission requirements. For example, the first batch of Nanki Wu University has many restrictions. One must comprehend high-level techniques to apply. Last year, the score line for the first batch below Nanki Wu University was only 382 points. Don't think that 382 points is easy. Among those present, the vast majority would not reach that score during the college entrance examination. You must know, last year only 102 people from Green City scored above 382, the rest all failed miserably. Last year, over 1,000 people participated in the martial arts college entrance exams. If Goddess Hong adds high-level techniques, she might be able to rush into a Ki Wu University now. A Ki Wu University?
It is rumored that once you enter a Ki Wu University, it's like having one foot in the martial arts. Most students from Ki Wu Universities become martial artists before graduation.
So envious. Everyone once again looked at her with envy. A Ki Wu University?
Sukan pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. Last year's admission score for a Ki Wu University was 449 points. This score is very difficult for Sukan now, the gap is vast. But with 90 days left until the college entrance examination, Sukan doesn't feel he can't enter a Ki Wu University at all.
His goal is 2 supreme universities.
The testing continues.
The test for the basic technique is indeed slower. Sukan waited outside for nearly an hour before it was his turn. Or rather, it was his turn to go in and wait. In martial arts examinations, usually, one student tests while another student waits in the testing room, watching the test of the other student. However, apart from the testing student, there is only one teacher because this isn't for teachers to conduct tests but for specialized robots for martial arts examinations. This robot can continuously adjust the percentage of progress in basic techniques to score. Of course, how well one performs on the scene will also affect the final score. After all, it is normal for the status to affect a gap of 1 or 2 percentage points. Especially since this special robot for martial arts exams was only invented in recent years, it has some defects. Sukan watched as the candidate finished the test before it was his turn to step forward. Sukan handed the paper to the chief examiner. What are your strengths? Basic sword techniques. The chief examiner glanced at Sukan's paper and started to fill it out. What is the initial assessment progress you are applying for? 30% for the second stage. The chief examiner wrote down Sukan's request and then suddenly reacted, looking at Sukan with astonishment. Are you sure? Sukan's vitality value was also on the paper, with only a value of 3.5. Normally, with a vitality value of 3.5, most basic techniques would be in the first stage, between 90% and 100%, and very few could reach the second stage. As for someone like Sukan, he had never seen one before. Yes. As Sukan nodded, the chief examiner narrowed his eyes but still set up the robot. However, he reminded him. If you can't pass the set initial value, it will be judged as 0 points. I know. Then let's begin. After setting the robot's values, the chief examiner stood by. The real weapons used for the test were the same for both Sukan and the robot. Although this robot had mechanisms set up to avoid harming candidates, accidents could always happen. Its existence was to prevent harm to candidates in case of unexpected situations. Start. The battle began. The chief examiner originally thought Sukan might not withstand a single move, but he never expected that Sukan effortlessly accepted the robot's attacks and even countered. The robot reacted according to Sukan's responses, continuously simulating the basic techniques suited to Sukan's current state and scoring accordingly. Generally, this would take 2 to 4 minutes to complete. As the battle started, a new student walked in. This kid. The surprise in the chief examiner's eyes could not be hidden at all. Could a vitality value of 3.5 master the basic techniques to such a degree? It was truly unbelievable. The time lasted less than 3 minutes and ended quickly. The robot soon gave the result. Basic sword techniques 47%, score 177 points. With 177 points, plus the previous vitality score of 120 points, that made a total of 297 points. That's 2% more than the 45% on the panel. Looks like I did well. Sukan nodded in satisfaction. But for now, it's only 297 points, that's still not enough. Being in the top 60 of the city is not that easy. Last year's 61st had a vitality value of 5.7 and an additional 5% progress in the second stage, which is a total score of 299. The situation this year is still unclear, but with the scores from advanced techniques, it should be stable. Sukan walked out with a beaming smile. Sukan. Just as he was about to pass through the passage to the only testing place for advanced techniques, he happened to bump into Linning coming towards him. Linning looked at Sukan's smiling face, curious about his score, and couldn't help but call out. What's up, cousin? Sukan responded with a smile. What's your score, Sukan? It's okay. Sukan's smile became even brighter as he naturally showed the report card to Linning. Showing off in front of others, especially in front of relatives, is a really nice feeling. Vitality 3.5, score 120. Linning looked from the top down and instinct. Her score was only 246 points, a full 34 points short. Cousin? Suchan saw Lin Ying's expression and actions, feeling delighted. But he still had to pretend, so Suchan called out twice on purpose, and when Linning didn't respond, he raised his voice. Ah, Suchan you. Only then did Linning react, her tone complicated, but after starting, she didn't know what else to say. Luckily, it was soon Lin Ying's turn, ending this awkward moment. Watching Linning walk into the martial arts testing room, Suchan closed his smile and walked towards the area for advanced techniques. This stadium was designed with the idea of serving as an examination venue. The martial arts college entrance examination would also be held here, so the internal layout was strictly designed. There were 6 testing areas for basic techniques, all leading to the central circle. The central circle had 7 main routes connecting, 6 of which lead to the basic technique testing areas, and the last one, in the very center, was for the advanced test location. Student, you are in the wrong place. At the fork in the road, Suchan happened to see someone from the speed test. Su-chan was right next to him, and their speeds were similar, so Su-chan had a bit of an impression of him. Su-chan remembered he was from testing area number 5. Wrong way? Su-chan was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at the sign, which indeed marked that ahead was the advanced technique area. Chapter 25, Disappointment of Yen-jun. Soon, Su-chan realized. It wasn't that he was wrong, but that this person misunderstood. Student. I'm not lost. Su-chan pretended to be indifferent, then turned and walked towards the advanced technique testing direction. Not lost? The person looked at the road sign in surprise, his brows furrowing. Could it be that I read it wrong? It shouldn't be, it says exit, right? He felt a bit unsure because of Su-chan. Forget it, I'll follow along and see. He immediately followed, but after just a few steps, he saw that there was a teacher sitting ahead, blocking the way. There was also a sign next to it, Application for Advanced Technique Testing. Then he saw Su-chan handing the paper in his hand to that teacher. Countless question marks appeared on his forehead, he didn't go wrong. But how could Su-chan dare? How could he dare to apply for the advanced technique test? To know that applying, if you can't do it, the score goes straight to 0. Hey, student over there, are you also applying for the advanced technique test? Ah. He was immediately shocked, quickly waved his hands and turned around. I'm not. I didn't. I'll leave right now. Su-chan heard this familiar voice and a playful smile appeared on his face. What a silly kid, why did he come along? This added a bit of fun for Su-chan. Go inside, just now someone entered, you should catch up as others are about to come out. The teacher initially wanted to scold him after seeing Su-chan's low blood value but held back after noticing Su-chan's basics were so high. Although he had never seen anyone master advanced techniques with such low blood value, the world is big, there must be some unusual talents. A 47% progress in basic knife technique, the chances of comprehending advanced techniques aren't small. Thank you, teacher. Su-chan thanked and walked into the passage. Just then, the door to the advanced technique testing room opened, and a familiar figure appeared. It was Chao Yang. Su-chan wasn't surprised, during the previous speed test, Chao Yang was in front of him in 2 groups. It wasn't the same testing area, so a delay in time was normal. Su-chan? Chao Yang stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Su-chan for a while before remembering Su-chan's name. Second middle school, Su-chan. Su-chan generously acknowledged it, and this demeanor made Chao Yang a bit stunned. Interesting. Third middle school, Chao Yang. The two introduced themselves to each other. Just brushed past each other, without sparking much fire. Chao Yang only had a bit of interest in Su-can and didn't truly see Su-can as a threat. As Chao Yang's figure disappeared, a smile appeared on Su-can's face. This time, you are the main characters. Next time, it will be my turn. Advanced skill, blade drawing 22%, score 54 points. Final total score. As the advanced skill test ended, Su-can's score also appeared in front of him. 351 points. The score was decent. If it were last year, this score could directly enter the second batch of Martial University. To know that half a month ago, Su-can was about to give up on applying for the martial arts class, but unexpectedly, in such a short time, he could secure a spot. The top 60 is definitely secured, I just don't know what rank I can achieve in the end. Su-can's smile was bright, each year was certainly different. Just as Su-can knew, this year, Green City seemed to have increased resources due to last year's poor results, pouring more into several schools. Under such circumstances, the overall scores would naturally improve. How much improvement was unclear to Su-can. By around 12 o'clock, I should find out the results. Martial arts assessments had few schools, and results were available on site. When Su-can and the others reached the exit to submit their score sheets, the teacher in charge of collecting the sheets would directly input names and scores into the form. Once all students finished, it wouldn't take long to input everything and sort it out. 3 teachers were doing this, and each had to tally up. When the 3 cross-checked, if everything was correct, they could send the results to their respective schools. Starting from 8 o'clock in the morning, normally, it would finish around 11 o'clock, and they estimated the results could be available before 12 o'clock. As Su-can expected, at 11:52, the ranking list was directly sent to each school's education office director. Not long after, Yen-jun directly posted the score sheet in the class group. In small cities, the speed is indeed quicker. In Haishi City, results usually come out around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. In the office. Seeing the message from the education office director, Yen-jun smiled and clicked on the score sheet. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations for this exam's results. He had analyzed it. Previously at the Sanctuary training camp, he did data analysis work. The only ones likely to break into the top 60, besides those 10 individuals, were only Nya-hai. Although he found a decent talent, this talent's foundation was too weak, making it nearly impossible to enter the top 60 this time. Let's see the ranking.
First, Jinping from Green City No. 1 High School, G and Blood 9, Basic Sword Technique Stage 2 60%, Advanced Skill Stage 1 30%, total score 520 points. That score is pretty good. It could make the top 10 in Haishi, probably even the top 20 in the province. Seeing Jinping's score, Yan Jun was somewhat surprised, not expecting Green City to produce a genius in this batch. Yan Jun continued to look down and saw Xiao Ishua's name in 4th place. Fourth, Xiao Ishua from Green City No. 2 Middle School, 8.1 Chi and Blood, Basic Sword Technique Stage 2 50%, Gentleman's Sword Technique Stage 1 20%, total score 463 points. A bit lacking, this score barely makes the provincial top 100 but is stronger than last year. However, in Green City, only these 5 can be seen, the rest are simply terrible. The 5th place was Chao Yang, with a score similar to Xiao Ishua, 461 points, a very small difference. In fact, the scores from 2nd to 5th places were not far apart, within 20 points maximum.
The 6th place score dropped dramatically.
With a Chi and Blood of only 7.3, basic skill at stage 2 30%, and advanced skill just starting, it was only at stage 1 5% progress, yielding a score of 389 points. This was a gap of 72 points from the 5th place, a significant difference, essentially creating a gap. According to Yan Jun's estimation, the 5th could barely hang on to the top 100, but the 6th place. There are directly over 300 spots, and it might even be impossible to enter the top 400. This gap is too large. Yan Jun continued to look down, his disappointment growing heavier in his eyes. 14th, 17th, 22nd, 28th. Only these 4 are in the 11 to 30 range, and besides Xiao Ishua, there is no one in the top 10. This year, in Green City No. 2 High School, only Xiao Ishua is doing well, the others are not much different from last year. Yan Jun was very disappointed. With these results, if it weren't for the principal of Green City No. 2 High School giving too much hope, he really wouldn't want to come. 31st, Green City No. 2 High School Suken, Vitality 3.5, Basic Swordsmanship Stage 2 47%, Drawing Saber Cut Stage 1 22%, total score 351 points. Yan Jun was dumbfounded when he saw this information.
Chapter 26 Everyone knows this.
Yan Jun was shocked as he looked at this information again, the whole piece of information. He felt that the whole piece of information was full of weirdness.
This guy Su Kan.
He couldn't help but look again, reading each word carefully. 3.5 Vitality, Basic Swordsmanship Stage 2 47%, Drawing Saber Cut Stage 1 22%. These things appearing on this report card are very normal, but it's very discordant to have 3.5 Vitality in the same column. Yan Jun, an analyst at the Holy Hall training camp, had seen a lot, but he had never seen anyone with such an exaggerated high-level skill progress with only 3.5 Vitality. Thinking of this, the corner of Yan Jun's mouth couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. I never expected to meet such a genius in a small place like Green City. Interesting, really interesting. Yan Jun's mood suddenly improved, and even when looking at the dismal results later, he felt a bit more cheerful. He only looked at the top 60 rankings, then directly forwarded the list to the class group. 12 spots, a bit more than expected. Although the overall results were not ideal, with Su Kan's sudden rise, Yan Jun was still very satisfied. Just right, this time going to the Holy Hall, he could squeeze out Su Kan's potential, hoping Su Kan wouldn't disappoint him.
Why am I the only one shocked?
The corners of Yan Jun's mouth twisted. The results are out. As Yan Jun forwarded the results to the class group, everyone who had been waiting eagerly clicked to open it first. Wow, worthy of Goddess Xiao, 8.1 Vitality, 50% in the 2nd stage of Basic Swordsmanship, and 20% progress in Gentleman Swordsmanship, truly incredible. TSK, 463 points, this result can directly enter the key military university. Too outrageous, there are still 90 days left, with Goddess Xiao's speed of progress, isn't it easy to enter the 2 supreme academies? Really exaggerated, but Brother Young's results are also good, 14th place, 7.1 Vitality, Basic Law 2nd stage 22%, plus 3% in high-level skills, also 374 points, this score is quite excellent, definitely stable for the top 10 key universities.
Yungu is also not bad.
Everyone looked at the results and began to chat in the group. Teacher Chow was also in the group, and as the guiding teacher, he was very curious about everyone's results. I wonder how Su Kan's results are this time. Especially for Su Kan, he was extremely curious. He was about to click on the report card when he saw that someone seemed to have mentioned Su Kan. Brother Kan's results are also good, 351 points, especially this 3.5 Vitality.
Who is Su Kan?
The person who said this suddenly shook in reality. He didn't have much impression of this person, as if he wasn't one of their elite team's members. But he glanced at the school in front of Su Kan and confirmed it was indeed Green City No. 2 High School, that's right.
Could it be that someone hid their name and only revealed it this time?
But how can this 3.5 Vitality appear here?
For some reason, the once boisterous class group suddenly calmed down, and no one spoke.
Yan Jun saw this scene and smiled even more.
In his mind, he could already imagine everyone's current reaction, each one shocked to the core, right?
The lively class group quieted down for a full minute.
Someone sent a message. Brother Ken is amazing. So majestic and powerful. 22% progress in the blade draw technique, is this even human?
This is even better than Goddess Xiao's advanced skills. This is truly outrageous, Brother Ken actually came in with a 3.5 health value, wow. As someone sent the message, the entire class group was instantly flooded with countless messages, all praising Su Kan's brilliance. Teacher Chow also saw it. He quickly opened the report card, found Su Kan's name, and stood up excitedly.
Ha ha ha.
I must apply, this genius in the 3rd tier is absolutely qualified. Even the geniuses in the 4th tier can give it a try, that's a quota of 500,000.
It's crazy. Really crazy.
With the appearance of the results, or rather, the appearance of Su Kan's results, this year's martial students of Green City High School were completely shocked by Su Kan. 3.5 health, 47% progress in the 2nd stage basic blade technique, plus 22% progress in the 1st stage blade draw, these results were truly blinding for everyone.
How is this possible?
Linning had already been shocked by Su Kan twice in the morning, but she didn't expect what she discovered in the morning was just the tip of the iceberg.
351 points. 22% blade draw in the 1st stage. This is Su Kan's true score. This score is simply unbelievable.
Linning was completely dumbfounded, and it took several minutes for her to come to her senses, quickly taking out her phone to call her father. I've made considerable progress this time, but their improvements shouldn't be weak either.
The trainer, Xiaoishua, dressed in a black tight outfit that perfectly outlined her figure, immediately checked the results.
However, she only looked at the top 5 and didn't bother with the rest, having no interest.
Still 4th place?
Xiaoishua sighed, these guys were too hard to deal with, she was clearly working so hard yet still couldn't pull ahead. Just as Xiaoishua was about to put down her phone and go eat, she saw that Brother Kan's results were also impressive, and then she frowned. Although she was not familiar with the other 9 elite group members, she had at least been in the same group for 2 years, and she could still remember the names of those 9 people. It seems there was no name with Kan in it. At that moment, a handsome face of Su Kan unconsciously floated in her mind.
Is it him? What's up with him?
Xiaoishua hesitated for a moment and then saw the class fall into an eerie silence.
This Su Kan.
Xiaoishua was not stupid, she could sense that something was wrong, so she clicked on the report card again and quickly saw Su Kan's information. Especially the 22% progress in the blade draw, which stunned Xiaoishua for a moment. Then a smile appeared on her face.
Interesting. As expected of someone I recognize.
Luo Xiu also checked the results, but even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon seeing Su Kan's blade draw technique had reached 22% progress. I heard your 2nd high school is preparing to go to the Holy Hall for training. I look forward to our next battle, this time I will take it seriously.
A brilliant smile appeared on Luo Xiu's face.
Honglin, Chaoyang, including the top-ranked Shen Ping, all saw Su Kan's results, especially surprised by the 22% in the blade draw. One by one, they became interested in Su Kan. However, they still did not take Su Kan seriously.
With only 90 days left until the college entrance examination, the time was too short.
A 3.5 health value is too low, it basically means Su Kan's talent in terms of health is poor.
Health is fundamental.
If Su Kan's health doesn't improve, he simply won't threaten them.
In fact, he doesn't even have the qualification to pose a threat to them.
Their interest only lay in Su Kan's talent and skills, nothing more.
Chapter 27, Haishi City. B-tier genius. Haishi City.
As the capital city of Haishi province, Haishi's scale is naturally not something Green City can compare with. Although Green City is not small. With a population of more than 5 million. The population of Haishi City is only about 1.5 times that of Ldu, but the prosperity of the two cities cannot be compared at all. The education level and the overall strength of martial arts students are the same. Last year, Ldu had over 1,100 enrollments, but only 298 were accepted into the martial university, and including those admitted to key martial universities, there were only 57.
But what about Haishi City?
Over 2,300 enrolled, and more than 2,100 were accepted into the martial university, with nearly 800 entering key universities. It can be said that Haishi City alone, a single city, occupies about 20% of the entire Haishi province's population, and they account for nearly half of the students accepted into the martial university.
Do you know how many people enrolled in Haishi province last year? How many were accepted into the martial university? How many were accepted into key martial universities? More than 9,200 enrolled. Over 4,800 were accepted into the martial university.
1,388 were accepted into key martial universities. From this, you can see how strong Haishi City truly is.
One could say that Haishi province is upheld by Haishi City. The topic has drifted.
In a place like Haishi City, where every inch of land is precious, there stands a relatively large club in the city center, which also shows the club's strength.
What did you say? Sukan ranked 31st in Ildu, and this time he plans to go to the Holy Hall for a 20-day training? This club is the Star Club. Within the Star Club, when Mushue held her phone, listening to the news from the other end of the call, and could not help but exclaim. It was just too unbelievable. In Wen Mushue's eyes, Ildu and Haishi could not be compared at all, but Ildu is at least a big city with a population of 5 million. Vitality 3.5, Basic Martial Arts Second Stage 47%, plus 22% progress in sword drawing /. Wen Mushue felt her head buzzing as she listened. She remembered the last time, just a few days ago when she fought Sukan, his vitality was only 2.8, and his basic martial arts was only at 25% progress in the second stage, and the sword drawing / was just 10%. But how could it have changed so dramatically? Could it be an epiphany? Wen Mushue could only think this way, as it was really hard to explain otherwise. If it were not for the facts presented, she would absolutely not dare to believe it. When the information was shared on the phone, Ruan Liao was also very shocked. So, do we need to increase Sukan's training level? Ruan Miao asked, and Wen Mushue fell silent. Should they increase the training level? Based on Sukan's current data, he was still a bit short of reaching B-level genius. Just yesterday, she had signed a B-level genius with a vitality of 8.4, basic martial arts second stage 52%, and advanced skills 20%. Only then was she able to sign him and obtain the resources of a B-level genius. Sukan only met the standard for advanced skills, his basic martial arts fell short, and his vitality was far behind. Wen Mushue remained silent for about 30 seconds before she finally spoke slowly. Approve it. Tell Sukan, but this will take some time, wait until Sukan comes out of the Holy Hall training camp before signing with him. Okay. Ruan Jundong showed signs of delight. The gap between a B-level genius and a C-level genius is significant. Being able to sign a B-level genius is a major achievement for Ruan Yu. What resources did Sukan apply for? What did he apply for? To exchange everything for an enhanced version of the vitality pill. Enhanced version of the vitality pill? Wen Mushue was shocked. Why exchange so much of this? Why doesn't he exchange for vitality Dan? Wen Mushue's face flushed as she spoke this, because she thought of Sukan's background, which was different from hers. Her words had a hint of a why not eat cake tone. Then, let's exchange for Sukan at the value of 420 each. 420 each? Then, make up for it, give him 360 pills. High vitality not only affects strength but also enhances various qualities. She thought for a moment and then roughly calculated. Okay. The phone was hung up. A smile appeared in Wen Mushue's eyes. This Holy Hall training camp specializes in skills, just perfect for you, Sukan. I'm really looking forward to your growth. Name, Sukan. Vitality, 3.54 plus. Punching power, 393 kilograms. Speed, 18.9 meters/second. Spirit, 9 plus. Skill, basic sword technique, stage 2 48% plus. Advanced skill, blade draw /, stage 1 23% plus. Energy, 13.1. There's only 13.1 energy left, need to replenish some resources. The next day, Sukan opened the panel, and after yesterday's points allocation, his power increased a bit. Resources were issued yesterday, I pushed into the top 6 of the class, and with a citywide rank of 31, the school directly gave me double points, 100,000 points. Teacher Yin said yesterday that we should pack up today and arrive at school before 9 a.m. to prepare to take us to the provincial city's Holy Hall training camp. This Holy Hall training camp is a closed training, looks like I need to spend the money I have. Sukan glanced at his bank balance of 136,100, and a smile appeared on his face. Later, I'll exchange that 100,000 points for 2 vitality pills, the rest and this more than 130,000 martial coins will all be exchanged for enhanced vitality pills. Sukan really didn't want to flaunt the basic vitality pills anymore, the taste of those 1,200 from last time was fresh in his memory. Thinking of this, Sukan got out of bed. It was a little past 6, he planned to have breakfast, buy some resources from Uncle Zhao, and also train a bit. I wonder when the genius loan from Teacher Chow will come through. This was his third application, the first and second loans had both come through, totaling 100,000 martial coins. Yesterday, Teacher Chow looked for him again, asking him to apply once more, saying the third tier was definitely stable, while the fourth tier depended on the situation. If the fourth tier could be approved, that would be 500,000. Even if Sukan had previously received 100,000, that would still be 400,000.
Ruan Zhang Qianji told me to exchange 150,000 resources for enhanced vitality pills. Wan Jinmeng will ensure it. And Ruan Lu said the higher-ups have approved me to become a B-level genius, just need time for the process, I can sign the contract when I come out of the Holy Hall training camp. Thinking of the treatment of a B-level genius, Su Kan's heart burned with excitement. The treatment for C-level geniuses is 500,000, but for B-level, that's 2 million. 2 million. How many resources could he buy with that? Thinking of this, Su Kan excitedly grabbed the luggage he had prepared last night and left his home. He had a simple breakfast downstairs before heading straight to Uncle Zhao's grocery store, purchasing 310 enhanced vitality pills for 130,000 martial coins, under Uncle Zhao's shocked gaze. Each pill was 420 martial coins, and Uncle Zhao rounded it off for Su Kan, making it exactly 310. According to Uncle Zhao, 420 martial coins was his cost price. He really didn't make a penny off it and even lost a little bit. This was his way of supporting Su Kan, hoping he could walk further down this martial path. Su Kan naturally remembered Uncle Zhao's kindness to him. With more than 6,100 martial coins left, Su Kan didn't use them, he needed to keep some money on him. Then, he arrived at the Star Club and collected 360 enhanced vitality pills, bringing his stock to 670 pills. The enhanced vitality pills were significantly larger than the basic ones. A bottle could only hold 20 pills, which amounted to more than 30 bottles that Su Kan stuffed into his backpack. Chapter 28, 500 plus energy. Up in the sky. Too many, can't eat them all at once, what a headache. With so many enhanced vitality pills, it was impossible to eat them all in one go, he could only eat them slowly. 670 pills, 0.5 energy each, 335 energy, and unprecedented wealth. And this is just part of it, there are more at school later. Su Kan casually ate 2 bottles to replenish his energy points, and then he stopped. There's plenty of time, no need to rush. Su Kan then quickly went to school and exchanged the 100,000 points completely. 2 vitality pills. 165 enhanced blood pills remain, along with 350 points. 835 enhanced blood pills, TSK, for a normal martial artist, even taking 6 a day, they could eat for over 100 days. Adding in 2 blood pills, these 2 can have 3 times and 2 times effects. That's 492.5 energy. Along with the remaining 13.1 energy I have, this directly boosts my energy value to 505.6. Su Kan couldn't help but gasp. 500 plus energy, if all of this is added to my blood, how high can my blood reach? 8.59 blood, which is 8.6 blood, that directly adds 131 points to my score, making my total score 482. 482 points, this score is just next to Jinping. Su Kan envisioned it and let out a terrifying laugh. Time to work out. Su Kan left the exchange room and headed to the elevator door. As soon as he opened the elevator, he saw his classmates. Usually, these people would just nod in acknowledgement when they saw him. But today, when they saw him, their eyes suddenly lit up, and smiles filled their faces. Brother Kan. Good morning, Brother Kan. Awesome, Brother Kan. Please, Brother Kan. Their attitude toward Su Kan had made a complete 180-degree turn, so fast that Su Kan felt a bit unaccustomed. Coincidentally, the elevator door beside him also opened. A figure walked out, and it was Xiao Yixue. Xiao stepped out of the elevator, clearly not expecting to meet Su Kan so soon. Normally, Xiao Yixue was as cold as her name, almost expressionless. But upon seeing Su Kan, she unexpectedly showed a faint smile, nodded to him, and then left the elevator. Everyone took the scene in. Oh my god. Goddess Xiao actually smiled at Brother Kan. Go, Brother Kan, win over Goddess Xiao. Su Kan looked at the amusing crowd and couldn't help but touch his nose. He actually preferred the way these people were before, their current behavior was too absurd for him to get used to. He entered the elevator, reached the 5th floor, and arrived at his own martial arts room, taking out 2 blood pills and directly tossing them into his mouth. The taste lingered. These blood pills are delicious, after eating them, I want more. Su Kan licked his lips, the difference between pills and pellets was very obvious. Pellets were like mashing various medicinal herbs and then using a special technique to mold the mash into balls. Pills, on the other hand, were made through alchemical methods, extracting the essence of the herbs and removing impurities, which preserved the fragrant taste of the medicine and made it quite pleasant. Seeing his energy increase by 75 points, Su Kan smiled and began today's workout. The medicine cannot stop, and the training cannot stop either. Only by advancing both simultaneously can he more effectively enhance his strength and better convert the enhanced strength into personal power. Around 8:50, Yan Jun notified in the group that the 12 students should gather at the school gate. Feeling the vibration of his wristband, Su Kan sheathed his sword and hurried to the school gate with his luggage. When Su Kan arrived, most people were already there, and Yan Jun was also present. At the same time, Su Kan saw a small flying ship. That's right, a flying ship. In the high martial continent, danger lurked everywhere. Inside the city, things were fine, the protective barrier and the patrols of the defense army prevented disaster beasts from rushing in. But outside was different. Danger lurked everywhere, and disaster beasts were terrifying creatures. Only rank fighters could contend with adult disaster beasts. Each disaster beast possessed immense power, easily able to smash a large building with one punch. Under such conditions, humans did not dare to leave the city freely. To travel between the two cities, the only way was to use flying vehicles like flying ships. These vehicles have protective shields, and inside the ships, powerful protectors ensure safety. There are also regularly cleared flight paths, which are enough to guarantee flight safety to a certain extent. Although there are quite a few flying disaster beasts in the sky, these flying disaster beasts only fly in the sky, they do not settle in the sky. This point is completely different from the ground. Of course, the main reason is that humans discovered a substance. The smell emitted by this substance is very unpleasant to the flying disaster beasts. Once they smell it from a distance, they will avoid it and rarely attack the spaceship. Is this the spaceship? So cool. Zhu Jiafan looked at the small spacecraft, his eyes shining. This is the K-105 Sparrow, with a maximum speed of 3,000 km per hour and a cost of 300 million. Beside him, Nia Hai glanced at Zhu Jiafan and mentioned. 300 million. Zhu Jiafan smacked his lips. With that value, even selling himself wouldn't be enough to buy it. Everyone is here, so let's depart. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, but all the people were gathered. Yan Jun naturally wouldn't foolishly wait until 9 o'clock to launch the ship. He directly let everyone board the spaceship and set off. The interior of the spacecraft was exquisitely decorated, and the space was spacious enough to not feel crowded. There were a total of 17 seats, enough for Su Kan and the others to sit. As everyone boarded the spaceship, the pilot controlled the spacecraft and flew into the sky, quickly leaving the ground. The spaceship was very stable. Su Kan looked out the window. In his previous life, Su Kan had naturally been on an airplane and wouldn't feel too much. What Su Kan was more curious about was this world, looking down on it from high above. Wow, look, Zhang is already tiny. So small. We have taken off. Listening to the excited voices of his companions, the corners of Su Kan's mouth rose slightly. After more than 10 minutes, the spaceship left Ldu and quickly headed towards Haishi. Through the window, Su Kan could see a huge city wrapped in light blue, contrasting sharply with the desolate areas outside the city. Is this the high martial continent? Inside the barrier, tall buildings stood. Outside the barrier, ruins grew wildly. The vast majority of humans can only live inside the barrier. Only by becoming warriors can they have the qualification to control their own fate and the ability to step out of the barrier alone. Warriors? Wait for me, soon I will become a warrior. Su Kan clenched his fist and murmured to himself. At that moment, Zhu Jiafan asked a question. Teacher, can humans fly like the spaceship? Chapter 29, Extraordinary Life. Zhu Jiafan's words caught the attention of all the students on the ship, including Su Kan. Regarding the realm of warriors, Su Kan did not know. Su Kan only knew that if one did not enter the stage, one was not a warrior, and could only be considered a martial artist. Only by successfully entering the stage and pushing one's vitality to 10 points can one be considered to have entered the stage and become a formal warrior. Fly? Yan Jun was slightly taken aback upon hearing Zhu Jiafan's words. He didn't want to say anything, but seeing the student's eager eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse and smiled as he spoke. Of course, it is possible. Really? Everyone was excited immediately. Then Teacher Yan, what kind of warrior can step into the air to fly? What kind of warrior, huh? Yan Jun also fell into contemplation. He understood very little about the realms after becoming a warrior. I don't know the specifics either. I once participated in a mission to encircle and suppress the disaster beasts, and I saw a warrior who came flying through the air and casually smashed a disaster beast the size of a hill to pieces with a wave of his hand. What? Casually smashing a disaster beast the size of a hill to pieces? Is it that terrifying? Everyone was astonished. Teacher, I heard that a warrior after entering the stage is also called an extraordinary life? Yes, after entering the stage, it is indeed considered an extraordinary life because the life structure inside them has already changed, and their lifespan will also increase. Just like us, our lifespan is usually only around 80 to 100 years, but after successfully entering the stage, our lifespan will generally not be less than 200. Also, their recovery ability is extremely exaggerated, as long as the heart and brain are not damaged. Everyone can heal with powerful recovery abilities. Like a little flesh wound, they only need to summon their extraordinary power, and in just a few minutes they can recover as before. Yan Jun thought for a moment and decided to talk about martial artists to inspire his classmates' yearning for them, creating motivation. As Yan Jun had expected, yearning appeared in his classmates' eyes. Xiao Yixue felt the same way. Although some of them had martial artists in their families and had a good chance of becoming martial artists in the future, who wouldn't long for the title of martial artist? Truly powerful martial artists can fly and go anywhere, they can cause mountains to crumble with a single strike, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. But classmates, don't aim too high for now, let's first work hard to tackle what's at hand and prepare for the college entrance exam.
Holy Hall Training Camp.
The Holy Hall Training Camp is located in the suburbs of Haishi City. Because they are quite special, unlike clubs, they do not need to be built in the city center to attract traffic. Their students come in batches through various connections, there is no shortage of people at all.
Old Han, are there any promising students in this batch?
This time the Blood Prison Training Camp has recruited a good one. Old Zhu is in front of me every day boasting. In the director's office, a strong man standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing no less than 250 pounds was winking at a small, thin middle-aged man.
The small middle-aged man, referred to by the strong man as Old Han, raised an eyebrow.
There are indeed a few good seeds, but none of them reach that level. Old Han casually grabbed a list from the desk, just a double-sided printed A4 paper, and threw it at the strong man. Yes, he really threw it. The thin A4 paper flew towards the strong man like a stone, speeding through the air. With a casual motion, the strong man caught the A4 paper in his hand. There were not many names on the A4 paper, only 84, representing students from 6 different schools. It couldn't be helped, good seeds were indeed hard to find. Some of the province's outstanding talents were sent to national training camps, while others had strong individuals in their families who trained them.
What was left went to these provincial training camps.
However, their Holy Hall could only rank third among provincial training camps, and the remaining good seeds were further divided by the first and second camps, leaving very few behind.
The Blood Prison Training Camp was not far from their location, ranked fourth.
However, the situation at the Holy Hall was not good lately, as they were about to be surpassed by Blood Prison, which troubled Old Han. If the Holy Hall fell out of the top 3 under his management, he feared his father would come out of the secret realm and kill him. But what could he do? After all, Blood Prison had brought in a super genius a few years ago, making a name for themselves and advancing rapidly. This training camp naturally couldn't only cover this batch of training before the college entrance exam, they also conducted training for college students after the exam, abbreviated as college prep. At the same time, they had various youth training camps, university camps, and so on. Sigh, it seemed he could only hope this year's group wouldn't disappoint him.
Fan Rue, Blood Evil Axe Technique 28% completion.
This is what I, Old Nyo, like, don't you dare snatch it from me.
The strong man's surname was Nyo. No one will snatch it from you. Old Han rolled his eyes.
Hee, but the quality of this year's batch is indeed not great, the highest level of advanced technique mastered is actually this Fan Rue, and not one has even reached 30%. Old Nyo sighed, 30% was a threshold. Crossing it meant moving from beginner to skilled level, gaining deeper insights into advanced techniques and unleashing greater power. Yeah, but those who exceed 30% are ranked among the top 20 in the province.
Those things are not something we can easily obtain. Old Han naturally understood as well.
This year, let's give them a little more reward, starting with 2 blood pills every 2 days, they can watch the teaching videos freely, and after 3 days they can seek guidance from a master, while for standard teachers it's all up to them. Just hand that Fan Rue over to me.
Fine.
Old Han casually nodded, although it didn't follow the rules, just thinking about the challenge from the blood prison made his head ache. If they lost, they would really be the 4th. Let's check the time, they should be arriving soon.
Almost, right?
When everyone's here, should I, Old Nyo, go take charge? Old Nyo looked eager, and Old Han instinctively wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought that the Blood Prison Training Camp seemed to be quite good at making tricks, which made it more acceptable.
All right. Wasn't it just a few days ago that you caught a disaster beast? What do you want to do?
Old Nyo immediately showed a look of vigilance.
That beast is my food.
Old Han smirked slyly.
Just borrowing it for a bit.
The spaceship was indeed very fast. Green Capital and Haishi are in the same province, so the distance isn't too far.
After just over an hour of flying, they could see the outline of Haishi City from afar.
The first impression it gave was big. Wow, Haishi has a population that's 3 million more than Green Capital, just about 1.5 times, but why does Haishi's area look so exaggerated?
Zhu Jiafan couldn't help but marvel at the scale of Haishi. Did you even pay attention in geography class? Nyahai couldn't help but roll his eyes and then began to give a lesson.
Green Capital has over 5 million people, only 3 million less than Haishi, but the land area is almost 5 times different.
5 times? So much?
Not only Zhu Jiafan was shocked, several other classmates also showed expressions of surprise.
Su Ken was calm because he already knew. Lack of education is really terrifying. Nyahai scoffed. You have no education.
Seeing the two about to argue again, everyone laughed heartily. Nyahai and Zhu Jiafan indeed had a very poor relationship, in just over an hour's time, they had bickered 3 times.
Amidst the laughter, the spaceship began to descend.
After more than 10 minutes, the spaceship landed at the dock of the Holy Hall Club.
We've arrived, get off. Finally here. Let's see the prosperity of this provincial capital.
Zhu Jiaofan and the others were very interested in Haishi. From childhood, they had heard adults say that Haishi City is the most prosperous city in Haishi province, and even the air there is sweet. So, one by one, they excitedly got off the spaceship.
But as soon as they got off, they felt a bit disappointed.
It seemed like there was nothing different. Li City, as one of the top 3 big cities in Haishi province, was still quite strong overall. At the entrance of Li City No. 2 High School, a spaceship marked with the Holy Hall logo was also parked. Over 20 boys and girls from Li City No. 2 High School boarded the spaceship. One particularly sturdy-looking boy with an anxious look on his face carried a battle axe as tall as himself on his back, appearing as if he was saying no entry as he boarded the spaceship.
Brother Rue's aura is still so intimidating that it makes people not dare to approach.
Come on, if there was a real combat section in the college entrance exam, even the top student from No. 1 High School, Kong Shang, might not be Brother Rue's match. Brother Rue's bloody killing axe, TSK, its power is quite amazing, it's just a bit slow, otherwise Brother Rue would be unstoppable.
But I heard the Holy Hall focuses on advanced skills training in actual combat, isn't that Brother Rue's paradise? Ha, as long as it's not those few monsters, where can Brother Rue not wreak havoc?
Just don't be so arrogant outside, don't embarrass us from Li City No. 2 High School. While everyone laughed heartily, a handsome boy with a slightly feminine look suddenly spoke.
The crowd's laughter immediately quieted down a lot. It is evident what position this delicate youth holds in the group.
Such scenes are happening in various places of Haishi province. Xianqing, Tingcheng, Rongqing, and Yanqing have all sent a school, each school sending its strongest group based on the results of the first mock assessment. They are all heading towards the St. Hall training camp. In fact, many spacecraft were dispatched today. Besides the St. Hall training camp, other major training camps are also accepting new students. Haishi province has 7 training camps with provincial labels. Every year around this time, schools with good strength contact these 7 training camps to send their outstanding students for training. Su Kan and his group were not the first to arrive. Yin Jun brought them to the dormitory, where people were already moving around. Since everyone had no conflicts for now, they all smiled and nodded, acknowledging each other. At least being in the same training place meant they were all excellent students.
3 people to a suite, 1 room for each person.
The accommodation is quite nice. It is a suite of about 120 square meters, divided into 3 rooms, each with its own bathroom, plus a fairly large living room outside. There is no kitchen. After all, no one will waste time cooking while coming here for training. The suite is decorated in a high-tech style, filled with intelligence everywhere. Yen Jun let them familiarize themselves, saying they would gather downstairs at 11 o'clock to take them to the cafeteria for a meal.
The official assembly is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Kan glanced at the date, March 14th.
According to teacher Yen, today also counts as part of the training time.
The training lasts for 20 days, until April 2nd. On April 3rd they will all return home. I wonder what benefits and treatments are offered here. I hope it won't let me down.
Su Kan looked at his panel, then thought of the enhanced blood essence pill in his backpack, patting it and feeling more confident. Let's take off, starting from the St. Hall training camp.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
6 schools, with a total of 84 people, all gathered in St. Hall's main hall under the guidance of their respective teachers. As soon as the clock struck 2, everyone heard heavy footsteps, which caught their attention. They saw a 2-meter-tall strong man holding something more than 3 meters high that was covered by a black cloth, obscuring its appearance. The strong man maintained his usual expression as he brought the object closer, casually throwing it to the ground.
Boom!
The ground echoed with a massive shaking noise, trembling beneath them, accompanied by a weak roar. However, the tremor was so strong that the sound was drowned out, and no one heard it.
Gulp! Everyone was startled by this action.
They thought the object should be heavy, but seeing it tremble like that, it was estimated to weigh at least 2,000 or 3,000. Wow! This strong man could carry such a heavy object with ease. How powerful could he be?
A warrior. This strong man is definitely a warrior.
Otherwise, he couldn't possibly possess such terrifying strength. Thinking of this, Su Kan's gaze towards the strong man changed. Hello everyone, I'm Nyo Damu, you can call me Instructor Nyo, and I am the chief instructor for your training this time. Nyo Damu grinned widely, but this smile, combined with his appearance, gave off an invisible sense of intimidation.
Deputy.
Suddenly, another figure appeared. Su Kan and the others didn't even see how he appeared. It was as if he had been there all along. A thin, middle-aged man stood beside Nyo Damu, making a stark contrast between the big and small. Old Han, at least give me some face and let me say a few more words before you come out.
Nyo Damu looked quite displeased.
Old Han completely ignored Neodamu, his hand slightly raised, and the black cloth that enveloped the cage suddenly flew into the air, revealing what was beneath the black cloth. It was a large cage. Inside the cage lay a monstrous creature, its face hideous, like a demon from the depths of hell. Its shape was like a tiger but not quite, entirely pitch black, with several sharp barbs on its body. However, it looked very weak, as if it had been severely injured. Even so, in that instant when the black cloth disappeared, the terrifying aura emanating from this giant creature still spread out. It was a solid, malign energy. If a timid person saw this monstrous beast, they would probably be so scared that their legs would go weak, collapsing to the ground in a puddle of urine and feces. What a terrifying aura! Still, even with that, many people took several steps back under the overwhelming aura, their faces turning pale. Chapter 31, Tiger Chone. Bathing in tiger blood. Disaster beast. Sukan didn't retreat, however. The moment he saw the monster, he recognized its identity. Tiger Chone. Tiger Chone is a type of disaster beast similar to the Siberian tiger. According to the description in the book, an adult tiger chone possesses at least 10,000 pounds of strength and can easily jump onto buildings over 10 meters high. Sukan never expected to see a real disaster beast upon arriving at the Holy Hall, especially a tiger chone with a high danger level. This Holy Hall is quite interesting. Sukan's eyes lit up with excitement. With the appearance of Tiger Chone and the reactions of the crowd, Nyodamu and Hanzei observed everything. Their purpose was to see how everyone would react upon suddenly encountering a disaster beast. They were relatively satisfied with the outcome. Though many turned pale and stepped back, at least no one directly collapsed to the ground in fear. A few showed good reactions, nearly surprised before returning to normal. These individuals had a better mentality. Wait, why does that kid's gaze look like? Hanzei and Nyodamu both noticed Sukan's reaction. At first, Sukan's reaction was normal, he merely showed surprise, but why did he become excited after that? This kid. Hanzei and Nyodamu exchanged glances, both becoming interested in Sukan. This kid is quite intriguing. As you can see, this is a disaster beast, named Tiger Chone. It is also our greatest enemy and the enemy you all will face in the future. Hanzei's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression slightly cold. Gulu Gelu. Many people swallowed their saliva. To battle such a terrifying being? Could they really fight it? Do you see the weapons over there? Hanzei continued, pointing to the side. Sukan and the others all looked in that direction. Dozens of weapon racks with hundreds of weapons were neatly arranged, all real weapons. Pick up a weapon and launch an attack on Tiger Chone. As long as your attack hits Tiger Chone, you will complete your task and earn 10 points. The first to act gets 20 points. Oh, and these points can be exchanged for chi blood pills. 1 point can be exchanged for 1 chi blood pill. Bang! As the words fell, Sukan immediately sprang into action. 1 point for 1 chi blood pill? 20 points for the first to act? Roar! This was enough to make Sukan act without hesitation, even against a real disaster beast. After all, with the protection of the Holy Hall training camp, Sukan did not believe they would actually let him die at the hands of a disaster beast. By the time Sukan had already rushed out, many only just reacted. Though they were faster than Sukan, with Sukan holding the lowest energy value at the scene, the time lost was enough for Sukan to take the lead in launching the attack. Sukan had his own knife, that gave him an advantage over many. Humph. Fan Rue coldly snorted, his action was just half a beat slower than Sukan. However, he was not fast to begin with. With his battle axe on his back, taking it down also required time. But what about Sukan? Draw the sword and cut. Fast. Especially fast. A arc of light swept through, Sukan's steel knife struck with a tricky angle. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Sukan's attack landed on the weak Huchon lying in the cage, causing no harm at all. On the contrary, the enormous recoil made Sukan's tiger mouth slightly numb. Sukan was shocked in his heart. Is this what a disaster beast is? So terrifying. A severely injured disaster beast lay right in front of him, and he couldn't even hurt it at all. No wonder there is a saying, without entering a rank, all are ants. In front of disaster beasts, numbers are useless, only rank warriors can harm disaster beasts. Boom! Then another attack struck down. It was a huge battle axe, glinting coldly, showing that this battle axe was not simple. One chop fell. Huchon let out a painful roar, clearly showing that this chop caused it a certain pain. A faint trace of blood appeared on its body. Sukan's heart trembled. This boy's attack is so strong. Gentleman's sword. Next, several strong and quick-reacting people rushed in. Xiao Yixue was one of them. However, Xiao Yixue's mood was not calm. When she saw Huchon, she was shocked and stepped back several paces. Just now, when Hanzei told them to act, she didn't react immediately, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Sukan. She softly called Sukan's name in her heart. Sukan had already left an imprint in her heart and it was gradually becoming clearer. As Xiao Shui and others' attacks fell, the remaining people also rushed over. Although some were scared to death, they still summoned their courage and charged forward.
In less than a minute, everyone completed the task. Very good, it seems that there are no cowards coming for this special training. Hanzei nodded in satisfaction. This step should count as awakening some of everyone's bravery, right? Old Nyo.
Seeing that everyone's gaze had fallen on him, Hanzei signaled to Nyo Damu next to him. Concern appeared in Nyo Damu's eyes, but for the sake of the holy hall, he still complied.
A giant battle axe appeared in his hand, imposing. Open the sky. What followed left everyone stunned. Good, so strong. Sukan swallowed hard. Is this the power of a rank warrior?
So terrifying.
Sukan didn't even clearly see Nyo Damu's movements. That huge battle axe was unbelievably fast.
With one chop, both the cage and Hu Chong were split in half. Perhaps because it was too fast, as Hu Chong split and fell sideways, no blood gushed out. Only after it completely crashed to the ground did the blood spurt out.
Quick, bathe in tiger's blood.
With Hanzei's roar, Sukan immediately rushed over, letting the tiger's blood shower over him.
The others finally reacted and rushed over one by one.
However, there were too few places to be bathed in tiger's blood, and very few could truly be soaked in the tiger's blood. This kid is clever, not bad. Hanzei and Nyo Damu were very satisfied with Sukan, but Sukan's vitality was too weak, which troubled them a bit.
This kid's drawing cut is mastered well. Old Han, shouldn't that old guy Wei Handong be in the camp? Should we let him come to guide? It might give me a surprise. I'm not sure if I can call Uncle Wei over.
Hearing this name, Hanzei felt a bit of a headache. Wei Handong was someone from his father's side and currently stayed in the training camp, doing menial work and didn't teach at all.
You can appeal to his emotions and reason with him. Hearing this, Hanzei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Appeal to emotions and reason? You know how Uncle Wei is, very unpleasant. Chapter 32, Absorbing the Blood of the Disaster Beast. The true benefits of the Holy Hall.
As the warm tiger blood fell on him, Sukan also activated his own vitality and began to communicate with the energy contained in the tiger blood.
Sukan had read about this in a book.
The blood of disaster beasts contains powerful energy, but this energy quickly disappears after the disaster beast dies. To absorb this energy, one must kill the beast on the spot.
Just like right now.
Some capable people would refine their descendants' foundations this way, bathing in the blood of disaster beasts or even swallowing it raw. The benefit of this is to establish a solid foundation, strengthen the body, and slightly increase the vitality value. Sukan planned to emulate this and suddenly raised his head to suck the spurting tiger blood into his mouth. Absorbed the blood of a first-tier disaster beast, Tiger Chong, gained energy plus 12 points.
What?
At that moment, Sukan saw this message, his eyes filled with shock.
The blood of the disaster beast can work? If that's the case, can I go out into the wild to hunt disaster beasts and drink their blood?
He had just taken one sip and gained 12 points of energy. Without giving it much thought, Sukan realized the energy in the tiger blood would soon vanish. He should drink a few more sips while he could.
Unfortunately, the energy dissipated too quickly.
Sukan only managed to drink 2 more sips, gaining another 24 points of energy. Adding the first sip, that made a total of 36 points of energy, which left Sukan feeling disappointed. But then, Sukan thought of something.
That is energy.
It seems that my special ability isn't just limited to converting energy through pills like the vitality pill.
It seems anything containing energy can be converted. If that's true, then there are many more things that can be converted.
However, it seems this type of conversion does not provide a multiplied effect, even the first time.
Sukan frowned. There were too few examples to make a decision.
I'll conduct more experiments later. I just wonder if the meat of the disaster beast can be converted into energy.
Sukan thought, just as Hanzei also instructed everyone to return. Nyo Damu then collected the corpse of Tiger Chong. Alright, later I will give each of you 10 points, and Sukan will get 20 points.
And make sure you don't lose that watch you have, it can also be used here. At Hanzei's words, Sukan glanced at the watch on his wrist. This watch was given when they entered the elite class, no wonder Teacher Yen told them to bring it. It seems this watch is issued here. Next, I will explain the benefits and treatments of our Holy Hall Club. The operating methods are quite similar, but the actions inside have changed. In the points exchange, there is only the vitality pill that can be exchanged. When you need it, just place an order, things will be sent to your residence. At the same time, there are famous teachers and first-tier instructors available. After ordering, choose a place and just go. Guidance is free, but a first-tier teacher can provide guidance once a day for 2 hours, while famous teachers can guide once every 3 days for only 1 hour. By the way, first-tier teachers have all reached 100% comprehension of high-level techniques at the first stage, which is enough to guide you. As everyone heard this, they immediately showed signs of surprise.
First-tier teachers have reached 100%, then what about the famous teachers?
As you guessed, all famous teachers are martial artists.
Everyone exclaimed in shock.
They never expected that famous teachers would be martial artists. Hanzei was quite pleased with their reaction and continued. Additionally, every 3 days, we will give each of you 1 point, which can be used to exchange for vitality pills. Afterwards, when you complete a task, if you achieve something, you can earn extra points. By the way, if you are the first to accumulate 200 points, I have a mysterious special reward for you.
Hanzei teased everyone's curiosity, raising their expectations.
But, you don't think our Holy Hall training camp is just this, right?
It shouldn't just be this, right? There's more? Suken was a bit surprised this time.
Each of you will start with 10 chi blood pills, and you will receive 1 pill every 3 days afterward. These are available to everyone.
Additionally, there will be guidance from renowned teachers every 3 days and guidance from first-level teachers once a day.
This is already quite good for Sukan. From now on, every day at 8 in the morning, you can enter the virtual space for training. The duration will mainly depend on yourselves.
Virtual space?
Sukan showed a confused expression, and not just him, most of the people looked puzzled.
What is this? Only a few people displayed a knowing expression.
Yes, it's the virtual space.
This is the latest technology developed by the country.
It can perfectly replicate a person into a virtual space through scanning, allowing for training and combat in the virtual environment. This technology is not yet mature. It requires a warrior to guard by your side during use, constantly monitoring the user's physical safety. Moreover, the cost of the virtual space device is high, and its maintenance is quite troublesome, therefore, it is not yet widely used. Only some powerful clubs, training camps, or top-ranking universities can utilize it. However, most of them are single-player, meaning you can only train inside and set up your character for battles. Well, instead of saying so much, it's better for you to experience it yourselves.
Follow me.
Hanzei smiled as he turned around, looking at everyone's curious eyes. By the way, our Holy Hall doesn't have many of these devices. There are only 20 sets in total, so you will need to wait in line to use them. Of course, don't worry, 20 sets will definitely be enough for you.
As for the reason, you will understand soon.
Hanzei had a playful smile. Under Hanzei's guidance, the group passed through many barriers and arrived at a heavily guarded area. This is the virtual space device. You can have 20 people experience it first. Who goes first? Everyone exchanged glances, staying cautious about the new thing. The virtual device looked cool, resembling high-tech virtual chambers.
I'll go.
Me too. But soon, several people excitedly stepped forward.
I'll go as well.
Sukan looked at their reactions and raised his hand too.
Alright, you all go in first.
By the way, this virtual device consumes mental energy. If you feel dizzy, come out immediately. Also, try to avoid dying in the virtual space because dying inside will cause significant shock to your spirit and greatly reduce your training time. I won't say more, just go in and experience it. For the others, you can either move around freely or wait here. Hanzei signaled Sukan and the others to go in, and they exchanged glances before walking towards the virtual chamber.
Chapter 33, The Real Virtual World.
Once Sukan and the others entered the virtual chamber, someone asked.
Instructor, how long do we have to wait?
How long?
Hanzei's smile grew wider.
About half an hour. Welcome to the virtual world. I am your assistant. You can call me Shoei, or you can set me a new name. Would you like to set one? As they lay in the virtual chamber, Sukan did not know what the principle was, but everything around him felt incredibly real.
A small angel, the size of a palm, with a pair of pure white wings, flew in the air, smiling and saying to Sukan. Is this Shoei?
Let's use this, no need to change. Sukan seemed to recall something, his tone slightly strange.
Okay, how would you like me to address you?
Master.
What is your name in this world? Can it be anything?
Normally, yes.
Then call me Ji Bochang.
Sukan smiled playfully. Okay, Master, your name has been changed to Ji Bochang.
What abilities do you have?
Having said his name, Sukan was filled with curiosity about this magical virtual world.
Mainly, it was just too real.
I have many abilities, but for now, only these 3 are available for you to choose. 1. I can materialize scenes of strong fighters at various stages of basic techniques and most high-level skills, and can suppress their strength to a certain degree through algorithms for you to battle against. I can also simulate various disaster beasts based on the database, creating scenes of disaster beasts or some war scenarios, allowing you to join in and combat as if you were in it.
Hearing this first function, Sukan's eyes lit up. Isn't this similar to the virtual games in the novels from my past life?
This ability is great. No wonder Teacher Chow said that the slots for this holy hall are so precious. It seems the principal has indeed invested a lot this time. The second one is the key to earning points this time, the tower challenge function, where everyone's strength will be limited to 9.9 health points inside the tower. The only differences are basic techniques and high-level skills. The higher the level of the tower, the more points you can earn.
Sukan nodded upon hearing this. And the last function?
The third function is the arena function, but currently, the virtual space is in single-player mode, so you can only match against AI. Once the local area network mode is enabled later, player matching battles can be conducted, and winning in player matching battles or ranking up will earn extra points.
Master, which function would you like to activate? Oh, by the way, consuming energy in the virtual space is through your mental power. When your mental state reaches a certain threshold, Xiaoyi will remind you, and after 2 reminders, you will be forcefully logged off. Sukan understood all 3 functions.
Let's check the first one, strong fighters skilled in basic sword techniques and sword drawing strikes.
Okay, Xiaoyi will serve you now. Please make your selection.
Soon, dozens of virtual figures appeared in front of Sukan, along with their backgrounds and information floating in front of them. Just recommend one suitable for me. My situation is 48% in the second stage of basic sword techniques and 23% in the first stage of sword drawing strikes.
Okay, I'll choose one for you.
Selection successful. Your instructor is Shui Jingfeng.
Shui Jingfeng. Health point value 3.5. Basic sword techniques 48%. Sword drawing strike first stage 23%.
A character that looked exactly like a real person appeared. This virtual space was so real that even the wrinkles on his face were simulated.
Do you need to adjust the data? No need.
Sukan simulated his sword, and the battle began.
A true battle.
Each clash made Sukan feel almost just like in reality.
No, it was even more real.
In reality, the opponents he fought were all far stronger than him, and battling them felt as if they were just feeding him moves. Although it felt comfortable, it lacked a certain sensation. Here, Sukan felt a real sense of danger, something that couldn't be experienced outside. Moreover, he could constantly adjust the opponent's strength, continuously putting pressure on himself.
At the beginning, with similar data,
Sukan was still no match for Shui Jingfeng, retreating step by step, but after some time to adapt, Sukan not only steadied himself but also brought enormous pressure to Shui Jingfeng.
After stalemating for 7 or 8 minutes, Sukan seized on a flaw. Draw the sword and slash.
The blade cut through Shui Jingfeng's body, blood splattering onto Sukan's face, a somewhat warm feeling.
Is this the feeling of killing?
Perhaps because this place was a virtual space, even though it felt very real, Sukan's heart was very calm.
A bit tired, but I can accept it. Is this what virtual space is like? So amazing.
If I can fight in this virtual space for a while longer, my strength will greatly improve.
Sukan was very excited.
Real combat without fear of death, this was a huge help for him to digest energy.
Outside the virtual space.
As time passed, the remaining 60 or so people outside did not leave, they all wanted to see the experience of those who came out. Sukan also went in, but his blood energy is so low, he is very likely to be the first to come out.
Xiaoyi Shue didn't go in during the first wave, she was now more concerned about Sukan's performance.
She had always been the top of the second high school, but now being suppressed by Sukan twice in a row made it hard for her to ignore him. Fortunately, Sukan's low blood energy posed no immediate threat to her.
Someone has come out.
After just over 14 minutes, a red light on a virtual pod lit up. This meant someone had already come out of the virtual space.
So fast?
The crowd was somewhat surprised, and they looked towards Hanzei, as this seemed quicker than what he had said. Hanzei showed a natural expression without any surprise, even smiling as he said. The first person lasted over 14 minutes, that's not bad. His words seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and 3 more red lights lit up. With the red lights lighting up, the virtual pods opened, and 4 people crawled out. Compared to how they looked when they just went in, the faces of the 4 were a bit pale, and one of them seemed a bit unsteady on their feet.
What happened to you?
Everyone was a bit worried, but to their surprise, although the 4 didn't look well, their eyes were all shining.
Incredible. So amazing, I never thought there could be such incredible technology. Instructor, can we take a break and go back in?
Just going in for a while, I feel like I have gained some insight into advanced skills. Maybe if I go in 2 or 3 more times, I can master advanced skills. The youth with unsteady feet spoke with great excitement.
Chapter 34, Sukan has not come out. What?
The boy's words shocked everyone around him. Advanced skills. Although the 80 or so people who came to the Sacred Hall were the best students from various schools, mastering advanced skills was not that easy. Like during the 100 Days Oath ceremony, back then there were only 3 people in the entire Green Capital No. 2 high school who had mastered advanced skills.
One was Sukan, one was Xiaoyi Shue, and the last was He Yong.
Only these 3 had mastered advanced skills. Although in the following 10 days, others gradually mastered advanced skills, by now, only 5 people had achieved it.
The remaining schools, except for Lee City No. 2 High School, which had a slightly higher standard, the other schools were around the same level as Green Capital No. 2 High School. They did not have many who mastered advanced skills either. Of the 80 or so who came this time, at most just over 30 could master advanced skills. The boy's words turned most people's eyes red. You can't go again. This virtual space is at most once a day for you. Going in again can easily cause irreversible damage to your mind and body. Hearing this, everyone showed a look of disappointment. The virtual space mainly focuses on basic laws, advanced skills, and actual combat performance. Hanzei summarized, then saw everyone pushing forward. Instructor, I want to go in. Next, I want to go. Don't rush, soon someone will be eliminated, you can adjust your state outside before going in. As Hanzei's words fell, several red lights lit up, but this still could not stop everyone's fiery hearts. Hanzei had no choice but to say. Then let's go by your test scores from this time, that's the fairest. There are 7 spots now, I will call out a name to go in first. First, Zhou Chang'en. Second, Xiao Yixue. Fan Rui was the first in this assessment, but he had already gone in the first batch. Xiao Yixue's total score ranked 4th, again 4th, which left her quite speechless since she knew her score. Did she have some kind of curse with the number 4? I hope this can boost my strength a bit, when I go back, I must break into the top 3. For sure. This was Xiao Yixue's last thought before entering the virtual space. Xiao Yixue had decent mental power, and she stayed inside for 24 minutes before being kicked out due to lack of energy. After crawling up from the virtual pod, Xiao Yixue finally understood why those people looked so pale. This did indeed take a toll on one's spirit, even she felt mentally exhausted and just wanted to find a place to rest well. However, the effect is really good. Just by going in for a while, my understanding of swordsmanship has improved a lot. If I go in a few more times, plus the guidance from famous teachers every 3 days, my strength could be greatly enhanced. In that case, I definitely won't lose to Su Kan in advanced skills next time. Advanced skills had been 2% lower than Su Kan's, which was hard for Xiao Yixue to accept. As soon as she came out, Xiao Yixue scanned her surroundings, wanting to find Su Kan's figure. Not here? Looks like he has already gone back. Not seeing Su Kan, Xiao Yixue felt a bit disappointed. But she still walked over to her roommate, a girl who was staying with her this time. Xiaoyan, Su Kan has gone back, right? Xiaoyan, full name Wang Yan, was one of the 3 girls in the elite team, ranking 28th in the city simulation, 5th in the elite class, with a solid foundation. Actually, she ranked 3rd in the testing at the end of last semester's team, but this time she didn't grasp any advanced skills, so her score was pushed down to 5th. Su Kan? Wang Yan clearly paused upon hearing Su Kan's name. It seems Su Kan hasn't come out yet. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized, wait a minute. Su Kan seemed to still be inside, not out yet. This. Everyone started looking at each other in confusion. Su Kan hasn't come out? Xiao Yixue was also stunned, she never imagined she would hear such an answer. Su Kan didn't come out? Hanzei was also taken aback for a moment, he thought he had missed something important, it turned out it was Su Kan he overlooked. This kid has been in for almost 40 minutes. Hanzei glanced at the time, over 39 minutes, just 20 seconds away from 40 minutes. Hanzei hurriedly walked toward Su Kan's virtual pod, wanting to see if there was an issue with the pod. There had been people who stayed in for such a long time before entering the rank, indeed, someone even persisted for an hour and a half. But those people were all top-tier talents, with exceptionally strong mental power, and their health values were at least above 8, even reaching the limit for martial artists, a health value of 9.9. But what about Su Kan? With a health value of 3.5, Hanzei couldn't help but worry if there was an issue with the virtual pod. The others also heard that Su Kan was still inside. Others may forget names, but for the one who acted first in that small test and was the only one to score 20 points, how could they possibly forget? No problem. Hanzei checked and found no issues, the virtual chamber was perfectly fine. So this kid's talent and mental strength is indeed pretty good. Hanzei breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the person was alive, that was all that mattered. Next person, please go in. Part of Hanzei's mind also turned to Su Kan's side. Not only him, many people were subconsciously watching the location of Su Kan in the virtual chamber. Xiao Yixue was even more so, she initially planned to go back and rest to recover her spirit and practice later at night. But now she didn't want to rest anymore. Even if she felt really bad, she didn't want to take a break. She wanted to stay here and see how long Su Kan could last inside. Time quietly passed while waiting. Batch after batch of people went in and out, soon, only 5 or 6 people from over 80 remained who hadn't gone in. How long has Su Kan been inside? 1 hour and 20 minutes. Xiao Yixue, upon hearing this, couldn't help but clench her fists, her face growing paler. Is this guy's mental strength that powerful? Xiao Yixue found it hard to accept this reality,
but the facts were right in front of her. What could she do? If she didn't accept it, she still had to accept it. She was now just curious about how long Sukan could hold on. Not just Xiao Ishue, but everyone else felt the same. Even those in the first batch, like Fan Rui and others, hurried over after hearing the news just to see how long Sukan could last. It could be said. He should be coming out soon. After all, it's been more than 80 minutes. Chapter 35, Only Sukan Left. Blade Slash. A streak of light flew by, and another figure fell under Sukan's knife. Phew. Sukan's eyes shone brightly. The energy boost can apply here, it seems because I added points based on my own insights, the insights circulate here too. The effect is very good, absolutely amazing. In just 1 hour, Sukan added 1 percentage point, and he also improved by 1 percentage point himself. Now Sukan's Blade Slash had reached 25% progress. And this was just Blade Slash. Sukan's basic technique also improved by 2 percentage points, despite not adding points to it. That said, since gaining a high-level skill, Sukan hadn't added points to the basic technique again. The improvement in the basic technique was entirely reliant on Sukan's understanding of the high-level skill being transformed into it. So compared to Xiao Ishue, Sukan's high-level skill was 2% higher, but the basic technique was 5% less. This was the difference. Now I can try the tower challenge. Sukan glanced at the time. He had been inside for just over an hour and was slightly fatigued mentally. However, his overall condition was still alright. He'd see what this tower was like. Xiaoyi, activate the tower challenge function. Okay, master. As the words fell, the scene before Sukan changed again. A grand and majestic pagoda appeared right in front of him. The pagoda soared into the clouds, radiating an extremely ancient aura. Just standing before the pagoda made Sukan feel incredibly small. This tower. Master, this tower is called the Race Tower. Race Tower? How do I start? Just go straight in. After clearing it, you can receive corresponding point rewards. Alright. Upon hearing this, Sukan strode forward. As soon as he stepped into the tower, he felt everything around him change. This is... Welcome to the Race Tower, would you like to start the challenge? Sukan looked around, as if he had arrived on a vast plain. The surroundings were incredibly spacious, with no end in sight. First layer, open. A faint and ethereal voice rang out, and Sukan felt his energy and blood rapidly surge, reaching a value of 9.9 in no time. This did not surprise Sukan at all. Xiaoyi had told him in advance that whether in the tower or in competitions, their energy would be unified to a value of 9.9. What they would compete on were basic methods, advanced skills, practical techniques, and so on. Prairie Wolf. In front of Sukan appeared a prairie wolf, towering over 3 meters, massive and powerful. Its gray-brown fur stood up like steel needles, shining with a cold light, as if it could withstand any attack. Its large head boasted sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, revealing a chilling fierceness. With blood-red eyes like burning flames, it stared fixedly ahead, filled with wildness and a thirst for blood. Sukan's eyes narrowed. If he hadn't seen that external tiger earlier, he might have been somewhat shocked. But compared to the tiger, this prairie wolf was simply incomparable. Neither in size nor in presence could it be compared. The prairie wolf is also a type of disaster beast, belonging to a social type of disaster beast, and an adult prairie wolf has tiered strength. However, this prairie wolf has been processed by the species tower, its strength suppressed to the value of 9 energy. Sukan saw a fleeting message above the prairie wolf's head and let out a breath. Ow! Don't underestimate the prairie wolf just because its name has the word prairie in it, thinking it is a herbivore. There are no purely herbivorous disaster beasts, they particularly enjoy feeding on humans. The prairie wolf's strong limbs resembled thick tree trunks, and the definition of its muscles was clear. Suddenly, it stomped the ground and rushed towards Sukan like thunder, moving incredibly fast. Its sharp claws were like curved blades, capable of easily tearing through an enemy's flesh. If Sukan, with only 3.5 energy, faced the prairie wolf, he would have no power to resist. Fortunately, his strength had risen to 9.9 energy, allowing him to clearly perceive the wolf's moves at such speed. Sukan felt no fear, his gaze was tightly locked on this fierce prairie wolf, and he gripped his long knife tightly. At the moment the wolf lunged at him, Sukan suddenly gathered his strength, his arm muscles tensed as he pulled out the long knife with lightning speed. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and a sharp blade struck through the air, cutting directly towards the prairie wolf. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air, the long knife carried all of Sukan's power, striking down on the prairie wolf like a thunderbolt. With a loud crack, the incredibly sharp blade actually cleaved the prairie wolf from head to tail, instantly splitting its body in half. Blood splattered, staining the surrounding grass. The two halves of the wolf's body flew off to either side, crashing heavily too. The surroundings remained unchanged, but this time, there were not one, but 2 prairie wolves. The vitality of these 2 prairie wolves had risen from 9 to 9.5, and their bodies were larger than the previous one. 2 of them. The two prairie wolves stood to the left and right, their cold gazes fixed on Su Kan, as if he were their mortal enemy.
Outside.
As another red light lit up, Xiao Shui and the others hurriedly turned their gazes over, only to realize it was not Su Kan's virtual pod, leaving their expressions numb.
It seems like only Su Kan hasn't come out?
Yes, only Su Kan is left. Hanzei remained silent for a moment before responding with a complicated tone.
It had been 103 minutes.
Everyone else had exited the virtual space, and only Su Kan was still inside. With over 80 people and 19 virtual pods, that was equivalent to 5 rounds. Su Kan was the first to enter, and now he still hadn't come out, having spent almost 2 hours inside. Such a long time, even for an advanced warrior, was not something everyone could endure.
How strong is Su Kan's talent and mental strength?
Hanzei didn't know, but he had never seen anything like it.
Chapter 36, 2 hours. The benefits of strong mental power.
Still battling in the tribe tower, Su Kan was unaware of what was happening outside, and he didn't realize everyone was waiting for him.
Su Kan still thought that everyone was like him. This time, I must have already died. Su Kan's current state was somewhat tragic.
Half of his body had exploded, and he stood on one foot, his 2 hands the only intact parts. But even those were only intact, with countless wounds. If this were the outside world, it would basically mean he was useless.
Passed the 5th level, earned 20 points, do you wish to proceed to the 6th level? Not continuing.
Su Kan decisively shook his head. Although passing each level fully healed his injuries, it had been so difficult to get through the 5th level, exchanging life for victory at best. There was no way he could fight the 6th level. Of course, the main reason was that Xiaoyi had already reminded Su Kan to exit, his mental consumption was overbearing.
I'll come back tomorrow to meet you. Gain 70 points, plus the initial 20 points, that makes 90 points. I just wonder how they did.
Su Kan muttered, glancing at his advanced skills. After such a lengthy fight for survival, Su Kan's insights deepened, and his blade technique increased by 2 percentage points, reaching 27% progress. This was all due to the battles, without any skill points added. This made Su Kan marvel at the wonders of virtual combat. Experiencing the feeling of life and death at such moments was truly beyond words. Of course, Su Kan also knew that the insights gained from such life and death battles today were largely due to previous accumulations.
Future improvements would definitely not be so exaggerated. Just a little more, boost it to 28%. Tomorrow I can directly raise it to 30%, or even more. Let's go out.
Having brought his blade technique to 28% progress, Su Kan exited the virtual space.
Ding! Exactly 2 hours. The red light lit up.
Everyone's gaze turned in unison, more than 170 pairs of eyes, without exception. Su Kan did not know that so many eyes were watching him. As he exited the virtual space, he only felt a bit dizzy, as if his head might burst.
Su Kan knew this was due to overexertion. Next time, I'll come out earlier, this feeling is really uncomfortable.
Su Kan muttered, shaking his head as he pressed the button on the virtual pod, which opened up. Su Kan rubbed his dizzy head and slowly got up. As soon as his head popped out, Su Kan sensed something was off. Why did he feel a strange aura? He glanced over and saw more than 170 eyes staring at him intently. The owners of these eyes each wore faces paler than the last, looking like ghosts.
Oh my! Su Kan was startled, jumping up from the virtual pod, appearing on guard. What are you trying to do? What are we trying to do? Hanzei and the others exchanged glances. What could they do?
After a while, Su Kan finally learned the situation from them and understood why they looked at him like that. So, it turns out the longest anyone else stayed inside was 31 minutes, and most didn't even last 20 minutes.
No wonder they were so surprised. Is the reason I could stay in there so long because of my spirit? Su Kan opened the panel. Name, Su Kan.
Vitality, 3.56 plus.
Punch power, 397 kilograms.
Speed, 18.9 meters/second.
Spirit, 9 plus. Skill, basic sword technique, stage 2 55% plus.
Advanced skill, blade draw / stage 1 28% plus.
Energy, 212.6.
Looking at the plus sign behind spirit, Su Kan hesitated for a moment but decided to give it a try. Previously, Su Kan hadn't noticed anything different about his spirit, and with his energy being so low, he didn't want to waste it. But now he realized that this spirit seemed to increase the time spent in the virtual space, and he also had enough energy currently, so even if he wasted dozens or hundreds of energy, Su Kan wouldn't mind. Don't look at his energy being only 212.6 on the panel. The enhanced vitality pills he had in the dorm could increase his energy by over 300.
Plus, with the 90 points he gained today, according to Hanzei, this is equivalent to 90 vitality pills? 90 vitality pills.
Even if the cost-performance ratio of vitality pills isn't high, each one is worth 15 energy, that's directly 1350 energy points.
His energy in the short term would definitely be enough.
If it weren't for Sukan's fear of too rapid an increase leading to instability and causing unnecessary trouble, he would have wanted to charge directly to become a warrior.
With his energy, even if the subsequent bottleneck needs more energy, it would still be enough. Thinking of this, Sukan directly acted on his spirit. Increase spirit. Consume 10 energy, spirit plus 0.1, current spirit 9.1.
As the spirit increased by 0.1, Sukan felt that the pain in his head had eased a bit, it wasn't so unbearable anymore.
10 energy? That's quite enough. Then let's continue. Consume 10 energy, spirit plus 0.1, current spirit 9.2. Consume 10 energy, spirit plus 0.1, current spirit 9.9.
Spirit has reached the current limit, continuing to improve requires a large amount of energy to break the barrier.
Would you like to continue?
After consuming 90 energy, his spirit rose to 9.9. The pain in Sukan's head had mostly disappeared, now he only felt a slight soreness.
How much energy is needed? 200 energy, current energy balance insufficient. 200 is acceptable.
Then let's exchange for some vitality pills and break the barrier directly. Sukan glanced at the bag containing the enhanced vitality pills and decided to exchange for vitality pills instead. He could take the enhanced vitality pills slowly later, one a day, to digest them gradually. If he were to eat enough to upgrade his spirit now, Sukan felt he would throw up. Sukan directly placed an order on the wristband, not buying 90 vitality pills all at once, it was too many, difficult to store. Sukan calculated and decided to exchange for 20 for now. After taking 20, he could gain 300 energy. After deducting the 200, he would still have an energy value of 222.6, enough for the next few days' consumption. After placing the order, the delivery speed was particularly fast. In less than 10 minutes, someone called Sukan's wristband, asking him to come to the door to receive the vitality pills. Sukan immediately got up and opened the door. An old man in a yellow robe pushed the door open and handed Sukan a small box.
Here are the 20 vitality pills you needed, want to count them? That's very polite of you.
Sukan smiled as he received the box, though he said it was polite, his hands showed no hesitation as he opened the small box to count them.
Upon opening the small box, there were 5 exquisite jade bottles inside.
The old man in the yellow robe noticed Sukan's actions and slightly twitched his lips. Was this the young man who could stay in the virtual space for 2 hours as Xiaozhe said?
Chapter 37, Breaking the Mental Barriers. The Subtle World. After counting,
Sukan opened each bottle, and all of them contained 5 blood energy pills, without any cuts. Sukan nodded in satisfaction and offered an elegant yet polite smile to the old man in the yellow robe.
Thank you. Still somewhat polite.
The old man in the yellow robe sneered, mumbling to himself. Sukan closed the door and eagerly returned to his room, preparing to consume a few blood energy pills to gather enough energy of 200. After swallowing 6 blood energy pills, Sukan felt slightly full. It is said that these blood energy pills are made from the flesh and blood of disaster beasts, combined with some herbs, containing rich energy. Even with the energy absorbed by his special ability, Sukan could still feel a sense of fullness.
That's enough for now, let's begin.
Energy consumed *200, breaking the mental limit, mental upper limit increased, current mental value is 10 points.
This sentence Sukan was destined not to see.
As his mental power advanced from 9.9 to 10, Sukan felt a loud explosion in his brain. What Sukan didn't know was that the bottleneck between mental 9.9 and 10 was not the difference between entering a new stage or not. Ordinary martial artists just needed to simply use their mental power to connect with the spiritual energy of the world, guiding extraordinary power into their bodies, and merge it with blood energy, adding a bit of mental power as well. But to truly elevate mental power from a single-digit number to a 2-digit number, that was something to be achieved after becoming an advanced martial artist.
Sukan essentially jumped a stage, the implications of this were self-evident.
During this phase of mental power enhancement, the overwhelming energy was too much for Sukan to bear, and he passed out. When Sukan woke up again, it was already the next day. Sukan stretched and felt incredibly relaxed, having never slept so comfortably before. So refreshing. As Sukan opened his eyes, he immediately sensed the world seemed different. Why is everything clearer? Sukan's eyesight was already excellent, much better than his previous life's 5.3. But now, Sukan felt like he could even see an ant from 100 meters away. Everything around also seemed to slow down, this feeling was very strange.
Is this the effect of a mental breakthrough? Sukan subconsciously opened the panel, and his face turned pale with shock. Name, Sukan. Blood energy, 4.2 plus. Punching power, 450 kilograms. Speed, 19.3 meters/second. Mental power, 10 plus. Skill, basic sword technique, second stage 61% plus. Advanced skill, drawing sword / first stage 31% plus. Energy, 12.6.
His strength had improved in every aspect. Moreover, this increase felt entirely earned through his own training, making him feel comfortable and grounded. Blood energy increased by nearly 0.7 wasn't surprising. For Sukan, it was not difficult at all. The main achievement was that both the basic technique and the drawing sword slash had jumped a level. The 31 to 60% phase represented proficiency, while 61% meant mastery. Sukan's basic sword technique had advanced directly from proficiency to mastery, which was a significant improvement. The drawing sword slash also advanced from entry level to proficiency, and Sukan felt that if he faced the ironback giant ape on the 5th level again, he could easily cut it down with one strike. This was the essence of strength improvement. I'll go test the effect later.
But I'm so hungry right now.
Hungry, extremely hungry. Sukan swallowed the remaining 14 blood energy pills from yesterday, and that hunger began to ease.
Continue.
Sukan grabbed a handful of enhanced blood pills from his backpack and stuffed them into his mouth. In this extreme hunger, it went down quickly without the usual discomfort. After eating 5 or 6 handfuls, the feeling of hunger completely disappeared. What followed was a fulfilling sensation, a wonderful comfort. This hunger came at a great time, helping me eliminate a lot of enhanced blood pills. Sukan looked at the strengthened blood chi pills that had been consumed quite a bit, a bright smile on his face.
Energy, 355.6. Now there are only about 400 left, it should be finished in a week. With these, my energy should be around 550.
There are still 70 blood chi pills to exchange, that's 1600 energy. Sukan's smile became even brighter, 1600 points of energy, that would last him a long time.
I can head to the virtual space now. Let's continue to challenge the tower. Blood Hell Training Camp.
The Blood Hell Training Camp is very close to the Holy Hall Training Camp, only a kilometer away in a straight line.
Director Zhu, Wei Xian just passed the 7th layer.
He passed the 7th layer?
He broke through the 7th layer in just 3 days? Director Zhu showed a look of surprise.
Great. At this rate, he can step into the 8th layer when the local area network opens. With Gui Xian's strength, he will definitely rank in the top 3 among our 7 training camps, making our blood hell famous and completely stepping on the Holy Hall, becoming the 3rd with a proper name.
Congratulations, Director Zhu.
Ha ha. Director Zhu laughed heartily. He had been eyeing the 3rd position for a long time, and this time he spent a huge cost to let Gui Xian join the Blood Hell Training Camp, all for this. Although many things were done by these clubs, the outside world valued and recognized the batch just before the college entrance examination the most.
Time flew by.
Soon, more than a week had passed since Sukan arrived at this Holy Hall Training Camp. In just over a week, with the help of the virtual space, over 90% of the participants had mastered advanced skills. The rest were also on the verge of mastering them, and it would probably only take a few days for them to succeed. As for those who had mastered advanced skills, their understanding deepened during life and death battles. In the first 5 days, Fan Rui managed to break through the blood slaughter axe technique to 31% progress and passed the 7th layer. In the past 2 days, Xiao Yixue and the other 3 also broke through their respective advanced skills to 31% progress and passed the 7th layer.
But everyone wasn't as happy as they imagined. How long has Sukan been in there this time?
Xiao Yixue came out of the virtual space, her face slightly pale.
Almost 4 hours now.
Xiao Yixue looked down at her own time, 25 minutes, an improvement from the start, but compared to Sukan, this speed was simply not even worth mentioning. This guy. During this time, the few of them had practiced with each other, as their blood chi values were close, making the sparring more interesting. Of course, they also wanted to spar with Sukan, but he declined every time.
Mainly because it seemed too boring.
In the virtual space where they fought for their lives, engaging in dull sparring outside didn't attract Sukan's interest at all. Moreover, every day involved several hours of combat, Sukan really had no interest. So they were not very aware of Sukan's strength, but Xiao Yixue knew that since Sukan could train for that long in the virtual space, his advanced skills would surely be remarkable. Fortunately, Sukan's blood chi value isn't high, otherwise, with his talent for advanced skills, I might really not be able to compete with him.
Xiao Yixue smiled wryly, even the proudest among them had to admit that in advanced skills, she was not as good as Sukan. Chapter 38, The Local Area Network Opens. Competition among the 7 camps. That guy Sukan's mental strength is really scary.
Fan Rui carried a blood-red battle axe, the atmosphere filled with a strong slaughtering aura. Indeed, but in the martial artist stage, it's still about blood chi and skills. Although Sukan's mental strength is good, his skills are probably similar to ours, maybe a little stronger. The boy with somewhat feminine features, like Fan Rui, also came from Li City No. 2 Middle School, and shared the surname Fan, named Fan Xian. Although they both share the surname Fan, they are actually not related, or rather, the generations have been too separated to have any kinship.
If you go further up, it's uncertain. Indeed, I heard that during the city simulation, Sukan only had 3.5 vitality? This time, it was another person speaking, from Ting City No. 1 High School. Ting City is a relatively poor place in Haishi Province, although it has a population of over 3 million, the overall education level is poor. Lu Lianhai, being the top student of Ting City No. 1 High School and also the number 1 in this simulation, couldn't surpass Fan Rue in this training camp and had to settle for second place. When Xiao Yixue heard this, she frowned. Although she personally believed that too, hearing others talk about Suk in this way still made her somewhat uncomfortable. However, Xiao Yixue still responded, as this was no longer a secret. Tisk, TSK, 3.5 vitality, no matter how advanced the skills, they're useless. Tu Mingji, the top student from Xiang City No. 2 High School, chuckled, and the others followed him with laughter. Su Kan's mental strength indeed made them envious, but his vitality was too low to pose any threat to them. The real threat came from the people around them. Their group was not weak, none of their vitality was below 8, and their advanced skills were all above 25%, making them the top of their respective schools. Except for Fan Xin. Fan Rue listened to these people, furrowed his brow, and without greeting anyone, turned and left. The Star Training Camp, being the number 1 training camp in the province, certainly had a significant reputation. The geniuses recruited here were mostly from the strongest high schools in each city. Apart from a few exceptional talents sent to the national training camp and some snatched away by the second training camp, most were here. The 3 from Green Capital No. 1 High School were among them. The local area network competition is starting the day after tomorrow. Once the 3 arrived at the Star Training Camp, they huddled together. Because in the Star Training Camp, geniuses gathered in clusters. Only the 3 from Green Capital No. 1 High School qualified to come here, others were sent to different places by their school, which was the confidence of the Star Training Camp. They didn't need to accept everyone like the Holy Hall Training Camp, they could just select a few excellent ones. In such circumstances, they still recruited 36 people. These 36 people all had scores that could definitely rank in the top 100 in Haishi, they were truly the pride of heaven. Luo Xiu was a true prodigy in Green Capital, but upon arrival here, he felt ordinary, as almost no one was worse than him. Only Chen Ping was well known here, able to rank among the top. Finally, the local area network competition is starting, I've almost been bullied here. Honglin smiled bitterly, their Star Training Camp had started competitive battles 5 days ago. However, this competitive battle was merely for sparring, with no scores or ranks, it was only to help them adapt to the battles. Yeah, I've been bullied badly too, once the local area network competition starts, I can bully the weak. The usually serious Luo Xiu also showed a change in attitude in this setting. Once the local area network competition starts, let's try to rank up quickly and earn more rewards. Chen Ping's eyes also sparkled with laughter. There's no way around it, in the Star Training Camp, everything had to be fought for with strength. And the rewards offered by the Star Camp were particularly tempting, urging them to strive. This time, the competitive battles among the 7 major camps had even more generous rewards. If they could achieve a good ranking, it could give them a significant boost. After this training, our top 3 positions should be secure. Xiao Yixue and Xiao Yang probably can't catch up with us. That's for sure, Xiao Yixue is in the Holy Hall, and Xiao Yang is in the Blood Domain, although these 2 camps are good, they can't compare with the Star Training Camp. Have you forgotten about Su Kan? Luo Xiu listened to the conversation between the 2, and Su Kan's figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. Su Kan? Chen Ping and Hong Lin were both slightly taken aback, and then Chen Ping frowned. In the arena, the unity of vital energy is crucial. That guy Su Kan really has the potential to threaten your positions. But even if it's a threat, it's no big deal, his vital energy is ultimately a hard injury. Is vital energy a hard injury? Luo Xiu thought about Su Kan's rapid increase in vital energy and murmured to himself. Is it really a hard injury? People in the 7 provincial training camps were discussing the competitive battles that would start in 2 days once the local area network was activated. Because the rewards for this competitive battle were particularly generous. Each rank has corresponding rewards, and if one could reach the top 10, it would mean rewards given by the highest official of Haishi Province, the governor. However, getting into the top 10 is not an easy task. This time, the participants from the 7 provincial training camps are all outstanding individuals from various universities. Although the value isn't as high as that of provincial simulations, those who can enter the top 10 would still be capable of making the top 20 in the provincial simulations. The major training camps were sharpening their knives, preparing to achieve excellent results in this battle to earn more points today and maintain their rankings. In such a highly anticipated situation, March 24th arrived. The arrival of this day also announced that within the 7 provincial training camps of Haishi Province, the local area network battles would officially start for 7 days. At 7 in the morning, Han Zhe and other high-level members of the Holy Hall training camp gathered everyone together. After all, the results this time were extremely important to them. This would determine whether they could maintain their 3rd position and secure more financial support. The next 7 days will be the time for blood domain battles to commence,
because each person can only stay in the virtual space for a limited time.
Moreover, if you die, it will put a burden on your mind, reducing your time even more.
As Hanzei said this, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned towards Sukan.
Not enough time to stay, huh? Hanzei noticed everyone's attention, then realized and added.
Ahem, Sukan is the exception, I am talking about the vast majority of people. Here are a few suggestions. Later, some strong students should not enter right away. At the beginning, everyone's rank is the same, which makes it easy to encounter powerful opponents.
Of course, it also makes it easy to meet weaker opponents.
You can wait for the second or third batch to enter, that will be more secure.
Of course, if you are extremely confident in your own strength, then it doesn't matter.
Also, after clashing, if you find that victory is hopeless, surrender in time. In 7 days, there are limited times for battles. You must make good use of your time to earn higher points than opponents of equal strength, reach higher ranks, and obtain more rewards. Hanzei mentioned several points that needed attention.
As Sukan listened, he inexplicably thought of the anti-addiction system from his past life, which limited online time every day. Wasn't that preventing addiction?
Only back then, one could use a 90-year-old person's identification for all-night access. In this life, there was no way to do that, only relying on mental strength to endure.
Alright, I will also discuss the rewards this time. Silver rank gets a 10-point reward, gold rank gets 20 points, platinum rank gets 30 points.
Diamond gets 40 points, and king rank gets 50 points. These points can be re-earned, and those who manage to break into the top 100 will have extra special rewards, while the top 10 will receive a summons from the governor, gaining rewards from the governor.
Hearing the words, the governor, the eyes of everyone present became fiery. Even Sukan knew who the governor of Haishi province was.
Zhang Ligua, a superhero from Haishi province, once single-handedly stopped a catastrophic flood, a truly extraordinary warrior.
Okay, everyone get ready, we can go in after a short break.
By the way, Sukan, come here for a moment.
Sure. Sukan was momentarily stunned, not expecting Hanzei to call him.
But he still followed him outside. Leaving the room where the virtual pods were stored, the two stepped outside. Sukan, I won't waste time with you. They may not know your performance in the virtual space, but as the head of the training camp, I'm very clear about it.
Hanzei got straight to the point.
His tone carried complexity and excitement. At first, he didn't hold much hope for the upcoming battle among the 7 training camps. Fan Rui was indeed capable, but from what he understood through various channels, Fan Rui was not as strong as Gui Xian from Blood Prison. As for the others, like Xiao Yishui and the rest, they were strong, but Blood Prison came prepared this time, spending a huge amount to recruit some geniuses to their camp, just to step on them to move forward. This time, the 7 training camps mainly compete for how many from each camp can enter the top 100, as well as the quality of those who enter the top 100. In other words, only those who enter the top 100 can earn points. If you can't even enter the top 100, that means 0 points.
The higher the rank, the higher the score. If the final score doesn't even reach 10 points, then they will be kicked out of the 7 camps.
As for 10 points, he wasn't afraid. No matter how down and out they were in the Holy Hall, it wouldn't come to that. What he feared was not being able to compete with Blood Prison, because this ranking was too important, especially the top 10.
How many points does the 11th place get? 500 points. But the 10th place gets a direct 1000 points, a double. 9th place gets 1500 points, while the 8th place gets a whopping 2000 points. The higher you go, the more exaggerated it gets. 3rd place has 7,000 points, 2nd directly 1,000, and 1st place even has 20,000 points. And what about 20th place? 400 points. 30th place only has 200 points. 50th place gets 100 points.
Those who fall out of the top 50 lose even more tremendously. 51st place only has 50 points, and subsequent ranks lose a point per place, with the 100th place only having 1 point. But this time, the only one he could trust was Sukan. Sukan's soul was not that of an ordinary 18-year-old boy. He wouldn't be foolish enough to speak up, simply looking calmly at Hanzei. During this time, his gains have indeed been extraordinary.
But who would ever say no to more benefits? Little fox.
Hanzei initially thought finding a boy who had just turned 18 would be easy to handle, but looking at Sukan's attitude, he realized this time, some sacrifice was unavoidable. You've gained quite a few blood energy pills from the camp this time. You should have enough of these, and your points will soon reach 200.
Sukan nodded.
5 days ago, he passed the 8th level of the tower, gaining a total of 150 points, plus the initial 20 points, making it 170 points. He was currently tackling the 9th level of the tower, but the 9th level was too difficult. Sukan was still struggling after 5 days. Of course, this was also because Sukan had controlled his progress, not raising his points too rapidly. He didn't want to reach 200 points too quickly, he wanted to take his time. After all, the points wouldn't run away, he wanted to solidify his foundation first. With your ability to pass the 8th level 5 days ago, even with many monsters, you can surely secure a spot in the top 10.
Also, you can stay inside for a longer time.
If you encounter Fan Rue and the others who can break into the top 100, I hope you will concede. Don't worry, I won't let you lose without reason. I will personally give you a Disaster Beast Core worth 200 points.
How does that sound? Disaster Beast Core. Su Kan's pupils contracted.
There's a saying that disaster beasts are treasures all over, whether it's their blood, meat, or bones, they are all very useful. But the most precious part of a disaster beast is its core, and not every disaster beast has one, only about 1 in 3 to 5 disaster beasts possesses a core. Although Su Kan did not know the value of this disaster beast core, it was definitely not less than 5 million per piece.
As for the function of this disaster beast core,
it is said that this disaster beast core contains extremely rich energy and is one of the most important materials for refining disaster pills. The effects of disaster pills are astonishing, whether used to enhance strength or break through bottlenecks, they have unexpected functions.
Yes, the Disaster Beast Core, but there is one premise here: you must ensure that you rush into the top 10.
If you encounter Fan Rue, Fan Xin, Xiao Ishue, and others, just admit defeat. Han Zhe mentioned the names of 7 people, all of whom are outstanding individuals with vitality values above 8.
No problem. Su Kan smiled broadly, it was just admitting defeat, after all, he had plenty of time. Losing would only drop his rank, which wouldn't affect him.
Of course, if you get this Disaster Beast Core, then the first mysterious grand prize for reaching 200 points will naturally be gone.
Han Zhe added, and Su Kan replied. It's only natural, it's only natural.
Such a good thing as a disaster pill is worth it.
Alright, you will enter as soon as possible. No problem. At 8 o'clock, the personnel from the 7 major camps were all assigned.
Except for the first and second camps, the virtual chambers in the other 5 camps were insufficient, even the blood prison was no exception. However, combined, there were still 150 gaming pods, allowing 150 people to enter the virtual world, starting the matching function at once.
Su Kan was also among them.
The 8 strongest people from the Holy Domain entered, mainly hoping to match up with Su Kan to raise his rank.
Welcome to the virtual arena. Your rank is bronze, do you want to start a match? Tip: win 1 match to be promoted to silver. Start. Su Kan immediately chose to start without hesitation. Starting match, matching successful.
The scene changed, and Su Kan found himself in a forest. At the same time, about 10 meters in front of him, his opponent appeared. It was a tall and beautiful woman holding a long sword. Her online name was displayed above her head.
Yan Shushue, bronze rank, first battle. Not them, it looks like this round is stable.
While Su Kan was sizing up Yan Shushue, she was also assessing him. Upon realizing he was not one of the strong opponents she had gathered intel on, she couldn't help but sigh in relief, her face showing a confident expression.
Fight begins. Misty Sword Technique.
Although she did not know Su Kan and he wasn't one of the strong opponents in her intel, she understood the principle of taking the fight seriously. She launched a killing move right from the start.
I won.
When Yan Shushue saw that Su Kan did not respond and was still in a daze, she felt a surge of joy in her heart. She hadn't expected the first match to be so easy. It seemed just as the instructor said, besides their camp in Hongtu, there were many mediocrities in the other 5 camps. There were even weaklings who hadn't mastered high-level skills. Clearly, she had encountered one.
Die.
Blade draw slash. Just when Yan Shushue thought she had already won, she suddenly showed a look of confusion.
Why is this my body? And why am I? Then Yan Shushue lost consciousness.
When she revived, she still wore a dazed expression.
What just happened? Did I win? But why does my head hurt so much?
Yan Shushue quickly checked her battle information, which clearly stated that she had lost a match.
I lost? What on earth happened? Was that a bug? Yan Shushue couldn't believe it, she was supposed to win just now, right? How did she suddenly lose? She couldn't figure it out. It must have been a bug.
Yan Shushue gritted her teeth and clicked to match up again, and the scene in front of her changed. Another person appeared before her eyes, but when she saw the figure, Yan Shushue's face instantly darkened.
Spicy. I admit defeat.
Yan Shushue decisively admitted defeat because the person in front of her was someone she knew, one of the most terrifying figures in their star training camp.
Although Yan Shushue was also a strong contender among the top 100, she was no match for such a big shot. Admitting defeat was the way to go. Defeated Yan Shushue, wins +1, rank promoted, current rank silver level 1 star. Would you like to continue matchmaking?
Reminder, winning in silver rank earns 1 star, losing deducts 1 star.
When the star count reaches 2 stars, rank promotes. Continue. Su Kan chose to continue.
For the previous match where he defeated Yen Shushue in seconds, Sukan didn't take it to heart and started a new match. After all, that was just the level of 1 slash.
If Yen Shushue knew Sukan felt this way. Match successful. A new opponent appeared again.
Radiant, Silver level 1 star, win count 1, win rate 100%. This time, a robust man appeared with a battle axe in hand.
Kid, hitting me means you're really unlucky. Haha, you better admit defeat quickly, so we can move on to the next match. Annoying. Sukan glanced at the man, gripping the knife's handle.
Kid, you have guts, but in front of me, guts are worthless.
Draw the knife.
The noise suddenly stopped. The robust man's figure vanished, and the sound of victory rang in his ears again.
Too weak.
Sukan shook his head.
Continue. In the third match, he defeated his opponent instantly. Sukan's rank directly elevated to gold rank, earning 20 points. Adding the previous 10 points for promoting, Sukan's total points reached 200. I should be the first to reach 200 points, right?
Sukan muttered, too lazy to care about this.
Continue. Gold rank needs 3 stars, but why haven't I bumped into them yet?
This makes me a bit uneasy about receiving Instructor Han's reward. Perhaps heaven heard Sukan's words. In the next match, he encountered Xiaoishue.
Ji Buchan? Sukan? What a coincidence.
Sukan greeted Xiaoishue, who had battle intent burning in her eyes.
It's indeed a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you so soon, let's have a match. Ji Buchang admits defeat, wins +1, star count +1, current rank gold level 1 star.
Xiaoishue looked at Sukan's information message, her mind echoing with confusion, numerous question marks appearing on her forehead.
Why did this guy suddenly admit defeat? Could it be that he felt he couldn't beat her and didn't want to waste time? It must be. Thinking of this, Xiaoishue's expression softened a bit. Then let's continue matchmaking.
My tower passed 7 levels, my current score is 160 points.
As long as I elevate my rank to diamond, I can earn 200 points.
But according to this pattern, it takes 3 matches to reach platinum and 4 matches to reach diamond.
I've won 1 match, so I just need to win 6 more.
In the earlier matches, each one was a quick kill, and with Sukan's admission of defeat, Xiaoishue gained much confidence. 6 matches, just a few minutes, should be no problem. I hope those guys are slower than I am, then I might have a chance to get Instructor Han's mysterious reward.
Wait.
Xiaoishue suddenly thought that Fan Rue seemed to have passed the 8th level, and the 8th level could earn 30 points, so he just needed to elevate his rank to platinum.
I need to speed up.
Xiaoishue immediately chose to continue. But this time, Xiaoishue wasn't so lucky, directly matching with someone from the star training camp, and after a tough battle, she managed to win. What terrible luck, I ran into a strong opponent and spent 5 minutes.
Continue.
After each battle, the state would recover, but the only thing that couldn't recover was the mental exhaustion. There's no way around that.
Yen Shushue, gold 2 stars, win count 5, win rate 63%. Only 63% win rate, this one is stable.
Xiaoishue glanced casually, not paying attention, thinking it was just because she wasted too much time in the last match.
Xiaoishue?
Yen Shushue saw Xiaoishue's appearance, overlapping with the image of Xiaoishue in her mind, making Yen Shushue show a serious expression. Don't lose, I can sacrifice the luck from the first 3 rounds.
How to say about Yen Shushue's luck? She started by kneeling 3 times in a row.
Except for the first round where she was inexplicably killed instantly, the next 2 rounds she faced strong opponents and directly forfeited. Luckily, forfeiting at the bronze level doesn't lose stars, because she had no stars to lose anyway. These 3 rounds, except for the first inexplicable one that was suspected to be a bug, for the last 2 rounds she decisively forfeited, which resulted in no significant loss, just wasting less than a minute. After that, she won 5 rounds in a row before she could promote her rank to gold 2 stars.
Chapter 41, Diamond Rank. Clearing level 9. As soon as the battle started, Xiaoishue was stunned. Is a 63% win rate this strong?
This strength is not weak at all compared to her.
Wait. Xiaoishue suddenly realized that 5 wins equal gold 2 stars, isn't this a perfect win? Could it be?
Xiaoishue looked in shock at Yen Shushue, and Yen Shushue immediately understood what Xiaoishue meant, her face turned red, extremely embarrassed. Defeated the advancing tribe, win +1, rank upgraded, currently gold 1 star. Defeated the concept of the hero, win +1, rank upgraded, currently gold 2 stars.
Forfeited successfully, star count decreased, currently gold 1 star.
In the following matches, Sukan faced several matches where Hanze made him forfeit, and after 3 forfeits, Sukan finally raised his rank to gold 3 stars. Sukan did not feel much, it was just a forfeit, only affecting his win rate, and he didn't care. It was just that the arena was too boring, there was not a single decent opponent.
Either being one hit killed or forfeiting, there was no sense of participation at all. When this batch of people is done, my rank can be quickly raised, and I should be able to meet strong opponents then. Sukan murmured, continuing to start a new match. Yen Shushue, rank gold 3 stars, win 6, win rate 67%. This name sounds a bit familiar? Sukan showed a look of surprise. On the other side, Yen Shushue exhausted herself to finally defeat Xiaoishue, climbing up to gold 3 stars, and she felt her current state was good, so she decided to strike while the iron is hot and play again. I will try to push up to platinum in one breath. Ji Buochang, rank gold 3 stars, wins 10, win rate 71%. Ji Buochang? Yen Shushue's eyes widened. Is the bug targeting me again? No, this time I must see clearly what is happening. I will definitely. The battle started. Yen Shushue did not initiate an attack first, she only stared hard at Sukan, fully concentrated. She would absolutely not be attacked by the bug again. It's her. Yen Shushue's looks were quite impressive, on par with Xiaoishue. Moreover, since Yen Shushue was his first time, Sukan still had some impression of her. As long as it's not those few, I can reach platinum. Sukan grinned, but that brilliant smile appeared somewhat wicked in Yen Shushue's eyes. Bug, this time I won't let you succeed. Blade drawing slash. Sukan didn't hear clearly, casually striking a blade drawing slash instantly killed Yen Shushue again. This time Yen Shushue saw clearly. She widened her eyes, her head was a mess, and then she was forcefully ejected from the virtual space, waking up in reality. Wow, what incredible speed. Ji Buochang, who exactly is he? Yen Shushue panted, her eyes filled with shock. This name must be fake, but apart from those few, who else has such terrifying strength? Moreover, they don't seem to use blade drawing slash, right? Damn, I actually got killed by this guy twice, boo-hoo. This guy's blade drawing slash definitely reached 45% progress, otherwise with my 32% progress of the mysterious sword technique, it would be impossible. Yen Shushue took a deep breath, it seems this virtual battlefield is quite deep. Unfortunately, I don't have time today, what a pity. I can only continue tomorrow. As time passed, the first group of people slowly came out. After defeating the last opponent, Sukan's matching interface displayed a message. Currently, there are no opponents in the diamond rank online, should I wait for matching? You will be notified when suitable opponents are available. That's it? Sukan glanced at the time, it had been nearly half an hour since he entered, and it was normal not to find an opponent in diamond rank. Sukan checked his information. Ji Buochang, diamond 1 star, total matches 19, wins 15, win rate 79%. Not bad, let's just wait. There's still plenty of time, I'll go challenge the tower first, today is just right to clear the 9th level. Sukan smiled widely, his smile radiant. Add points. Name, Sukan. Health, 4.5 plus. Punching power, 490 kilograms. Speed, 19.6 meters per second. Spirit, 15 plus. Skills, basic sword technique, stage 2 88% plus. Advanced techniques, blade draw slash, stage 1 50% plus. Energy, 2135.6. This is Sukan's current panel and remaining energy value. All the points he had previously were exchanged for health pills, and he had consumed them all. He also ate all the enhanced health pills from outside. This means that before entering the virtual space this time, Sukan had used up all his supplies. But now Sukan had gained quite a few points again. Silver, 10 points, gold, 20 points, platinum, 30 points, plus diamond, 40 points, Sukan now had 100 points. If he exchanged all of it for health pills, that would be 100, which could be converted into 1500 energy. Can't use them all, absolutely can't use them all. Sukan grinned and stepped into the 9th level. This is not Sukan's first visit to the 9th level, it was his 3rd time. The difficulty of the 9th level is quite high, with 10 prairie wolves at health 9.9, each one quite majestic and tall. Especially the one in the middle, its size was larger than the other 9, standing around 4 meters tall, its fur glistening and translucent. This is also Sukan's old rival, the Prairie Wolf King. Sukan had been killed by the Prairie Wolf King in the previous 2 attempts, and this time he was ready for revenge. Blade draw slash. A blade flashed so fast that not even a shadow was seen, and the closest prairie wolf instantly fell. Although Sukan specialized in blade draw slash, this did not mean that he could only use blade draw slash for attack. His basic sword technique was also at the 2nd stage with 88% proficiency, and he possessed considerable strength. With his large knife swinging, he occasionally used the blade draw slash skill to take the lives of prairie wolves, and in less than 3 minutes, only the Prairie Wolf King remained, all other prairie wolves had perished. It's your turn. This time, Sukan adjusted his state and faced the Prairie Wolf King for the final showdown. Blade draw slash. One blow didn't kill it. But this strike took half of the Prairie Wolf King's life.
Su Kan's condition wasn't great either. This life and death strike also caused half of his body to be torn apart by the Prairie Wolf King. Die. Fortunately, Su Kan's fighting spirit was astonishing. He didn't care about his injuries and struck the Prairie Wolf King again, finally taking its life. Cleared the 9th level of the Tribe Tower, awarded 30 points. Finally cleared it. The 10th level can wait a few days. I definitely can't win for now. Another 30 points credited. Su Kan's points became 130. Su Kan murmured and left the Tribe Tower. Chapter 42, The Peerless Sword God. If you don't strike, there will be no chance. Matching successful. After clearing the 9th level, Su Kan came to a new space, utilizing the scenes from the virtual library to simulate several masters skilled in blade draw slash. Each one was at the 50% phase of blade draw slash. Su Kan hoped to further improve his strength through these individuals. Did we match successfully? Su Kan glanced at the time. Nearly an hour had passed, so matching was quite normal. Hongtu Training Camp. As the second largest provincial training camp, next to the Star Training Camp, it held a solid reputation. Their student intake was impressive, having recruited many talented individuals this time. 50 simulation pods, 50 prodigies. Though not as good as the Star Training Camp, according to their statistics, 20 of those who ranked in the top 100 of the province this time were here, with the rest also being top talents within the top 300, confidently aiming for the second key martial university. Hongtu Training Camp didn't allow people to enter immediately. After a little over half an hour, they finally made the connections. The reason was simple: they wanted to temporarily avoid the Star Training Camp, hoping to level up first without revealing their strength. Hua Ping, based on the information gathered this time, the only threats to your quest for the first place are Deng Shiji and Lin Xinrui. There's also a Gui Xian with decent strength who might pose some obstacles, but the rest should be no problem. When you go in, just go all out. All right. Han Huaping held a black gold long knife, his expression determined. You all can go in too. Our goal this time is simple: secure second place and aim for first. Secure second and aim for first. The atmosphere was lively, much more so than in previous years. After all, in past years, they simply didn't have the ability to compete for first, while the others lagged behind, securing a stable second. But this year was different. As long as Hong Huaping could win first place, there were 2 super talents in their camp this time who could also compete for the top 10. There was a real hope to grab first place. Go for it. Go for it. The 50 people lay down in the virtual pods, entering the virtual space. Perhaps due to the number of contestants at this stage, many paired with teammates. Han Huaping didn't mind, as no one could withstand his blade. With a single draw, no one could block him. Every strike was a one-hit kill. 3 consecutive wins, gold. 6 consecutive wins, platinum. 10 consecutive wins, diamond. In less than 5 minutes, plus the matching time, he surged directly to the diamond rank. Continue. The boring battles made Hong Huaping stifle a yawn. Was this virtual combat? Without those few opponents, it was really quite dull. Ji Buqiang, diamond rank 1 star, total matches 19, wins 15, win rate 79%. Only 79% win rate. Seeing this information and the unfamiliar name, Hong Huaping didn't take it to heart. In his mind, this was just fodder for his blade. In the last round, his opponent had a 9-win streak with a 100% win rate, and Hong Huaping was a bit excited thinking he had encountered a strong opponent, but the result was a single strike and gone. This left Hong Huaping quite disappointed. It seemed he couldn't hold too much hope. Better push the rank to the limit soon. Legendary Blade God, diamond rank 1 star, total matches 10, wins 10, win rate 100%. Legendary Blade God? Su Kan twitched his mouth at the name. Who is this? What a big attitude. With a 100% win rate, charging straight to diamond 1 star, should probably not be too bad, right? Su Kan muttered to himself. Hope he can withstand my strike. Battle begins. Neither Su Kan nor Hong Huaping knew the other's inner thoughts, both filled with confidence in their abilities. Using a knife? Hong Huaping saw Su Kan wielding a knife and became even less interested. If he went all out, Su Kan might not even have a chance to strike. Thinking this, Hong Huaping shook his head. Draw your blade. Ha? Su Kan was momentarily stunned. What did this person just say? If you don't draw your blade now, you won't have a chance. Hong Huaping felt this statement deserved a 9 out of 10. Since you requested it, let's fulfill your wish. Su Kan had a strange expression, but looking at Hong Huaping's confident demeanor, Su Kan still chose to support him. Draw sword slash. Defeated the unmatched sword god, win count +1, rank upgraded, current rank diamond 2 stars. Is that it? Su Kan couldn't help but chuckle. Was this a joke? On the other side. As Su Kan placed his hand on the sword hilt, Hong Huaping still felt nothing, standing there watching. This was absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed he could dodge Su Kan's attack and then easily finish him off. He had faced several opponents like this before, just weaklings. But the moment Su Kan drew his sword, Hong Huaping knew something was wrong. I hit a brick wall. Hong Huaping couldn't even change his expression. Su Kan's speed was too fast. He wanted to draw his sword, but his reaction couldn't keep up at all. The final result was that before his hand even touched the sword hilt, he was dead, and a notification appeared in his mind. This guy. Hong Huaping revived in his virtual space, his face pale and incredulous. When did this round produce a master of draw sword slash with such speed? This speed could rival mine. A serious look appeared in Hong Huaping's eyes. He acknowledged Su Kan. But give me one more chance, I will definitely not lose to you again. That battle just now was a total disgrace. A huge disgrace. Hong Huaping's face darkened. Continue, I must get my revenge. Hong Huaping continued to match, but since his rank dropped, he naturally couldn't match Su Kan. Once he entered the field, he matched with a companion from Hongtu training camp. In the past, he might have shown mercy or offered some tips. But right now, he truly had no mood for that. He just wanted to end the battle quickly and fight that man named Ji Buchang, to conquer him with his strength. He had been careless just now. Because of that, when this person tried to greet Hong Huaping, as soon as he raised his hand, his head flew away. Continue. Currently, there are no opponents in the diamond rank available. Would you like to continue matching? You will be notified when suitable opponents are found. Hong Huaping was full of expectations, only to receive this? This left countless question marks on his forehead. Fortunately, he was soon notified of a new opponent, and he immediately agreed. Unfortunately, this time the match was not with Ji Buchang, but with someone else, which left Hong Huaping very disappointed. Draw sword slash. Hong Huaping had no mood for a real fight. He just wanted to eliminate the opponent and quickly find Ji Buchang, to let him know his true strength. Chapter 43, Promotion to the Strongest King. Draw sword slash. Perhaps because a good number of people entered this time, Su Kan and Hong Huaping quickly matched 3 times in a row, without encountering each other. Both their ranks were upgraded. Su Kan, having won against Hong Huaping, had his rank raised to Diamond 2 stars, and with these 2 matches, he directly reached Diamond 5 stars. Hong Huaping only reached Diamond 3 stars. This time, the two matched with each other again. Ah, finally matched with you. Hong Huaping had quickly used draw sword slash to defeat his opponents 3 times in a row just to have this fight with Su Kan. He didn't expect to truly fulfill his wish. This time, he would definitely let Su Kan see what a true draw sword slash looked like. He, Hong Huaping, was the true god of draw sword slash, the most powerful entity in this round of draw sword slash. Diamond 2 stars? You're pretty quick. Just in time to take me up to the king level. King is the highest rank, he could go up and play. Just wondering how many king level experts there were now. Come on, draw sword slash. Hong Huaping was full of confidence. This time, he absolutely would not repeat his past mistakes. Draw sword slash. Seeing Hong Huaping's move, Su Kan instantly drew his sword. Clang. Su Kan's sword was a little faster. But Hong Huaping had more strength, and the clash of their blades sparked fiercely in the air. Su Kan's eyes showed surprise. This kid really has some talent. Come again. Hong Huaping was excited. Although he wasn't the strongest among his peers, in terms of using a knife alone, there really wasn't anyone in this generation stronger than him. He didn't expect to meet someone who also used the draw knife technique, which made Hong Huaping quite thrilled. His fighting spirit was completely ignited. Come. Su Kan also felt the urge to fight. In the blink of an eye, they clashed dozens of times. This battle was purely a contest of basic knife techniques, and in this area, Su Kan was clearly at a disadvantage, being completely suppressed by Hong Huaping. This incredible knife master is indeed impressive. This basic knife technique is probably at 90% proficiency, and he has rich practical experience. As expected, anyone who has come this far is not simple. Su Kan was being suppressed, but it was only a suppression, the gap was not too obvious. Su Kan was also looking for an opportunity to use the draw knife technique. He only needed half a second to draw his knife instantly. This is the opportunity. Taking advantage of Hong Huaping's attacking knife, Su Kan stepped back, gathering his strength immediately. Draw knife strike. Such a fast knife. Hong Huaping had no time to react and could only block instinctively. Thanks to his solid basic knife techniques and quick reflexes, otherwise, this one draw knife strike alone would have been enough to seriously injure him and take him out of the fight. Su Kan turned his big knife in his hand and horizontally slashed, changing the offense to defense. How can this guy's knife be so fast? Hong Huaping roared in his heart. If this goes on, I'm going to lose. No, I can't lose. As long as I break through to the small success of the basic knife technique, I can deny Ji Buchang the chance to use the draw knife strike. I can do it.
Under the pressure of battle, Hong Huaping broke through. His basic knife technique lifted from 90% progress in the second stage to 91%, stepping into the small success stage from proficiency. What? The advantage that Su Can had just gained was quickly struck back by Hong Huaping, and he soon fell into a disadvantage. He broke through? Draw knife strike. Hong Huaping took advantage of the moment and unleashed his power. Draw knife strike. Su Can gritted his teeth and kept up, his arms numb, and the knife in his hand almost flew out. Die. Hong Huaping, knowing no mercy, swung his big knife again with immense force. Facing this blade, Su Can's heart roared. Quick, quick, quick. Add some. Under the pressure of battle and the help of the boost, Su Can's draw knife strike once again improved by 2%. 1 point was added, and the other point was a breakthrough. With a 52% draw knife strike, the speed increased again, barely blocking Hong Huaping's blow. Su Can took the opportunity to retreat, wanting to create distance between him and Hong Huaping. The 2% breakthrough also brought Su Can's basic knife technique up to 90%, leading to another stalemate. They fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. In the end, Su Can seized an opportunity, quickly drew his knife, and successfully killed Hong Huaping. Defeated the incredible Life Master, +1 victory, rank increased, current rank promoted to King, star count 1, gained 50 points. Detected that you are among the top 10 to reach the King stage, awarded the title of Strongest King. Strongest King? Su Can glanced at his rank, now the Strongest King, and noticed an additional King leaderboard, curiously clicked on it. There were very few people on the leaderboard, only 4. Rank 1, Deng Shiji, rank Strongest King 3 stars, total matches 17, victories 17, win rate 100%. Rank 2, Lin Xinrui, rank Strongest King 2 stars, total matches 18, victories 17, win rate 94%. Rank 3, Gui Xian, rank Strongest King 1 star, total matches 17, victories 16, win rate 94%. Rank 4, Su Can, rank Strongest King 1 star, total matches 23, victories 19, win rate 83%. So few? Su Can was somewhat surprised. According to his estimation, there should be quite a few strong players, right? Not to mention that Gai Qinping's strength shouldn't be underwhelming. How could Qinping not even promote to king? In the star training camp, Qinping felt a bit itchy in his nose and wanted to sneeze. I wonder who's thinking of me. But this time my luck is really bad. The first time I advanced to king, I ran into Deng Shiji. The second time I advanced, I faced Lin Xinrui, and they kicked me out directly. Sigh, both of their strengths are still a bit stronger than mine. Qinping felt very frustrated. Actually, he could choose to give up, this way he could save some time. But he didn't want to give up, he just wanted to see the gap between him and the two. There's nothing to be done. If I can't win, I just can't win. After being killed twice, he also got kicked out due to excessive mental exhaustion. You've done pretty well. There are really too many strong players this time. Both Hong Lin and I just got to Diamond in the final stages, and we are still only Diamond 1 star. I don't know how long it will take to reach the king rank. Luo Xiu curled his lip. Back in Ludo, he thought he was a dragon among people, only a few could catch his eye. But upon arriving at the star gathering, he felt like a joke. Sure enough, this world is not lacking in geniuses. If you don't go out, you won't know what level you actually are. Just don't know how strong Su Can get. Your little friend? I admit he has some talent and skills. This arena is quite advantageous for him, but his strength is probably about the same as yours at most. Qinping's words made Luo Xiu nod. He thought the same. Lost again. Hong Huaping was killed by Su Can with 1 strike, and due to excessive energy consumption, he directly exited the virtual space. His face turned pale, and he didn't look good. This guy also broke through during battle. Hong Huaping's expression was complicated, and then he opened his phone to send a message in a chat group with only 3 people. Do you know who Ji Buchang is? The replies came back very quickly. I don't know. Never heard of him. What's it to you? I was defeated by him. Hong Huaping hesitated for a moment but still sent out the message. Details. Get ready. Despite already knowing the personalities of the two, Hong Huaping couldn't help but develop a headache. These two guys. He's skilled with a blade, and his high-level skills are the same as mine. It's the blade draw. Wait, blade draw? You know this person? I don't know. Then? Being killed by your specialty, blade draw, must feel great, right? Get lost. Hong Huaping couldn't hold it in and cursed out loudly. Speaking of blade draw, I seem to have some impression. At this moment, the user named Unstoppable Beauty sent out a message. Speak faster. I think I heard them say there's someone with the surname Chang, who draws a blade exceptionally fast, seems to use blade draw. Ji Buchang, that's him. Hong Huaping was excited. Ji Buchang? It looks like there's another interesting opponent this time. By the way, how strong is that Guai Xin? Have you guys run into him? Xin Rue has met him, ask her.
Pretty strong, his strength is on par with mine, I'm just a tiny bit stronger, but when it comes to actual fights, it depends on performance.
Unstoppable Beauty was silent for a moment before sending the message.
So that means he's stronger than you, Huaping. Huaping was completely at a loss for words, he couldn't just say he broke through, could he? No, this is his trump card, when he meets these two tomorrow, he has to let them understand why the flowers are so red. In the following, Sukan could no longer find a match against an opponent, kings can only match against kings.
Sukan stayed inside for almost 5 hours before exiting the virtual space. As soon as he came out, everyone surrounded him, it was clear they were very curious about Sukan's subsequent results. Sukan, are you in diamond rank?
Tu Mingji, who was the number 1 from Xiangqing number 2 middle school, asked curiously. Among the 7 of them, except for Qin Rong from Rongqing number 1 middle school, whose luck was a bit poor and didn't reach diamond. Everyone else had reached the diamond rank.
Fan Rui was the strongest, reaching diamond 4 stars.
Lu Lianhai was a bit behind, at diamond 3 stars. Xiao Yixue was diamond 2 stars, while the rest were diamond 1 stars, including Tu Mingji himself.
The others looked over curiously when Tu Mingji asked. Diamond rank? Sukan had a strange expression, he shouldn't be a diamond rank, right? No.
Tu Mingji immediately showed a bright smile and turned to the person next to him.
I told you, Sukan is definitely not diamond rank.
Sukan frowned, wanting to say something, but after thinking, he decided to let it be for now.
In time, Tu Mingji will understand what a boomerang means.
Sukan, don't listen to them.
Xiao Yixue saw Sukan's expression and couldn't help but step forward. It's okay, I'm going to rest.
Sukan smiled, he truly didn't care. Because his rank was above diamond, it was the king.
Sukan, you.
Xiao Yixue saw Sukan smile and thought it was just to keep her from worrying, so she walked closer, her tone filled with concern.
I'm really fine, I'm leaving. Sukan didn't want to waste time on this boring social interaction and quickly turned to leave. Once Sukan was gone, Tu Mingji became even more arrogant in his talk. What if the spiritual power is strong? What use is it to stay there for so long every day?
In the path of warriors, it's all about talent.
If hard work mattered, why do we need these geniuses? Although he didn't mention Sukan's name, everyone knew who he was talking about and what he meant. Tu Mingji, enough. Xiao Yixue's face turned cold. What's wrong? Want to help your little lover vent? Tu Mingji sneered, everyone's power was about the same, who was afraid of whom? You. Alright, old Tu, don't say any more.
An issue at old Tu may have spoken harshly, but what he said is also the truth.
Lu Lianhai stepped in to smooth things over, but Xiao Yixue grew even angrier hearing him speak. Boring.
Fan Rue, listening to these people, spat out those 2 words and turned to leave.
Rue Ge, wait for me. Fan Xian also found it boring and quickly followed after him. Watching the 2 leave, Xiao Yixue suddenly felt very bored as well.
She didn't come to this training camp to form cliques, but to become stronger.
Boring.
Xiao Yixue sighed, she felt like she had changed a bit since coming here. Improving her own strength was the true path, everything else was just empty. You all take care of yourselves.
After saying this, Xiao Yixue turned and left.
Seeing 3 out of the 7-person team leave, the remaining 4 also had ugly expressions, and Lu Lianhai couldn't help but glare at Tu Mingji, the meaning clear.
It's all your fault. I didn't say anything wrong. Sukan encountered me inside and admitted defeat, he definitely couldn't beat me, that's why.
Tu Mingji was also unconvinced. Yeah, those 3 were never on the same level as us, it's better they left. Sukan didn't know that his matter had caused the 7-person team to split. After leaving that place, he headed straight for Hanzei's office.
To Sukan, those were truly trivial matters.
What Sukan cared about the most was the resources. Hanzei had given him such great benefits, so he definitely needed to report his results well. He needed to make them feel the money spent was worth it, and by the way, let Hanzei increase his support.
You're out? This time, they didn't have access rights to the local battle match of the 7 camps.
The permissions were with the officials, as this competition was organized by the Provincial Education Bureau. Of course, given their connections, they surely had some sway in the Provincial Education Bureau, and not a small one. However, this time, with the attention of the governor, he had specifically instructed to keep it confidential.
So no one in the Education Bureau dared to reveal anything to them.
They also did not dare to ask.
What if this angered the governor?
Then the replacement of their training camp would really just be a matter of a single word.
At the level of the governor, these big figures in others' eyes were actually just ants, slightly larger ants.
How were the results? So when Hanzei saw Sukan, he quickly asked out of curiosity. Not bad, there were quite a few strong ones this time.
Sukan walked into the office, naturally sat on the sofa in Hanzei's office, and crossed his legs. Chapter 45, Chi and Blood Disaster Dan. What is your rank? Hanzei's tone was a bit nervous. With his position, he could naturally explore most situations in the other 6 camps. However, he wouldn't know about hidden people like Sukan. I lived up to my mission and reached the strongest king. Sukan smiled brilliantly. Hanzei breathed a sigh of relief. Before Sukan came out, everyone else had finished, and he had also counted everyone's current ranks and learned about some people's strengths through their conversations. 6 diamond ranks, 7 platinum diamonds, 31 gold, 32 silver ranks, and 8 bronze ranks. Don't think it's bad, bronze ranks can be promoted to silver with just 1 win. How could there possibly be bronze? But in reality, for players like Nya Hai, the win rate was really not high. Even if they won, they would get thrown out when they reached the silver rank, falling back to bronze. In such cases, if they lost in the final match, it was very normal to come out as a bronze rank. Of course, those 8 bronze ranks had naturally also won and reached silver ranks. So how many people have advanced to king now? What Hanzei cared about was this. Including me, there are 4 people. Only 4? Hanzei was a bit surprised. Yes, just 4. So who are they? First, Deng Shiji, king 3 stars. Second, Lin Shinrui, king 2 stars. Third, Gui Xan, king 1 star. Fourth is naturally me, king 1 star. Isn't Hong Huaping among them? Who is Hong Huaping? Sukan was a bit surprised. Hong Huaping. Hanzei thought of something. In virtual space, names can be set. Some people would default to their real names, while others would take different names. He is the one, a knife genius who uses a knife. He learns the high-level technique of drawing the sword. Oh, it's him. Sukan immediately understood who it was. You know him? Hanzei was actually just asking casually since the probability of Sukan knowing him was not high. Yes, I have fought against him. Did you win? Sukan nodded, and Hanzei was overjoyed. Good, that's great. Hong Huaping, Lin Shinrui, and Deng Shiji are all from Haicheng High School. Hong Huaping is from Haicheng Second High, and the other 2 are from Haicheng First High. These 3 are known as the 3 heroes of Haicheng. All 3 have strong power, with 2 among the top 20 in the province, having the potential to break into the top 10. Especially Deng Shiji, he is the strongest among the 3. Hanzei introduced, and Sukan understood. Haicheng, this is the 2nd strongest big city in Haishi overall strength, second only to Haishi City. It could be said that in Haishi province, Haishi City is unique, while Haicheng is also unique, just in the 2nd tier. Compared to the other 9 cities, the gap is not small. This time, the 7 camps did not fail to recruit students from local high schools in Haishi City, but the most outstanding batch from Haishi City were sent to the national training camp. In this situation, these 3 are naturally the outstanding ones among them. If you can defeat Hong Huaping, then Lin Shinrui should be no problem. Gui Xan is only king 1 star, while Lin Shinrui is 2 stars, so Gui Xan shouldn't be Lin Shinrui's opponent. In that case, you have hope to compete for first place against Deng Shiji this time. Hanzei became more and more excited. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. That excited gaze was extraordinarily intense, causing Sukan to instinctively take 2 steps back, fearing that Hanzei might do something excessive. So, how about you inside? I went in a total of 4 times, and I lost all of them, so I only have a rank of 1 star as a king, without a chance to fight those 3. Sukan immediately took credit for it. Good, very good. Your score is the first to reach 200, so this disaster beast core naturally belongs to you. Hanzei pulled out a completely black, oval-shaped object, about the size of a grown man's head, from somewhere. As for why it was called oval-shaped? It's simple, because it is indeed irregular, it can only be said to look like an oval overall. This is the disaster beast core, and just by looking at it, there is a strange feeling as if it might suck a person in. However, this thing needs to be matched with some items to refine it into a disaster beast pill. Are you planning to take it yourself, or should I help you find someone to refine it? As soon as Hanzei finished speaking, Sukan immediately bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Instructor Han. Hanzei was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You know how to ride the coattails, don't you? Alright, I will help you find someone to refine it, but you need to prepare the materials yourself. What do I need? It depends on what type of disaster pill you want to refine. What's the difference? Sukan was curious. He knew very little about these things, mainly due to the lack of channels, but now that he had an opportunity, he definitely needed to learn more. Disaster pills are generally divided into 3 categories. The first category is the blood-strengthening disaster pill, which increases, refines, and tempers the blood, making it stronger. At the same time, it also has the effect of improving the blood, especially when taken for the first time.
The second category is the technique disaster pill, which increases comprehension in a short time, suitable for breaking through skill boundaries. The third category is the breakthrough disaster pill. When the blood value is raised to the limit of 9.9, it can be taken, which can increase the success rate by about 30%. The prices of materials corresponding to the three categories of disaster beasts vary, and the fees for hiring a pill master are also different. The first category is the cheapest. The materials and the handling fee usually do not exceed 2 million. The second one might require around 2.5 million, and the last one is the most expensive because a certain material is quite rare. You won't get it for less than 5 million.
Which one do you want? Hanzei looked at Su Kan, vaguely guessing his choice. The first one, I guess.
Hanzei showed a knowing expression. Su Kan's blood was a crucial issue, and although this blood-strengthening disaster pill couldn't let Su Kan catch up, at least it could bring his progress much closer. This was also why he brought out the disaster pill, as he felt it would be a great pity if Su Kan could not enter the two top academies due to his low blood. Hanzei himself graduated from the two top academies and understood clearly the difference between them and other martial universities. Alright, you don't need to rush to pay. You can give it to me after your college entrance examination, I'll cover it for you first. Hanzei said with a smile, fully understanding the reason for offering help in a time of need. With Su Kan's talent, as long as he was given a chance, he truly had the opportunity to soar to great heights.
And what was his investment? Just 2 million.
If not for the fear that Su Kan might refuse, he would have directly said he would cover the material costs. 2 million is an astronomical number for many people, but in Hanzei's eyes, it was truly just a small amount.
Instructor Han. I really can't thank you enough.
Su Kan bowed again, realizing that he had truly many good seniors around him. Without the help of these good seniors, his path would definitely not be this smooth. Hanzei was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a somewhat shy smile. It's all small things, small things. Chapter 46, The First. The Troubled One Muxue. On the first day, Su Kan's ascent to the strongest king caused little stir. After all, the three who knew about it were not big mouths, and none knew Su Kan's true identity. They just casually mentioned it to the instructor, who then told some capable people in the diamond rank, warning them to keep it a secret. Under these circumstances, those who knew about Ji Buchang were kept to fewer than 20 people. Among these fewer than 20, no one knew Ji Buchang was Su Kan, and no one thought to connect Su Kan to Ji Buchang, as only Chen Ping among them knew about Su Kan. However, this matter began to boil over on the second day.
Ji Buchang?
On this new day, naturally, new players achieved the king rank. Upon entering the king rank, they saw Ji Buchang's name and revealed puzzled expressions.
Someone reaching the king rank so quickly must be extraordinary.
Especially since Su Kan's rank had already reached the strongest king 2 stars, placing him in second, surpassing Lin Xinrui. When Su Kan entered, he matched against Lin Xinrui, defeated her, and claimed victory.
Who is this person? How can he be ranked second with such a low win rate? Wait, I think I've heard this name before. Fan Rui won 2 consecutive matches and directly advanced to king rank. He naturally saw Ji Buchang's name and suddenly remembered that they seemed to have mentioned Su Kan's name as Ji Buchang. Thinking of this, Fan Rui's brain exploded with realization. Not in diamond rank?
His mind flashed back to Su Kan's previous answers, and he smiled bitterly.
So that's what you meant by not being in diamond rank. You guy. You fooled everyone, sigh.
The ranking list kept changing, and as more people rushed to become kings the next day, more people learned that Su Kan was Ji Buchang, which spread like wildfire in major groups.
I lost.
Lin Xinrui touched her forehead, feeling a bit dazed. This guy really doesn't hold back, he just cut me off completely.
But how is his strength even stronger than Hong Huaping described? I was defeated in less than 5 minutes.
Lin Xinrui shook her head, realizing she couldn't compare. Looks like this time I can only compete for third place, let these 2 freaks battle for first.
Lin Xinrui chuckled bitterly, what could she do? She was quite helpless as well. Losing to a crazy guy like Deng Shiji was one thing, but another one came?
However, this guy's strength is still a bit lacking compared to that madman Deng Shiji. Lin Xinrui murmured, as her personal nature did not have too much emphasis or pursuit for rankings. She was rather carefree. Where on earth did this freak come from? Guixian was also defeated, he had aimed for a top 3 finish. But after being defeated by Lin Xinrui yesterday, today he was defeated by Ji Buchang, and coupled with Deng Shiji being the recognized first, didn't this mean the top 3 was gone? Hong Huaping is not easy to mess with, what's going on this time? What is the national training camp doing? How could they leave behind so many people? Guixian felt very frustrated, without a top 3 finish, he wouldn't get that extra reward.
Ji Buchang is Su Kan?
As time passed, the identity of Ji Buchang was also uncovered. Once people learned that Su Kan was Ji Buchang, the majority could not believe it.
Because after checking, they all knew Su Kan's score in the first city simulation test. Vitality was 3.5.
Though having advanced skills was great, among those training in the 7 major camps, this wasn't considered top tier, only second tier.
But even with such a person charging ahead, they soared to second place. How could they accept this? They just couldn't. The ones who found it hardest to accept were actually two groups of people. The first group consists of those who, like Su Kan, came from Uldu. This group can be further divided into two parts. The first part includes Chen Ping, Luo Xiu, and Xiao Yan, among others, who are all from Uldu but do not belong to Uldu No. 2 High School. When they learned this news, their expressions were truly spectacular. Yet, they all comforted themselves that Su Kan was simply skilled, but his vitality was too weak and thus they could accept it. This indeed made them feel a bit better. The second group belongs to Xiao Yishui and others, all from Uldu No. 2 High School, and they trained alongside Su Kan. Their reaction was even more thrilling. Upon hearing the news, they were all stunned. Of course, the fastest reaction wasn't from them, but rather from Tu Mingji and his friends. Tu Mingji was quite happy initially, feeling lucky for his 3 consecutive wins, raising his rank to Diamond 4 stars. He was sharing his joy with those nearby when he heard this news. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tu Mingji acted like he had gone crazy, but after he learned more, his smile completely vanished and gradually turned into madness. He remembered yesterday. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Su Kan. He continued matchmaking in the virtual space. King 8 stars. King 9 stars. His star count kept skyrocketing alongside Deng Shiji.
Deng Shiji's mental strength was also strong, lasting almost 40 minutes, but ultimately not as exaggerated as Su Kan.
In the end, he was overtaken by Su Kan, making Su Kan first.
Whether it was fate or coincidence, the two never faced each other in battle. After surpassing, Su Kan's star count kept rising, and when he logged off, he had reached the strongest King 14 stars. The second-ranked Deng Shiji only had 9 stars. Stellar Club. When Mushue's face turned red with anger as she slammed the documents on the desk. Yu Chengwang, why do you refuse my person? Su Kan's talent is so good, if it weren't for his poor vitality talent, he could even try to apply for A-level genius. Yu Chengwang, also sitting at the desk, looked at Wen Mushue with a hint of greed in his eyes. Mushue, you know his vitality talent is poor, right? Look at the vitality on your report, 3.5 vitality. Take a look for yourself, in this period, how many people have applied, even for C-level genius, how much vitality do they have? C-level geniuses start at 6.5 vitality, B-level geniuses need at least 8 vitality, how could your 3.5 vitality possibly pass? Yu Chengwang stood up, tapping the prepared materials. But Su Kan is different. His advanced skill is at 22% progress. So what if it's 22% progress? Unless his advanced skill reaches above 50%, otherwise, it absolutely cannot pass. Seeing Wen Mushue's angry face made Yu Chengwang smile even brighter. Well, he admitted he was doing it on purpose. With Su Kan's 22% advanced skill, being a bit lenient would allow him to pass without issue. If it were anyone else, he would let it go. But with Wen Mushue, how could he let go of the opportunity to stir up trouble? Chapter 47 End. Governor Zhang Ligua. He had this matter firmly in his grasp. What Yu Chengwang said was final. No matter who came, it wouldn't work. You. When Mushue was so angry her hand started to tremble, this person was just looking for trouble. At that moment, when Mushue's phone rang. When Mushue took out her phone and saw that it was her best friend calling. She let out a breath, adjusted her mood, shot a fierce glance at Yu Chengwang, and turned to leave the office. After when Mushue's figure disappeared, Yu Chengwang sneered. Foolish woman, your father is just a minor shareholder, how could you compete with this young master? I will make you realize this young master's capabilities. He. Yu Chengwang laughed in a very lewd way. At the door. When Mushue answered the phone and heard her best friend's exclamation. Aksu, didn't you say you signed someone named Su Kan in Uldu before? Why? When Mushue felt a bit confused. Her best friend worked in the Hontu training camp, while Su Kan was in the Holy Hall training camp. The two shouldn't have any intersection, right? Could it be that Su Kan did something amazing in the training camp? When Mushue shook her head quickly, no way. She knew today was the second day of the network battle among the 7 training camps, but she really didn't have high hopes for Su Kan. Just getting to the king ranking would be good enough. You've taken off this time. The Su Kan you signed is currently ranked first on the king list, surpassing a group of geniuses. Crack. When Mushue lost grip of her phone, and it dropped to the ground with a crack. But when Mushue still had no reaction, just hurriedly squatting down to pick up the phone. What did you say? As when Mushue stepped out of the room, someone called Yu Chengwang to congratulate him. Yu Chengwang was originally confused about what was going on, but upon hearing the words Sukan, he immediately stood up, his tone shocked.
You didn't know?
The Sukan that your club signed is currently going crazy in the localized arena among the 7 camps, directly ranking first. TSK, that strength must be over 50% for high-level skills, maybe he can even reach 60% when coming out of the camp. Your star club is really lucky, too bad your vitality is a bit weak, otherwise, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider him an S-class genius. Yu Qingguang swallowed hard, he remembered that he just seemed to have rejected someone named Sukan.
It can't be this coincidental. Bang!
Yu Qingguang, I will report what you did today truthfully, and about Sukan, I've decided to promote him to an A-class genius.
Mushue, let's talk properly. Mushue is also someone you can call?
When Mushue still wanted to argue with Yu Qingguang, but she didn't expect him to lower his head directly. It seemed he already knew the news. Yu Qingguang was truly at a loss whether to cry or laugh, he had been so happy just now, and now he felt extremely uncomfortable. Although his dad was the top shareholder ranking first, he wasn't his dad's only son. His dad had 3 sons and 2 daughters, now joining the club was also a test from his dad. If he caused the club to lose a super talent because of himself, his dad would really come back to deal with him.
On the 3rd day,
Sukan finally fought with Deng Shiji. Deng Shiji was indeed very strong, and Sukan was suppressed at the beginning. But during the fight, Sukan started to allocate points, ultimately enduring the pressure and chopping Deng Shiji in half. Of course, Sukan was not feeling good either, if his blade had been just a bit slower, he would have lost. As Sukan won, the 7 camps went crazy again. Previously, they saw Sukan ranked first, but they didn't really recognize him. They just felt that Sukan had piled up his rank with time. Deng Shiji was the first in their hearts. But Sukan actually defeated Deng Shiji today, which directly proved that Sukan was the real first, a genuine first.
On the 4th day, Deng Shiji was not satisfied and faced Sukan again.
But for Sukan, once someone had been caught up with him, it was impossible to chase again.
Yesterday he could win, today Sukan won even more easily. On the 5th day, 6th day, and 7th day.
As the last hour came to an end, the rankings were locked in. Sukan achieved first place with the strongest king score of 66 stars. This was still due to Sukan not participating in battles at all on the last day. The second place was naturally Deng Shiji, with only 52 stars. The third place was the relatively hidden Hong Huaping, with 38 stars. The fourth place was Lin Xinrui.
The 5th place is Gua Xin.
Qin Ping did quite well this time, winning 6th place. Fan Rui also did remarkably, securing 8th place. The results from the Holy Hall training camp were also quite good, as Sukan took first place and Fan Rui took 8th, not only leaving the Blood Domain training far behind but also surpassing the long-standing runner-up, Hongtu training camp, in the final score. Although this single achievement cannot replace Hongtu, it made Hanzei and others very happy, even granting each person an extra 10 points and hosting a celebration banquet that night. Sukan, you are the greatest contributor this time. At the celebration banquet, Hanzei pushed Sukan to the main seat. Sukan had no thoughts about this position, but Hanzei was too enthusiastic. Let's raise our glasses. Cheers. April 3rd. The 7 major training camps disbanded, and each camp sent their people home. The top 100 received their corresponding rewards and happily went home. Only the top 10 remained, and under the arrangement of the Lord Mayor's office staff, they came to the reception room of the Lord Mayor's mansion, preparing to meet the number 1 person in Haishi province, the provincial governor Zhang Ligua. The 10 were all very nervous, after all, no matter how talented they were still just talents. Meeting this legendary figure, the highest executive officer of a province, it was impossible not to feel nervous. Even Sukan was the same, in his past life, he had never met someone of this level, not even a county head. So although many were very interested in Sukan, in such an occasion, they didn't dare to talk to him, only stealing a few glances. The governor is very busy, but he will take the time to meet with you future talents of Haishi. The speaker was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, very graceful in appearance. His voice was very friendly, making people unconsciously feel good about him. Everyone nervously nodded. Fortunately, Zhang Ligua did not make them wait long. Only after 5 minutes, an elderly man in his 50s, full of spirit, walked in. He had a kind smile, showing no semblance of the intimidating authority seen on television, more like a friendly old neighbor. But those who knew him would never truly think of him as a friendly old neighbor. This man's reputation was hard-earned. Governor. Seeing the old man for the first time, Sukan and the others quickly recognized him, immediately bowing respectfully. No need to be so polite, you are all the future of Haishi. Zhang Ligua smiled kindly, his smile very infectious. Chapter 48, a harvest valued at 50 million.
If only everyone saw me as an ordinary old grandpa.
Under Zhang Ligua's voice, Sukan unconsciously relaxed, but when he realized, his heart leaped. This governor could unconsciously influence the mood of the crowd, no wonder he was the strongest in Haishi province. Sukan instinctively glanced at the other 9, each of them had lost their previous nervous looks, their surprise even greater. Sukan could only try his best to relax.
This kid is Sukan, right? Yes, indeed.
Although I didn't intentionally influence them, due to my realm, they will still unconsciously be affected.
This Sukan is quite excellent in sensing it so quickly in terms of spirit.
Also, although this kid's blood vitality is not high, it is not as poor as reported in the intel.
Interesting.
What Sukan did not know was that Zhang Ligua had already taken an interest in him. Zhang Ligua did not stay long, he only met them, encouraged them, and after letting them introduce themselves, he gave each a space ring according to their rankings and left. Even so, everyone was tremendously excited.
Alright, please keep these rings safe, and
this ring is the reward given to you by the governor. The refined young man said gently.
You can check it now. Spatial ring?
When Sukan heard these 4 words, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had of course heard of the spatial ring, which was said to have only been developed in the last 2 years and had never circulated in the market. It was something that even money couldn't buy, and he never expected the governor to give each of them one. Not only Sukan, but the other 9 people also showed radiant smiles. Not to mention anything else, just the spatial ring alone was already incredibly precious. Everyone eagerly delved into the spatial ring, and Sukan was no exception. The space was small, about the size of 1 cubic meter, and was overall cubic.
There weren't many items inside, just a jade bottle.
Sukan curiously sent his mental energy in, and before he could see anything, he heard someone exclaim.
Disaster pill. It's actually a disaster pill, and it's a skill disaster pill. What? It's actually a disaster pill?
Everyone's breathing suddenly became rapid. This was a disaster pill. Just 1 disaster pill, even a blood chi disaster pill, wouldn't be worth less than 8 million. This item was also very hard to buy outside, it was highly sought after.
I have 2 disaster pills, 1 blood chi and 1 skill. I have 2 as well. I have 3.
It was Deng Shiji who said this, but when everyone heard it, they weren't looking at Deng Shiji, but at Sukan.
Since Deng Shiji already had 3, Sukan must have even more.
I have 4, 2 blood chi, 1 skill, plus 1 breakthrough.
What? There's even a breakthrough disaster pill? Actually, what Hanzei said was really the cost price, or friendship price.
Normally, the price outside for a blood chi disaster pill was 8 million, for a skill disaster pill 9 million, and for a breakthrough disaster pill 1200 million. The breakthrough disaster pill was the most expensive because one of the medicinal materials in its composition was very precious and extremely rare. I'm envious, 2 blood chi disaster pills and a breakthrough disaster pill could definitely help me break into the warrior realm before the college entrance examination.
Yes, exactly.
Many people nodded, envious, while Sukan felt a bit helpless. Although the breakthrough disaster pill and the skill disaster pill contained a vast amount of energy, Sukan understood well the nature of energy transformation. He looked at the energy contained within. For blood chi type, the energy contained was even more substantial and could be transformed into more energy. But for first-time consumption of these 2, there's a 10-fold effect enhancement, that should be about the same. Sukan murmured this in his heart and began to calculate his assets. Hanzei had already given him the blood chi disaster pill, which meant he currently had 3 blood chi disaster pills, 1 skill disaster pill, and 1 breakthrough disaster pill. In addition, Sukan also had 150 blood chi pills yet to be consumed.
As for Sukan's current state? Sukan glanced at the panel. Name, Sukan. Blood chi, 5.8 plus. Punch power, 620 kilograms. Speed, 22.9 meters per second. Spirit, 20 plus. Skill, basic sword technique, stage 2 95% plus.
Advanced skill, blade draw slash, stage 1 60% plus.
Energy, 2711.6.
The more energy he used, the more he had. Because Sukan had risen from the bronze rank to the king rank, he had gained 150 points. Plus the 30 points from clearing the 9th layer, and before coming out, he cleared the 10th layer again, gaining another 50 points. In total, 230 points could be exchanged for 230 blood chi pills. With his remaining 150 pills, it meant Sukan had already consumed 80. TSK, this Holy Hall training camp is really amazing. It's given me a total of 400 points, which means 400 blood chi pills. I truly feel like I've come here to stock up on blood chi pills.
Sukan murmured, the harvest was truly massive.
The enhancement of his own strength aside, just this harvest made Sukan extremely satisfied.
400 blood chi pills, 3 disaster pills, 1 skill disaster pill, and 1 breakthrough disaster pill.
A breakthrough disaster pill, even if Sukan owes $2 million, it is worth it. It's worth so much. 400 chi and blood pills, even at 16,000 apiece, that's 6 million right there. The Chi and Blood disaster pill is 8 million, the Skill disaster pill is 9 million, and the Breakthrough disaster pill is 12 million.
The total value exceeds 50 million. Sukan can really be described as taking off in one go.
Next, Sukan just needs to control his speed of improvement in a way that everyone can accept, but still be extremely shocked, then he will become strong in no time.
This feeling, Sukan can only describe it as refreshing. Sukan. This time I lost to you, my skills are inferior.
But soon the second simulation, which is the province-wide simulation, will start, and this time I won't lose to you. Deng Shiji came to Sukan's side, his tone was quite proud.
Good luck. Faced with Deng Shiji's words, Sukan remained calm, even wanting to laugh a bit.
After thinking for a moment, Sukan felt that saying good luck would be better. Deng Shiji's forehead was adorned with several question marks. He imagined many ways Sukan might respond, but he never thought Sukan would say good luck in such an incomprehensible way.
Alright, you've all received your rewards, so I'll have someone take you back.
The elegant young man observed everyone's reactions but did not say much, only stating that he would have someone send them back. Everyone nodded. It was not safe outside, and they dared not go back by themselves. Xiaoyu, you're in charge of the arrangements.
Okay. A man, around 30 years old, walked in and beckoned everyone to leave. Chapter 49, Homeward. I am Sukan's classmate.
After Sukan and the others left, Zhang Ligua's figure appeared again.
They are all promising seedlings, no signs of alien influence found. Governor, with you guarding Haishi, why would aliens dare to cause trouble?
The elegant young man flattered, which earned a laugh and scolding from Zhang Ligua.
You kid is getting better at flattery. What are you saying? I just like to speak the truth.
You need to be careful not to learn bad habits from them. But this Sukan is indeed extraordinary, and his Chi and blood value is not as low as imagined. Maybe by the time of the college entrance examination, this kid will give me a surprise.
Sukan? Should we pay special attention to him?
Yes, we can pay attention.
Okay, then I will add him to the list.
The elegant young man looked somewhat shocked. He was just saying it casually, but didn't expect Zhang Ligua to actually decide to add Sukan. You should know that those who could be added to the special attention list are all super geniuses, the kind that can steadily rank in the top 5 in the province. In the imperial capital, Tianhe training camp. As one of the 3 major training camps in Dongwon country, in terms of both scale and strength, it could not be compared to the 7 camps in Haishi province. This place recruits the most outstanding talents from all over the country. Only 3 people from Haishi province were selected to come to this place this time.
Lin Xia, do you know who took first place in our Haishi 7 training camps this time?
Lin Xia was a very brooding handsome guy. Right now he was eating in the cafeteria. Sitting in front of him were a boy and a girl. The 3 of them were all from Haishi province and were ranked among the top 3 powerful figures in the province. Lin Xia shook his head when he heard the question, his expression barely changing. The other girl also showed little interest in this topic. Clearly, they really did not care who was first in the 7 training camps.
You two, could you cooperate?
It's really boring, you're like wooden dolls. This boy's name was Wang Yuntao. Although he had stunning talent, his personality was a bit gossipy and he was very interested in various matters in the province.
Lin Xia and Li Lingxi learned many things through him.
Oh, Deng Shiji?
No. Lin Xinrui? Not either. Wang Yuntao looked at the 2 cooperating. The smile on his face instantly brightened.
It must be Hong Huaping.
Not necessarily.
Wang Yuntao stood up excitedly, as if the fact that they had guessed wrong twice made him particularly thrilled. Lin Xia and Li Lingxi looked at Wang Yuntao's excited appearance, their foreheads filled with countless question marks.
What are you so excited about? I don't understand.
The 2 fell silent, which made Wang Yuntao express his dissatisfaction again.
Hey, why aren't you continuing? We can't guess. I knew you wouldn't be able to guess.
If it weren't for the fact that the 2 had known Wang Yuntao for a long time, they would really think he was a fool.
This time the first place is taken by someone from Uldu.
Uldu? Both of them showed a look of surprise. For those born and raised in Haishi city like them, Uldu felt like a small town.
Yes, they say it's Uldu number 2 middle school. Uldu number 2 middle school.
The 2 were shocked again. In their eyes, Uldu was already a small city, and unexpectedly, this person was not from Uldu number 1 middle school, but from Uldu number 2 middle school.
Right. It's Uldu number 2 middle school.
Wang Yuntao was very satisfied with the 2's reaction. This was how it should be, this was the joy of sharing gossip. Otherwise, it felt like talking to a dead person without any response. It's a commoner from Uldu number 2 middle school. It said that during the first city simulation test, he ranked 31st in the city. By the way, it said that his blood value is 3.5.
Are you collecting fake news? I'm not feverish.
Both of them showed dumbfounded expressions. A blood value of 3.5?
How could someone with a blood value of 3.5 take first in the 7 training camps? Even if they looked down on the scale of the 7 training camps, there was no way a person with just a blood value of 3.5 could take first place. Don't joke, this is all confirmed information. The first place is indeed this person, and his name is Su Kan. At Ldo number 2 middle school. After learning last night through Yen Jun that Su Kan had actually broken through all 7 camps, defeating many super talents and winning the title of the strongest king, Ldo number 2 middle school went crazy. Especially the principal of Ldo number 2 middle school, who asked everyone how they knew that our student, Su Kan, took first in the 7 training camps internal network battle. When no one answered, he directly started calling one after another, bombarding them, enjoying it endlessly. Along with that, the name Su Kan reappeared in the eyes of the entire Ldo higher-ups, instantly becoming famous. Actually, there was no need for the principal to promote it, Su Kan really did shine too brightly this time. When the high-ups of the Ldo City Lord's Mansion heard the news, they also began calling friends in other cities, starting to show off. There's no helping it, this is human nature. Ldo number 2 middle school, Ldo TV station, Ldo City Lord's Mansion office, publicity department, and many high-ranking officials all came to Ldo number 2 middle school, ready to welcome back these little heroes. Especially Su Kan. Although they all knew that Su Kan didn't travel with these people on the same spaceship but went to meet the governor first and might arrive later, it still couldn't stop their enthusiasm. Wow, is Su Kan really that amazing? The students of Ldo number 2 middle school, especially Su Kan's former classmates and the teachers who had taught him, all felt like they were in a dream. Was Su Kan really that awesome? It's not scientific. But this didn't prevent them from showing pride, often saying, Su Kan is my classmate, I taught Su Kan. Though there were some comments about Su Kan's low blood value in between, under the unified tone of the City Lord's Mansion, no one picked up that topic. Supporting Su Kan and treating his achievement as everyone's accomplishment was their common mission that no one could hinder. This guy Su Kan has really soared. Huang Zongbao and the others felt mixed emotions. Once upon a time, his strength was even greater than Su Kan's. But what about now? Talking too much only brings tears. Fortunately, their relationship with Su Kan was decent. Having Su Kan as a classmate was a topic of conversation. They're coming, they're coming. The first batch of 11 has returned. The leaders and media rushed forward, although Su Kan wasn't here. Interviewing those who went to the Holy Hall training camp with him wasn't inappropriate for understanding more about Su Kan. Wow, so many people. Are they here to welcome us? Zhu Jiafan looked through the window and felt very excited, making him feel like a star. What dream are you having? These people are obviously here for Su Kan. What do you count for? I am Su Kan's classmate. Zhu Jiafan proudly lifted his head, making everyone speechless. Chapter 50, The Outdated Number 1. Injured Chen Ping. The spaceship has arrived. The situation was just as they expected. Once they disembarked, these people immediately surrounded them, and all the topics revolved around Su Kan. Even the original NO1 of Green Capital number 2 middle school, Xiao Yixue, went unnoticed. Although in the eyes of most students from Green Capital number 2 middle school, Xiao Yixue's overall score was still first. Fortunately, many city leaders were present. This group of reporters didn't dare to be too excessive, asking a few questions before being cleared away. Because these leaders were also very curious about Su Kan. At the level of the 7 provincial training camps, they truly couldn't dig too much information with their connections, only understanding some surface details. After Su Kan and the others received their rewards, they boarded the spaceship. A small, advanced spaceship, it was much faster than the one Su Kan and the others took when they came. However, this time, the people being sent had multiple destinations, so the time naturally took longer. Due to his ranking, Su Kan was the first to be sent off. The speed was fast. When Su Kan arrived at Green Capital, there were still many people waiting for him at Green Capital number 2 middle school. Another spaceship is coming. It's Su Kan. This time, everyone was excited, especially the media, whose eyes sparkled like they saw a beautiful woman dancing in front of them, filled with exuberance. Su Kan has finally arrived. Our great contributor has come. From the spaceship, they could naturally see the scene below. Su Kan, it seems you're quite popular. The spaceship had begun its descent, and it wouldn't be long before it landed. Everyone naturally looked out the window. At the same time, they were curious about the school that could nurture such a talented individual like Su Kan. It's such a pity about his vitality value. If it were just a bit higher, he would undoubtedly secure a spot in 2 top universities. But what about now? It's a bit precarious. Unless Su Kan's vitality can increase quickly in the future, otherwise, even if his foundational law and advanced skills score full points, it would only net him 450 points. The cutoff for the 2 top universities is not low. Last year it was 622 points, and Su Kan needs to score 172 points to meet last year's threshold. How much vitality is needed for 172 points? A vitality value of 6.1 is needed to obtain 173 points. But can Su Can really score full points in foundational law and advanced skills?
Although Su Can's performance this time was indeed outstanding, pressing them all down to the ground, scoring full points in foundational law and advanced skills is not an easy task. Full points in foundational law require reaching 30% in the third stage. Advanced skills require achieving 100% in the first stage. Completing either of these is quite challenging. Even Deng Shiji himself is not very confident about breaking through to the third stage before the exam. Even if he manages to break through, it would only be a hesitant entry into the third stage. As for advanced skills, it's even more daunting. The threshold from 90% to 91% would stymie him for a long time. Let alone 91%, every percentage after is even harder to comprehend. In this case, Su Can's vitality score needs to be at least 7.5 for there to be hope. It's really a pity. Of course, if you had won first place, I believe your school and city would be much more passionate and crazed. Fan Rue pouted, and what he said was the truth. Only Chen Ping sighed lightly. He saw many familiar faces in the crowd, all of whom had once surrounded him, but now, it was hard to explain.
We are about to land. The speaker was Xiao Yu, a refined young man in his 30s who appeared in the reception room. Su Can felt the elegant youth had definitely called him wrong. How could he be Xiao, small, Yu? Clearly, De Yu, big, would be more fitting. Hearing this, everyone sat up straight. Su Can, Chen Ping, you two can get off here. Okay. Su Can and Chen Ping both replied. This time Green City indeed brought honor to themselves. Not only did Su Can take first place, but Chen Ping also secured second, making them the biggest winners. Even the third and fourth places from High City couldn't compare to the prestige of Green City. After all, High City was acknowledged as the second largest city after Haishi City. Although this result was good for them, it could only be considered decent. The spaceship stopped, and the hatch opened. Su Can and Chen Ping stood up, while the others remained in their seats. Only Xiaoyu stood up, escorting the two to the door of the spaceship, then turned and went back inside, showing no intention of greeting the leaders outside. Back to school. Your school. The first sentence was spoken by Su Can, while the latter was Chen Ping's resentful voice. This time, Chen Ping's achievement was completely overshadowed by Su Can's brilliance. Otherwise, with his sixth no, if it weren't for Su Can, fifth place would have been his. Woo woo. This made Chen Ping's heart feel hurt. This glory was originally meant to belong to him. Unfortunately, he was outperformed. What could he do? He could only feel envy and resentment. Su Can smiled, not expecting that this Chen Ping, who once seemed so high above him, would show such a pitiful side. Indeed, everyone has many sides. The goddess in your eyes might just be a silly person in someone else's. Su Can is here. The scene immediately erupted into excitement. Originally, the crowd surrounding Xiao Yishui and others, who were asking about Su Can, all left upon seeing the spaceship. Now they all squeezed towards Su Can. Quick, maintain order. The security bureau personnel also moved to restore order, but they had no way to contain this wild bunch of media. Even though many leaders were present, they couldn't stop the crazed media. The media, fearless at this moment, believed the law did not punish the many. As soon as Su Can stepped off the spaceship, countless microphones were thrust towards him. Su Can, I heard you won first place in the skill competition hosted by the 7 provincial training camps. What are your feelings? Su Can, I heard your vitality score is 3.5? With such a low score, did you spend all your time honing your skills? Su Can, do you have any words for your opponents in this skill competition? One question after another. If Su Can hadn't reacted quickly, a microphone would have already been shoved into his mouth. Su Can's face turned dark. Was the media in this world really this wild? He wanted to ask Chen Ping for help, as he remembered Chen Ping used to be the star of Green City. But as soon as Su Can turned around, he found that Chen Ping had already been squeezed away to some unknown corner, completely ignored. This. Su Can was dumbfounded. Actually, Chen Ping was even more shocked. How fast could it be? He had already fallen out of favor? Surely these people weren't that shallow. His result was still quite good, right? Moreover, he had only lost to Su Can in skills. In 9 days, during the provincial simulation, he would definitely be able to crush Su Can under his feet. No, not just me, whether it's Hong Lin or Luo Xiao, they can all score higher than Su Can. This time, Su Can might not even make it to the top 5. Of course, Chen Ping wasn't the only one thinking this way, many others felt the same. Low energy has already become Su Can's weak point, at least in the eyes of most people. Chapter 51, The Treatment Plan. The Invitation. Fortunately, the city leaders were reliable, and a warrior stepped forward. With the strength of a warrior, no one could stop him. He directly pushed everyone aside and took Su Can away from the scene to the principal's office. Chen Ping then quietly left while no one was paying attention. In the principal's office, there were indeed a lot of leaders. The principal kept smiling throughout the meeting. Sukan wasn't too interested, but when he heard the Education Bureau leader say he would grant him a bonus of 1 million, he felt this occasion wasn't too bad. If he had more of these opportunities, he wouldn't mind at all. Lunch was a bit delayed. Well, it couldn't really be considered a delay since there was indeed an abundance of delicious food, even meat from disaster beasts. Those leaders, holding their statuses, didn't want to compete with Sukan, so naturally, half of it ended up in Sukan's stomach, increasing his energy by more than 20 points. Only after finishing the meal did Sukan free himself. The rewards he gained were quite a lot. A delicious feast and a 1 million bonus. Plus, the Education Bureau leader asked him to apply for the 5th-tier genius loan, which is designed for super geniuses, with a limit of 2 million. Sukan applied for the 3rd time, only approved for the 3rd tier of 200,000, and the money was already in his bank account. If he could get this 5th tier, that would be another 1.8 million. 1.8 million, plus the 1 million bonus, I can be considered a wealthy person now, right? Sukan muttered, while thinking about his mother, Lin Susu. During the training camp, I asked instructor Han. He said my mother's problem is due to a naturally weak constitution, which isn't hard to treat. It's a type of wealth-related sickness. It requires grinding the energy pills into powder, adding it to warm water, taking about a third of a pill each meal, and sticking to it for 3 months to restore her health. 3 months, that's just 90 energy pills, which wouldn't have mattered to my previous self. Sukan shook his head. One energy pill outside costs 20,000, and 90 of them would amount to 1.8 million. How could he afford that? The most important thing is, this would only restore her health, but she can't be overworked, otherwise, it could easily relapse. After that, she must ensure proper nutrition to truly recover. I can't wait to go home now. Thinking about his mother's health, Sukan grew increasingly worried. Fortunately, he brought 150 energy pills from the training camp, specifically reserved for his mother. As for the extras, he could also give some to his father. His parents had worked hard all their lives, now it was their turn to enjoy life. They could even get a new home. However, better houses are too expensive, and Sukan had no intention of going for something inferior. I heard that if you become a warrior, the Lord's Mansion will help arrange housing for the families of warriors, and the houses will be located in the happiness community. Recalling this benefit, Sukan decided to pursue becoming a warrior. Becoming a warrior before the college entrance exam and moving into the happiness community, making my parents happy. This became Sukan's goal moving forward. The happiness community has a straightforward name, but those who can live there are indeed very lucky. It's a well-known affluent neighborhood in Green City. The facilities in the community are top-notch. When he got home, his parents were already waiting for him. How could they not know about Sukan's situation? 2 days ago, Green City TV was already broadcasting related information. You could say that. 2 days were enough for most of the people in Green City to spread the news about Sukan. Of course, many people only mentioned it casually, using it as a topic for small talk when they met others, nothing more. But those who knew Sukan were not the same. So, when Sukan stepped into the neighborhood, the residents greeted him with smiles. This made Sukan unable to help but sigh. No wonder some people say that when you succeed, you find everyone around you is a good person. Mom, Dad, I'm back. You're back. It's good that you're back. You must be tired from being out there. Is it true that Sukan came in first? After 2 days, Linning still felt completely confused. She remembered that just a few days before the 100-day pledge ceremony, she had seen Sukan at the Star Club, where he laughed and told her to come practice with him. She also remembered what her companions had said. What's the use of being handsome? In this world, only by becoming a warrior can you stand out. Yes, if you don't reach a certain level, you're just an ordinary person. Linning recalled the expressions of her companions after they heard the news and their feelings of regret, revealing a bitter smile. Sukan, you're truly deep. Provincial Education Bureau, Admissions Office. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, clearly a leader, walked over. How is the preparation for this event going? It's going well. The top 10 martial arts schools have all indicated they will send someone over. The young staff member responded quickly. What about those 2 schools? Yes. That's good. The speaker breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, they cared about those 2 prestigious schools. What about the invitation letters? They have all been sent out according to last year's number of students who got into the top martial arts schools, and the seed players have all been confirmed. Then, what about Sukan? Sukan? The young staff member was clearly taken aback. Give me the list from Green City. The young man immediately handed over the list. The middle-aged man glanced at it and showed a look of as expected. Add Sukan's name to it. Last year, 624 people got into the top martial arts schools, so with Sukan, there will be 625. In this case, it's best to divide them into 32 groups, with 19 to 20 people per group, and the top 2 from each group advance.
Then select 32 seed players, distributed across these 32 groups, and avoid letting them face each other at the start.
Okay, director. Should we arrange Sukan as a seed player? The young man clearly knew about Sukan's situation. After all, in an environment like the Education Bureau, how could he not know?
The earlier mistake was purely due to carelessness.
Haven't you already sent out the list of seed players?
The middle-aged man glanced at the young man, who smiled awkwardly.
I just sent it out. If I call now, I can still retract it. No need.
Although Sukan's situation is very sensational, his vitality value is too low. In martial arts, vitality is crucial.
A difference of even 1 in vitality makes it tough to break through using skill. Not to mention, which chosen seed player doesn't have a vitality value starting at 8?
We have to choose people wisely. If the selected seed player can't even advance, wouldn't that reflect poorly on our judgment? The middle-aged man's words made the young man nod. It certainly made sense.
Just send a supplementary invitation letter to Sukan.
After all, he has met the provincial governor. If the governor asks whether Sukan is participating in the competition, we won't have an answer.
What you said is right. Chapter 52 Sukan's limit is just like this. Provincial simulation, start.
As Sukan claimed first place in the training competition held by the 7 provincial training camps, everything about Sukan changed dramatically. He directly jumped 2 levels, becoming the vice president of the Star Club's Green City branch, and ranked first among the vice presidents. When Mushue also gained a significant achievement because of Sukan.
He let out a heavy breath. Sukan obtained a contract as an A-level genius from the Star Club. An A-level genius is worth far more than a C-level or B-level.
A C-level genius is valued at 500,000 in resources. A B-level genius is valued at 2 million in resources. An A-level genius is valued at 10 million in resources. Even though Sukan received many resources in the training camp, this 10 million in resources cannot be ignored. To keep Sukan ahead in high-level skills, the Star Club even sent a virtual cabin specifically for the Star Club in Green City. It was specially for Sukan's use but only limited to the time before the college entrance examination. From this, it is clear how the Star Club valued Sukan. If not for the fact that Sukan's blood value was really too low, they were even thinking of making him an S-level contract presence in the club.
An S-level contract has not been signed by the club for many years.
It's not that there haven't been geniuses at this level in Heisei Province, but purely because the Star Club couldn't reach that level of genius. Before the second simulation, which was the provincial simulation, Sukan's life remained very simple. He often encountered reporters squatting by the road, which made Sukan a bit unhappy.
3 points, 1 line. Home, club, school.
It is worth mentioning that 2 days before the second simulation, Sukan received an invitation letter.
Heisei Province Genius High School Student Invitational Competition.
This major competition is very famous in Heisei Province and also in Green City. It can be considered the most valuable and highly followed competition for high school students in Heisei Province. However, it is very difficult to participate in this competition. Only those who receive an invitation are qualified to participate. To get an invitation, it is usually determined by the previous year's college entrance examination results in the city. For example, if Green City had 21 people enter Double Key Point Wuda last year, then this year Green City also has 21 slots. These 21 slots are normally decided based on the results of the first simulation, which is the city-level simulation. There are no special circumstances, only the top 21 can obtain them.
Xiao Shue and others received theirs a day earlier than Sukan, and he thought that the officials probably hadn't invited him this time. For this matter, Teacher Chow and Teacher Yan even called the education department to inquire. Many people even showed a gloating smile.
But when Sukan received the invitation letter the next day, their faces slapped loudly.
Originally, only 3 people from Green City No. 2 High School received invitations. Now with Sukan, there were 4. As Sukan received the invitation letter, the Green City Education Bureau's official website also announced the schools and names of the students who got invitations this time. They even added a note stating that due to Sukan's significant progress, the Provincial Education Department specifically granted him a slot. Green City No. 1 High School had 12 slots. Green City No. 2 High School had 4 slots. Green City No. 3 High School had 4 slots. Green City No. 6 High School had 1 slot. Green City No. 9 High School had 1 slot. It also specially added a sentence congratulating Chen Ping from Green City No. 1 High School for winning the seed player position. With this news, various websites and forums in Green City started discussing Sukan and Chen Ping. Especially many who were not happy with Sukan. A poor person should act like a poor person, isn't it good to be honest? Why should he compare to their family's 3 generations of hard work? I said before that Sukan's skill talent is indeed quite good. In Green City, no one dares say they are better. But the problem is, what good is high skill? According to what we know, skill is only useful when the strengths are similar, enabling one to better defeat the opponent, or even winning when weak against strong. But what about Sukan? His skill is indeed strong, but can this strength let him defeat someone with 4 blood value with only 3.5? Even a health value of 4.5 would be quite good.
The Genius High School competition in Haishi province is not an exam, it's a real battle. In such a competition, Sukan would definitely be at a disadvantage.
With his strength, TSK, he might be the first one eliminated. This post quickly became popular, receiving countless likes. Clearly, many people shared this opinion.
Although some people refuted, saying that 3.5 was old news, and Sukan must be more than 3.5 now. But such comments were largely ignored.
On the internet, many people only care about what they want to see.
Major platforms in Ludo were fiercely discussing Sukan's ranking this time. Sukan, this exam score shouldn't be low, he's definitely in the top 10 in the city, after all, his basic skills and techniques are really strong.
Based on past scores, I've ranked Sukan. Health value, well, how should I put it?
I'll rank him higher, from 3.5 to 4.5 in a month, that's not bad, right? To avoid some die-hard fans attacking me, that's 140 points. The basic skills and advanced techniques, according to an insider, Sukan's basic knife technique has reached over 90% progress in the second stage.
Let's say it's 95%, that gives him 235 points.
As for the advanced techniques, let's consider them at 50% to 60% in the first stage, taking the highest value. If we say 60%, that's 100 points.
With that, the total score is around 475 points. Based on last year's second simulation results, he could rank 7th.
TSK, I have to say, Sukan's basic skills and advanced techniques are indeed impressive.
Even with such low health value, he can rank so high. And this level of advanced techniques is something many people might never achieve in their lifetime, right?
By the way, what I just said is the best case scenario. Sukan probably won't reach that score.
Waiting to be proven wrong.
This analysis was quite reasonable, and even some who initially thought Sukan would make a comeback felt that his limits were probably just around there.
Health value is the core. With low health, basic skills and advanced techniques wouldn't be too far behind.
Amidst this buzz, the second simulation, the provincial simulation officially began.
April 12th, Wednesday, a perfect day for showing off.
At the same place, Luda Sports Plaza.
This time, Sukan was different from last time.
Last month, during the first simulation, Sukan was just an unnoticed nobody in this place. He caught many people's attention last month solely because Luo Shio greeted him. But this time, as soon as Sukan entered the sports plaza, he became the center of attention, the brightest star in the entire venue.
Sukan is here.
As Sukan entered, countless gazes turned toward him. No matter how the internet discussed Sukan, his contributions to Ludo, defeating numerous strong opponents, and securing first in the provincial training camp were undeniable.
Moreover, Sukan's achievements in advanced techniques truly deserved admiration. Sukan, you are here.
Luo Shio, Chen Ping, and Hong Lin stood together, and as soon as Luo Shio saw Sukan, he excitedly ran over. The other two hesitated for a moment but followed and greeted Sukan.
This was different from a month ago.
A month ago, Sukan was just a dispensable little figure in their eyes.
Hong Lin only greeted Sukan because of Luo Shio's involvement.
Chen Ping didn't even acknowledge Sukan a month ago, but today, they all gathered around Sukan.
You guys are here too.
Today, Sukan was clearly the main character. The elite class members of Ludu No. 2 High School surrounded him, and Xiao Ishue was beside him. The top 3 from Ludu No. 1 High School also gathered around Sukan, and even Xiao Yang came over, giving Sukan a thumbs up.
Sukan's performance in the training camp.
It truly commands respect. Even someone as strong as Chen Ping had no thoughts about the 4 people in front, yet Sukan managed to outshine them. As for Xiao Yang and the others, there's no need to say much. The best performer was Hong Lin, but her rank was only 62, not even in the top 50. The worst, naturally, was Xiao Yang, who came in at 89th, but at least he made it into the top 100. This time, Green City performed quite impressively in the competition among the 7 major training camps, with one coming in first, one sixth, and 4 others in the top 100.
Aying, I really regret it.
The short-haired girl standing next to Lin Eng looked regretful.
If only I had asked you to introduce your cousin to me back then, I would have.
Lin Eng glanced at the radiant Sukan and then at the short-haired girl beside her. She opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately didn't speak. The short-haired girl looked decent, fitting the sweet girl type.
But Lin Eng didn't understand where she got her confidence from. If introduced back then, could they have been together?
Sigh. In the end, it's a missed opportunity. Lin Eng sighed inwardly, but the missed opportunity she spoke of was not because of the short-haired girl, but herself. Under the spotlight, the second mock examination officially began.
This time, Green City No. 2 High School offered more rewards to encourage everyone. Points multiplied by 5.
Get a high rank or make significant progress, and points could go up to 10 times. 10 times the points, even Sukan was quite tempted. He had plenty of resources, but 10 times the points would be 1 million, which was no small amount. All 982 students participating in the assessment are present. Please go to your respective locations for the assessment according to your candidate numbers. There are many candidates, so please hurry. The number of participants had decreased by 16 compared to the first time. It seemed these people felt hopeless on the path of martial arts and backed out. Actually, it was like this every year. The first assessment had the most people, and fewer showed up each time. However, many came for the final college entrance examination, often saying they wanted to fulfill their dreams of entering college. This time, I am number 36 in the 6th examination venue. Too bad I'm in the 5th venue. Su-kan, I am also in the 6th venue, just one number ahead of you. Chin Ping's eyes lit up when he saw Su-kan's examination number. Su-kan glanced over and saw 35, exactly one number in front of him. What a coincidence. Feeling Chin Ping's excitement, Su-kan naturally understood his thoughts. It is indeed a coincidence, but unfortunately, the speed test will not be able to test on the same stage. Chin Ping's lips could hardly suppress his smile. He had already imagined the scene ahead, overtaking Su-kan by a large margin, crushing him. Thinking of this, Chin Ping's mood became even more cheerful. Although Chin Ping had no bad intentions, having always been the best in Green City, and the most dazzling one, he still felt a bit concerned after being overshadowed by Su-kan. The others who heard Su-kan and Chin Ping's conversation couldn't help but turn their curious eyes towards them. What a pity, I'm a bit far from them, so I can't watch it live. Indeed, but it's easy to guess, Su-kan will definitely be crushed badly. It's starting. Do you think Su-kan's vitality will be less than 4.5? Regardless of how others viewed it, Su-kan and Chin Ping still walked towards the testing area, one in front and the other behind. Su-kan and Chin Ping were not familiar with each other and had hardly spoken, just counted as acquaintances. The atmosphere along the way was a bit awkward because they really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the teacher in charge of the exam did not give them too much time to interact. They were separated, with Chin Ping in the front group and Su-kan in the back. Then they were led into the kilometer-straight track with 30 lanes. With the sound of the starting gun, Chin Ping's group surged forward first. Quick, really quick. Chin Ping's speed was so fast it left only an afterimage. The student in second place was left behind by a wide margin as soon as they started. Just a few breaths in, the gap grew larger, stretching out to nearly 100 meters. Number 6035, 1000 meter test time 32.05 seconds, average speed 31.2 meters per second. Number 5032, 1000 meter test time 40.12 seconds, average speed 24.93 meters per second. These are the results of the first and second places. It may not seem like much when looking at it this way, but on the track, it was very obvious. When the first place crossed the finish line, the second place was still over 240 meters away, that's nearly a quarter of the distance. 31.2 meters per second, this speed is already above 9 in energy level, it might even be 9.2, or even 9.3. Su-kan saw the results and immediately began making estimates. It was truly exaggerated. So fierce, no wonder he's the best in Green City. This speed is taking off. Chin Ping's energy level must be at least 9.2, right? If he can unleash more strength, he might even reach 9.3. Su-kan is definitely going to be crushed this time. The others in the group knew Su-kan was there, so the last sentence was intentionally whispered, but Su-kan still heard it. Su-kan didn't mind. His energy level was indeed his weak point. Losing to Chin Ping was normal. Based on my current stats, I might not be Chin Ping's match. If that's the case, then let the storm come even fiercer. Su-kan's momentum and posture changed at that moment. Hide? It's still necessary. But the sharp edge that needs to be revealed is still essential. As the first in the city, Su-kan wants it. Give me a boost. Energy consumed 1, energy level increased by 0.01, current energy level 7.01. Energy consumed 1, energy level increased by 0.01, current energy level 7.5. Chapter 54 just a tiny bit better. Chin Ping started to panic. As Su-kan stepped onto the track and stood at the starting line, his energy level had already risen to 7.5. Su-kan didn't continue, a 7.5 energy level was enough. Next, it's time to perform normally. Su-kan had seen the discussions online, although he didn't care, his parents were very worried. Every time he went home and saw them wanting to say something but not daring to, Su-kan's heart didn't feel so good. Fortunately, his mother, Lin Susu's condition had improved significantly with the help of the energy pill, which comforted Su-kan greatly. This time, let's break the rumors. Bang! The starting gun fired. Chin Ping, who had just finished his race, deliberately slowed his pace to see how Su-kan would perform. But as Su-kan took off, the confident smile on Chin Ping's face instantly vanished. So fast? Chin Ping stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide. This speed defied logic. Did the internet not say that Su-kan's energy level might not even exceed 4.5?
But at this speed, he must have over 7, right? Isn't Su Kan's talent and energy level supposed to be quite poor? Chen Ping's mind was in a fog.
Students who have completed their exams, please do not linger, move quickly. The examiner, not recognizing Chen Ping, immediately scolded him when he saw him stop. Only then did Chen Ping come back to his senses and walk ahead in a daze. How could Su Kan's energy level be so high?
As Chen Ping left the examination area, Su Kan's results also came out.
He wasn't first, after all, although his energy level had improved significantly. Su Kan didn't dare to make it too shocking, so he controlled it a bit. In third place. Number 6036, 1000 meter test time 38.28 seconds, average speed 26.12 meters per second. Once the results were out and the examiner recorded Su Kan's score, he walked out. At the entrance, Chen Ping was waiting for Su Kan.
Your speed. Upon seeing Su Kan, Chen Ping's tone was complicated.
Recently, I've made a tiny bit of progress.
A bit?
Yeah, just a tiny bit. Su Kan extended his right hand, making the gesture for a tiny bit. Chen Ping fell silent. From 3.5 to over 7 in just a month of time, it was astonishing.
This is more than double. Are you calling this just a little? It should be your turn for the punch strength test soon.
Su Kan interrupted Chen Ping's thoughts, and Chen Ping nodded.
It's almost my turn. So what are we waiting for?
Ah, okay. The punch strength test began.
Chen Ping's average punch strength was 928.2 kilograms, and the final blood value was 9.2, scoring 266 points.
This score was quite high, only 34 points away from a perfect score. Keep in mind, there were still 60 days until the college entrance exam. How could he not aim for at least 290 points?
Could he even reach the warrior realm?
Su Kan could not know, as he was now standing in front of the punch strength testing machine, quickly throwing 10 punches.
778 kilograms. 779 kilograms. 781 kilograms.
The total punch strength of 10 punches is 7,797 kilograms, with an average punch strength of 779.7 kilograms.
Combining the speed test results, the final blood value is 7.6, scoring 218.
A blood value of 7.6 is 0.1 more than the panel. It seems my performance is quite good. Su Kan smiled widely, feeling that 218 points was also good, 3 points more than he had expected, giving him more confidence for first place.
Let's go ask about Chen Ping's score. Perfect timing for Chen Ping to be just one ahead of me. Isn't this heaven helping me? Su Kan's smile grew even brighter. A blood value of 7.6?
Chen Ping was indeed waiting for Su Kan outside. The two were just one number apart, which would not affect his assessment. He looked at the results on Su Kan's score sheet and was silent for a long time. Impressive, 9.2 blood value, that's 48 points more than my score in just this.
Su Kan gave Chen Ping a thumbs up. Su Kan was sincere, with no sarcasm at all.
But Chen Ping glanced at Su Kan, then at Su Kan's scoresheet, feeling very uncomfortable inside.
Ha!
Chen Ping exhaled, comforting himself. Don't be afraid, I still fell short by 48 points. My foundation technique is at 90% progress in the second stage, and I have 50% in high-level skills.
It's impossible for Su Kan to pull ahead of me by 48 points.
My throne as number 1 is still as steady as an old dog, I'm not afraid. After comforting himself this way, Chen Ping's mood indeed calmed down a lot, but the look in his eyes towards Su Kan was still quite complex. This guy's progress was simply too fast. If there wasn't much improvement in his foundation technique and high-level skills by the third test, he might really lose his first place to Su Kan. This added a lot of pressure in Chen Ping's heart. No matter what, though, the first place for this time would definitely be his. That was a fact beyond doubt.
Let's go to the foundation technique test.
Sure. The two quickly arrived at the foundation technique testing place. There were 3 testing rooms. The teacher separated Su Kan and Chen Ping, with Chen Ping going in half a minute earlier than Su Kan. The test was quick, and the results were quickly out. As soon as Su Kan came out, Chen Ping was still waiting at the door. As soon as Chen Ping saw Su Kan, he rushed over.
How was your foundation technique? Not bad.
Su Kan glanced at Chen Ping's scoresheet, seeing 90% in the second stage and a final score of 220 points, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted.
Not bad?
Chen Ping also glanced at Su Kan's scoresheet. Su Kan did not hide it, and Chen Ping quickly caught on. At that moment, when he saw the score, Chen Ping froze completely. Once the foundation technique entered the second stage, the base score was already 130 points, with every percentage point counting as 1 point. So, 90% progress naturally meant 220 points. However, the 91% to 100% stage was different, as the difficulty of improvement was high, with each percentage point counting as 3 points. This meant Su Kan's 100% score in the second stage was 250 points, 30 points higher than his.
But how could this monster, Su Kan, possibly refine his foundation technique to 100% progress in the second stage? This is unscientific, extremely unscientific. As long as Su Kan's high-level skills are 18 points higher than mine, his total score will tie with mine. If it's more than 18 points. Chen Ping couldn't help but swallow his saliva and looked up at Su Kan, taking 2 steps back. This left Su Kan stunned momentarily. What was Chen Ping's situation? Su Kan had no idea that a storm had already formed inside Chen Ping. Advanced skills are 18 points higher than me. If it were before, Chen Ping would definitely not think that Su Kan could surpass him by so many points. This was his confidence as the best in Green City. He did not believe Su Kan's advanced skills could be that much higher than his. After all, his own advanced skills had reached 50% progress. If Su Kan wanted to exceed him by 18 points, he would need advanced skills at 68% progress to be on par with him. 69% would be needed to surpass him. At this stage, is it possible to cultivate advanced skills to 69%? Impossible. Breaking through the 60% barrier is already impressive, let alone reaching 69%. This achievement could probably only be reached by the top 3 monstrous talents in the province. But right now, he really had no confidence at all. Who told Su Kan's foundational law to be so abnormal? With 100% progress in the second stage, it was simply inhuman. Chen Ping seemingly lost his previous confidence. Chapter 55, The Heartbroken Chao Yang. Let's go, it's time for the advanced skills test. This time it was Su Kan who spoke. While Chen Ping looked flustered, Su Kan remained calm. Ah, okay. Chen Ping replied and followed Su Kan closely, heavy-hearted. Both of them were not new to the advanced skills testing place, so they were quite familiar with it. They arrived at the entrance of the advanced skills test, and not only were there people inside testing, but someone was waiting outside too. Compared to the first time they came to the advanced skills testing site, the number of people was obviously much higher. A month ago, the total number of people mastering advanced skills in Green City didn't exceed 20. Most of them had just grasped it, with no real strength. But this time was different. At least 60 people had mastered advanced skills, although most had only just stepped into the advanced skills stage, and their subsequent achievements weren't very high. This number was indeed much better than before. Su Kan, Chen Ping, you are here too. Su Kan and Chen Ping had sat on chairs at the door for less than a minute when someone testing inside came out. It was someone they both knew. Chao Yang. Upon seeing Chao Yang, Su Kan's eyes held a hint of peculiarity. Last time he had seen Chao Yang at this advanced skills test, he had come over just as Chao Yang was coming out. It was the same now. Chao Yang naturally noticed the change in Su Kan's expression and remembered the scene from a month ago, his face showing a wistful look. A month ago, when he saw Su Kan, his demeanor was not exactly arrogant, but he certainly did not regard Su Kan as being on the same level. But now, Su Kan was indeed worthy to stand on the same level with him. How did you do? Chen Ping, however, did not have so many thoughts. He was just waiting for the person in front to finish before it was his turn. It was a so-so, I don't know if I can advance this time. Although Chao Yang said this, his tone was quite confident. He handed over the report card without any concealment, and Su Kan also turned his gaze over, primarily curious about his strength level. Vitality, 8.8, total score, 254 points. Foundation Law second phase, 78%, 208 points. Advanced skills first phase, 45%, 85 points. Total score, 547 points. Chen Ping saw this score and looked at Su Kan with a peculiar expression. Not to mention whether Su Kan could surpass him, but Su Kan's score would definitely be above Chao Yang's. Chao Yang naturally noticed Chen Ping's actions. He originally thought Chen Ping would say a word of praise, but to his surprise, Chen Ping looked at Su Kan instead. Could it be? Chao Yang felt a knot in his heart, but then thought it was unlikely. Su Kan's vitality value was so low, it was absolutely impossible for it to be higher than his score. Chao Yang was number 28 in the third testing area. He did not know Su Kan's situation. Su Kan, what's your score? Chao Yang felt an uneasy feeling stirring within him. My score? Su Kan handed over his report card with a normal expression, while Chen Ping's gaze became even more peculiar, and Chao Yang's unease continued to rise. Finally, he took the report card. At first glance, he froze in place. An explosive utterance came out. What the hell, how is this possible? Blood energy 7.6, 218 points. Basic technique second stage 100%, 250 points. The third advanced skill is empty, not yet tested, so the final total score is not filled in. But Chao Yang was not a fool. He quickly calculated Su Kan's score. The first two subjects totaled 468 points. There was only a 79-point difference between them. 79 points. As long as he wasn't stupid, he knew that Su Kan's advanced skill was definitely above this score. Because Su Kan's advanced skill was definitely stronger than his, and he himself already had 85 points. This meant that Su Kan's total score of 100% was even higher than his. At that moment, Chao Yang finally understood. No wonder Chen Ping's gaze was so strange, it was all about this. Thinking about this, Chao Yang looked at Chen Ping with a hint of grievance. Wait. Chao Yang regained his senses and was about to return the score sheet to Su Kan when he suddenly thought of something. With Su Kan's excellent score this time, was it possible for him to surpass Chen Ping and become the new number one in Green Capital? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chao Yang immediately looked at Chen Ping again. Take it. Chen Ping naturally understood Chao Yang's thoughts and calmly handed the score sheet to him. Although Chen Ping was also nervous inside, fearing that Su Kan would surpass him in the third simulation or even in the final crucial college entrance examination, this time he felt stable as an old dog. No matter what, Su Kan couldn't possibly surpass him. Blood energy 9.2, 266 points. Basic technique second stage 90%, 220 points. This total score is 486 points, 18 points more than Su Kan. Chao Yang muttered to himself. Chen Ping's advanced skill should be around 50%, even if it's a bit lower, like 48%, then Su Kan would need to raise his advanced skill to 66% to surpass Chen Ping? No, 66% means tied, 67% means surpassing. No wonder that Guy Chen Ping looked so calm, he was already sure of victory. Chen Ping noticed Chao Yang's thoughts and smiled at him. Just then, the person who was testing inside came out. Then I'll go in first. Go ahead. Chen Ping strode with indifference, stepping into the advanced martial arts testing room. 2 minutes later, Chen Ping's indifferent stride had become even more perfect. Didn't perform well, only 51% progress. Chen Ping said this, but his heart was saying something else. The performance was quite good this time, unless usually it's only 50%, then Su Kan won't be able to score higher than me. 70%, TSK, that's impossible. The corners of Chen Ping's mouth couldn't help but rise crazily. Chao Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes, what a heartless guy. 51%, so it seems Su Kan was impossible to catch up. Then I'll go in. Su Kan gave Chen Ping a thumbs up, he had really timed it perfectly. He didn't need to add points at all, it was just right. Su Kan pulled up his own panel. Name, Su Kan. Blood energy, 7.5 plus. Punch force, 779 kilograms. Speed, 26.2 meters/second. Spirit, 25 plus. Skill, basic sword technique, second stage 100% plus. Advanced skill, quick draw slash, first stage 70% plus. Energy, 1881.6. Actually, Su Kan's panel, except for blood energy, hadn't seen much improvement or change compared to 10 days ago. After all, at that time, Su Kan's basic technique was already at 95% progress in the second stage, and quick draw slash was at 60% progress in the first stage. But the issue was that the subsequent improvements were not so easy. To break through quick draw slash from 60%, the energy required was directly 100. The energy needed to improve by 1 percentage point doubled, from the original 10 energy points to 20 energy points, naturally increasing the difficulty. In order to stabilize his realm, Su Kan didn't rush to add points and maintained a stable state. That is to say, he was in a consumable state and didn't force growth. Otherwise, if Su Kan added points recklessly, his quick draw slash could have reached 80%, even 90%. In these 10 days, I've used very little energy, and the resources on me have basically not been used. The Education Bureau rewarded 1 million, plus 800,000 from the Genius Loan, and an additional 50,000 in Genius Loan from the second tier also sat in the bank card. In other words, Su Kan's bank card held a total of 1.85 million Wu coins. 3 blood disaster pills, 1 skill disaster pill, and 1 breakthrough disaster pill, Su Kan had not yet used. Temporarily he did not lack energy, he chose to keep them in case of urgent need. It's a precaution, just in case. Besides these resources, Su Kan also had 320,000 points at school, exactly corresponding to the reward for being second in the elite class 4 times. Although no further tests were conducted, the school acknowledged Su Kan's rank as second, counting all 4 times with second place points. He had not touched this 320,000 yet, there was no rush for it. At the Star Club, there were also 10 million points. Because of his great performance this time, when Mushue directly helped him obtain the full 10 million points, fully credited. The previous points given were erased, not counted. This also made Su Kan have more fondness for Wen Mushue, this woman could be trustworthy. Especially since the virtual device he got from Roa Miao, when Mushue helped him apply for it, saying she believed in his future. There were 150 blood pills that Su Kan reserved for Lin Susu, intending to help her recover. Apart from these, Su Kan had 2 million in external debt, but he wasn't anxious about that. Hanzei said to wait until after the college entrance examination to pay it back. Su Kan planned it this way as well because it was not just 2 million, there was also a debt of gratitude to repay. These thoughts flowed through Su Kan's mind as he entered the advanced skill testing room,
knowing once this test was over, he would reach a new height in Green City, even throughout the entire Haishi province. Su Kan's lips curled up, he was ready to take off. Candidate 6036, applying for advanced skill assessment. Su Kan handed his score report to the examiner's desk. What advanced skill are you applying for? Blade draw slash. Su Kan replied solemnly, and then heard the examiner ask. What is the intensity you are preparing to apply for? 70%. How much? The examiner remained calm. He was a teacher from the 3rd high school in Haishi City. Though the 3rd high school in Haishi City ranked only 3rd there, in Green City, not even Green City number 1 could compare to them. Coming to a place like Green City, he naturally felt a sense of superiority. He felt the same way about the students' scores, although the last 2 tested were also outstanding, especially the last one, who nearly outperformed their school's Luo Cheng. The one just now must be Chen Ping from Green City. Green City's luck this time is not bad, to have such an excellent prospect. This was the examiner's thought, but when he heard Su Kan applying for 70% strength, he was stunned. 70% intensity of blade draw slash. The examiner widened his eyes, suddenly recalling something. He opened his mouth to say something but quickly realized he was in the examination room. The test room was under surveillance, he couldn't reveal Su Kan's name. The examiner lowered his head once more, looking at Su Kan's score report, disbelief overwhelming his eyes. News about Su Kan had spread widely. Even far away in Haishi City, he had heard some things about Su Kan. A super skilled genius. Unfortunately, his vitality value wasn't very good, it was only 3.5 in the first simulated test. When he heard this news back then, he also felt regret. After all, with such skill talent, if only his vitality were a bit higher, his future would undoubtedly be limitless. But now it seemed, this kid named Su Kan did not have a bad vitality talent? 7.6 vitality. Basic method at 100% progress in the second stage. If this advanced skill could really pass at a 70% difficulty, then this kid was about to soar. If afterwards his vitality can keep up. In the top 5 of the province, he truly soared to the sky. The examiner restrained his excitement, allowing Su Kan to choose his weapon, while he went up to set the challenge difficulty for the advanced skill robot. The tests for advanced skills are still quite different from the basic techniques. Basic techniques set a foundational value and then continuously fight to enhance that value. Advanced skills, on the other hand, set a maximum value that one can usually achieve for testing, and the final evaluation is based on the strength of the test. You can start now. Okay, teacher. Su Kan replied and approached the testing robot. As Su Kan stood before the testing robot, his demeanor completely changed. When not in combat mode, Su Kan resembled a friendly neighborhood boy, sunny and handsome. Now, Su Kan was like a reaper of lives. Blade draw slash. Without closing his eyes, a blade fell upon the testing robot so quickly that even the afterimage was invisible. Sheathing the sword. The testing robot scanned Su Kan's movements and conducted a strength test, quickly providing results. Blade draw slash test, strength 71%, test passed. Phew. Su Kan breathed a sigh of relief, performing even better than displayed on the panel. Now my score is higher than Chen Ping's, the city first place is mine. Su Kan's smile was radiant, his goal achieved. Gulp. The examiner swallowed hard, this guy actually passed. What a freak. Teacher. Su Kan walked towards the examiner, who finally came back to his senses and wrote down the score on Su Kan's report card. Advanced skill 71% progress, 111 points. Final total score. The examiner thought for 2 or 3 seconds before writing down the total score. 579 points. As he wrote this number, the examiner suddenly thought that the previous person must be the original first place holder from Green City, Chen Ping, right? His score was 577 points. The examiner's eyes widened, his whole body trembling. So thrilling? At this moment, the examiner wished he could drop his identity, go online, and write a little essay. He even thought of a title, The Fall of Morality or the Twist of Humanity, a story of the previous and current kings of Green City. Thank you, teacher. Su Kan looked at his score, and his smile was impossible to contain, incredibly radiant. The examiner feigned calmness. In truth, he really wanted to go out with Su Kan to see Chen Ping's reaction. It would definitely be very interesting, right? You may go out. Okay. Su Kan replied, not turning immediately, but taking a deep breath and trying hard to suppress his smile, showing a look of deep grievances instead. The examiner twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid is really sneaky. But he liked it. After doing all this, Su Kan resolutely walked toward the testing room. Su Kan is out. Chen Ping and Xiao Yang had not left, they were waiting at the door for Su Kan. As soon as they saw Su Kan come out, they rushed over. However, their expressions were quite different. Chen Ping appeared calm, his eyes curious but not panicked at all. Clearly, he was very confident, he was just curious about how far Su Kan's advanced skill had reached. Chao Yang, on the other hand, looked desperate, because no matter what Su Kan's score was, it couldn't possibly be worse than his. He just wanted to die a little clearer and more thoroughly. Su Kan, what was your score? Seeing the troubled expression on Su Kan's face, Chen Ping began to laugh. As expected, true happiness comes from building joy on others' suffering. If Su Kan had walked out like him, indifferent to everything, it would have been Chen Ping suffering instead. Sigh, it's complicated to explain. Su Kan observed their reactions and sighed. Then you? You guys can see for yourselves. Su Kan looked weak and slowly raised his hand. Chao Yang couldn't stand it anymore, and snatched the report card away, glancing at the high-level skills. High-level skills at 71% progress, score. Chao Yang was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this? 71%? How could this guy master high-level skills so ridiculously? How much? Beside him, Chen Ping, calm and self-possessed, lost his composure completely when he heard 71%. He immediately leaned closer. He saw Su Kan's score directly. 579 points. In that moment, Chen Ping felt as if he had been hit in the head with something and was about to fall backward. But he still held on with his strong willpower, snatching the report card from Chao Yang's hands, his eyes wide open, staring intensely at the score. Gulp! Chen Ping's eyes went very wide. Su Kan suspected Chen Ping might pop his eyes out. Fortunately, Su Kan's worry was unnecessary. Chen Ping only stayed in that state for over a minute before returning to normal, though his eyes remained blank. Su Kan and Chao Yang didn't disturb Chen Ping, as they both knew his current state. The second simulation was not over yet, and the entire Green City was boiling. The reason was that Chen Ping and Su Kan's scores came out first. Chen Ping, 9.2 vitality, basic law second phase 90%, high-level skills 51%, total score 577 points. Su Kan, 7.6 vitality, basic law second phase 100%, high-level skills 71%, total score 579 points. Major forums and social media were filled with the specific scores of Su Kan and Chen Ping, and those two previous posts were instantly overwhelmed. Who said Su Kan's vitality was bad? In 1 month, it rose from 3.5 to 7.6, that's really a super genius in vitality. So exaggerated, but there should be a reason for deep accumulation leading to explosive performance? I checked Su Kan's background, his family situation is very poor, and the reason for this huge progress is due to better resources. Also, Su Kan got first place this time and seems to have received a calamity pill from the governor, so this all makes sense. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous, it's like a door opening for ridiculousness, truly ridiculous. I don't know what to say, just want to vent my emotions. Countless words ultimately turned into these few characters. Su Kan is awesome. Of course, this is what was said online about Su Kan. The whole Green City, even the entire Haishi, was buzzing with stories of Su Kan. But for now, no one took any action until 3:30 in the afternoon when a provincial ranking list came out, completely exploding the situation. 16th place, Su Kan, total score 579 points. 16th place. Entering the top 20 in the province with 7.6 vitality was like a storm for the entire Haishi province. The whole province was discussing Su Kan's matter. Green City No. 2 High School. Principal, great news. Su Kan entered the top 20 in the province and even achieved 16th place. Principal? Don't faint now. Green City Education Bureau. The entire Green City Education Bureau went crazy. Because the results from Green City were too impressive. Su Kan 16th, Chen Ping 18th. In addition, Hong Lin, Xiao Yishua, Luo Xiao, Chao Yang, and others also performed quite well. Luo Xiao scored 552 points, placing 58th in the province. Xiao Yishua scored 551 points, placing 60th in the province. Hong Lin scored 548 points, placing 64th in the province. Chao Yang scored 545 points, placing 74th in the province. Xiao Yishua surpassed Hong Lin this time, but unfortunately, she seems to have a connection with the 4th place. This time, she was still ranked 4th in the city, which made her very helpless. Chao Yang felt as if the sky had fallen. Originally, he was very confident this time, feeling that he had made significant progress and could rise 1 or 2 places, but unexpectedly, Luo Xiao and others made just as much progress, and their scores still surpassed his, plus Su Kan suddenly emerged. What can he do now? Chao Yang was now at home. Looking at the 6th ranking in the city, I wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, the provincial ranking is still acceptable, advancing 8 places compared to last time, which is my only consolation. Invest more resources into these few students, and apply to the city lord for that secret realm. If they can enter, we can gain more resources for our Green City next year. The director stood up in the meeting room, losing his composure. After all, this is the best achievement since he took office, without a doubt.
Su Kan's blood value is 7.6, ranking 16th in the province. Provincial Education Bureau, Admissions Office. The middle-aged man with a receding hairline felt a headache upon seeing Su Kan's prominent name in the provincial rankings. Their arrangement this time was actually quite good. Aside from Su Kan, everyone else was basically within a reasonable range. The top 20 were all in the seed contestants lineup, without omissions. The remaining 11 spots had the lowest ranking at 38, which was also acceptable. After all, the arrangements were based on last city's ranking, so such a situation was very normal and wouldn't affect the overall picture. But the problem lay with Su Kan. Who exactly said Su Kan's blood talent is too poor? He raised his blood value by 4.1 in just 1 month. If that's considered poor talent, then there wouldn't be anyone with good talent in the whole country. The middle-aged man complained, and although there were many other factors that contributed to Su Kan's rapid increase in blood value, it was still too exaggerated. Su Kan's blood value is only 7.6, and there are only 10 days left until the competition. He can't possibly raise it to above 8.2, can he? This time, the lowest blood value among the top 30 is 9. Even if he does reach 8.2, Su Kan should still be unable to win. The middle-aged man thought for a moment. There was no way. Aside from the seed contestants arranged beforehand, all the rest were based on a completely random computer draw. Even the director of the Provincial Education Bureau couldn't make changes. Only someone of a governor's level could exercise their power to make adjustments. But how could a person of the governor's level pay attention to such small matters of grouping? Chapter 58, The Situation of the Provincial Genius. The Unprecedented First Place. Star Club. Good. In the office, when Mushue couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Su Kan's report card. Provincial 16th, 7.5 blood value, 100% basic skills in the second stage, plus 71% advanced techniques. This guy truly did not let me down. Quick, arrange the nearest flying ship. I want to go to Green City. But speaking of which, Su Kan's talent in techniques is indeed unparalleled. His advanced skills are nearly on par with mine. When Mushue sighed in her heart. She was also a genius, having entered a key martial arts university. Currently, she was a college student, in her second year. Her university was in Haishi City, and her father was a minor shareholder in the Star Club, so he arranged for her to work there and also get involved in some martial arts matters. Of course, her job was actually to audit geniuses, responsible for discovering some talented individuals. There weren't many ordinary tasks, and it was quite relaxed. She had been stuck at the blood limit of 9.9 for nearly a year without breaking through. It was tough, as the entrance threshold was so challenging that it had blocked countless people. Many once more outstanding talents than her had also been stuck at the blood limit of 9.9, waiting for their breakthrough. But this step was too difficult. It wasn't something that could just be achieved with hard work. Haishi City Lord's Mansion. Governor Jean Ligua looked at the report book handed over by his secretary and quickly spotted the highlighted information on it. Su Kan was, of course, among the marked details, so Jean Ligua soon noticed it. A blood value of 7.6? Jean Ligua's mind conjured up Su Kan's image, and a smile appeared on his face. This kid might really bring some surprises. At home. Su Kan also got the provincial ranking list for this assessment from Yen Jun and quickly found his name. 16th place, huh? Su Kan appeared relaxed, not surprised by this ranking. What he was more curious about were the ranks of those ahead of him. Soon, Su Kan saw several familiar names. 12th place, Guexayan, Vitality 9.3, Basic Skills Phase 2 95%, Advanced Skills 55%, Total Score 599. 11th place, Lin Shinrui, Vitality 9.4, Basic Skills Phase 2 95%, Advanced Skills 56%, Total Score 604. 10th place, Hong Huaping, Vitality 9.4, Basic Skills Phase 2 96%, Advanced Skills 58%, Total Score 609. These three guys are pretty good. Scores increased a lot starting from 14th place because the top 14 had all broken through 90% in basic skills. After 90%, every percentage point was worth 3 points, and the gap widened instantly. Deng Shiji is impressive, with Vitality 9.8, Basic Skills Phase 2 98%, Advanced Skills 60%. This score directly hit 629, but such a score is only 7th place. Su Kan clicked his tongue. It seemed he underestimated the super geniuses in the province, each one more abnormal than the last. 5th place had a vitality of 9.9, Basic Skills Phase 2 99%, but Advanced Skills still stuck at 60%, with a score of 625. The 4th place did a bit better, pushing Basic Skills to 100%, with a score of 628. However, at this point, it was actually a standard level for normal people. The top 3 started to get bizarre. Even Su Kan felt a bit stunned seeing the scores of the top 3. 3rd place, Wang Yuntao, Vitality 9.9, Basic Skills Phase 3 22%, Advanced Skills 90%, Total Score 712.
Second place, Li Lingxi, Vitality 9.9, Basic Skills Phase 325%, Advanced Skills 90%, Total Score 715. Su Kan could still accept these two. Although the basic skills were particularly exaggerated, creating a huge gap from the fourth place, they were at least within a normal range. But the first place, Lin Xia, was really astonishing. Because his score did not reveal his vitality, basic skills, or advanced skills, but instead. First place, Lin Xia, full score 750. Full score. Su Kan swallowed hard. If he remembered correctly, a full score in vitality required reaching the next stage, right? This meant Lin Xia was an advanced martial artist? That's outrageous. With 60 days left until the college entrance examination, he already got a full score. Won't he have no points to increase later? Su Kan clicked his tongue. Although there were always people who scored full points nationwide each year, those who got a full score in the second test were indeed rare. This guy can rank in the top nationwide? Su Kan murmured, and then his eyes shone with even more fiery light. Good, this gives me the motivation to move forward. Su Kan wasn't scared by Lin Xia's score, so what if it was a full score? He could do it too. Having such a competitor makes it interesting. I need to work even harder to train and earn resources, level up. The provincial quality inspection indeed brought many changes to Su Kan, but he focused wholeheartedly on martial arts, so the impact was relatively limited. The Education Bureau and the Star Club increased their investment in him, allowing Su Kan to gain over 5 million resources, replenishing his recent expenditures. Su Kan also began to train his strength like crazy, leveling up. With only 3 days left to the invitation competition, Su Kan received a call from the City Education Bureau, saying they had sent someone to the Star Club's entrance to pick him up for an event. Participate in an event? Su Kan put down the long knife in his hand. The Education Bureau has something? Jobin shook off his numb arm, realizing this kid was getting more and more impressive. With his 9.9 limit, he had been pondering for over 10 years and almost couldn't hold up. Yes, Shuishu, I'll go out for a bit. Go ahead, go ahead. Su Kan returned to the dressing room to change clothes before exiting the club. Zhou Miao watched him leave, slightly sighing. I didn't expect my Chen Tuan would end up in this state, just wondering how far he can go in the future. City Education Bureau. Su Kan arrived at the entrance with the driver, and as he got out of the car, he found that he was not the only one who came. Chao Yang. Ah, Su Kan, you also came. That's right, the first person Su Kan ran into was Chao Yang, this big grumbler. Do you know what the matter is? Chao Yang looked around and sneaked closer to Su Kan's ear. Su Kan shook his head. I have a little insider information. It seems the director has applied to the city lord for a secret realm. Secret realm? When Su Kan heard the word secret realm, his eyes lit up. The secret realm is a product that appears when disaster beasts descend and natural disasters occur. At first, these secret realms were born in the form of cracks. The entrances and exits were extremely dangerous cracks that would suck in the surrounding people. Inside the secret realm, dangers lurked everywhere, but countless opportunities awaited. Many people rose to power through secret realms, gradually regaining territory from disaster beasts and establishing new cities. However, these were all previous secret realms, not the current ones. Chapter 59 Challenge the Secret Realm. Bullhead Secret Realm. The previous secret realms were filled with danger and opportunities. But the current secret realms are those left behind by powerful beings, with means unimaginable by ordinary people. These secret realms have become humanity's backyard. With the crisis gone, opportunities naturally diminished. Slowly, secret realms faded out of human view, and few people talked about them. But since Chao Yang said this, it meant that this secret realm had certain uniqueness. Otherwise, Chao Yang wouldn't say it like this. Did you pass? Yeah, I passed. It said that this secret realm is a challenge secret realm. Once opened, those who enter will automatically become challengers and can get corresponding rewards by clearing levels. The more levels you clear, the more rewards you get. However, this secret realm has a usage limit. It's a use one less kind of secret realm, considered a resource of our green city. The more Chao Yang spoke, the more surprised Su Kan looked at him. How does this guy know so much? Normally, outsiders wouldn't know about such matters. Wait. Su Kan suddenly remembered that a few days ago, when he logged onto the Education Bureau's website, he seemed to notice that this generation's director had the last name Chao. So that's it. Su Kan showed a sudden understanding expression and listened more earnestly. This news was definitely not a rumor but information from the main road. There wasn't much news. Basically, this time, Director Chao of the Education Bureau applied for the Challenge Secret Realm and seemed to have succeeded, which is why they were all called over. Moreover, it wasn't just the two of them coming this time, but 6 people. Chen Ping, Luo Xiao, Hong Lin, and Xiao Ishue were also on the invitation list. Su Kan and Chao Yang arrived first, and the other 4 arrived more than 10 minutes later. Director Chao of the Education Bureau personally welcomed the 6 of them. Sukan took a special look at Chao Yang and Director Chao's faces and indeed saw some resemblance. Things were as Chao Yang said, they were indeed called to challenge the secret realm. This challenge secret realm is very safe, but the pain inside is completely simulated, it's not the same as virtual space. So once you go in, if you really find it impossible to clear the level, it's best to admit defeat right away. Got it? Also, for this invitation competition, the City Lord has high hopes for you, hoping you can achieve good results. Xiao Wang, take them over. Okay, Director Chao. Xiao Wang was a young man standing by the side, polite and refined. Once Director Chao finished speaking, he suddenly nodded at Chao Yang and turned to leave. If Sukan hadn't been paying attention to the two, he really wouldn't have noticed. The future of Green City, come with me. Xiao Wang said with a smile, his tone very polite. Secretary Wang, you are too polite. Chao Yang chuckled. He was the first to step out. Do you know who Chao Yang is? At that moment, Xiao Yishue leaned closer to Su Kan. Xiao Yishue didn't wait for Su Kan to reply and spoke softly. Director Chao is Chao Yang's uncle, his real uncle. Just as I thought. Su Kan smiled in understanding, realizing that their chance to join this challenging secret realm was partly due to Chao Yang's connections. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Chao Yang did play a significant role this time. Although Su Kan and his group performed exceptionally well, accessing a challenging secret realm doesn't just depend on performance. This year's outstanding results were aided by Chao Yang and Chen Ping, whose identities were also impressive, which led to the opening of this challenge. It can only be said that the world is not just about fighting, but also about relationships and connections. This principle applies everywhere. The secret realm is naturally located in the outskirts of the Green City, guarded by the military. Though the secret realm has been studied for a long time, reducing risks significantly, it's still shrouded in mystery. No one knows what will happen if things go wrong. Placing it in the outskirts with military guards helps further lessen the risks. Moreover, there are multiple entrances to this secret realm, not just one. Secretary Wang led Su Kan and the others, passing several checkpoints before arriving at the entrance of the challenging secret realm. The entrance was filled with high-tech features and had a very cool big door. At the same time, there was a detailed introduction and requirements about the secret realm at the door. Bullhead Secret Realm. The secret realm was born in the 46th year of the new martial calendar and is a non-entry-level challenge realm. The monsters inside are mainly the immensely strong bull-headed monsters. During battles, be cautious not to directly withstand their attacks. Challenger restrictions: only non-entry-level martial artists are allowed to enter the secret realm for challenges. The challenge has 10 levels and will match challengers to corresponding bull-headed monsters based on their strength. The challenge time limit is 2 hours. During the challenge, you can surrender at any time. After surrendering, you can immediately exit the secret realm. The more levels you pass, the greater your rewards. However, after passing each level, you will have a chance to choose. If you choose to end the challenge, you can receive the full reward. If you surrender during the challenge, you will only receive half of the reward. The introduction was very detailed and extensive. Secretary Wang brought Su Kan and others here to read the rules carefully and ask the secret realm's supervisor if they had any questions. The introduction was comprehensive, leaving no need for further inquiries. Well, you can go in now, please pay attention to safety. Although the projection used in the secret realm is of your body, the pain is simulated 100%. Remember to surrender before death, the pain during death is overwhelming. Secretary Wang reminded them once more, and the group walked through the cool entrance of the secret realm under the supervisor's guidance. Welcome to the Bullhead Secret Realm, you are the 8887th challenger. A body scan is in progress, please do not resist. Once stepping into the secret realm, everything around changed. Chao Yang and others disappeared, indicating they must have been separated. However, since this was a solo challenge, Su Kan didn't mind. Scan successful, blood value 7.9, constructing realm difficulty based on 7.9 blood value, challenge generating. Do you want to start? 10. The countdown immediately began. According to the rules set outside, if no choice is made within 10 seconds, the opportunity for the secret realm challenge is considered wasted. After passing each level, there is a 1-minute rest period during which you need to decide whether to exit or continue the challenge. If you don't make a choice, it defaults to continuing the challenge. After every 3 levels cleared, there will be a 10-minute rest period. According to the introduction of the secret realm, there are small bosses at levels 3, 6, and 9, and the final level 10 features the ultimate big boss. Start. Without a second thought, Su Kan chose to start. What a joke, he came here to challenge it, how could he not start? Chapter 60, The Difficulty of Challenging the Secret Realm. Started successfully. As the voice fell, everything around changed once again. Su Kan found himself on a flat grassland, where a tall and robust bull-headed monster stood, about 3 meters high. It had a huge and fierce bull's head, with thick and incredibly sharp horns, as if it could easily pierce through an enemy's armor. Its body was covered with thick and hard fur, the muscle lines were clear, filled with a sense of power. Holding a gigantic battle axe, it gave off an intense sense of oppression. Just standing in front of this bull-headed monster made Su-kan feel overwhelmed. Is the first level such a huge guy? How will the next 9 levels be? Su-kan swallowed hard. It seemed he had underestimated the difficulty of challenging the secret realm. Roar! Misty sword technique. On the other side, Xiao Shui and the others naturally also encountered the bull-headed monster, and even because their health was higher, the bull-headed monster they faced was stronger. Seeing this massive bull-headed monster, Xiao Shui was shocked. If it weren't for spending some time in the virtual space before and simulating some ferocious disaster beasts, she might not even dare to attack in front of this bull-headed monster. Roar! As the bull-headed monster swung its battle axe at her, Xiao Shui knew she couldn't wait any longer and started the battle. Soon, she engaged in a fight with the bull-headed monster. The bull-headed monster had immense strength, but its flaws were obvious: its speed and responsiveness. With Xiao Shui's fighting experience, she quickly seized the bull-headed monster's weaknesses, continuously amplifying those weaknesses, and finally, after exhausting 7 minutes, she managed to kill the bull-headed monster. Ha! Is this what it means to challenge the secret realm? I used to only hear my sister say that challenges in the secret realm are generally very difficult because these challenges are not set for ordinary martial artists, but for geniuses. Indeed, it's this hard at the first level. With my strength, whether I can pass the third level is still a question. Sigh. Xiao Shui sighed. As her horizons widened, she felt increasingly ordinary. Previously, in Green City No. 2 High School, she was absolutely in O1, no one could shake her position, even the second place had a huge gap from her. At that time, she was proud. Setting the stage in Green City, she became 4th place. At first, Xiao Shui could not accept it, but even after straining herself, she still ended up 4th, and she understood. She was a genius, but not the most dazzling one. Now, when the province simulated it, she realized she was just a talented genius among many, nothing more. Now she understood the meaning of the 3 simulations. It was to help people gradually recognize their own position. Even Su-kan, placed at the provincial level or the national level, would become ordinary, right? On the other side, Chen Ping, Luo Xiu, and others also killed the bull-headed monster. They were all the best geniuses of Green City, capable of passing even the first level. Su-kan, after facing off with the bull-headed monster for about 5 minutes, after understanding the characteristics of the bull-headed monster, struck with a draw knife strike, killing it. Welcome to the second level. The monsters in the second level were exactly the same as in the first level, but the number increased. From 1 bull-headed monster to 2. The 2 bull-headed monsters stood to the left and right, giving an oppressive feeling that words couldn't describe. Draw knife strike. At the same time, the 2 bull-headed monsters launched a charge, as if the earth itself was trembling. Through the battle in the first level, Su-kan also understood the various attack methods of the bull-headed monster. The charge is the most common attack method they use. When charging, the muscles of the bull-headed monster become rigid, and its defensive power increases, as does its speed. However, there is a fatal flaw: it can only charge in a straight line. Su-kan slightly tilted his body and drew his long knife. An invisible blade shadow swept past the bull-headed monster's head. The bull-headed monster, carrying an overwhelming force, was split in half due to the momentum of the charge. The bull's head was severed. The first bull-headed monster was killed in a split second by Su-kan. Su-kan's expression was cold, without a hint of joy. Because all of this was within Su-kan's expectations. Moreover, there are a total of 10 levels, and this is just the second level. There's nothing to be proud of. If he couldn't even pass this challenge secret realm collected by a mere city, how could he compete with geniuses from all over the country or even the world? Blade draw slash. Finding the right moment, Su-kan executed another blade draw slash, taking the life of another bull-headed monster. In less than a minute, the second level was cleared. Upon reaching the resting space, Su-kan took a full minute to rest before stepping into the third level. Though Su-kan was confident in his strength, he couldn't waste this resting time. Third level. Again, there was only 1 bull-headed monster. But this bull-headed monster was much larger, and its skin color was different, giving a more ferocious feeling. An elite bull-headed monster? Su-kan murmured, his eyes filled with vigilance. Let's test its level. With that, Su-kan began to fight against this elite bull-headed monster. This elite bull-headed monster had even more power, with tough skin and flesh. Its defense is astonishing. If my blade draw slash hits it, I'm afraid it would only cause minor damage, and I'd have to hit a vital spot. This challenge secret realm is indeed difficult. Fortunately, the elite bull-headed monster was still very slow. Its movements had no secrets to Su-kan. After a stalemate for 2 minutes, Su-kan found an opportunity and struck a blow to the elite bull-headed monster's neck, taking its life. I can rest for 10 minutes before the 4th level. I should rest well, digest the gains from the last battle, and add some points. In the resting room again, Su-kan casually looked at his current specific information.
Name, Su-kan. Health, 7.92 plus. Spirit, 30 plus. Skill, Basic Sword Technique, Stage 3 1% plus. Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, Stage 1 80% plus. Energy, 1578.6. Let's add some points. First, raise my health to 8. After using 8 energy points, his health value rose to 8, and Su-kan could clearly feel his strength had improved again. Let's also increase the Blade Draw Slash by 2 percentage points.
With the Blade Draw Slash at 80% progress, each percentage point required 20 energy, costing another 40 energy. However, this was merely 48 energy consumed, which was insignificant to Su-kan's vast energy value. After all, during this time, he had accumulated resources worth 5 million, 2 million belonged to the Education Bureau, and 3 million to the Star Club, which Su-kan hadn't exchanged yet. However, Su-kan planned to hold on to them for now. After all, these things wouldn't disappear. He could wait to accumulate more before exchanging for better items. Though he was hoarding a lot of resources, Su-kan had a feeling there would be plenty needed later. Chapter 61, Since the beginning of self-statistics, a highest has only passed 6 levels. Now, for him, it was just a process of accumulation.
Su-kan was waiting for an opportunity, ready to soar. The monsters in the 4th level changed directly into 1 elite bull-headed monster plus 2 ordinary bull-headed monsters. Su-kan spent some time and energy, clearing the level in 5 minutes.
In the 5th level, the difficulty increased again, becoming 2 elite bull-headed monsters and 2 ordinary bull-headed monsters. Su-kan suffered some minor injuries.
I just passed the 5th level. The next layer is the 6th level. The 6th level is also a mini-boss level.
According to the situation in the 3rd level, it is very likely that new monsters will appear. When they reached the resting layer, Su-kan decided to continue leveling up. Otherwise, if he got seriously injured on the 6th layer, there would be no hope for the next 4 layers. On the other side, Luo Xiao, Xiao Yixue, Hong Lin, and Xiao Yang all struggled significantly, passing the 3rd layer at a heavy cost of injuries. After completing the 3rd layer, all 4 could not continue due to their severe injuries and exited the challenge to the secret realm. Additionally, their time to clear the level was relatively long. They basically only completed the 3rd layer just when Su-kan stepped into the 6th level.
The time difference was not much, just a few minutes.
Qin Ping was a bit stronger than the other 4, passing the 3rd layer with minor injuries. However, when he reached the 4th layer, he also suffered serious injuries, and there was nothing he could do but leave. Even if the difficulty of the 5th layer didn't increase, he felt he had no hope of clearing it. In an instant, only Su-kan was left inside, clearing the levels.
In the outside world. Iron Brother, is the difficulty of this secret realm really that high?
Secretary Wang leaned close to the head of the secret realm, smiling as he asked.
Yeah, it's particularly high.
The head of the secret realm was a middle-aged man dressed in military uniform with 2 stripes and 1 star on it. The reason is that every time it's opened, the rewards are not abundant due to the high difficulty, and this secret realm hasn't been opened in 3 years. Iron Brother explained briefly.
3 years, huh?
Secretary Wang had only served as secretary of Director Chow last year, and he didn't know much about the secret realm before, but he had heard people mention a particularly difficult challenge secret realm in Ludo that hadn't been opened for many years.
Can you tell me about it? Sure, it's boring to just wait anyway. Iron Brother responded with a smile.
The secret realm has a total of 10 layers, but since the establishment of Ludo, no one has ever cleared it.
What? No one has cleared it since Ludo was established?
Secretary Wang showed a shocked expression. It's important to note that Ludo has a history of over 1500 years, and countless exceptionally talented individuals have appeared throughout history, yet no one has cleared it? That's right, and I'm not just talking about local people from Ludo. Many talented individuals from outside cities have come to challenge the secret realm and also have not succeeded.
Iron Brother's words left Secretary Wang in disbelief. Not only did Ludo not have anyone, but even those from outside cities did not clear it? What's even more shocking is that if I tell you that since our recordings began over 800 years ago, the highest record for locals in Ludo clearing is only the 6th layer, what would you say? The 6th layer? Secretary Wang's heart skipped a beat. Iron Brother, you can't be joking, right? Joking? Iron Brother chuckled. I have no need to joke with you, this is a fact. Since over 800 years ago, statistics have been kept on those who entered this challenge secret realm. Over the years, only 3 people have passed the 6th layer. The vast majority of Ludo's talents, and I mean the best among each batch, consider it pretty good if they can clear 3 layers. Clearing 4 layers takes many years to yield one. As for 5 layers, well, it usually takes more than 10 or 20 years to possibly see one. With Iron Brother's words, the shock on Secretary Wang's face deepened.
This is also the reason why, coupled with the few remaining openings of the secret realm, it hasn't been opened much in recent years. After all, clearing only 3 layers, while the rewards are good, can just be considered decent for these people. Only if there's hope to clear the 4th layer would it even be possible to open it, right? Iron Brother's words made Secretary Wang nod. No wonder it hadn't been opened for so many years. So, Iron Brother, what do you think of these 6 people? These 6 people? I've heard about them too. This year's Green City is indeed pretty good, but this secret realm is not determined by age, but by corresponding blood vitality compatibility. In that case, among these 6 people, except for Su Kan, the others probably have no advantages. Most likely, they can only pass the 3rd layer. Jin Ping has a small chance of clearing the 4th layer, and as for Su Kan, he might be able to reach the 5th layer. Taiga shared his guess, and Secretary Wang thought for a moment, agreeing that Tai Ge's words made a lot of sense. Just as his voice fell, a figure appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. The owner of the figure was none other than Chao Yang. Chao Yang's face was somewhat pale. This 100% pain was no joke. He had fought hard inside the secret realm, losing an arm to kill that elite bull-headed monster. The intense pain nearly made him faint. So, when he arrived at the lounge, he didn't even look at the rewards and directly took them out. Am I the first? After he came out, the intense pain faded, and Chao Yang relaxed slightly. As soon as he stepped out, his gaze swept around, and when he found he was the only one, his brow furrowed. Well. Secretary Wang felt a bit awkward. The director's own nephew was the first to come out, which was indeed a little embarrassing. But just as his words fell, someone else came out again. It was Hong Lin. When Hong Lin came out, she also looked around to see if anyone was there, and upon seeing Chao Yang, she sighed in relief. Fortunately, she wasn't the first to come out. Chao Yang noticed Hong Lin's actions, which made the corner of his mouth twitch. This woman was too much. Then, as if poking a hornet's nest, Xiao Yishui and Luo Xiu came out from the secret realm one after another, and by this time, 4 people had already emerged. Similar to Hong Lin, Xiao Yishui and Luo Xiu also took a look around after they came out and relaxed upon seeing others. Especially Luo Xiu, noticing he was the last among the 4, his somewhat pale face turned rosy. Only Chao Yang's face was growing paler. He was infuriated. By the way, how many layers did you all pass? What rewards did you get? The 4 gathered around Secretary Wang, and Luo Xiu asked first. I passed the 3rd layer and received a blood vitality disaster pill. The reward is okay. A blood vitality disaster pill? I also passed the 3rd layer, and my reward is also a blood vitality disaster pill. All 4 had cleared the 3rd layer and received the exact same reward, a blood vitality disaster pill. For the 4 of them, the blood vitality disaster pill was considered a valuable strategic resource. Such an item was something even their parents couldn't acquire in abundance. Although they all had some family background and had martial artists among their elders, blood vitality disaster pills were still relatively precious, and could not be consumed often, let alone given to them. Chapter 62 The Tempting Reward of the 9th Layer. Getting the blood vitality disaster pill was a significant gain for the 4. However, none of the 4 had smiles on their faces because they knew there were 10 layers in this challenge secret realm. And they had only cleared a mere 3 layers. After about 10 minutes, Qin Ping walked out of the challenge secret realm, looking pale. As soon as Qin Ping came out, he began searching for something, and from the looks of Luo Xiu and the others, disappointment appeared in his eyes. He hasn't come out yet, I've lost to him again, sigh. Qin Ping sighed lightly, his expression downcast. Qin Ping, you? I only passed the 4th layer. Qin Ping quickly adjusted his state. Then what about your reward? 1 blood vitality disaster pill and 1 skill disaster pill, the rewards are okay. For Qin Ping, the need for blood vitality disaster pills was not high anymore. Before the exam, pushing his blood vitality to the limit of 9.9 was not a difficult task for him, it was just that he was about to participate in the invitation tournament now. He urgently needed to boost his strength, otherwise he really wouldn't be willing to use it. However, this vitality disaster pill was good, he needed this to break through his own skills. This challenge secret realm is really stingy, each time it opens, it gives us less and less, and only provides us with so little. Chao Yang pouted, and the others nodded in agreement. The vitality disaster pill was good, but it still fell short of everyone's expectations. After all, the expectations were too high. Legendary secret realms are said to have the power to change fate. Only Su Ken is left. I wonder how many levels Su Ken will clear. Most likely 4 layers, like Qin Ping, but it could also be 5 layers. Su Ken didn't know he was the only one left. Outside, everyone was discussing how many layers he could pass. When Qin Ping came out, Su Ken had already cleared the 6th layer. Su Kan's face was slightly pale. A new type of monster appeared in the 6th layer, the Flame Bullhead Monster. 1 Flame Bullhead Monster, 2 Elite Bullhead Monsters, and 2 Ordinary Bullhead Monsters, a total of 5 Bullhead Monster team.
The flame bullhead monster looked similar to the elite bullhead monster, but its muscles were not as bulky. It was entirely red, wielding a giant red axe.
When the axe swung, it brought scorching flames that surged towards Sukan. This flame bullhead monster could also spit fire, like shooting flames, making it extremely tricky. Sukan only passed this layer after paying a certain price. This challenge secret realm has 10 layers, and I'm almost at my limit just clearing the 6th layer. Sukan murmured to himself. He couldn't help it, though he had decent talent, it was only decent and could not compare with those freaks. Fortunately, Sukan was diligent enough. Sigh, let me invest some points. Sukan jumped to the panel again, fought for a moment, and allocated some points to his advanced skill. Let's add some points to vitality too. After all, I still have 4 layers to go, and the difficulty ahead will definitely be significant. If I don't boost it up, I'll be in trouble if I get hurt later.
Name, Sukan. Vitality, 8.2 plus. Spirit, 30 plus. Skill, Basic Knife Technique, Stage 3 8% plus. Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, Stage 1 90% plus. Energy, 1350.6. This should be enough.
Sukan allocated a bit too many points this time, mainly to prepare for clearing this secret realm.
Adjust it.
With the strength improvement, Sukan's injuries recovered a bit. Sukan had good self-awareness. With his strength, if he didn't add points, the 6th layer would be his limit. 10 minutes of rest passed, and Sukan's figure vanished, arriving at the 7th layer. The difficulty of the 7th layer was not much stronger than the 6th layer, it just had one more flame bullhead monster. Sukan found that the difficulty of this challenge secret realm increased slowly and did not suddenly rise significantly. Each layer increased a little, as if testing where your limit was. The only troublesome part was the consumption issue. Every time you passed a layer, the resting time was very short, and injuries would not recover. Just like Luo Xiao and the others, they fought desperately to pass the 3rd layer. Even if the next layer had the same difficulty as the 3rd, they still couldn't pass. Blade Draw Slash. Vitality increased by 0.2, and Blade Draw Slash's progress increased by 8%, which made Sukan much more confident facing the 7th layer.
Calmly, after taking over 10 minutes, he cleared it. In the 8th layer, another flame bullhead monster was added. Sukan again took over 10 minutes to clear it.
In the 9th layer, the difficulty increased again, with a new type appearing.
Bullhead Guardian. A 5-meter tall bullhead monster wielding a giant shield. The rest was the same as the 7th layer, with 2 flame bullhead monsters, 2 elite bullhead monsters, and 2 ordinary bullhead monsters. There was one less flame bullhead monster than the 8th layer. Kill. That giant shield bullhead monster was too troublesome, its existence seemed to increase the defensive aura of the surrounding bullhead monsters. Sukan's blade draw skill had risen to a 90% progress. If it had still been at the previous 82% progress, it was very possible that a strike aimed at the vital spot of the elite bull-headed monster wouldn't be enough to take it down in one blow. Blade Drawl. Blade Drawl. With 6 blade draws, 6 bull-headed monsters fell to the ground, leaving only the giant shield bull-headed monster remaining. Huff, now I can really compete with you. With this big guy around, it was too dangerous to leave the other bull-headed monsters alive. There was a fighting spirit in Sukan's eyes. Hard. Really hard. Moreover, the shield bull-headed monster's shield skill was truly strong. Sukan couldn't break through with several blade draws. Eventually, he could only rely on stamina to wear the shield bull-headed monster down. Huff, this is really tough. During this time, Sukan did not continue to allocate points. Because Sukan found that battling against the shield bull-headed monster was very effective in solidifying his swordsmanship, quickly digesting the points he had just allocated. Finally through the 9th level. Continue. Sukan's eyes sparkled with excitement, he was finally about to enter the last level. Sukan was very tired, his entire outfit soaked through as if he had just been pulled out of water. Congratulations, challenger, for clearing the 9th level. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Tip: the 10th level is the final boss stage, with extreme difficulty. If you choose to give up the challenge now, you can receive 10 Vitality Disaster Pills, 10 Skill Disaster Pills, 10 Breakthrough Disaster Pills, plus 1 Origin Pill. If you surrender during the 10th level challenge, you will only receive 5 Vitality Disaster Pills, 5 Skill Disaster Pills, 5 Breakthrough Disaster Pills, and the reward of the Origin Pill will be cancelled. How much are the rewards? Sukan felt invigorated upon hearing these rewards. Vitality Disaster Pills, Skill Disaster Pills, and Breakthrough Disaster Pills, all 10 of them, their value was definitely not less than 200 million. As for what the final Origin Pill was, Sukan hadn't heard of it, but since it came after the Breakthrough Disaster Pills, it had to be something special. Without any further prompts, Sukan swallowed hard and saw the countdown begin. Continue, I must continue. Although the rewards were tempting, since he had come this far, if he didn't try the last layer, Sukan would regret it. Moreover, Suken was filled with absolute confidence in his strength. If he couldn't win, he could just use points. The 10th level has opened.
As soon as Suken chose to enter the 10th level, a beam of light surrounded him, not giving him a chance to react, and he was directly transported to a new location. At the same time, Suken felt the previous fatigue and exhaustion disappear completely. He was now filled with abundant energy and spirit. Youth, it has been over 10,000 years since anyone has come here. Just as Suken was astonished by the current situation, a voice suddenly rang out. Suken looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a burly old man with a shock of white hair, looking at him kindly.
Grandpa, who are you?
Suken was shocked. He hadn't expected to see a human in this mystic realm. Although the old man's appearance was quite strange, as strong as a bull.
Who am I?
The old man paused for a moment, then gently stroked his beard and smiled.
It's been so many years, I've almost forgotten my name, but someone once called me Bull-Headed Sage.
Bull-Headed Sage? Upon hearing this, Sukan's eyes widened in surprise. This name.
What about it? Isn't it powerful?
The bull-headed sage who swallows the heavens and the earth refers to me. The smile on bull-headed sage's face grew even brighter, making Suken doubt the old man's taste. Very powerful. Despite that, Suken still sincerely gave a thumbs up. Listening to the bull-headed sage's tone, if it wasn't an exaggeration, he had lived for at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Suken had heard that after a martial artist advances, their life level would change, and their lifespan would greatly increase. But specifically how much the increase was or how long a lifespan might be, Suken didn't know. The common people actually know very little about the matters of entering the ranks of martial artists. The bull-headed lord proudly raised his head, appearing quite arrogant. Of course, but don't think that by flattering me, I will let you pass this 10th level. However, I can give you a hint. If you can pass this 10th level, you will be able to inherit my legacy left in this universe.
This universe?
Sukan's heart skipped a beat. Just as he had guessed, the High Martial Continent was merely a grain of sand in the universe.
Let's begin.
By the way, I should mention that the guardian of the 10th level is a projection of a bull monster that I captured long ago. To avoid bullying you, I will control this bull monster to have the same strength as you. The bull-headed lord smiled playfully.
Controlled to be the same as me?
Yes, and just like when you entered. As soon as the bull-headed lord's words fell, Suken felt the ground start to shake.
Boom.
Ha! Boom! Suken swallowed hard. Could this be that bull monster? When Suken turned around, he saw a giant bull monster over 10 meters tall appearing behind him. The giant bull monster had blood-red eyes and wielded a giant battle axe that was over 10 meters long. This battle axe was incredibly sharp. Suken could even see the glimmer it emitted. This is the final boss of the 10th level? Suken forced a smile. How could he fight such a giant bull monster with his head? Perhaps even if this bull monster stood there without defending, Suken could only cause minor injuries if he tried to attack with his knife. Let's begin. If you want to give up, do it early. Anyo's strikes are neither light nor heavy. The bull-headed lord's teasing voice came through. It seems that even if I wanted to be gentle, it wouldn't be possible. Suken pouted. The previous bull monster was like a baby compared to this giant bull monster. But since he said the bull monster's health is the same as when I came in, which is 7.9 health points, then it can be defeated. But this doesn't look like it only has 7.9 health points. Suken forced a smile but did not despair. Roar! The giant bull monster roared, and the sheer volume of that roar made Suken feel like his eardrums would burst. Let's take a look. So fast. Just as Suken was about to gauge the strength of the giant bull monster, it swung its battle axe, which was several times larger than itself, toward him, the speed far exceeding Suken's imagination. Fortunately, Suken was known for his speed. He quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The ground was split open by the giant battle axe, creating a massive pit, shaking the earth itself. Sukan's mouth twitched. If he got hit by that battle axe, he would probably turn into meat paste. Good opportunity. However, Suken seized this chance and jumped toward the giant bull monster. Large body, strong power, tough defense, and quick attack speed. Such an existence would certainly be a huge harvester on the battlefield. Fortunately, there are no absolutely perfect beings. Being too big is both an advantage and Sukan's breakthrough point. Draw the knife and slash. Safer places were definitely not effective. That way, he would only cause extremely minor damage. Whether it would even cause bleeding was uncertain. Sukan's goal was simple: to attack the weak points of the giant bull monster repeatedly to defeat it. The difficulty was immense, but there was still a chance. Before that, let's test its defense. Sukan's battle knife struck the handpit of the giant bull monster, a very fragile spot, making the giant bull monster's hand shake, causing it to nearly drop its giant battle axe. Roar! The giant bull monster let out an angry roar, its other hand suddenly reaching out towards Suken like it was trying to grab a chicken. A little harm was done, leaving scars, but this amount of blood loss could almost be ignored.
With a successful strike, Sukan naturally could not remain stationary.
Seeing the giant hand coming, Sukan jumped towards his shoulder, and the gigantic bull-headed monster changed direction.
Add some more, increase the slash to 91%.
The 90% progress slash was only at the peak of mastery, not enough.
Only by reaching 91% can it enter a new stage, allowing for better penetration. Consumed 500 energy, the slash broke through to 91%. Suddenly, a new understanding arose from within. Sukan had a new perception of the slash, but wasn't this energy consumption a bit too much? It actually needed 500 points to break through, too expensive. Sukan sighed in his heart and once again launched an attack at the giant bull-headed monster's weak point. This gigantic bull-headed monster was truly powerful. If Sukan really had to exchange blows with this huge bull-headed monster, he probably wouldn't be able to take one hit. But its massive body was its most deadly weakness. Sukan's reaction was too quick, relying on the barely penetrating slash, jumping around the gigantic bull-headed monster. Soon, this giant bull-headed monster let out an extremely angry roar, frantically attacking its own body. Its body was also covered in the marks left by Sukan. This kid. The smile on the bull-headed elder's face vanished, turning ashen. He had actually forgotten about this.
According to the bull-headed elder's thoughts, those who could challenge the secret realm and reach the 10th level were all geniuses, polished for a long time at the 9.9 blood limit. If his Inyo controlled its blood at the 9.9 limit stage, it could fight using part of its leveling power, and then such a situation would never occur. But the problem was, this kid in front had only a blood value of 7.9. 7.9 was too low, which limited Inyo's techniques, unable to use them. Let this kid take advantage. The bull-headed elder was quite a headache. He wanted to choose a true genius who could face Inyo head-on, not this kind of opportunist. However, being able to master the technique to this stage at 7.9 blood value also makes the cut. The bull-headed elder consoled himself. With his eyesight, he could see that, barring any accidents, Inyo was going to lose. He could only comfort himself like this. This giant bull-headed monster's vitality was too tenacious, and its recovery ability was extremely terrifying. Clearly, a wound had just opened, and in no time, the bleeding stopped, leaving only a scar. I wonder if this giant bull-headed monster is a type of disaster beast. Sukan murmured, then focused entirely on sharpening himself. He dared not be careless. Facing this giant bull-headed monster, it could make mistakes dozens or hundreds of times, but if Sukan made one mistake, he would kneel directly. Fortunately, this giant bull-headed monster was too large. Although it was fast, Sukan clung to it for attacks, and its fine movements were somewhat dull, leaving it helpless. Slash! Finally, the last straw that broke the camel's back appeared. The giant bull-headed monster fell to the ground due to excessive blood loss, turning into specks of starlight and vanishing. Successfully cleared the 10th level. Finally dealt with this big guy. After defeating the gigantic bull-headed monster, Sukan's will to fight dissipated, and he directly lay on the ground. This battle took Sukan almost an hour. Add to that the previous 9 levels, Sukan had spent over 3 hours in this tower. Although there was some rest time in between, the rest time added up was less than half an hour. Such a desperate battle naturally took a huge toll on Sukan. To hold on until now. All relies on willpower to persist. You little rascal actually passed. With a wave of his hand, the bull-headed lord made Sukan feel his tired body instantly restore. The mental exhaustion was the same, Sukan's pupils contracted. This bull-headed lord had some skill. Mental exhaustion is basically impossible to recover like this, one can only use some precious spiritual materials to restore it. Although you used a trick, this lord keeps his word. Being able to pass means it is your skill, you can inherit this lord's legacy now. This lord sees you use the sword draw slash, which is indeed good, but your sword draw slash only has its form, not its essence. It seems this is a problem with the inheritance. Well, coincidentally, I have a book on sword draw slash here, so I'll give it to you. With the point of his hand, Sukan felt like his brain was growing. Countless pieces of knowledge rushed into Sukan's mind, and the sheer volume made a look of pain appear on his face. It seems a bit beyond the scope. The bull-headed lord revealed an awkward smile. Not even a first-level life form, indeed too weak. Well, consider yourself lucky to encounter this lord. Pain appeared in the bull-headed lord's eyes as he then pointed into the void. A colorful light erupted from his point and exploded directly on Sukan. The brilliant rainbow light instantly illuminated the entire space. Sukan felt countless energies rush into his body, and then he fainted, falling to the ground. Outside world. Time had quietly passed for more than 10 hours. Secretary Wang waited for more than 3 hours before leaving. Taking so much time was already quite good, it was impossible to truly wait here the entire time. Everyone shifted from shock to confusion, and finally to the current numbness.
Su-kan, why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have gone wrong? Xiao Yishua's tone was filled with worry.
It shouldn't have gone wrong, after all, even if he dies in this secret realm, it would only be spiritual damage, without any real threat of death.
Luo Xiu frowned.
Although he said this, he was also very worried.
Among those present, Luo Xiu had the best relationship with Su-kan.
Luo Xiu was the one who helped Su-kan during his low times, forming a friendship, so their relationship was naturally special. He should have encountered something inside, or Su-kan found some way to rest and recover his state to push through.
Chao Yang said boldly, and the others acknowledged his words as well.
After all, it was impossible to truly die in this secret realm, it seemed this was the only way.
What about us? Chen Ping glanced at everyone.
They had been here since around 9 in the morning. Now it was already 8 in the evening, and they had been standing here waiting. If it weren't for their blood-boosting pills to replenish their energy, they would already be starving. Hong Lin and Chao Yang suddenly showed signs of wanting to leave, they didn't want to just wait here. The day after tomorrow was the time for the invitation tournament to start, and they had to rush to the provincial city the day after tomorrow to recover for the tournament. They felt it was wasteful to spend more than half a day here.
You guys can go back if you want, I'll wait a little longer. Xiao Yishue refused without even thinking. I'm planning to wait a while longer too.
Luo Xiu looked at Xiao Yishue in surprise and said the same. You guys. He's out. Just as Qin Ping was about to speak, the portal of the secret realm lit up, and a figure appeared. Everyone instantly turned their gazes over, including Iron Brother, the one in charge of the secret realm. Though it was also his first time seeing someone enter this challenged secret realm, as the guardian of the secret realm, he knew a lot, but even so, he hadn't heard anyone go in for such a long time.
Why does Su-kan look so good?
Because of the night, everyone couldn't see clearly at first. But when Su-kan walked closer, they saw his rosy complexion and cheerful expression, which surprised everyone. According to their thoughts, even if Su-kan relied on his endurance inside, after such a long time, he shouldn't still be in such good shape, right?
Su-kan, did you pass?
Luo Xiu's intention was to ask Su-kan how many levels he had passed, but Su-kan heard it differently.
I passed.
Su-kan nodded, and the others leaned in to listen, but after more than 10 seconds, they still didn't hear more, leaving the 5 of them puzzled, looking at Su-kan in astonishment.
Why are you looking at me like that? Su-kan touched his nose, could it be because he spent too long inside?
He looked at the sky and realized that night had fallen, making his heart skip a beat.
He wouldn't have stayed inside for too long, would he? 2013. Not bad, just about 11 hours.
Su-kan let out a sigh of relief, 11 hours were acceptable. There was no helping it, after all, that bullhead elder couldn't control his strength, almost bursting him apart twice. If it weren't for his strong will, he really could have been killed by the bullhead elder. Fortunately, the gains were indeed quite good. According to the bullhead elder, because Su-kan's body was too weak, he couldn't provide much help, only barely managing to create an acquired knife body for him. Later, when Su-kan becomes a first-level life form and enters the secret realm again, he can continue to improve it.
That's right, enter the secret realm again.
Because he passed through this secret realm, Su-kan had now become its master. This meant that Su-kan could entirely open or close this secret realm at his own will. However, because Su-kan's strength was too weak, he still couldn't move the secret realm and could only enter and exit freely within a certain range. As for the acquired knife body that the bullhead elder mentioned, Su-kan didn't understand it very well, he only knew that he now had a very special feeling towards knives. His own panel and physical attributes had also changed. Su-kan remembered the panel he saw inside the secret realm.
Name, Su-kan.
Vitality, 8.5 plus. Spirit, 50 plus.
Constitution, acquired knife body plus.
Skill, basic knife technique, stage 3 12% plus. Advanced skill, blade draw slash, stage 1 95% plus.
Knife intent prototype, 1%. Energy, 1350.6.
There was no energy consumption at all. Vitality increased by 0.3 points, spirit increased by 20 points, basic knife technique increased by 4%, and blade draw slash also increased by 4%. If Su-kan had used energy to increase these, it would have required more than 2,000 energy points. 20 spirit was a significant boost. Of course, the most important weren't these, but the acquired knife body and knife intent prototype.
Knife intent, Su-kan had heard of it.
However, in his previous life, he really hadn't heard of it in this world. It might exist, it was just that his circle was too low to have heard of it. But regardless of whether it existed or not, from just the feeling in the secret realm, Su-kan could sense the power of the knife intent prototype. Normally, with his 8.5 vitality, his normal punch force was around 860 to 870 kilograms. With the boost from third stage basic knife technique, he could easily unleash a force of 1,300 kilograms. Coupled with the knife intent prototype, TSK, just this 1% could double the power. From this, one could see the effect of the knife intent prototype. But if he wanted to incorporate this knife intent prototype into the blade draw slash, Sukan still couldn't do it for now. Or rather, it wasn't that he couldn't do it, it was just that when using knife intent prototype, he couldn't draw his knife quickly. Sukan, did you pass the 6th layer? Passed the 6th layer? Luo Xiu's words interrupted Sukan's thoughts, and Sukan first showed a surprised expression before realizing. It seemed they were not asking that, but rather how many layers they had passed themselves. How many layers have you passed? Sukan did not reply but asked first. We are all at the 3rd layer, only Qinping has passed the 4th layer. Hearing this, Sukan was shocked. Only the 3rd and 4th layers? In that moment, Sukan decided not to reveal his success in passing the secret realm. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasure makes him guilty. Having passed a secret realm and holding control over it, no one could imagine what those in power would do if they found out. Sukan did not want to rely on the goodness of others for his fate. Well, I passed the 6th layer. Sukan replied and decided to say he only passed the 6th layer. Passing the 6th layer was enough to prove his talent. After all, even Qinping had only passed the 4th layer. What? You really passed the 6th layer? This was not said by Luo Xiu and the others, but by the soldier Taigu standing nearby. He suddenly pounced on Sukan with great shock on his face. Sukan quickly stepped back, several question marks appearing on his forehead. It was just passing the 6th layer, was it necessary to have such a huge reaction? Yes, yes. Great, great, great. Taigu immediately burst into loud laughter. Xiao Yixue saw Sukan's confusion and couldn't help but explain softly. Since over 800 years ago, we in Green City started keeping track of the passing layers of this secret realm, only 3 people have ever passed the 6th layer. In the past 100 years, not a single one has done so. The highest is only 5 layers. Xiao Yixue's words made Sukan show a look of surprise. Is the 6th layer that hard? But fortunately, he had just said he only passed the 6th layer. Sukan breathed a sigh of relief, his ability to pass the 6th layer was enough to attract attention. Sukan, what reward did you get? After finishing his laughter, Taigu looked at Sukan with anxiety. Sukan's heart jumped, since there were records, then the reward for the 6th layer should also be known, right? 10 blood disaster pills, 7 skill disaster pills, 3 breakthrough disaster pills, and 1 blood baptism. Just as Sukan was feeling conflicted, the voice of the bull-headed venerable echoed in his mind. This made Sukan once again marvel at the bull-headed venerable's strength, truly extraordinary. 10 blood disaster pills, 7 skill disaster pills, 3 breakthrough disaster pills, and 1 blood baptism. Sukan said seriously. Indeed, it's the 6th layer. Taigu breathed a sigh of relief. Very few people knew about this reward, even the current director of the Education Bureau might not know. Great. I'll report this information right away. Also, Sukan, leave me your phone number, we will provide you with certain resource support. Okay, here's my phone number. Sukan gave his number to Taigu, who seriously wrote it down and even called it once. Sukan, this is my number. If you encounter anything needing help in Green City or Haishi, you can call me. Taigu spoke earnestly. Thank you. Sukan thanked him and saw the 5 others almost drooling. 10 blood disaster pills, 7 skill disaster pills, 3 breakthrough disaster pills. Such a huge amount of disaster pills could hardly be obtained even by an entry-level warrior. Disaster beasts are not easy to kill. Usually, it takes 3 to 5 disaster beasts to drop 1 core for making disaster pills. Moreover, there is a mysterious rule: if your vitality is a certain percentage higher than that of the disaster beast, no matter how many disaster beasts you kill, you will not drop any cores. With such conditions, the number of disaster cores is even rarer. If only I could get such a large amount of disaster pills, I would have confidence to break into the top 20 in the 3rd simulated test. Xiao Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself. Talent is one aspect, but resources are also extremely important in the process of cultivation. Just like with equal talent, the difference is very clear between someone who eats basic chi blood pills every day and someone who eats chi blood dantians every day. But if the person who eats chi blood dantians every day occasionally gets a chi blood calamity pill or a technique calamity pill, the gap becomes even wider. A rich person once said. For them, they could completely rely on resources to create a top 10 super genius in the province, even if that person is very ordinary. However, the cost is too high, and such cultivated super geniuses almost cannot enter the next stage, making it completely unnecessary. Chapter 66, 20-Person Chaos. In Haishi City, at the Education Bureau's admissions office. You're not participating? Are you saying this activity is not interesting to you? The deputy director of the admissions office opened his mouth to say something upon hearing the words on the other end of the phone, but when he thought of the other person's strength, he couldn't bring himself to speak.
Beep beep beep.
He only wanted to persuade a few more words when the call on the other end hung up. It seemed the other party called just to inform him of their personal thoughts. The deputy director heard the busy tone and put on a bitter smile. If it were anyone else who dared to hang up like that, he would definitely be angry, even showing a bit of his authority. But faced with this person, he couldn't feel angry at all. The other party had that qualification. Sigh, if you give up, then give up. With your strength going in, it really would just be a slaughter, with no sense of participation. But such a seed player
is just right to add Sukan's name. The next day,
the Provincial Education Bureau released an announcement. Because seed player Lin Xie has been specially recruited by the martial arts university in the capital, he will not participate in this invitation competition, so a new seed player is added.
Now announcing the information of the newly added seed player, Ludo Sukan. As soon as the news came out, the whole province erupted once again. Sukan? Is that the super technique genius? It's him, it's really him. Great. I hope I can be grouped with Sukan, then I would have confidence. Same wish +1. Same wish plus 10,086. Sukan has also become a seed player? At Leeching No. 2 Middle School. Fan Rui smiled widely upon seeing Sukan's information. If this guy gets eliminated just because he didn't become a seed player, that wouldn't be interesting. Perfect, this way, we can have a fair battle. Sukan, I believe in you. As the news of Sukan becoming a seed player spread, the entire high school scene in Haishi province felt like a storm was about to come. As for Lin Xie's withdrawal from the competition, people weren't surprised at all. Having the only warrior capable of entering this stage participate in such a competition is indeed meaningless. However, they also breathed a sigh of relief. With such a monster gone, it was equivalent to increasing their collective ranking by 1, and they lost a death group, gaining a chance group instead. Amidst this stormy atmosphere, the invitation competition officially began. On April 22nd. The venue for the invitation competition was Haishi City Sports Square. Haishi City Sports Square is certainly not comparable to Ludo Sports Square, just in terms of scale. It is said that Haishi City Sports Square can accommodate 1 million people. The entire sports complex uses high-tech equipment, many devices are the latest. Just like the kilometer-long straight track, they can fully leverage high-tech capabilities to allow 300 people to compete at the same time. During testing, they did just that. However, their straight track is retractable. When not in use, it can be covered up to free the venue. Besides this, there are many more features, allowing the sports complex to easily transform into a place suitable for various activities. Before 8 a.m., all the participants, led by the staff, arrived at their respective venues. A total of 624 participants. This number refers to those who were admitted to the Double Key Martial Arts University last year. Due to Lin Xie's absence and Sukan's addition, the number remains at 624. The 32 seed players are displayed prominently at the front of the large screen, the font large and bold. Behind them are between 18 to 19 others, randomly sorted through the internet. Except for the seed players, everyone else enters randomly, with no control over their placement. The first round of the competition is quite simple, a free-for-all. A group of 19 to 20 people enters a large arena to fight in chaos. When only 2 remain standing, the free-for-all ends, and those 2 advance to the second round. The rules are brutal. From 19 to 20, only 2 can qualify, and each group has a seed player, significantly increasing the challenge. Is it really that hard? Even Sukan showed surprise in his eyes upon seeing the competition rules. Past rules weren't this cruel. It seems the internet is right, these rules change every year, completely unpredictable. Naturally, some question this competition rule, but the Education Bureau's response is that it is to select truly outstanding practical talents, not just those with paper strength. Moreover, this competition format was recommended by the Imperial Martial Arts and Demon Martial Arts. Once those words were said, even the doubters didn't have much to say. The competition officially began against this backdrop. The leaders of the Education Bureau knew no one liked unnecessary talk, so they spoke briefly before stepping off the stage, ceding time to the competition. At that moment, the time hit 8:20. Please invite the 20 contestants of the first group to the stage, and the second group should be ready. On the large screen, everyone had their respective group displayed. Sukan is number 6 and the seed player of Group 6, positioned at the front, particularly eye-catching. Sukan glanced at the names behind his own on the list and indeed saw 2 or 3 familiar names. One is named Li Yun, and the other Yan Shushue. He seems to have encountered both during training camp, but the specifics he couldn't recall. That's awesome. I actually got matched up with Sukan. In the contestant area, once the matching came out, Yan Shushue started looking for her name. Immediately, she locked onto Sukan's group because that group has the best chances. Her provincial ranking this time isn't bad, she is ranked 62nd. This rank is quite awkward. Considering there are 32 groups with 2 advancing from each group, the top 64 could qualify, but since Lin Xia is not participating, it means the top 65 can qualify. Yet results do not represent absolute strength. Those ranked lower might have bad luck in matching, encountering several outstanding talents in one group, making it tough. But being matched with Su Can makes things so much more comfortable. First, Su Can's identity will definitely lead everyone to ganging up on him. Because it's hard to win everyone over, although they recognize his talent and skills, his energy shouldn't exceed 8.5, right? In Yen Shushua's mind, the image of being taken out by Su Can in training camp twice unconsciously flickered. She felt a bit anxious for some reason. It shouldn't be that bad. As long as I perform well, my chances of advancing are still quite big. I can't deny Su Can's talent. I don't even deserve to carry his shoes, but in terms of energy battles, I won't lose to him. Yen Shushua's confidence returned. The first match then began. The 20 contestants stepped into the competition area. As a seed player, he bore a target on his back, labeled seed player, which attracted envy and hostility. Lu Lianhai and Chao Yang are also here, and the seed player of this first group is ranked 3rd, Wang Yuntao. Lu Lianhai is the champion of Tingqing No. 1 High School. Su Can's gaze landed on Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao is one of the 2 major favorites to win this competition. Studying at Haishi City's first high school, skilled in marksmanship, his exceptional gun skills earned him the title of Little Gun God. If it weren't for Lin Xia being too dazzling, with Wang Yuntao's strength, he could have competed for the provincial top scholar in past years. These thoughts floated through Su Can's mind when he saw Wang Yuntao's name. At the same time, a hint of combat fervor appeared in Su Can's eyes. Lin Xia might not be able to compete for now, but Wang Yuntao could be a try. I just don't know how strong he really is. I probably won't be able to tell later. While pondering, the 20 participants stepped onto the stage. Under the referee's instruction, these 20 individuals took their positions, ready to fight. There were quite a few referees for the competition, 1 main referee, 2 assistant referees, and 2 helpers. All 5 were intermediate-level martial artists, present to minimize any potential crises. From the discussions around, Su Can figured out who Wang Yuntao was. Wang Yuntao held a bright silver spear, a nonchalant smile on his face. The others tried to avoid Wang Yuntao's direction, even someone like Fan Rui did the same. Lu Lianhai was prideful and combative, but he was not a fool. Why charge into something that was bound to fail? That would be pure foolishness. At the start of the match, you can surrender at any time. If you do, we will protect your safety immediately. Also, if we perceive any threat to your life, we will stop the match right away. Safety first, competition second. Understood? Understood. Then the match begins. Begin. As the main referee's voice fell, most of the people on the field began to move. It was a competition, but many came not to fight for first or second place, securing a chance to advance. Many had the self-awareness to understand this. They participated to showcase their skills in front of 10 universities, hoping to be chosen as special recruits. The treatment of special recruits was much better than that of ordinary students. Even those capable of entering the 2 leading universities, a small number ranking low still yearned for special recruitment spots from the other 8 schools. Though the 2 top martial universities were good, better than the other 8, it was a matter of perspective whether being at the bottom of the 2 was preferable to being a special recruit at one of the other 8. Kill. No one charged at Wang Yuntao, not a single person. Wang Yuntao wasn't surprised by this scene. He leaned leisurely on his spear, closely watching the contest. Lianyun blade technique. Lu Lianhai swung his broadsword, instantly delivering several cuts. I'm going to die. Lu Lianhai's opponent was stunned by his swordplay, having picked a random target but ended up facing an iron wall. I surrender. He realized that if he didn't surrender now, he would truly be finished. His words had barely left his mouth when the broadsword halted less than 3 inches from his forehead. I apologize. The man slumped to the ground, feeling a rush of relief, only to find himself flung out the next moment. The man gave a bitter smile. Not only had he failed to demonstrate his strength, but he also lost face significantly. 1. After defeating one, Lu Lianhai didn't hesitate, instantly shifting his gaze around. The blocked hit didn't leave Lu Lianhai feeling anything significant. The referee had neutralized the force well. Others were already caught up in battle. However, a few near Lu Lianhai noticed his strength and simultaneously halted their actions, all going for Lu Lianhai. They all knew that Lu Lianhai was stronger than them. If they did not defeat Lu Lianhai first, then they would have no chance. As for their matters, let's talk about them after they defeat Lu Lianhai, otherwise, it's all just empty talk. The entire arena was in chaos, but the place where Wang Yuntao stood was a pure land, untouched by anyone. This kind of chaotic battle looked interesting. It tested a person's overall quality. Strength alone does not guarantee a final victory.
For example, Lu Lianhai was eliminated because he was too prominent. If he had been more low-key at the beginning, with his 58th score in the provincial test, he might actually have had a chance to advance. In the end, Chao Yang remained. Chao Yang was more cautious, he knew his strength was decent and that as long as he was careful, he had a chance to stay. At the beginning, he chose an opponent who looked weak, holding back his strength to match the opponent, and then after Lu Lianhai eliminated several people, there weren't many left. Chao Yang suddenly surged and took second place in his group. Chao Yang's old 6 incident gave many people more thoughts, which made the following battles even more scheming. In the second round, the seeded player was Fan Rui, who had acquaintances of Su Kan. However, Fan Rui didn't have the kind of deterrence that Wang Yuntao had. At the beginning, several people charged at Fan Rui until he used his blood slaughter battle axe to knock down several people. Only then did everyone keep their distance from Fan Rui. The competition continued and soon reached the 6th match. In the first 5 matches, all seeded players advanced, and no one was eliminated. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the major seeded players, they were indeed very strong, worthy of the title of seeded players.
It's my turn.
Su Kan stood up, finally able to fight properly. He hoped his opponent wouldn't disappoint him. A hint of battle intent flickered in Su Kan's eyes.
It's Su Kan's group.
I envy them. The seeded players in the previous 5 groups were too strong, meaning that only one position was available for all the competitors behind. But in this group, they are competing for 2 positions together.
Do you look down on Su Kan that much?
After all, Su Kan is also a genius, and his blood value has increased.
Increased? It's only about 8.2 at most, right? Among those present, who doesn't have a blood value of 8?
His skills are strong, but Su Kan doesn't have the crushing strength of the seeded players in the previous groups. Thus, several people will team up against him. Su Kan will definitely lose. The speaker was a scholarly young man, fanning himself. I still believe Su Kan secure a spot.
Then let's wait and see.
Amidst the discussions, the 20 contestants of the 6th match took the stage. The majority of the gazes turned towards them, clearly showing that everyone was interested in Su Kan.
Even Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi cast their curious eyes over.
They did not regard Su Kan as an opponent, they were purely curious about this topic king, nothing more. For the 2 of them, besides each other, there was no one else in Haishi worthy of being their rival.
You mentioned Lin Xie?
That's a wild claim, they had never regarded that freak Lin Xie as a rival.
Su Kan, I also look forward to your strength. In the contestant seats, Su Kan had many old acquaintances. Excluding Su Kan, there were 21 participants from Green City.
There were also those who trained at the training camp together last time, like Fan Rui, Fan Xan, and those who were displeased with Su Kan, such as Tu Mingji. Adding to that were others from different training camps who had fought against Su Kan and accompanied him to receive rewards from the governor. Each one was particularly curious about Su Kan's practical combat ability. They had all lost to Su Kan in virtual space, but many were actually unwilling to accept that.
It was like Tu Mingji was particularly unconvinced. Real combat is not simply about skills.
In the virtual space, everyone's physical condition is controlled at the same level, and he found it incredibly unfair.
Come on, Su Kan, show them your true strength.
Xiao Yixue, Luo Xiu, and others had a lot of confidence in Su Kan because they believed that he could clear the challenge in the 6th layer. Even if there were tricks involved, it couldn't deny Su Kan's strength. As everyone watched closely, the referee announced the start of the match.
On the stage, Yan Shushue held a long sword.
She did not immediately attack Su Kan. In her mind, many people would surely attack him. She had no need to rush in, as long as she reserved her strength well and waited for the right moment to explode like Chao Yang.
Kill. Thunder gun technique.
Snow listening sword technique.
Flame dragon overlord blade.
As Yan Shushue expected, in an instant, 3 people rushed to kill Su Kan simultaneously. The strength of the 3 was not weak, the strongest one could probably rank in the top 100 of the province, while the other 2 could make the top 200. If she faced such an attack, it wouldn't be easy.
She would certainly have to trade injury for injury.
Blade draw slash. Just when everyone thought Su Kan was startled by the 3's attack, he moved.
Not good. The head referee had not intervened in the previous 5 chaotic battles.
For these entry-level warriors, the movements of these people were too slow. They could easily save themselves in less than 0.1 seconds as the attack was about to reach them. And as the chief referee, his strength was naturally the strongest among the 5, belonging to a whole different level. He was here as a precaution. With his strength, as long as he stood there, he could observe the entire situation and act as the last line of defense. He was originally very calm. But at the moment Su Kan drew his sword, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he instinctively intervened.
Su Kan's speed was too fast.
So fast that even he couldn't timely stop Su Kan's attack. Instinctively, he could only swing towards Su Kan. Su Kan sensed the crisis, and with a slight shift in motion, the chief referee immediately arrived in front of the three, blocking Su Kan's blade draw slash. The chief referee's forehead was covered with cold sweat. It was so close, just a little bit. With his strength, he could indeed foresee the outcome. If he was even a second slower, Su Kan would have eliminated all three with one strike. So fast. From Su Kan's attack to the chief referee's intervention, it all happened in an instant. Many people present did not notice what had happened, including Yen Shushue, who had been paying attention all along, and she wore a puzzled expression. Why did the chief referee intervene suddenly? You three are eliminated. The chief referee blocked Su Kan's attack, and the rebound force from blocking Su Kan's attack made him slightly awkward. We are eliminated? The three of them still didn't realize they had just been hanging by a thread. They were just confused about what had just happened. One of them even questioned the referee, as if the chief referee was favoring Su Kan, otherwise, Su Kan would have already lost. However, the chief referee, who was considered strong among entry-level warriors, obviously wouldn't waste time discussing with these three. He waved his hand directly and sent them out. Just now. In the competitors' area. Very few people saw what Su Kan did. Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi saw it, but even they couldn't see it clearly. The two stood up from their seats after noticing Su Kan's blade draw slash, their calm demeanor long gone. They exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Was his sword draw just now at the small success stage? And his sword draw speed is extremely fast. This likely indicates he has achievements even at the small success stage. The two were extremely shocked, for they had only just broken through to the small success stage of high-level techniques in these past few days. Moreover, seeing Su Kan's incredibly fast sword draw, it seemed to exceed the speed of this stage. The two couldn't quite understand. On the high platform, the two supreme martial universities, along with the teachers from the 8 key martial universities, initially wore nonchalant expressions. They all had the information about the competitors, including Su Kan. The teachers from the 8 key martial universities were quite interested in Su Kan, and a few were considering that if Su Kan performed well in the competition, they could try and offer him a special admission spot. As for the two supreme martial universities, their interest was really only in Lin Xia, who had already been recruited by the Imperial Martial University. What about Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi? They were okay. On the edge of being specially recruited, such talent was almost top tier in Haishi province, but on a national level, they were just average. Not many, but not too few either. But upon seeing Su Kan draw his sword in that moment, all 10 teachers reacted. Who said this kid's vital energy wouldn't exceed 8.2? That explosive moment just now definitely didn't fall below 8.5. In 1 month, he rose from 3.5 to 7.6, then took another 10 days to increase his vital energy to 8.5. What a talent for vital energy. But what's even more concerning is his talent for high-level techniques. The eyes of the teachers from the two supreme martial universities lit up. They could see things that Wang Yuntao and the others couldn't. Wang Yuntao and the others only saw Su Kan's progress in the sword draw, but they observed Su Kan's understanding of the sword draw. It seemed like he was almost touching the embryonic form of sword intent. They never expected to encounter such a talent during this trip to Haishi. Quite good, indeed, worth pursuing. The two exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. Of course, they only felt that Su Kan was worthy of special admission, but merely worthy. It was enough to pursue, and even if they couldn't recruit him, it didn't matter. It was completely different from Lin Xia's weight. The competition continues. Su Kan and the others in the field had no idea what those people above were thinking. After the main judge called the three out, he expressionlessly said to Su Kan, "All right." Su Kan nodded and didn't care about what just happened, only muttering to himself, "I should have been slower just now, I overestimated them." Chapter 69, Second Round Match. Opponent 2 Mingji****. Su Kan originally thought that entry-level martial artists could easily block his attacks, so he planned to be serious, to make an example and show some strength. Now it seemed their strength was not as terrifying as he had imagined. What just happened was a mystery to the other 16 on the field. All they saw was the three attacking Su Kan, and then Su Kan's hand gripping the sword hilt, and then, the main judge made a move. Wait. Many suddenly realized. What they just witnessed seemed to be the judge blocking Su Kan's sword, but when did Su Kan draw his sword? Yen Shushua suddenly recalled that during the virtual space, she had misjudged Su Kan's sword draw and thought there was a bug in the virtual space. Now reflecting back, Yen Shushua couldn't help but swallow hard. Can this guy be this fast outside too? Damn, I must stay away from this freak. At this moment, Yen Shushua completely abandoned any thoughts of competing for position with Su Kan. This guy was simply a freak. What just happened likely meant Su Kan nearly took out those three with one blow. It was the referee who suddenly took action. Absolutely. After realizing this, Yen Shushue immediately fled. She only wanted to stay away from Su Kan. Stay away from danger. The few who reacted also distanced themselves from Su Kan, realizing they had misjudged. Su Kan was not easy to handle at all. This guy was indeed one of the most terrifying among them. Only a few confused young people thought the referee was unfair and charged at Su Kan. This time, the head referee kept a close watch on Su Kan. If these fools faced any danger, he would intervene immediately. Su Kan seemed to see his thoughts and slowed down his strikes. These people were too weak. Even though all 624 participants had vitality above 8, one of these bold challengers even had vitality at 8.6. But facing these people really felt as simple as taking down small monsters. Draw slash. With one stroke, 3 were defeated. The head referee immediately acted. To make the 3 feel the threat, he waited until the attack was about to hit them before he sent them flying. Now everyone could see clearly. Su Kan slightly shifted his body. This time he did not use the draw slash, but swung the big knife to block the attacks of the other 2. In the next second, with incredibly skillful basic swordsmanship, Su Kan took down the 2 with just 2 strikes. By this point, Su Kan had already eliminated 8 people. Now everyone understood Su Kan's power. This guy was definitely not a meek lamb to be slaughtered, but a dangerous big tiger. Around Su Kan, silence fell. Su Kan's strength gained everyone's attention. Many competitors in the audience showed expressions of shock. Su Kan, how can he be so extraordinary? Isn't his vitality only 8.2? Tu Mingji roared wildly inside, unwilling to lose to Su Kan in the virtual space. He wanted to regain his honor outside. He had initially been full of confidence, but now he felt he was no match for Su Kan. Su Kan's speed with that knife was too fast. When he asked himself truthfully, he knew he couldn't block it. This guy, Su Kan. Manhwa felt it most profoundly, because he was skilled in the draw slash. He had thought he could catch up to Su Kan in this area, but the gap was too large. Countless people were left speechless, not knowing what to say. The online forums and discussion boards of Haishi province were once again dominated by Su Kan. This time no one criticized him, nor spoke of his lack of vitality. The screen was filled with praise for Su Kan. Really awesome. By the way, do you think Su Kan has a chance to compete for the championship? At this moment, such a message appeared in the forum, shocking everyone. Championship? Competing with Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi for the championship? Many people instinctively wanted to answer, impossible. But just as they started typing, they deleted it. Impossible? They once thought it was impossible too. The competition continued. There was no change even after Su Kan revealed his strength. The other person advancing with Su Kan was Yen Shushue, but her journey was not easy. There were not just her 6th in the field. Besides Yen Shushue, there was another man ranked similarly who also preserved his strength. In the end, this man, seeing that there weren't many people left, took action first. Then, Yen Shushue seized the opportunity and secured the 2nd spot in this round. The following matches were filled with different situations. Even schemes and undercover agents were used. This caused many who could have placed in the top 64 of the province to be eliminated. Even 5 seed players were taken down. 32 matches took more than half a day to conclude. Su Kan watched the whole thing. Overall, the competition was quite interesting. The first round of chaos has ended. Now please invite the 2 members from each group who advanced to the stage to draw lots and select their opponents. Seed players to the left to draw lots, non-seed players to the right. The staff guided the advancing participants to their designated spots, standing according to their groups. The 5 seed players were from eliminated teams, naturally awarding the seed spots to those who performed the best. There are a total of 64 people, with 32 on each side. Su Kan recognized quite a few people. The luck of this session in Green City was quite good, with Jin Ping, Luo Xiu, and 4 others all advancing, including Su Kan, making it 6 people. 2 seed spots and 4 non-seed spots. Also, there's Fan Rui from Muzhong of Liqing and Tu Mingji from Muzhong of Xiangqing, along with a few from other training camps, such as the 3 heroes of Haicheng and Guixian. All totaled, there are over 10 people, occupying at least a quarter of the spots. As everyone entered, the atmosphere on the field thickened. The second round of the competition, which will be a traditional duel format, will feature head-to-head battles to continuously determine the ultimate champion. However, to ensure the advantage for seed players, the opening of the second round will be seed player versus non-seed player, so once the top 32 are decided, they will then start drawing lots randomly. The matches of 64 to 32 will be held at 8 p.m., and the rest of the schedule will be on the next day. The lot drawing begins. According to the order of each group, the lot drawing started. Actually, only the seed players draw lots, they draw non-seed players, and whoever they draw, that's their opponent. Su Kan was 6th, and it was soon his turn. Tu Mingji? Su Kan randomly drew 1, not caring too much. After all, Su Kan's goal is to be the champion. A smile appeared on Su Kan's lips. Regarding Tu Mingji's badmouthing of him in the training camp, someone from the elite class had told Su Kan.
Sukan didn't care what others said, nor would he deliberately seek revenge, but since this person came right to him, if he didn't treat him well, wouldn't that be very rude? After all the seed players finish drawing lots, the person in charge will project it onto the big screen, and then someone will fill in the information. What? Tu Mingji saw that he had actually been drawn by Sukan, and his face turned slightly pale. Why is it him? Tu Mingji roared in his heart. If he hadn't seen Sukan's lightning-fast blade earlier, he would have felt confident. But now, he truly had little assurance. My blood vitality is 8.9, my breaking spirit saber has also reached 49%. As long as I'm careful, there's still a chance. Tu Mingji forced himself to calm down, he couldn't panic. But why does it have to be him? Tu Mingji sighed. If it were anyone else, losing was just losing. But as for Sukan, he had spoken quite a few bad things about him in the training camp, saying that if he faced Sukan, he would definitely beat Sukan to the point where he couldn't find his teeth. Now, heaven had given him this opportunity, yet Tu Mingji didn't really want to cherish it. The drawing was completed. The vast majority of non-seed players had ugly expressions, especially those who drew Wang Yuntao and others, despair evident in their eyes. How can they perform? There's simply no way to show their skills. However, no one wanted to give up. Although this was a competition, for most, the most important thing was still to showcase themselves. Showing their strongest side, letting the two major Wude universities or even the two supreme Wude schools notice them was their most important task. Alright, now everyone go back and rest, have something to eat, and at 7:50 p.m., enter on time, the random draws will begin then, and at 8 p.m., the competition will directly commence. Okay. The time was nearing 6 p.m., so it was indeed about time to eat. After dinner, take a break and then proceed to the next match. The competition side had naturally prepared a meal, but it was only for the 64 advancing contestants. The eliminated had to go eat on their own. The meal was quite abundant. There was even a lot of disaster beast meat, and Sukan stuffed himself so much that he directly replenished 15 energy, making his smile incredibly bright. Although Sukan had plenty of resources, he had even gotten 10 blood disaster pills, 10 skill disaster pills, 10 breakthrough disaster pills, plus 1 source pill from the Ox-Headed Supreme. That's right, the Ox-Headed Supreme gave Sukan the 9th level reward he had previously tempted him with, which significantly boosted Sukan's resources. 13 blood disaster pills. 11 skill disaster pills. 11 breakthrough disaster pills. 1 source pill. This was the amount of pills Sukan had. As for blood pills? Sukan directly exchanged for 170 of them from school, perfectly clearing out the school's points. Sukan originally had 320,000 points in school. After winning first place in the city and placing 36th in the province, the school rewarded Sukan with 2 million points as a first place prize. In addition, last week's settlement also granted Sukan 400,000 points. Furthermore, the principal told Sukan that he would receive 400,000 points every week until the college entrance examination. With 2.72 million points, it exactly corresponded to 170 blood pills, neither more nor less. Sukan indeed had increasing resources that he could not exhaust. There was 1.85 million in his bank account. With no place to spend it, Sukan transferred 350,000 to his parents, keeping 1.5 million for himself. It wasn't that Sukan didn't want to transfer more, but his parents wouldn't accept it. This 350,000 took Sukan a long time to convince them to accept. The club still had 10 million points unspent. In addition to that, due to Sukan's excellent performance in the secret realm, the Green City Army also granted him 2 million in resource subsidies. The city lord's office even inquired about Sukan's house situation and promised that if he could make it into the top 10, they would give Sukan's family a 150 square meter apartment in Happiness Community. As such, Sukan was naturally full of fighting spirit. With so many resources, plus over 1,000 energy left on him, Sukan's resources were still quite ample. During this time, Wang Yuntao came over to get to know Sukan. He was very enthusiastic and an interesting genius. As for Qin Ping and the others, they naturally gathered around Sukan as the core, and even Fan Rui and the 3 heroes of Haiqing joined in, creating a lively atmosphere. At 7:50 p.m., it quickly arrived. The audience for the night was even greater than during the day, with at least 300,000 to 500,000 spectators. Only Haishi Sports Square was big enough, otherwise, it would be really hard to accommodate so many people. Start. As the 64 players took the stage and sat in their designated seats, the big screen began sorting the matchups. 32 matches, lined up in order. The first match. Sukan vs Tu Mingji. Is it really my turn so soon? Sukan showed a surprised look, then smiled. That's good. Finishing early means he can go back to rest. As for the later matches? Sukan wasn't interested. He really wasn't interested. It wasn't arrogance. Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi's opponents were too weak. Sukan staying here observing the enemy didn't help at all, watching how they took down opponents? Sukan had no interest in that. The chaotic battle during the day was worth watching, but this truly wasn't necessary. So soon?
Tu Mingji's expression wasn't great. He had been comforting and hypnotizing himself all evening, but his inner sense of unease was growing stronger. The later match order was also revealed. Su Kan glanced at it. Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi were outside the 20th match, so there was even less need to wait.
Let's finish this quickly. Su Kan muttered and remained seated.
The match won't start until 8 p.m., there are still a few minutes left, so they must wait for the host to call them up. As confirmation of the matchups took place, the match was about to begin. The audience around began to discuss. Originally, the eliminated contestants couldn't enter the contestant seats, but the officials, considering their status, still gave them special spots close by, so they could watch the match up close.
Su Kan, the first match is Su Kan, great. I can finally see Su Kan's sword draw. But who is this Tu Mingji? I have never heard of him. Tu Mingji? I don't know what he's like either, but since he made it to the next round, his strength shouldn't be weak, right? I know Tu Mingji.
He's the top genius of second high school in Xiang City, and his provincial quality inspection ranking is also quite good, 68th.
68th, huh? Well, if he can advance, his luck isn't bad. But do you guys think Su Kan could take out Tu Mingji in one move? Isn't that obvious? That's true. No one in the audience believed Tu Mingji could win.
After all, Su Kan had taken out someone weaker than Tu Mingji during the free-for-all. It seems that only Tu Mingji himself was oblivious to the reality, lost in his own self-brainwashing.
In fact, many people cannot see themselves clearly. Some think they are the best in their school and can rank among the top 2 in the city, feeling quite accomplished.
But in reality, if placed on a national scale, they wouldn't even rank among the third tier.
Chapter 71, Advancing to the Top 8. vs Wang Yuntao.
Please have both contestants take the stage. As the host's voice fell, Su Kan slowly stood up, looking relaxed. On the other side, Tu Mingji swallowed hard, standing up with a somewhat pale face. The pressure was immense, truly immense. The situation of both contestants was clearly etched in everyone's eyes, a stark contrast. The distance from the contestant seats to the battle arena was very close. The battle arena was also much smaller than the chaotic venue earlier, now a 50 by 50 area.
Both contestants stepped on stage, standing about 10 meters apart. Battle begins.
Without hesitation, the referee announced the start once both sides were ready. My strength is definitely not weaker than Su Kan's.
Die for me.
Upon getting on stage, Tu Mingji suppressed his inner unease, gripping his steel broadsword tightly, using all his strength to swing it down fiercely.
Thunder slash. It indeed had a lot of momentum. Unfortunately, to Su Kan, this strike was far too low in skill. The speed was also too slow.
Too slow, where's your thunder? Su Kan sneered, slightly leaning to the side to dodge Tu Mingji's attack, casually flicking upwards, without even drawing his sword, and sent Tu Mingji's broadsword flying.
This nonchalant act was like bullying a child. Ha! Tu Mingji was stunned. Where was his sword? How could Su Kan have easily disarmed him like that? Shouldn't their battle have been an epic clash of 300 rounds, with a close win?
You lost. Su Kan's blade stayed sheathed, the hilt pointing at Tu Mingji's forehead, his tone flat.
I lost.
Tu Mingji sat dumbfounded on the ground, his eyes dimmed of light. He couldn't believe he was easily defeated by someone he once looked down upon.
So strong.
While Tu Mingji was lost in thought, everyone else widened their eyes. They had expected Su Kan to finish Tu Mingji, but they never thought Su Kan wouldn't even need to draw his sword. With just a flick and a push, Tu Mingji had lost.
Has Su Kan's basic swordplay reached the third stage? Wow, that's terrifying.
Third stage, aside from those three, someone else's basic technique has reached the third stage as well. This year, our Haishi is doing great. Yeah, last year our entire Haishi only had 2 people advance to the national top 100. This time, with these 3, plus if Su Kan joins, that's 4. Don't celebrate too early. This year there are not just our Haishi.
The geniuses from other provinces have increased even more than before. Su Kan did not know the topic of discussion among the crowd. He won the competition and simply left the stage.
Before leaving, he did greet many people. The next day's matches were much tighter. In the morning, 16 advanced to 8, in the afternoon, 8 advanced to 4, and in the evening, 4 advanced to 2. The final competition for the championship and the third-place match was naturally scheduled for the third day. The entire competition lasted only 3 days. It is worth mentioning that apart from Chen Ping, the other 4 have all been eliminated. The seeded players are not to be underestimated.
Among the 16 who advanced, almost half were acquaintances of Su Kan.
Chen Ping, the 3 heroes from Haicheng, Guixian, Fan Rui, plus Wang Yuntao, who had also greeted Su Kan. As for those he didn't know, just pulling one out would reveal the strongest geniuses from various cities, or the superstars from well-known high schools in Haishi City. In the 16-8 match, Su Kan's opponent was Fan Rui, an old friend. Su Kan remembered that when he first entered the training camp,
Fan Rui had given him a lot of pressure. But now, he seemed quite ordinary. Facing an old friend with whom he had a good relationship, Su Kan did not finish it quickly. Instead, he sparred with his opponent, hoping to bring out Fan Rui's full strength. Fan Rui also understood Su Kan's intentions and showed a grateful expression. After all, the essence of this competition was to showcase one's strength, allowing oneself to be noticed by the two supreme academies. Fan Rui's goal was naturally the same, even though he knew his chances were slim. But performing well could also gain him more opportunities, right? The rewards for this competition were quite ordinary, merely symbolic. Most official competitions were like this. However, the rewards from their respective cities privately were a different matter. Thank you. The two battled for more than 10 minutes, with Fan Rui showcasing his axe techniques to the fullest, and in the end, he performed incredibly well with his last axe. You're welcome. When it came to friends, Su Kan was very friendly. Su Kan had his fourth match, and only 4 more matches were left after that. He decided to stay and watch. The fifth match was Wang Yuntao, and his opponent was Su Kan's old acquaintance, Manhwa, who was proficient in the blade drawing technique. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two was too great. Wang Yuntao barely showed any power. A light jab sent a burst of force that overwhelmed Hong Huaping and killed him in one move. Li Lingxi's battle was similar. Her weapon was quite special, a rare weapon. The Meridian Mandarin Duck's axe. The axe is divided into 2 types, one male and one female, intertwining and never leaving each other during practice, resembling Mandarin ducks. It is also known as the Sun and Moon Qian Kuan sword. This kind of weapon is extremely rare, and mastering it is not an easy task. But once used well, it is truly difficult to deal with. Su Kan saw Li Lingxi defeat her opponent in one move, and that was without much use of her vitality. Li Lingxi's rank is even above Wang Yuntao. Using such a peculiar weapon, she might be even harder to deal with than Wang Yuntao. Su Kan was not afraid, he actually preferred if his opponents were stronger, that way, it would be more interesting. As long as the opponent was not a rank-advancing warrior, everything was fine. In the end, there were not many familiar faces among the top 8. Excluding Wang Yuntao, there was only the top of Haicheng's 3 heroes, Deng Wanjie, the rest were all eliminated. There was no way around it, the group from the last training camp was not the top tier in the province originally. Among the top 10, only Hong Huaping was 10th, and Deng Wanjie was 7th, others were all outside the top 10. The remaining 8 participants had all attended national-level training camps. With the top 8 determined, under the host's voice, the 8 contestants drew lots on stage. This time, all 8 drew lots. Above are the numbers 1 to 8, with 1 and 8 fighting, 2 and 7 fighting, and so on. The competition order was directly determined, 1 and 8 were the first match, and so the order continued. After the draw was finished, Su Kan drew number 6. I have to say, he really is fated with number 6, just don't know who number 3 is. My opponent is Li Lingxi? Deng Shiji drew number 1, and he just happened to see that Li Lingxi drew number 8. Deng Shiji instantly put on a mask of pain, it truly felt unfair to compete. My condolences. Su Kan was right next to Deng Shiji, smiling and offering some comfort. Deng Shiji forced a bitter smile and asked, "What number are you?" "Number 6. Number 6? Hearing Su Kan's number, Wang Yuntao's voice rang out. What a coincidence, I'm number 3. You're number 3? Wang Yuntao's words instantly attracted everyone's attention in the arena. The 4 others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Lingxi would fight against Deng Shiji. Wang Yuntao would face off against Su Kan. For the other 4, this was absolutely fantastic news. Otherwise, if any of those 4 were to face either of those 2, they would only have the path of defeat. Although all 4 of them were super prodigies ranking in the top 10 of the province, they still had self-awareness, they were indeed a tier below Wang Yuntao. Even though everyone was equal in vigor, the skill gap was too significant, they were simply not on the same level. Yes, I'm number 3. Wang Yuntao grinned widely, his gaze fixed on Su Kan, filled with a hint of battle intent. To be honest, he was genuinely interested in Su Kan, he was the one he most wanted to fight. As for Li Lingxi? That crazy woman was a definite no, her Meridian double-edged axe was just too annoying, or rather, her 8 trigrams palm was too bothersome. That's right, it was the 8 trigrams palm. Using an axe instead of a palm, that Meridian double-edged axe in her hands was so flexible, his attacks would feel stuck as soon as they entered her range. He really didn't like fighting with Li Lingxi. What he preferred was an exhilarating fight. What a coincidence. Su Kan also grinned in response, he was very interested in Wang Yuntao. He had long been eager to battle with these super prodigies. The others had also finished grouping, and the matches began accordingly. Deng Shiji went on stage with a gloomy face, what was going on? He really had no expectation for this fight. The match had no suspense at all.
Deng Shiji's attacks could not break through Li Lingxi's defenses at all. After 2 moves, Li Lingxi casually countered with her Meridian double-edged axe and easily overwhelmed Deng Shiji, defeating him in an instant. If this were a fight to the death, Deng Shiji would have been dead on the spot. The gap was simply that large. The second match was more intense. It was the 4th-ranked in the province, known as the Little Martial King, Zhou Zhang, fighting against the 5th-ranked blood butcher, Lian Fengyun. The strength difference was not significant, the fight was fiercely contested, extremely close. In the end, the Little Martial King Zhou Zhang had the upper hand, defeating Lian Fengyun at the cost of a light injury, advancing to the top 4. The spectators below the stage, as well as those watching on TV, were entranced. As the competition progressed from 64 to 32, they switched to live broadcasts. The entire province could see their performances on stage. At this stage, the audience watching the live broadcast were left in awe. Especially in a city like Ludu, they were all left dumbfounded. Oh my, is this the strength of high school students now? This is terrifying. I feel like I wouldn't last a single move against them. Be more confident, just remove the feeling. Cough cough, saying such serious truths. But the next match is Su Kan's fight. Speaking of Su Kan, those in Ludu watching the live broadcast became excited. 8-4. This is truly 8-4. How many years has it been? Ludu hasn't had anyone break into the top 8 in many years. Even this year, with a super genius like Chen Ping emerging. Chen Ping also fell in the top 16. Su Kan must win. Soon, this sentence popped up in the barrage. Although many people from Green City rationally thought that Su Kan's chances were not high, as proud people from Green City, the livestream chat was filled with Su Kan must win. However, some people still spoke the truth. Ahem, although I really don't want to say this, but compared to both sides' strengths, Su Kan and Wang Yuntao actually still have the power to fight. It's just that the chances of winning are low. But everyone, please don't criticize me. If Su Kan really defeats Wang Yuntao, I will apologize. Many people wanted to criticize after seeing this, but when they saw the last sentence, they all held back. Everything comes down to the battle between Su Kan and Wang Yuntao. I hope Su Kan won't let them down. Susu, old Su, your son Akin is going on stage. Hong Tianga. The name sounds nice, but it is one of the slums in Green City, and also the community where Su Kan lives. But even in the slum, there's a small shop with a TV. Sure enough, upon hearing that Su Kan from their community was on TV for the highest level high school student invitation competition in the province, how could they not come and take a look? Many people put down what they were doing and gathered in front of the small shop's TV just to see that familiar figure. As for Su Kan's parents? Ever since Su Kan and Su Quan had another late-night talk a few days ago, Su Quan let go of his burden and stopped working outside. He stayed home to take care of Lin Susu. Now knowing their son was on TV, participating in the Haishi Province High School Student Invitation Competition, they were extremely excited, eagerly sharing the news with everyone they met. How did you know my son was participating in the Haishi Province High School Student Invitation Competition? Whenever someone replied, he would respond. Did you also know that he'll be on TV in a few days, live across the province? With Su Quan's promotion, there wasn't a single person in the slum who didn't know Su Kan. Ha, this kid. Su Quan originally wasn't good at expressing himself, but at this moment, watching his son Su Kan on TV, he laughed and cried. Lin Susu's eyes were also terrifyingly red, and the people around them naturally saw their reactions and understood why they were crying. Brother Kan, go for it. You can definitely win. A clean-faced young man clenched his fist tightly, and because he was gripping too hard, veins popped out. If there were a narrator at this moment, they would know this young man was the one who gave up martial arts at the beginning. Go Su Kan. At this moment, many people who knew Su Kan were cheering for him in front of the TV. At Lin Ying's house. Her uncle and aunt had also invited a lot of guests to watch TV, saying they were there to see their nephew's match. These guests knew who their nephew was, of course, they all came. Lin Ying looked at so many people, some of whom had higher status than her father, all praising her father because of Su Kan. Her heart was extremely complicated. Su Kan, have you grown to this extent? Even just relying on your uncle's identity, you can make so many people give face. Lin Ying clenched her fists. At this moment, she deeply understood the meaning of genius. Go Su Kan. Green City No. 2 High School, Star Club, near Tianbao Pavilion's grocery shop, the Holy Hall training camp, many places had people related to Su Kan, all cheering for him as he appeared on the TV, watching his dazzling brilliance. Of course, there were some who didn't like Su Kan and were cursing him. But for now, these had nothing to do with Su Kan. At this moment, in Su Kan's eyes, there was only Wang Yuntao left. Green City No. 2 High School Su Kan, please give me your advice. Su Kan cupped his fist towards Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao was stunned for a moment, then revealed a brilliant smile. In Haishi No. 1, Wang Yuntao, please guide me. At the contestant seats. Li Lingxi, who had been looking down at her phone, lifted her head and directed her gaze towards Su Kan and Wang Yuntao, remaining silent. With both of their requests for guidance, the competition officially began. Su Kan did not use the draw blade slash. Wang Yuntao also did not use the point steel spear technique. Both of them directly utilized the basic techniques, preparing to engage in combat using the most fundamental fighting methods first. In fact, Wang Yuntao had only used basic techniques in his previous battles and had not employed the point steel spear technique. More than 10 days ago at the provincial simulation, Wang Yuntao's basics reached the third stage at 22%, and there's no doubt he has improved in this time. My basic swordsmanship is only at 14% in the third stage, which is slightly lower than Wang Yuntao. My vitality is only 8.6, while Wang Yuntao's is already at 9.9, this gap is even greater. Normally, I shouldn't be his opponent, but my advanced skills are absolutely stronger than his. I also possess the embryonic form of blade intent, plus my acquired blade body, so I still have fighting power. Before the battle, Su Kan began his analysis. As they engaged, Wang Yuntao's spear techniques truly were impressive. This was the first time Su Kan felt disadvantaged while competing with peers using fundamental techniques. Wang Yuntao's basic spear techniques were solid, every thrust felt nearly unavoidable, and under his pressure, Su Kan had to bring out all his hidden abilities. Fortunately, Su Kan's embryonic form of blade intent was not to be underestimated. Relying on its enhancement, he managed to hold his ground and exchanged blows with Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao was initially very confident. He believed he could force Su Kan to use his draw blade slash, and then defeat him with the point steel spear technique. Su Kan's draw blade slash was indeed fast, but sometimes, speed does not equate to stronger power. All he needed to do was maintain a distance from Su Kan, ensuring they weren't too close, allowing him to evade Su Kan's draw blade slash and even use the length of his spear to attack. Of course, this was assuming Wang Yuntao did not want to engage in combat with a much higher vitality value than Su Kan. If he fought with a vitality limit of 9.9, he believed he could take down Su Kan quickly, without even needing to use the point steel spear technique. However, after battling Su Kan, Wang Yuntao realized how difficult he was to handle. Su Kan's blade moved as if it were alive, clearly less powerful and less sophisticated than Wang Yuntao's techniques, yet it kept up with him, countering effectively. This left Wang Yuntao quite shocked. In the national training camp, he had seen many whose sword skills surpassed Su Kan's, including those as abnormal as Lin Xie. But those people's strength was just strong. There was no one like Su Kan, who despite being much weaker, managed to withstand and occasionally counterattack, making him uncomfortable. What is this? Wang Yuntao couldn't see Su Kan's condition clearly, but the prominent figures in the stands, as well as the teachers from the 10 major academies, had sharp eyes. Upon witnessing Su Kan's swordplay, they could not help but show astonishment. Is this the embryonic form of blade intent? Many were incredulous that they were witnessing the embryonic form of blade intent from a high school student who wasn't even a ranker yet. Blade intent, even just the embryonic form, was something only rankers were qualified to approach. Or rather, many rankers never encountered the embryonic form. This was truly an advanced concept. Even the top genius of Haishi province, Lin Xie, who had already entered the warrior realm, had not mastered the embryonic form. How is this possible? Many prominent figures, including teachers from the 2 highest academies, questioned if they had seen wrongly, but upon seeing the reactions of others, they felt sure they had not. No wonder this kid was inconspicuous before, suddenly bursting forth to become a so-called talent, so that's how it is. The teachers of Emperor Martial and Demon Martial realized everything made sense now. The concept of the embryonic form is too profound. There have been people like this before, initially obscure, but once they grasped the embryonic form, they soared into the sky, quickly becoming geniuses among geniuses. This made both their gazes turn fiery. Didn't expect to encounter such a genius on this trip to Haishi, it was worth it. In their eyes, Su Kan's importance was no less than Lin Xie's. Of course, there is a premise to this. Su Kan must successfully break through in his first semester of college and become a formal martial artist. Lin Xie has already been taken by the capital, I must have Su Kan. The teacher of Demon Martial thought of this and secretly took out his phone, sending a message to the vice principal of Demon Martial. This kid has grasped the embryonic form of the knife intent? In the governor's office, Zhang Ligua took some time to have his secretary open the live broadcast of Su Kan and Wang Yuntao, wanting to see their level. Both of them are the future of Haishi province, and being someone who has always cared about student education, he certainly wouldn't miss it. With his strength, he saw through Su Kan's foundation at a glance, even through the screen. Zhang Ligua showed an expression of surprise, pondering for a moment before speaking. Xiaofeng, I happen to have a mountain-splitting picture in my collection, find a chance to deliver it to Su Kan. What? The one called Xiaofeng was that elegant young man from before. After hearing Zhang Ligua's words, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Sir, that is. Good things should be given to suitable people, keeping it in my hand is just a collection. Zhang Ligua waved his hand dismissively, and the elegant young man finally responded. Yes. If this continues, I will either burst from my chi blood or have to use the steel gun technique. Wang Yuntao felt more and more frustrated, clearly stronger than the opponent's basic technique, yet being forced to retreat step by step, it really annoyed him. Damn it, harder to deal with than that madwoman Li Lingxi.
I can't take it anymore. Wang Yuntao flicked his long spear, temporarily pushing Su Can back.
First move of the steel gun technique, breaking wind and piercing clouds. Wang Yuntao shook his hand and struck out at lightning speed, piercing through the air like a swift wind, directly aiming for Su Can's chest. Wang Yuntao was also quick. This strike made Su Can tremble all over. Suddenly, an involuntary memory surfaced in his mind, a man with an unclear face, hand resting on a knife. First move of the blade drawing, mountain cutting slash. Su Can subconsciously mimic the man's movement, his heart uttering the name of this slash. The knife in Su Can's hand was as mighty as a mountain pressing down on an egg, and where the blade light flashed, it seemed capable of cutting mountains. Fast, equally fast. Clang. Sword and spear clashed. A massive force collided in the air, producing a violent metallic crash sound. Both Su Can and Wang Yuntao felt a giant force transmitting through their hands, their arms tingling, but neither was willing to yield, forcing themselves to endure the pain in their arms and engage again.
Chapter 74, Mountain Cutting Slash.
In a few breaths, both sides exchanged blows over a dozen times.
The clash of blade and spear.
The only referee left was the main judge, who was fully focused on watching during the duel, not daring to be distracted.
The audience below was also in a daze.
Especially the participants who had just entered the competition, their eyes widened.
Is this the power of Su Can and Wang Yuntao? Too exaggerated. If I went up there, I'd probably be defeated in an instant.
Hong Huaping swallowed hard. He originally thought there was indeed a gap between himself and Su Can, but he felt it was limited. During the provincial simulation, I happened to be ranked 10th, Chi Blood 9.4, Basic Technique Stage 2 96%, Advanced Technique 58%.
Total score 609.
In these past 10 days, my training has never slacked off, and my strength has steadily improved. My vitality increased by 0.1, my foundation improved by 2%, and my advanced skills by 1%. I originally thought that with this level, even if I fought Su Can, I wouldn't lose too miserably. After all, my vitality has reached 9.5, giving me an advantage in vitality. As Hong Huaping said this, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. He once thought that the gap in fundamental techniques and skills was merely the icing on the cake, only playing a decisive role when the strength differences were not too large. But he never expected that the gap in skills could be this vast.
Many eliminated contestants were in a daze.
They could accept Wang Yuntao's strength. After all, even to them, Wang Yuntao was a legendary figure.
But Su Can.
They really found it hard to accept at that moment. Even with the previous build-up, when they truly saw Su Can's strength, they felt a bit uncomfortable. But the facts were right in front of them, so they could only accept it. Interesting, I didn't expect Su Can to push Xiao Wang to this point. Li Lingxi put down her phone, and even in her calm eyes, there was a hint of excitement. But if it's just like this, you are not Xiao Wang's opponent.
As soon as Li Lingxi's words fell, Wang Yuntao exploded. Second move of Steel Spear Technique, Soaring Dragon and Surprising Phoenix.
Vitality surged, as if radiant light reflected on Wang Yuntao's body. Wang Yuntao knew that if this continued, he would not win against Su Can, so he could only release his vitality. He couldn't afford to lose. Unfortunately, this move he had learned was not yet ripe, he had only recently started to practice this agile skill. Soaring Dragon and Surprising Phoenix emphasized the combination of agility and spear techniques, much like a swimming dragon weaving through the air, unpredictable and elusive. When he thrust the spear, it resembled a fleeting glimpse, making it hard for the enemy to grasp the direction of the attack.
Wang Yuntao had only learned the surface.
Advanced skills, learned before reaching 60%, mostly understood just the surface of the technique, incapable of mastering even one complete move.
From the first phase's 60% progress, routes began to diverge.
The first option was to remain at the surface level, just like Su Can did before, deeply focusing on the speed of the draw blade strike, continuously digging into its potential, allowing the progress of the draw blade strike to keep rising. However, this method was very difficult, as the leap from 1% to 60% was basically about digging into every potential aspect of the advanced skills to the limit of one's own vision. Very few people would break through the 60% barrier using this method, most would use the second option.
The second option involved learning the supplementary moves that follow the advanced skill.
By learning these supplementary moves, one could understand and enhance the technique from other aspects, thus improving its progress.
However, the latter didn't have as fine a division.
There were too many advanced skills and a wide variety. Some advanced skills had 13 moves, some only 11, and some had as few as 3 moves. The number of moves didn't determine the quality of the advanced skill. A great person once said, "There are no weak advanced skills, only weak people." As long as one fully cultivates an advanced skill, it can unleash terrifying power, enough to easily destroy mountains and rivers.
As for why Sukan didn't learn when he reached the 60% stage?
Actually, this was a personal issue for Sukan.
Sukan simply didn't know these things. Yes, he truly didn't know.
There was a misunderstanding in this matter. The drawblade strike was taught to Sukan by Teacher Chow. Because Sukan's strength improved too quickly, Teacher Chow had long since stopped teaching him, mainly because his level was not sufficient. Later on, when others saw that Sukan's drawblade strike was continuously improving and that Sukan rarely showed it in front of others, they stopped paying attention to it. If it weren't for the fact that the bullhead master happened to have a more advanced version of the drawblade strike technique. Through memory infusion, thoughts and images were imparted into Sukan's mind, and it might be when he reaches the 100% stage that he will discover these issues himself. But this is all fate. If Sukan had learned the techniques associated with the blade draw earlier, he would not have received the teachings from the bull headmaster. Blade draw is a special high-level skill with several schools.
In Dongwon, there are 3 schools.
The first is the speed pursuit school, focusing on the speed of the blade draw.
The second pursues the properties of the blade draw, enhancing its power with attributes.
Even within this school, there are various branches. The third advocates that the power of the mind is the core of the blade draw. This school is the most mysterious and has the fewest practitioners. Sukan has heard about all of these but has yet to engage with them. It is precisely for this reason that Sukan received a school from the bull headmaster, a school that does not exist in Dongwon or even the entire High Martial continent.
This time, let's see how you will cope. Li Lingxi is very familiar with Wang Yuntao.
Although Wang Yuntao dislikes fighting her, the two often spar with each other. This move is one of Wang Yuntao's trump cards, and she needs to be fully focused to face it.
Add some points.
Energy cost, 100 points, blade draw progress increases by 1%.
Current progress, 98%.
From 1 to 60%, it takes 10 energy to increase by 1%. For the breakthrough at 60%, it consumed 100 energy, and from there to 90%, it is 20 energy to increase by 1%. For the 90% breakthrough, it consumed 500 energy, while subsequent increases require 100 energy each. Before the battle, Sukan's blade draw was at 96% progress, but due to mastering the Dun Yu cut at the last moment, this progress increased by 1%, saving Sukan 100 energy.
Dun Yu cut. The initial move is the same.
However, since it was just the first use, it felt a bit awkward. But this time, Sukan felt as if he had been through countless trials.
What? Wang Yuntao's pupils shrank sharply.
The calm, confident expression on his face vanished. Throughout the previous battles, he had always been full of confidence. Even when using the first form of the steel spear technique and failing to defeat Sukan, he still thought he could win. So his mindset was strong, as he believed that as long as he put forth his full strength, he could definitely defeat Sukan.
Absolutely.
But this time, with this move, he lost control of his energy and blood, truly going all out, yet this only barely gave him the upper hand? This left Wang Yuntao unable to accept it, and his mindset began to falter. Sukan, on the other hand, did not have as many thoughts as Wang Yuntao did. In his eyes, there was only Wang Yuntao and the knife in his hand.
That last strike was exhilarating. Really thrilling.
It was the first time he merged the essence of the sword into the blade draw, unleashing such power.
Otherwise, that 1.3 difference in energy and blood would not be so easy to bridge. Slash.
With the battle knife swirling in his hand, Sukan completely ignored the injuries and pain on his tiger mouth, as if he could not feel any pain.
No. I will not lose.
Wang Yuntao's heart was in chaos. As he withdrew his long spear, he could no longer advance.
Sukan advanced, and Wang Yuntao retreated. Wang Yuntao held on for less than 3 minutes before he was defeated by Sukan.
It was the main referee who intervened to stop the attack.
I lost.
Wang Yuntao heard the referee announce the result, and his whole being felt like it had lost its soul, devoid of spirit. Sukan, on the other hand, came back to his senses from the state of complete concentration, and at that moment felt the pain in his tiger's mouth, which had completely cracked open. The pain made Sukan furrow his brow, but soon he was distracted by the panel in front of him, and the pain faded away.
Name, Sukan. Chi and blood, 8.7 plus.
Spirit, 50 plus.
Physique, acquired sword body plus. Skills, basic sword technique, stage 3 18% plus.
Advanced skill, draw sword slash, stage 1 99% plus.
Sword intent prototype, 2%. Energy, 1260.6.
The sword intent prototype has improved. From 1% to 2%, this made Sukan's understanding of the sword deepen. The progress of the draw sword slash increased by another 1%. This 1% was achieved by himself, meaning in this battle, Sukan improved by 2% thanks to his own insights. The basic sword technique improved by 4%, and his chi and blood increased by 0.1 in battle. This was all the benefits gained from this fight. This made Sukan marvel that battle truly is the best way to break through, especially when under pressure. Of course, such battles can't happen all the time. A certain amount of accumulation is necessary, otherwise, you would have nothing to convert. Sukan was able to make such progress in this battle because he digested the previous accumulation during the fight.
Thank you for your guidance, Brother Wang.
Sukan looked at Wang Yuntao's dazed appearance and bowed again. Wang Yuntao heard Sukan's words and slowly came back to his senses, a bitter smile appearing on his lips.
You won. But next time, I will definitely not lose to you.
Wang Yuntao was not an ordinary person. He admitted that he had indeed lost his balance just now, but he had adjusted himself now. This defeat was not entirely a bad thing for him. He had truly been sailing too smoothly. Wang Yuntao comforted himself in his heart.
In response to Wang Yuntao's words, Sukan just smiled and did not reply. You two go down and treat your injuries. The chief referee said to the two, and Sukan and Wang Yuntao nodded.
This injury, if it were in his previous life, although not a serious injury, would still affect life greatly, and recovery would take a long time. But this time was different.
For entered-level martial artists, many possess special powers.
This time, to ensure that these participants could maintain a good state for battle without being affected by injuries, they specially invited entered-level martial artists who possessed wood attributes and excelled in healing. Sukan had witnessed the abilities of these people. A minor injury was just a matter of lightly touching for them. This time Sukan and Wang Yuntao once again experienced this mysterious power. In less than 30 seconds, the injury on Sukan's tiger's mouth completely healed, without leaving a single scar. That intense pain also disappeared, as if Sukan had never been injured at all.
It's truly amazing.
Sukan looked at his healed tiger's mouth, raised his hand, and clicked his tongue in wonder.
It really is incredible.
Wang Yuntao couldn't help but exclaim, his tone filled with yearning. Before entering the level and after entering the level, it's like two completely different worlds. After entering the level, you can wield extremely mysterious powers, control the forces of nature, command thunder and lightning, fly through the air, transcending ordinary people. As Sukan listened to Wang Yuntao's words, he seemed to know a lot about the world after entering the level, and he couldn't help but curiously ask, what is the world after entering the level like? What is the world after entering the level like? Wang Yuntao was stunned for a moment, then remembered Sukan's identity, and his gaze towards Sukan became complicated. Sukan was able to defeat him as an ordinary person. He truly felt like a dog in this moment. The world after entering the level is really exciting, more exciting than you can imagine. As he spoke about this, Wang Yuntao became excited. But due to some regulations, I can't tell you too much, I can only give you a rough idea. Sukan adopted a serious listening posture. Before entering the ranks, we are all called martial artists. You should know this without me saying it. Only after entering the ranks can one be considered a true martial artist, as their life structure within changes, and their lifespan continuously increases with the completion of this life structure, along with their recovery ability.
These people often refer to themselves as extraordinary beings.
Sukan nodded. He had heard this from Yan Jun last time.
But all of this is just basic information, something many people already know. What I am about to say is something most people do not know. Wang Yuntao lowered his voice and leaned closer to Sukan's ear. You should have some doubts, right? According to some official information, getting into a key martial university is like having one foot in the ranks of martial artists. Many can become martial artists before graduation, yet the number of martial artists appearing in the human world is actually not that many, right? This question truly struck a chord with Sukan. He indeed had such doubts before. However, due to his limited understanding of the world and his small circle, he hadn't delved deeper into it. But now, listening to Wang Yuntao, it seemed there was more to it. In fact, martial artists entering the ranks can be divided into two categories. To be precise, it should be 3 categories. 3 categories? Yes, 3 categories. The first category is those visible martial artists. They actually belong to both the first and second categories. Sukan did not interrupt Wang Yuntao and listened attentively. After all, these things he could not hear from others. How should I put this? There are some things I can't tell you, and explaining them is a bit complicated. Wang Yuntao thought for a moment and still tried to explain in a way he could. Both of these categories can be said to have gone to a certain place and then returned. However, the first type escaped from there, signed a certain contract with the country, and thereafter cannot step into that place again, nor can they spread information about it. The second type completed their mission requirements, established their merits, received rewards from the country, and came back to build the nation and cultivate more talents. Upon hearing this, Sukan's eyes narrowed. Having read countless novels in his previous life, he certainly had many thoughts. These two types of people are not many, generally accounting for about 1/5? Or 1/4? I'm not exactly sure, as this information comes from what I gathered indirectly, not something others told me. Wang Yuntao explained, noticing Sukan's thoughtful expression, then fell silent until Sukan looked at him again before continuing.
The third type is those who enter a certain place, stay there permanently, or sign a certain contract, allowing them to freely travel between these two places, often wandering between them. However, the risks for the third category are high, and the mortality rate is not low. After explaining these three types, I can tell you about the levels of martial artists. We start from the 9.9 blood limit. After reaching this limit, one can communicate with the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth, allowing these powers to infuse into oneself, creating attributes within their body, completing a transformation to become a martial artist. There are many types of attributes, and new ones generally appear every year. However, they can be broadly divided into elemental types, enhancement types, sense types, rule types, and others. Of course, this is not limited to a single type. In your drawing sword style, there is a faction that specializes in combining drawing sword techniques with elements, but their top performers combine elements with sense to unleash greater power. Then there are the enhancement types, which generally include strength enhancements, speed enhancements, etc., and they can also blend with other types. Of course, it's not necessarily about merging to be the strongest. Taking a single path to the extreme can also be very powerful. I've heard someone say that having multiple extraordinary powers can lead to difficulties in reaching certain realms due to some shortcomings. Wang Yuntao smiled awkwardly as he said this. It was clear that he didn't understand much. Do you know the realm divisions after becoming a martial artist? Su Ken was very curious about this. The realm divisions after becoming a martial artist? Wang Yuntao's eyes lit up. I actually know a bit about this. Please elaborate. Entering as a martial artist is the martial artist realm. The martial artist realm is divided into 4 stages: initial, middle, late, and peak, which are said to correspond to 10, 40, 70, and 90 vitality levels. However, it's worth mentioning that after entering the stage, vitality is not the final factor for assessing combat power, it's the extraordinary power that matters. It seems that after they enter the stage, they all find ways to learn or adapt the high-level techniques they learned before to suit their extraordinary powers. I won't talk too much about what I understand, let me continue with the later realms. The second realm is the Martial King realm, also known as the King realm among martial artists. So quickly to the King realm? Su Ken showed a surprised expression. What's wrong? Wang Yuntao was confused. Nothing at all. Su Ken chuckled awkwardly. It seemed that reaching stages in this world was this complicated, almost as if it came with immense power. It didn't really seem fast, did it? It said that those strong in the Martial King realm can briefly walk on air, and with a single blow, can easily destroy a mountain, showcasing great power. Of course, I've only heard about this, I don't know much personally, but one thing I can be sure of. Wang Yuntao paused here, seeing Su Can's gaze fall on him again, then continued. The governor must be at the Martial King realm, and among those, he is an exceptionally strong presence. Su Can couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't that obvious? The next realm seems to be the Martial God realm. I've only heard people talk about it, I'm not really sure, so I won't say much. But being at the end with God, one can imagine the strength. Su Ken nodded. Martial Artist realm, Martial King realm, Martial God realm, 3 realms? And also that place mentioned by Wang Yuntao. Excitement appeared in Su Can's eyes. Wait for me, I'm coming soon. Su Can, I'm a teacher from Shuanghua Martial University. I just watched your match, and I think you're a great fit for our Shuanghua University. We've decided to offer you an important special admission spot. Su Can, don't listen to him. Our Hengqing Martial University ranks 2nd in last year's new student competition, and our overall strength is much stronger than theirs at Shuanghua Martial University. If you're willing to join us, we'll offer very generous rewards. As soon as he left the medical room, many teachers who had previously sat in the stands rushed towards Su Can. Their eyes were only on Su Can, completely ignoring Wang Yuntao beside them. This made Wang Yuntao feel a black line flash across his forehead. When had he ever been this ignored? How unreasonable. Although he didn't care about these invitations at all, after all, his goal had always been to receive invitations from the 2 supreme universities. Like Lin Xia, to become a special student of the 2 supreme universities. However, Wang Yuntao knew it was difficult. After all, each year only a few special admissions were offered by the 2 supreme universities, probably only 50 or 60 in total. What? You say 50 or 60 is a lot? But the problem is, this spot is for the whole country. On average, a province wouldn't even get 2, not to mention the 2 super cities, the imperial capital and the magic city. Although Wang Yuntao had outstanding talent, he didn't think he would definitely get an invitation from the 2 supreme universities. Become their special recruit. Wang Yuntao glanced around and found no teachers from the 2 top universities, so he let out a sigh of relief. As long as they are not from the 2 top universities, I don't care how many from Wu University come. Although he felt a bit tempted by the benefits offered by Wu University, Wang Yuntao knew the value of the 2 top universities and would never be fooled. Just like the resources for training that are worth at least 10 billion each year, plus the exclusive training from a master who was skilled in drawing the sword and has entered the third stage of the art. Even having a private villa and priority access to various rare materials, he could ignore it all and even proudly lift his head.
Is this all?
Until he saw two familiar figures walking towards him, his pride could no longer remain high.
Chapter 77, The Two Top Universities Fight for People.
The competition had not yet ended, and the two contestants in the last match had just taken the stage when the teachers from the 8 dual priority Wu universities began to leave one after another. This made the two contestants who just got on stage twitch their mouths in disbelief. However, seeing that the two most important ones they cared about hadn't left, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least the people from the two top Wu universities are reliable, unlike the dual priority Wu universities, who have no credibility at all. Just as this thought flashed in their minds, they saw a teacher from Mo Wu stand up, his smile slightly awkward as he said something, and also left. This caused both of their hearts to tremble.
No way, could it be?
But when they saw the smile on the face of the teacher from Devour disappear and leave in less than 10 seconds, they instantly felt a sense of dullness. After all, it's one thing to determine rankings in this competition, but the most important thing is to let the 10 Wu University representatives see their strength and showcase their best abilities in front of them.
But now that all 10 have left, what are they supposed to do? What they were going to do, Wang Yuntao didn't know.
But Wang Yuntao knew his mentality had collapsed, like a bomb exploding.
Hello, classmate Su Kan, I am a teacher from Mo Wu, Chen Guangliang. The teacher from Mo Wu, Chen Guangliang, approached Su Kan with a beaming smile, showing no arrogance, just sincerity. I invite you to join us at Mo Wu and become part of our team. Chen Guangliang was bald, the top of his head shining bright.
His teeth were very white. If this situation were under sunlight, Su Kan felt his head and teeth would sparkle.
Are you willing? Chen Guangliang did not mention benefits, as many things couldn't be said in such a setting.
Moreover, he had previously investigated Su Kan's background. Coming from a poor family, some benefits would likely be hard for Su Kan to understand without explanation.
Chen Guangliang, didn't you say you were going to the bathroom? How did you end up here?
Just then, a teasing voice rang out, interrupting Su Kan's words.
When Chen Guangliang arrived, the teachers from the 8 dual priority universities all showed expressions of regret.
Because they knew that once the people from the two top universities arrived, there would be no place for them. No matter what conditions they offered, the gap between the schools was there, and it would be really hard to snatch back those resources. Unless what Mo Wu offered was not an exclusive recruitment spot, otherwise, Chen Guangliang wouldn't have come over. Hearing this voice, the brilliant smile on Chen Guangliang's face vanished. So close, just a little bit.
What a pity. Chen Guangliang knew that this troublemaker had arrived. What troublemaker?
I misspoke. I just happened to pass by and saw them here, so I was curious and came to take a look.
Chen Guangliang chuckled, not feeling shy at all. Those of us in the admissions office are thin-skinned, we're long gone and eliminated.
I still don't know your little thoughts. Diwu's teacher sneered, and then directed his gaze towards Su Kan, his smile immediately turning gentle. Hello, Su Kan, I am Diwu's teacher, Zhuo Guangzhu. I am not like this shameless guy, Chen Guangliang.
What a coincidence.
Both teachers' names contain a character for light, and of course, this thought only briefly passed through Su Kan's mind.
Hello, Teacher Zhuo.
Hello, Teacher Chen. Su Kan immediately said respectfully.
Such a polite child, I like it.
Once Zhuo Guangzhu arrived, it was as if he became the host, controlling the rhythm here.
Since we are here, according to the old rule, you may leave.
Zhuo Guangzhu looked around, the other 8 teachers from the Double Key Martial University curled their lips but said nothing, obediently leaving.
Teacher Zhuo, I am. Wang Yuntao next to him swallowed his saliva and still spoke up.
I know you, Wang Yuntao, but for now, you don't have anything to do here.
You can leave first.
Because the upcoming matters involve some confidentiality.
Teacher Zhuo's tone was still quite polite. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuntao opened his mouth, but ultimately left with a sullen face. Now, only the 3 of us are left. Old Chen, do you want to make the first offer? Or should I? Zhuo Guangzhu first glanced at Su Kan, then turned his gaze towards Chen Guangliang.
You go first.
Chen Guangliang pouted, then turned and left.
However, Chen Guangliang didn't leave, he merely retreated more than 20 meters away, turning his back. Zhuo Guangzhu then pulled out something from his pocket that Su Kan had never seen before, tossing it on the ground. In an instant, a light blue curtain enveloped Su Kan and Zhuo Guangzhu within it.
This is a device to prevent eavesdropping.
Mainly because that guy Chen Guangliang is too shameless and very good at doing little tricks to listen in.
By the way, you must be very curious about our actions, right?
This is actually an agreement between our Diwu and Mo Wu, to avoid any unnecessary trouble. We all use this method to have a private conversation with you, and in the end, you will decide which university to join. You don't need to feel any psychological burden, everyone recruited specially by our two schools is treated this way.
Oh, and you know, Lin Xia from Haishi was just enrolled by our Devour recently.
Zhuo Guangzhu was very skilled in conversation, with just a few sentences, he not only clarified things but also elevated himself while slightly dissing Mo Wu. If Su Kan really were just an 18-year-old senior high school student, these few words might lead him astray, thus developing a strong fondness for Devour.
Unfortunately, Su Kan was not. Su Kan just seriously nodded, looking earnestly at Zhuo Guangzhu.
This expression caused Zhuo Guangzhu's smile to fade a little, cursed inwardly.
Little fox. It seems I need to show a bit more.
Zhuo Guangzhu's smile remained gentle.
Before I talk to you about benefits, I need to educate you on something you might not know.
That is the realms of warriors after entering a rank. Warriors after entering the rank are divided into 3 realms: Warrior Realm, King Warrior Realm, and God Warrior Realm. Zhuo Guangzhu originally thought Su Kan would show a shocked expression, but unexpectedly, Su Kan did not react much, as if he already knew. This puzzled Zhuo Guangzhu. He had someone check Su Kan's identity yesterday, and he shouldn't be someone who knows this information. Besides, no one would tell Su Kan about this, they simply did not have that authority. Of course, he was different. Because he needed to recruit Su Kan as a special student at Devour, even someone who was not a rank warrior could know these things. Thinking of this, Zhuo Guangzhu took a deep look at Su Kan. Resources are categorized according to these 3 realms, simply referred to as first-tier resources, second-tier resources, and third-tier resources. By the way, resources like blood chi pills fall under non-ranked sources. There was no division. However, the disaster pills you have come into contact with are, even if they are fairly ordinary resources at the first level, indeed they are beginner first-level disaster pills, and the cores used are also from beginner first-level disaster beasts. Chapter 78, The Teacher of the Emperor's Martial Arts with 800 Eyes. Su Kan listened attentively, as these things were all new to him.
The beginner first-level resources are fairly abundant, and compared to the mid-level and late-level first-level resources, their value is considerably lower.
Let me explain with the disaster pills you can understand. The beginner first-level life force disaster pill, which is the type circulating outside, is essentially valued at 5 million each within our Martial University, with no limit on the quantity for exchange. In other words, as long as you have the corresponding points, you can exchange as many as you want.
Su Kan nodded slightly upon hearing this. 5 million?
It seems that this Martial University indeed has more advantages. You must know that outside it costs 8 million martial coins, and it's very hard to buy, needing connections. Zhuo Guangzhu was unaware of Su Kan's inner thoughts and continued. Even the 8 double-point martial universities, or let's say key martial universities, are the same. But with the mid-level first-level life force disaster pill, it's not like that anymore. Even the double-point universities limit the supply, but in our capital, it is unlimited for exchange and costs 30 million each.
30 million? Su Kan exclaimed, this value is indeed quite expensive. One pill costing 30 million, who can afford that? Zhuo Guangzhu noticed Su Kan's reaction and quickened his speech.
We have also started to limit the exchange for the late first-level life force disaster pill, its value is 80 million each. The extreme first-level life force disaster pill not only has limited supply but also certain exchange requirements, priced at 300 million each. If you join our Emperor Martial, we can grant you an 80% discount and you can exchange for unlimited amounts of various first-level resources. Of course, there is a prerequisite that these resources can only be used by you, and cannot be given to others or sold. If discovered, we will not only reclaim your resources but also expel you. Zhuo Guangzhu's tone turned stern, and for this, Su Kan understood and didn't feel much.
So what about second-level resources? Second-level resources?
Zhuo Guangzhu was taken aback for a moment, then displayed a playful smile. Second-level resources, then, are resources at the King Martial level, you shouldn't aim too high. Zhuo Guangzhu's words caused Su Kan to frown.
Why should he not aim high?
Zhuo Guangzhu probably realized that saying this was not appropriate and quickly added. In the first month after you enter as a freshman, we will give you points worth 300 million, and you can exchange for any first-level resources at an 80% discount. However, our Emperor Martial emphasizes earning what you deserve through your strength, so this resource will only be available for 1 month, subsequent resources will require you to earn them yourself. Including the villa you live in, and the resources allocated to you each month, are all like this. If you can rank first, you can even obtain 2 billion points in 1 month, and enjoy a 70% discount.
2 billion. 70%.
Su Kan swallowed, as Zhuo Guangzhu painted a tantalizing picture. Of course, in addition to the above benefits, we will also give you an opportunity. After a month of school, we will hold an internal freshman competition. This internal freshman competition gets a lot of attention, many senior martial artists at the king level will come to watch. If you perform excellently, these senior martial artists may take you as their apprentices.
True master-apprentice relationships.
Of course, you can also use points to ask these senior martial artists questions, but personally, I do not recommend you do so, it's too wasteful. In fact, some teachers at the extreme level of martial arts are enough. Even the highest level martial artists. Alright, this is the welfare treatment we Empire Martial provide for you. Think it over carefully. Zhuge Guangzhou finished speaking, gave Sukin a smile, and turned to leave. He believed that Sukin would choose them, Empire Martial, the welfare treatment this time, and the promises made were substantial. Those from Demon Martial could never draw a bigger pie than he could. As Zhuge Guangzhou left, he casually took back the device that prevented eavesdropping. It's your turn. Poof. Chen Guangliang snorted coldly. A few days ago, he had just lost to Zhuge Guangzhou because of Lin Xia, and this time he would definitely not lose. Chen Guangliang approached Su Kan, his expression changing quickly, immediately putting on a sincere smile. At the same time, he was quick in his actions, throwing out a similar eavesdropping prevention device as Zhuge Guangzhou's. Sukin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. These people from Empire Martial and Demon Martial really had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Ahem, hello, Su Kan. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Chen Guangliang, the deputy director responsible for admissions at Demon Martial University. Chen Guangliang's attitude was very sincere, and he extended his hand towards Su Kan. Hello, Teacher Chen, I am Su Kan from Ulda No. 2 Middle School. Seeing Chen Guangliang's attitude, Su Kan also responded warmly, and they both smiled. Ahem, that guy just now probably spoke a bit badly about me, or about Demon Martial. Su Kan smiled awkwardly. Before he could respond, Chen Guangliang spoke first. But these are all small matters. Actually, the welfare treatments of Demon Martial and Empire Martial are quite similar. The only difference should be that they are more utilitarian, while we care more about students. Utilitarian? Students? Su Kan was a bit surprised. Yes, Empire Martial mainly emphasizes strength. If you have strength, you can get what you want, including villas, resources, and even teachers, etc. What about Demon Martial? Demon Martial is actually quite similar, but we are a bit gentler. Chen Guangliang saw Su Kan's confusion and continued to explain. We will give students more time to grow. Just like the conditions Empire Martial gave you, you should receive around 300 million points right after entering, right? That's right, and an 80% discount. Su Kan nodded. After that, it will depend entirely on the ranking. However, that Zhuge Guangzhou guy is quite shameless. He should have told you that if you can get first place, you can get 2 billion points. A hint of disdain appeared on Chen Guangliang's lips. Su Kan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Chen Guangliang. That guy definitely didn't tell you that this first place is the first in the entire school, not just the first among freshmen. Moreover, they only give freshmen 3 months. After 3 months, freshmen will be integrated into the whole school's ranking, and at that time, the points you obtained will plummet. Additionally, the rewards for the freshman ranking are only 1/5 of the whole school ranking. And that so-called 80% discount is only available for the first month. These will only be mentioned when signing the contract later. These are all tricks of Empire Martial. However, those who can enter as special recruits are all exceptionally talented, and their families have plenty of resources. As long as they stabilize for a few months, keeping up with most old students won't be a big problem. However, we are more lenient towards freshmen in Demon Martial. After 3 months, you can freely choose whether to join the whole school's ranking. If you choose to stay on the freshman ranking, the rewards and resources from future rankings will be halved, but as long as you are a freshman, you can remain on this ranking to help you grow. At the same time, I will also give you an 80% discount privilege, which will last for 1 year, and you will need to fight for it afterward. Additionally, regarding teachers, you basically have to use your points to hire them. Our senior martial kings at Demon Martial are quite busy and have their own personalities. Is it unique? Su Kan had a strange look in his eyes. Yes, they have higher standards and it's not easy for them to accept new people, so even though we hold a freshman competition, they hardly come to watch. Only a few will show up. Overall, the gap between our magic martial arts and their imperial martial arts is not that big. What they tell you about first-tier resources, we have the same. These are all standardized, but we in magic martial arts are more sincere. Chen Guangliang had a good attitude. Su Kan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. What about second-tier resources? Second-tier resources? Yes, I mean the rights and prices for exchanging second-tier resources. Su Kan spoke seriously. Second-tier resources, well, those are hard to exchange, since second-tier resources are very expensive. Just one second-tier resource starts at 1 billion. For example, a second-tier initial-grade blood calamity pill costs no less than 600 million. 600 million. Su Kan narrowed his eyes. This price was indeed outrageous. Moreover, this 600 million is hard to get. You basically need to queue for it, since second-tier calamity pills are something the teachers also need a lot. The other second-tier resources are similar. To obtain second-tier resources, you basically need to go to that place. That place is?
Su Kan once again heard this term and looked intently at Chen Guangliang.
I don't mind telling you, since that place is also the main place for our two prestigious universities in the future, and it will be where you spend the longest time during your 4 years in college.
Su Kan's eyes lit up, he was finally going to hear about it.
However, the information you are about to hear is absolutely prohibited from being shared with any non-initiated martial artist.
If I find out, no matter where you are, I will hunt you down.
Chen Guangliang's tone was serious, and he exuded an irresistible pressure.
Can you keep it a secret? I can. Su Kan nodded seriously. Okay then, let me tell you.
That place is called the battlefield. As the name suggests, it is a place for battle, but it's not just for oneself, but for the entire country and race.
They're coming.
Hearing this, a familiar feeling surged over Su Kan, making him feel as if he had stepped into a novel world. Indeed, this world was not as simple as it appeared. Specifically, you will understand more when you get involved later. I can only tell you that the battlefield is a place of both danger and opportunity. It is truly exciting there.
Alright, Su Kan, what is your choice? If you choose Imperial Martial Arts, I won't mind.
After all, we haven't done well on the master side, but our predecessors in magic martial arts, sigh.
The last time Lin Xie chose Imperial Martial Arts for this reason.
For those super geniuses, being a little short on resources is acceptable. They are more concerned about inheritance. However, their seniors in magic martial arts are too responsible, so they tend to be more cautious in their choices. At the same time, many also dislike teaching disciples, which is quite different from the seniors in imperial martial arts.
Magic martial arts. Su Kan made his choice without hesitation, not because of the school's benefits, but simply because he felt Chen Guangliang was more sincere. What did you say? Chen Guangliang was taken aback, seemingly doubting he hadn't heard correctly.
I choose magic martial arts. Su Kan repeated it, his tone more resolute.
Ah, great. Wait, hold on, let's do it again.
Chen Guangliang, excited, casually removed the listening device and deliberately asked in a loud voice.
Su Kan, I will seriously ask you once more.
Are you prepared to choose imperial martial arts, or our magic martial arts?
Su Kan was instantly stunned by Chen Guanliang's cheeky move. Was it really this daring? However, Su Kan quickly reacted, a bright smile spreading across his face. He liked it. Teacher Chen, I have seriously and carefully considered this.
I think magic martial arts are more suitable for me, so I choose magic martial arts. Su Kan's reaction was also beyond Chen Guanliang's expectations, especially the wink he gave him, which made Chen Guangliang quite pleased. This child can be taught. This kid is good, he can help with introductions later.
You really don't consider their imperial martial arts?
After all, their imperial martial arts conditions are pretty good, and they value personal strength.
With your talent, you can definitely stand out quickly over there. Chen Guangliang pretended to hesitate and persuaded.
Beside them, Zhuo Guangzhu knew Chen Guangliang's intentions as soon as he heard his first sentence, and his face darkened. Zhuo Guangzhu snorted coldly, glared at Chen Guangliang, and turned to leave.
He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer.
At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart. Although Su Kan's talent is good, mastering the power of will so quickly and controlling the rudiment of knife intent will certainly help him when he advances. He might reach it soon, like water flowing smoothly.
But Su Kan hasn't advanced yet.
This generation has too many geniuses. Just in the capital, there are already 2 who have successfully advanced, and one of them has advanced with sword intent rudiment. Su Kan is good, but he is just good, belonging to the type that is tasteless to eat but a pity to discard.
If he hasn't obtained it, then so be it.
Earlier, Wang Yuntao had told Su Kan that martial artists advance in 5 categories: elemental class, enhancement class, intent class, rules class, and others.
But actually, Wang Yuntao didn't know much, just the surface. Elemental class and enhancement class are the directions chosen by the majority of martial artists, with the highest success rate. The rules class relies on some luck. The other classes are not discussed, as they include too much. Only the intent class relies solely on absolute power, so after advancing, the intent class is more sought after and usually has stronger combat power than the other classes' martial artists. Moreover, those who break through with the elemental class find it difficult to comprehend the intent later on. But if someone breaks through with intent, it becomes much easier to merge elements. Most importantly, once one understands the intent, as long as they develop it a bit more, the bottleneck for advancement basically doesn't exist. This is also the reason why Chen Guangliang and Zhuo Guangzhu rushed to contract Su Kan. But to truly say how extraordinary Su Kan's talent is, it's really just that much. After all, the Eastern Huang Kingdom is very large, and the world is also very vast. Wow, old Su, how could your Su Kan be so strong? With this strength, TSK, he probably could push me into the sky with just a nudge? Hong Tianda, at the entrance of the small shop. Seeing Su Kan and Wang Yuntao's battle, they all widened their eyes. Because this completely refreshed their view of martial artists. Can martial artists be this strong too? It was too unbelievable. Especially the other main character on TV was just a child they normally interacted with, a well-behaved boy they had been in contact with a few days ago. They found it even more incredible. Chapter 80, The Low-Key Su Can. Old Su, what are you saying? How could such a good child like Su can push you into the sky? Yeah, old Su, how do you usually educate your child? How did you raise Su Can to be so excellent? Lin Mei, I see your Akin is almost 18 years old. Coincidentally, I know a family with good conditions, an only daughter, and we can let Akin meet their daughter. In the past. In the shantytown, Su Can's family held a relatively low status. Because of Lin Susu's burden, their conditions in the shantytown were quite poor. Thus, everyone felt a bit of pride about Su Quan and Lin Susu and spoke quite loudly. But because of Su Can, the two directly became the star figures of the shantytown. He spoke to them softly and politely. Su Quan and Lin Susu both understood why, and they both showed comforting smiles. Lin Susu even quickly declined. Sister Cui Cui, Su Can has been sensible since he was little, many things he decides on his own, I can't manage these matters. According to Lin Susu's thoughts, she couldn't help Su Can with his martial arts, but at least she couldn't drag him down in other areas. So she refused very decisively. Oh, you all. Sister Cui Cui originally wanted to educate them a bit, saying that you can't treat children like this, but thinking of Su Can's achievements, she held back her words. On the other side. After Su Can reached an agreement with Chen Guangliang took out the contract and wrote some numbers on it after consulting Su Can's opinion. Upon entering Magic City Martial Arts University, starting from July 1st, he can earn points worth 300 million every month, accumulating for 3 months. From May 1st, 2024, until July 1st, 2025, Su Can will enjoy an 80% discount, whether purchasing resources or using Magic City Martial Arts University's props and teacher resources. At the same time, Su Can will enjoy 1 year of usage rights for a class A villa. 1 challenge secret realm, 2 resource secret realms. There is another benefit that Chen Guangliang fought for Su Can. After May 1st, the school will invite a blacksmith to specially create a first-level knife for Su Can. The materials and forging costs are all free. Su Can, our magic martial school start date is July 1st, so that resource worth 300 million also needs to wait until July 1st to be given to you. However, since you are specially recruited students, we also have some policies for you, to help them achieve better results in the college entrance examination. So, after May 1st, you can go to Magic Martial University and join as a prospective college student. However, the villa will not be available until after June 28th, I hope you can understand this. Having signed the contract with Su Can, Chen Guangliang looked at him with even softer eyes. I understand, Teacher Chen. Su Can smiled widely. What was mentioned above were all benefits for specially recruited students. For normal students, they could only earn 10 million points a month. Though also guaranteed for 3 months, the subsequent resources must be fought for based on their ranking. As for the remaining benefits, those are available to everyone, based on their strength. Chen Guangliang had written all this down. Then that's it, haha, this is my contact information. If you have any problems or questions, you can call the number on this card. Also, when you get to Magic Martial, remember to call me. Chen Guangliang took out a business card and handed it to Su Can. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Su Can solemnly accepted the card and recorded the number in his phone. Then see you in Magic City. Chen Guangliang laughed heartily, his white teeth and bald head were very noticeable. I'm off. Chen Guangliang left. Chen Guangliang came here just to pick talents. Now that he has selected Su Can, there was no need for him to stay. As for Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi, these two were indeed in his consideration, but after accepting Su Can, there was no need to think about them anymore. The spots for special recruitment were limited, and those two were on the edge of being special recruits or not. After all, this special recruitment slot is not given casually, even though it wasn't written in the contract. Basically everyone who is specially recruited can enjoy that benefit. Every special recruitment spot needs to be taken seriously. Su Can watched Chen Guangliang's departing figure, packed up the contract, and wore a bright smile on his face. Didn't expect to have no connection with Tsinghua and Peking University in my previous life, but in this life, I could receive offers from both schools. Still entering with the special recruitment quota. Although the Imperial Martial Arts and Demon Martial Arts are not called Tsinghua or Peking University, these two schools hold a higher status in the Eastern Huan country than in the past. After all, the Imperial Martial Arts and Demon Martial Arts are not just showing off in the Eastern Huan, these two martial universities are the best in the whole world. Next, let's keep a low profile. After Su Can said this, he saw Wang Yuntao walking over. Su Can, he. Before Wang Yuntao could finish, Su Can's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his voice. How did you know I was specially recruited by Demon Martial Arts? And even signed the special recruitment contract?
Sukan raised the contract in his hand, the words Demon City Martial University clearly visible on the cover.
Ah. Wang Yuntao was completely stunned. How would I know?
I just saw teacher Zhuo Guangzhu leave with a dark face, ignoring my greeting, so I came over to take a look. Although he was prepared for Sukan's special recruitment, it still felt a bit uncomfortable now.
Too uncomfortable.
Wang Yuntao participated in this competition not only for the good rewards from the school but more so to obtain the special recruitments from the two supreme universities. He knew much more than Sukan and understood the importance of the special recruitment quota. But unexpectedly, the special recruitment slot was taken by Sukan first. Wang Yuntao felt miserable. The news about Sukan being specially recruited by demon martial arts quickly spread. The source of the news was not Wang Yuntao, but Sukan himself. As the saying goes, riches and honor do not return home, like a brocade-clad person walking at night. Sukan was not the type to show off, but he still liked to flaunt a bit occasionally.
Sukan was specially recruited by demon martial arts?
Just like that, in a small group of only 3 people, a boy using his own name as a username typed this message.
Lin Xia, you found out so quickly? Wang Yuntao immediately replied.
Yeah, teacher Zhuo just called me and said he hopes I can teach Sukan a lesson.
That's right, this boy is Lin Xia. Lin Xia, you didn't agree, did you? Seeing this message, Wang Yuntao got anxious. What do you think?
Lin Xia asked back, and Wang Yuntao smiled awkwardly, confused, knowing that Lin Xia would never agree.
But the next second, Lin Xia's words left Wang Yuntao in shock. I agreed. Ha? Lin Xia, you. Mainly, I'm curious about this person. Mastering intent before advancing ranks is something even I haven't achieved.
No one knows Lin Xia's true thoughts.
But it's too early to say now. With Sukan's strength, he might not necessarily be Ling Xi's opponent, right? At Ningjing, Lin Xia directly tagged another person in the group.
This small group belonged to the 3 of them. Few people knew that their relationship was actually very good, they had been close since childhood, like childhood friends. Once, the families of the 3 also had a good relationship, often keeping in touch. But as time passed, conflicts arose, and the relationship between their parents grew distant. Of course, the bond between the 3 of them remained strong.
MMM.
Ningjing, also known as Li Lingxi, replied with just this. Lin Xia and Wang Yuntao were not surprised because Li Lingxi was just that kind of person. Just like her username, Ningjing.
Little Wang, but I want to criticize you a bit. Although Sukan has grasped the essence of knife intent, it is still too immature.
With your vigor, you shouldn't have lost, but unfortunately, your mind was chaotic in the end. Lin Xia watched the livestream, although he wasn't interested in the competition, he still paid close attention to his only 2 friends and specifically watched the live broadcast.
Don't say that, woo woo woo. Wang Yuntao naturally understood, tears streaming down his face. There's only one chance.
If he had handled things better at that time, perhaps he would have been specially recruited.
Oh, the eternal pain in his heart. The entire Green City, even the whole Haishi province, knows that Sukan was specially recruited by the Magic Martial University.
The Education Bureau of Green City and the Education Bureau of Haishi province made contact with Sukan and immediately released the news on their official website. After classmate Lin Xia was specially recruited by the Imperial Capital Martial University, classmate Sukan has been specially recruited by the Magic City Martial University.
Congratulations! This was the message from the Haishi Province Education Bureau. Having 2 specially recruited students from one province is indeed good news for Haishi Province.
After all, the number of special recruitments from the Devour and Mo each year is truly limited, and both schools need to consider relationships with various provinces. Every year, these 2 schools fill their quotas from all provinces. This means that in 36 provinces, each province must have 1 specially recruited person by both martial universities. This is an unspoken rule. Regardless of whether there are any talented individuals this year in that province, they will always recruit 1 person specially. Although the 2 martial universities have not explicitly stated this, everyone follows this rule. Under normal circumstances, more than half of the provinces usually have only 1 person being specially recruited. Only when 2 exceptionally talented individuals appear will they recruit 2 people from 1 province. Just like this time, they preemptively recruited Lin Xia. If it weren't for Sukan's emergence, neither Chen Guangliang nor Zhuo Guangzhu would necessarily have chosen another person for special recruitment. Even if Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi were both quite good, they might not take action either. Having 2 specially recruited students this early in the year is definitely something worth promoting for Haishi Province. As for Green City. There in Green City, it was like this. Congratulations to Sukan from Green City No. 2 Middle School for being specially recruited by the Magic City Martial University. Congratulations, congratulations. The news was directly posted on the homepage of the Education Bureau and pinned there. What a joke. After so many years, not to mention being specially recruited by the two top universities, even being accepted into either of the two top universities is a big deal for Green City. Last year, only 3 people from Green City were accepted by the two top universities, and their ranks weren't high. They had this news pinned at the top of their website for 7 days. This time, it was even more incredible. Even the entire Education Bureau would gain considerable political achievement because of Su Kan's matter. Anyway, Director Chow is sure to get promoted. The media in Haishi province was also particularly lively, filled with news about Su Kan. However, fewer people were paying attention to the upcoming match between Su Kan and Li Lingxi. At the Star Club. When Mushue once again became the center of attention, with countless people casting envious glances at her. Mushue, Su Kan was discovered by you, and you even signed an A-level genius contract with him. Why don't you contact Su Kan and invite him to our wait? No, ask him where he is, and I will personally go find him with sincerity. The chairman of the Star Club came to Wen Mushue's office, a broad smile filling his fleshy face. The status has changed. An A-level genius is something the Star Club has every year, although important, it is not that rare. However, an S-level genius is something they haven't signed in many years. Especially for someone like Su Kan, who received a special recruitment spot from Magic Marshall, that has never happened in the history of their Star Club. A genius like this is worth him personally making an effort, even lowering his face to ask. If they can successfully sign him, and if Su Kan can promote their club in a few advertisements, their club will definitely become extraordinarily popular and could even become the most famous club in Haishi province, or even a national-level club. When Mushue looked at the chairman's appearance, stunned in a daze. This chairman is a well-known entry-level martial artist, prestigious throughout Haishi province. How could he speak to her like this? One must know that even her own father would not have such honor in front of him. Everyone must pay with a smile. You Changwon, get over here. The chairman, seeing Wen Mushue silent, thought she was angry and immediately roared. Yu Chengwang quickly ran in, panic written on his face as he rushed to Wen Mushue. Before he could say anything, the chairman kicked him in the back of his legs, making Yu Chengwang kneel right in front of Wen Mushue. You ungrateful son, I brought you to the club to learn, and instead, you're causing so much trouble. I should have thrown you against the wall from the beginning. Kneeling on the ground, Yu Chengwang did not dare to get angry, because this was his father, his real father. St. Hall Training Camp. After hearing the news, Hanzei couldn't help but burst into laughter in his office. He picked up his phone and called his father, but unfortunately, there was no answer. Ha, old man, I've turned the training camp around, haven't I? Hee, it's still me who has the vision. I even borrowed 2 million from Su Kan, these are all things I can brag about in the future. I can't waste time, I need to sort out Su Kan's mother's situation first. If Hanzei's father knew that Hanzei was wanting to act like a father, he would probably come back from the battlefield and let him know fiercely why wolves travel in packs. Green Capital High School Number 2. When Teacher Chow heard the news, he couldn't help but laugh loudly, disregarding the occasion. Then everyone in the school heard Teacher Chow exclaiming loudly. How do you know that Su Kan's sword technique was taught by me? The elite class students. One by one, they were left in a daze, recalling the day they first saw Su Kan. Although Su Kan had talent and skills, he was only average and did not rank high in the class. Of course, Huang Zongbao felt even more complicated inside. He thought of how Su Kan was almost persuaded to drop out from the martial arts path in the parallel class. But now, Su Kan had come so far on this path, leaving Huang Zongbao, who was once a bit proud in front of Su Kan, unable to even catch his exhaust fumes. Zongbao. Beside him, Lu Zikai's expression was complex. It was indeed quite complex, feeling like a classmate who was once not as good as you suddenly made huge progress and, in just a month or two, got special admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Meanwhile, you are still striving just to get into a major university. Chapter 82, The Meridian Dual Hooks. Su Kan's Combat Ability. Before the match for the top 4 began, Wen Mushue, with Su Kan's consent, brought Chairman Yu from the Star Club to the competition site. To avoid affecting Su Kan's match that night, Chairman Yu arrived and did not let Wen Mushue contact Su Kan. Let's wait until Su Kan wins the match, we won't disturb him now, tonight's match is very important for him. Tonight's match had been announced, and Su Kan and Li Lingxi happened to draw against each other. This meant that tonight's match was like an early final. The two individuals in the other match, upon seeing this result, were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces, it was just too wonderful. MHM. When Mushue nodded, also looking forward to the match between Su Kan and Li Lingxi, curious about who was stronger. The match tonight was indeed very important for Su Kan. After all, if he lost, many people would talk. But no matter whether Su Kan wins or loses tonight, their Star Club was ready to heavily invest in him. Entering the arena. When Mushue and Chairman Yu sat for a while, and soon it was time for the match. The first match was surprisingly Su Kan against Li Lingxi. The audience that night was particularly large, everyone viewing this match as if it were the final.
Please welcome student Su Kan and student Li Lingxi to the stage. As the host's voice fell, the once noisy audience suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the contestants' seats. Su Kan and Li Lingxi stood up. The distance between the two was not far, about 5 or 6 meters. Su Kan smiled at Li Lingxi, and Li Lingxi also showed a beautiful smile. Li Lingxi was relatively petite, estimated to be only 1.55 meters tall, fitting the type of delicate girls. The two did not speak, each walked up to their respective platforms, facing each other from a distance. Green City No. 2 Middle School Su Kan, please guide me. Haishi No. 1 Middle School's Li Lingxi. The match begins. After both took the stage, staff members brought them their specialized weapons. To ensure fairness in the competition, the materials used for the weapons were the same. But you could customize the weapon with the organizers, specifying the type and any requirements, and they would accommodate as much as possible. However, the materials had to be identical. Su Kan naturally chose a battle knife, which was 1.5 meters long. Li Lingxi's weapon was the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe, an extremely rare weapon, at least until now. Su Kan had never seen anyone use it, nor had he heard of it. It was precisely because he would be facing Li Lingxi that Su Kan made a special effort to learn about it. The Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe is indeed not easy to deal with, it's too agile. After learning about it, Su Kan understood the weapon's intricacy. However, the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe was very difficult to learn, requiring a high level of comprehension, with very few who could master it. Su Kan specifically watched some masters' performances, and the more he watched, the more shocked he became. He never expected that a melee weapon could exhibit such power, truly astonishing. At the start of the battle, Li Lingxi charged forward, very clingy. Su Kan suddenly felt like he was sinking into a swamp, and there were probably crocodiles lurking in it, always at risk of being targeted by them. Lingxi's Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe, even I found it troublesome to handle before, I wonder how you will deal with it? In the audience, Lin Xie's gaze fell on the battle stage, his lips curling into a smile. Yeah, but this weapon is quite suitable for little Li. Wang Yuntao nodded. Li Lingxi called him Little Wang, so naturally he would call her Little Li. However, Su Kan's knife is very fast, little Li might suffer. Suffer? Once Lingxi gets attached, it's not easy to break free. Lin Xie chuckled noncommittally. While speed does conquer all martial arts, there are requirements for that speed. It was clear that Lin Xie did not believe Su Kan had reached the level to break Li Lingxi's grip. Soon, Su Kan and Li Lingxi fought for dozens of rounds. If it weren't for the fact that the intent of his sword had improved to 2%, and he had gained new understanding in drawing saber strikes, along with his basic sword techniques also improving, he really might not have been able to keep up with Li Lingxi. Li Lingxi's use of the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe was excellent. Even when facing stronger opponents, she could entangle them, seek an opportunity, and defeat them. The more Su Kan fought, the more astonished he became. Watching videos alone could not convey the danger of the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe. Unbeknownst to him, Li Lingxi's inner astonishment was no less than Su Kan's, perhaps even more. That afternoon, she had watched the battle between Su Kan and Wang Yuntao, and at that time, Su Kan's strength was not as strong as it was now. Is this a breakthrough? And his battle awareness and reaction speed are too strong. Even though I have the upper hand and have dragged him into my rhythm, I still can't enlarge the snowball. This situation was something Li Lingxi had never encountered before. In the past, as long as her opponent was at a disadvantage, she could quickly enlarge the snowball, using the characteristics of the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe to defeat them. But today, she found it impossible to do so. Looks like I'll have to use it. Li Lingxi felt calm inside. She did not underestimate Su Kan, as she had initially prepared to use advanced techniques from the start. As Li Lingxi began to move, Su Kan sensed it too. Su Kan let out a sigh of relief in his heart, immediately seizing this opportunity and striking out boldly. Breaking Mountain Slash. Fast, too fast. Li Lingxi herself did not expect Su Kan to grasp the timing this quickly. Just a slight move and Su Kan had already rushed forward. Looking at the battle knife slicing towards her, Li Lingxi could only use her ultimate move immediately. Fierce Tiger emerges from the cage. Clang. The difference in power between the short weapon and the battle knife was still quite noticeable. Su Kan seized the opportunity and expanded his advantage. This slash sent Li Lingxi retreating several steps. Not good. In this clash, Li Lingxi was not injured, she completely blocked it. However, she felt no joy, she had already thought of the consequences. Must be quick. Li Lingxi knew she had underestimated Su Kan, and with a push of her feet, she prepared to close in again. But how could Su Kan let such a good opportunity slip away? Draw and slash. This strike was a normal draw and slash, but Su Kan pushed its speed to his limit. In this moment, even Wang Yuntao couldn't see it clearly. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The disadvantage in weapons caused Li Lingxi to feel a rush of blood in her internal organs to shake, causing a hint of bright red blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. Li Lingxi's expression did not change, her gaze was serious.
She herself played with the Ziwu Mandarin duck axe, so she naturally understood the strengths and weaknesses of the Ziwu Mandarin's duck axe. It could fight against most weapons, even battle axes, as long as she closed the distance and utilized the 16-character strategy of the Ziwu Mandarin's duck axe. She could make the opponent unable to use the full power of their axe and thus lose the battle. Grabbing, capturing, pulling, cutting, poking, stabbing, shaving, gathering, chopping, hacking, this was the 16-character strategy of the Ziwu Mandarin's duck axe. But the disadvantages of the Ziwu Mandarin's duck axe were also very obvious. It feared being kept at a distance by long weapons. Just like against the battle axe, if facing its slash, would she dare to directly take it head-on? Absolutely impossible. Su Kan's reaction was too fast, directly taking the battlefield out of her control. Now, she only wanted to quickly close in on Su Kan and regain control of the opportunity, slowly wearing him down. Unfortunately, how could Su Kan give Li Lingxi any chance? Su Kan would rather be injured than let Li Lingxi close in again. After a few rounds, Li Lingxi's tiger mouth had gone numb, and finally, with a single draw and slash, Su Kan caused her left hand, holding the Ziwu Mandarin's duck axe, to loosen its grip. I lost. Seeing this scene, Li Lingxi decisively admitted defeat. Because of her misjudgment, she had fallen behind. Under an opponent like Su Kan, she could only watch her mistakes be amplified, unable to turn the tide. At this moment, she finally understood why Wang Yuntao had lost in the afternoon. From Li Lingxi suppressing Su Kan, to being turned over by Su Kan, to Li Lingxi admitting defeat, it all happened in just a minute or two. No one expected the final outcome to be like this. They thought Su Kan would win, and they thought Li Lingxi would lose, but to determine a victor, it should have been a difficult, fierce battle, perhaps even leading to both sides being wounded, right? There certainly was that feeling at first, but the ending came too quickly, didn't it? Interesting. Lin Xia had a rather interesting expression on his face. He originally wore a confident smile, especially when he saw Li Lingxi enter her state, he said. Su Kan lost. At that time, Wang Yuntao also nodded. He had fought against Li Lingxi too many times, and he knew that when he reached this rhythm, his defeat was not far away. Every time he defeated Li Lingxi, well, he admitted that he hadn't won once in their senior year. Just as he was familiar with Li Lingxi was too familiar with him, and would never give him a chance. But suddenly, they saw Li Lingxi preparing to use Fierce Tiger emerges from the cage to further secure her victory win. The ending suddenly changed. Su Kan erupted suddenly, instantly seizing Li Lingxi's mistake. Or rather, whether this was even a mistake, something that normally couldn't be caught, even if Lin Xia controlled his strength at this stage, he couldn't do it. But Su Kan seized it, and then directly used it as the core to expand his advantage, quickly defeating his opponent. All of this sounds simple, but it's really hard, even to the point of being nearly impossible to accomplish. Little Li actually lost? Wang Yuntao felt as if he didn't recognize this world anymore. Su Kan actually defeated Li Lingxi in such a state? That's unscientific. Unscientific? Lin Xia responded, and Wang Yuntao cast his gaze over. Actually, it's very scientific. Su Kan's combat awareness is ridiculously strong, almost fighting based on instinct. When Wang Yuntao heard the excitement in Lin Xia's tone, it seemed Lin Xia hadn't been like this for a long time, right? It's a pity his current realm is too low, but it doesn't matter. Tomorrow I will suppress my strength to the same level and fight him. Are you serious? Wang Yuntao's eyes widened. He initially thought Lin Xia was joking in the evening, but it turned out he was serious. What do you think? Lin Xia smirked, his mouth curling up. Wang Yuntao couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you think? I really wasn't too interested, I was just teasing you. But now I'm interested. First. Green City No. 2 Middle School. The principal of Green City No. 2 Middle School saw Su Kan win against Li Lingxi and immediately called an advertising company to custom make a banner about Su Kan being the first in the invitational contest and being specially recruited by Demon Martial University. He had completely regarded Su Kan as the first. After all, tomorrow's match was basically without any suspense. Old Chow, this time our school can apply for more resources. I think 400,000 points per week for Su Kan is too little. I think 2 million is more appropriate. Green City Education Bureau. Director Chow's face was glowing. The achievements Su Kan made brought him considerable benefits. As soon as the principal of Green City No. 2 Middle School sent in the application, the people below passed it to him, and he immediately agreed. Wait, isn't 2 million a week too little? Director Chow waved his hand and was about to change the 2 million to 3 million. But he stopped himself with a thought. Just to prove it as it is, no need to increase. Besides, you arranged the houses in the happiness community quickly, forget it. I'll talk to the city lord. This 150 square meters definitely isn't enough, at least a 300 square meters large unit is needed. Also, this money shouldn't go to Green City No. 2 Middle School, isn't it better if I send it directly? Additionally, I need to get Xiaoyan to contact Su Kan more. With Sukan's talent, even if he can't become a strong martial king in the future, a peak martial artist is definitely not out of reach. A peak martial artist, that would be a significant figure worth ingratiating myself to. Sukan didn't know that just because he was specially recruited by Demon Marshal and defeated Li Lingxi, officially becoming first in the invitational contest, both the school and the Green City Lord's mansion were throwing a lot of benefits at him. Now, he had left Haishi Sports Stadium, sitting in a shiny luxury extended car, arriving at the highest building in Haishi City, the 108th floor of Yunding Building for dinner.
The decoration was luxurious, resplendent, and had a high-class feel. However, Sukan really didn't appreciate this aesthetic.
The dishes inside were also quite expensive, mainly consisting of fierce beast meat or some spiritual plants. Chairman, you ordered a table worth over 500,000. Mr. Sukan, your performance this time was excellent, so we are preparing to sign you for a higher genius training plan. Halfway through the meal, Chairman, you saw that Sukan wasn't discussing serious matters at all. There is no way, he silently cursed Sukan, the little fox, and could only speak up himself.
Mu Shui.
Okay. When Mu Shui immediately took out the contract from her bag and placed it in front of Sukan. Mr. Sukan, I have a contract here, specifically customized for you. Sukan continued to pick up some food and bring it to his mouth, although this food was not worth much energy, even a mosquito's leg is meat and should not be wasted. However, some numbers on it still need to be filled in, we need to discuss. Don't worry, we have very few limitations for you, you just need to cooperate with us to shoot a few videos and some posters in the week or two before the new semester begins after the college entrance examination. When Mu Shui stood to the side with a complicated expression. Over a month ago, she was a big figure in front of Sukan, while Sukan was just a minor character. But unexpectedly, just over a month had passed, and the identities of Sukan and her had changed so dramatically.
Chapter 84, SSS Level Genius Contract.
Worth 10 billion.
Such things can only be done by high school seniors.
The college entrance exam and martial arts can indeed change a person's destiny. Sukan had no idea about when Mu Shui's thoughts, he stopped his chopsticks and looked at Chairman Yu.
Chairman Yu, are there any other requirements in this?
Yes, I have written the specific details in the contract, you can take a look, and let me know if you don't understand anything or need to make modifications.
Chairman Yu now considered Sukan a cash cow.
Sukan replied, picked up the contract, and directly looked at the obligations that needed to be fulfilled. After the college entrance exam, shoot a promotional video of about 3 minutes and 3 sets of promotional posters. For the next 3 years, cooperate with Xingchen Club to shoot a 2 to 3 minute promotional video and 2 sets of promotional posters 2 weeks before the start of each semester. To cooperate with Xingchen Club for a promotional event.
Incentive-based, participating in some competitions hosted by Xingchen Club is optional, not mandatory.
Finally, there is a restrictive clause. In 3 years, only the Xingchen Club can sign the high school genius contract plan, and participation in similar activities from other clubs is not allowed, but activities after college are not restricted. In addition, Xingchen Club will obtain the above promotional videos, posters, with 10 years of usage rights.
Sukan finished reading these obligations and nodded slightly.
This seemed reasonable, these were all normal conditions. After all, the club is not doing charity work, there would definitely be some restrictions. Otherwise, Sukan could just run to another club, wasting much of their investment.
Do you need to modify anything? Let me see the benefits.
Okay, Mu Shui. Chairman Yu winked at when Mu Shui, who immediately leaned in. Because they were so close, Sukan could smell the fragrance on Wen Mu Shui. Looking at Wen Mu Shui's appearance, Sukan couldn't help but think of the first time he met her. At that time, Wen Mu Shui was a very strong female leader. Sukan, we are signing an SSS-level genius contract with you this time. Such contracts have only occurred once since the establishment of Xingchen Club. When Mu Shui first praised Sukan before getting to the main topic. You are our old genius at Xingchen Club, you have risen step by step, and you know the benefits we offer. I know, C-level genius 500,000, B-level genius 2 million, A-level genius 10 million. Sukan answered decisively because he had experienced all 3 levels. That's right, but our Xingchen Club starts with the S-level contract, which is a customized contract. Many things need to be negotiated to meet your needs.
The benefits of the S-level contract are about 100 million in resources. What about SSS level? 10 billion. When Mu Shui held up one finger.
The words that came out surprised Sukan.
1 billion?
Fortunately, Sukan had seen a lot of the world by now. He was quickly stabilized because the things he owned were also worth quite a bit. After all, Sukan had slightly inquired about what Sorstan was during his chat with Wan Yuntao. Sorstan, something that only tiered martial artists can use, contains extremely pure extraordinary power, and consuming it can increase the extraordinary power within a tiered martial artist. In other words, those who become martial artists through elemental power would increase their elemental power. Those who become martial artists through willpower would increase their will. This was something very precious, so precious that even Wang Yuntao didn't understand its value. He had only heard of such things. As for Disaster Dan, even according to the prices in the two Supreme Academies, Blood Disaster Dan costs 5 million, Skill Disaster Dan 6 million, and Breakthrough Disaster Dan 8 million. Su Kan's net worth was still quite remarkable.
13 Blood Disaster Dan. 11 Skill Disaster Dan. 11 Breakthrough Disaster Dan. 170 Blood Dan.
1,500,000 cash.
10 million club points.
The Green Capital military also granted Su Kan the authority to exchange for points worth 2 million from the military warehouse. Adding all of this up, even at the lowest estimate, it was worth 230 million martial coins. This still did not include the most precious source Dan. What Wen Muxue said about 1 billion, while a lot, was not an unimaginable astronomical number. Once he joined Magic Martial, the resources he could obtain would increase even more.
Yes, it's 1 billion.
This 1 billion can be exchanged based on the resources you want. Just tell us what you need, and we will do our best to get it for you.
Wen Muxue spoke sincerely.
Having a basis for cooperation, Su Kan had a good impression of Wen Muxue and agreed.
Alright, then what about the previous 10 million? Not included. Then I agree. Happy co-renting. Happy cooperation.
Having signed a deal worth 10 billion, Su Kan felt extremely pleased. Today is April 23rd, once the match ends tomorrow, it will be the 24th. May 1st is approaching quickly, I will head to Magic Martial then. He definitely wanted to go to Magic Martial and wanted to go there as soon as possible. Su Kan longed for the world after stepping into the tier and wanted to experience the talents of the Magic Capital or the seniors in Magic Martial. Just as Yen Jun said, Green Capital was really too small. I will train well these days, going to Magic Martial will be a new beginning. Muxue, when I return this time, I will make you the vice minister in charge of recruitment for the club in Haishi City.
Salary of 500,000 per month.
Commission increase by 20%, and this time, Su Kan's side will give you a bonus of 5 million. Once Su Kan left, Chairman Yu wore a smile filled with joy.
Thank you, Chairman Yu.
Wen Muxue's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile upon hearing this. Her father was indeed a shareholder of the Star Club, but he was just a small shareholder. Their family could only be considered as having a little money. Receiving such a bonus, plus a monthly salary of 500,000 in commission, gave her more confidence in stepping into the tier of martial artists. By the way, Chairman Yu, Su Kan and Shen Sun from Green Capital are also talents he discovered. I have an impression of him, let's have him become the true leader of the Green Capital branch this time.
Chairman Yu, you are truly insightful.
When Muxue showed a look of surprise, she was not the kind of person who liked to take credit for others' work.
Duel. Chairman Yu laughed heartily.
Unlike his son, who liked women, he could differentiate between women and career. He would never touch a woman who could help his career or the women in the club.
The next day's competition arrived as scheduled.
The competition went just as everyone expected, with no surprises at all. Even standing before Su Kan was the fourth place from this provincial mock assessment. The energy and blood both reached a limit of 9.9, and in the simulations, he scored an impressive 628 as a super genius, yet it was still not enough. He posed no real threat to Su Kan, it was merely to make the finals less boring that Su Kan exchanged a few moves with him. Otherwise, with Su Kan's strength, he could really defeat him in a second.
Chapter 85, Lin Xie's Invitation. The Governor's Gift.
The battle lasted 5 minutes, and Su Kan defeated his opponent purely with basic knife techniques, hardly using the essence of the knife at all, securing victory in the match. After the match, it was naturally time for the awards ceremony. All 64 participants gathered, everyone had the chance to go on stage to receive their awards, it was an opportunity for them to shine. To be in the top 64 of high school seniors in such a vast province, all were exceptional among the exceptional. Everyone wore smiles on their faces. The rewards, though not abundant, didn't matter much to them, what they cared about was the impact behind these rewards and that certificate of honor. For instance, for Su Kan, the first prize was merely a bonus of 200,000, plus a certificate as the first place winner. But how much appreciation would Green City give to Su Kan behind that? Su Kan wasn't sure, after all, before coming, Green City had told him that as long as he made it into the top 10, he would be rewarded with a 150 square meter apartment in the Happy Community. The Happy Community, where a square meter starts at 200,000, and even with money, it is extremely hard to buy. For an ordinary person to buy there is nearly impossible, basically, only martial artists have the purchasing rights, and they also need to have made certain contributions to Green City. Of course, someone like Su Kan, who brought glory to Green City, would also be qualified. A 150 square meter apartment is worth at least 30 million. And this is merely a reward for being in the top 10, he came in first and was also specially recruited by the Demon Martial Arts, so Su Kan also didn't understand what kind of reward Green City would give him. After the awards were given and photos taken, this invitation competition came to an end. Next, Su-kan and the others would each return home to their mothers.
Just as Su-kan was about to leave, someone called out to him. Su-kan. What's wrong? It was Wan Yuntao. Su-kan looked over in confusion. It's like this. Wan Yuntao cleared his throat and whispered to Su-kan. I want to introduce someone to you, and Li Lingxi will join us too. Lin Xie?
Upon hearing this, Su-kan involuntarily recalled the name Lin Xie.
Yes, it's Lin Xie. He was also at the competition site today. He watched your match with me and Li Lingxi and also wants to spar with you. Wan Yuntao explained quietly. Lin Xie.
Su-kan repeated this name in his heart. For the number one of Haishi province, now a legendary figure who had become a martial artist, Su-kan felt quite curious.
Spar with me? He has already entered the rank.
Don't worry, Lin Xie definitely won't take advantage of you, and his family has good things.
Wan Yuntao winked at Su-kan, looking somewhat lewd. All right then.
Su-kan nodded, feeling interested in Lin Xie.
Let's head out then.
Wan Yuntao breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Su-kan was coming.
This also ensured that he fulfilled Lin Xie's request, to avoid having that guy always saying he was unreliable.
But let me talk to my companions first.
Su-kan walked towards Xiao Yixue and the others.
This group of 22 people were all brought here by the Green City Education Bureau in a chartered spaceship, as the Bureau wanted to show their emphasis on the competition, especially sending a deputy director, 2 deputy heads, and 2 staff members to help out. Yixue, I'm going out with them for a bit. There's something I need to do. Please help me tell Director Ma.
Okay.
Xiao Yixue responded obediently, looking at Su-kan with a complex expression. Once upon a time, Su-kan was just a negligible passerby in her eyes. Other than being handsome, there was nothing memorable about him. Even back when Su-kan mastered high-level skills, it was still the same. The two sides are fundamentally from different worlds.
But now. Stop looking, the person has already walked far away.
Hong Lin came to Xiao Yixue's side, watching Xiao Yixue stare at Su-kan's gradually disappearing figure. Her tone was complicated. Someone like Su-kan, she had never come into contact with before.
I wasn't looking.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixue responded somewhat flustered.
Hong Lin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Was she really not looking? Forget it. Hong Lin didn't want to expose her, but to prevent Xiao Yixue from sinking deeper, she couldn't help but remind her.
It's better if you weren't looking. After all, you are not from the same world. He is too dazzling.
Xiao Yixue's whole body shook. Are they not from the same world?
It seems they've never been from the same world.
Su-kan classmate.
Before reaching the entrance of the stadium, Su-kan heard someone calling him. The voice sounded somewhat familiar.
Brother Feng. Before Su-kan could say anything, Wan Yuntao beside him exclaimed in surprise. Brother Feng?
Only then did Su-kan see who it was, the elegant young man who was next to Zhang Liguo last time.
Su-kan didn't know his name and didn't understand how to address him.
Yan Feng seemed to see Su-kan's confusion, smiled at Wan Yuntao, and introduced himself. My name is Yan Feng, I am the secretary of the governor.
Secretary Yan.
Just call me Brother Feng like Xiao Tao.
Brother Feng.
A smile appeared on Yan Feng's face. Naturally, he also had a good opinion of someone Zhang Liguo valued. He was indeed doing better than Su-kan now, but the future was hard to say.
Brother Feng, what brings you here? Wan Yuntao looked over, seeming especially familiar with Yan Feng. The governor asked me to deliver something to Su-kan. What is it? Wan Yuntao's eyes widened instantly, revealing curiosity. Why are you asking so many questions?
Yan Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, then turned to Su-kan. It's this item, the governor said it might be very useful for you. Yan Feng pulled out a box about 80 centimeters long from his spatial ring. The box was new and exquisite, probably just wrapped.
Open it when you get back. Haha, I delivered the item, so I will be going now.
Su-kan, don't learn bad things from Xiao Tao.
Yan Feng laughed heartily.
Brother Feng, please thank the governor for me. Su-kan accepted the item. Since it was given to him by the governor, he naturally had to accept it. But Su-kan was still very curious about what the governor had given him.
Sure, keep it safe, don't lose it.
After Yan Feng finished speaking, he turned and left.
Su-kan, this item. As soon as Yan Feng left, Wan Yuntao rushed up, his face full of curiosity. No way.
Without needing Yan Feng to finish, Su-kan already guessed what Yan Feng wanted to say, directly refusing and storing the item in his spatial ring. This spatial ring was indeed convenient, otherwise, with so many precious pills, Su-kan really wouldn't dare carelessly leave them on him.
So stingy.
Wan Yuntao deliberately pouted. In fact, Wan Yuntao was also doing it on purpose, knowing Su-kan wouldn't let him see it. He was just trying to lighten the mood.
Su-kan smiled noncommittally.
Afterwards, the two sat together in Wan Yuntao's car, where Li Lingxi had been waiting. When Su Kan got in, Li Lingxi smiled at him.
Chapter 86, Lin Xie. Battle.
Xiao Li has this personality, mild social anxiety, doesn't really like interacting with people.
Wang Yuntao spoke, fearing Su Kan would overthink.
Su Kan nodded, no wonder Li Lingxi had come out alone just now.
Su Kan was puzzled, wasn't Li Lingxi with them? How did she end up going alone?
It turned out she had mild social anxiety. Li Lingxi didn't have much reaction to Wang Yuntao's words, but lowered her head and played with her phone. Old Lu, start the car.
All right, young master. Old Lu was the driver in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, which made Su Kan question Wang Yuntao's identity. Could he be some kind of black market young master?
Old Lu's driving was very steady, and no bumps at all. Especially since he was driving a flying car. The history of flying cars has actually been several decades long, but flying cars are quite expensive to manufacture and maintain, leading to low utilization rates. However, in recent years, major cities have begun to subsidize the purchase of flying cars. There's no choice, there are just too many people. Currently, ground traffic is extremely congested, especially during peak hours, making people wish they could just walk. In this situation, particularly in the capitals of the Empire and Magic, it is said that several years ago, they already restricted ground vehicles. Only public buses or government vehicles are allowed on the ground, everything else must be a flying car, otherwise it is not allowed on the road.
This is actually unavoidable. Because disaster beasts run rampant, humanity cannot survive outside the barrier.
Within the barrier, the protective power of the barrier keeps them safe from disasters. Outside the barrier, disaster beasts can emerge randomly, born of the forces of nature, making it impossible to defend against. In such circumstances, if humanity wants to survive, they can only live in cities with barriers.
As for the barrier?
It is established using a natural creation, a tool called the boundary stone. The size of the boundary stone determines the range of the barrier. Just like Green City and Haishi City, they have boundary stones of the same scale, so if you just look at the size of Green City and Haishi City, the two cities are quite similar. However, Haishi City's population is 1.5 times that of Green City, making it overcrowded. The capitals of the Empire and Magic are even more extreme. Their boundary stones are of a higher grade, but their population is also incredibly large. The Empire's capital has a population of 48 million. The Magic capital has a population of 46 million.
So many people crammed into one city.
That's why the Empire's capital and the Magic capital are both filled with towering buildings. There, you can't see a building with fewer than 100 floors. Due to the large population, they also have to restrict ground vehicles and can only travel via flying cars. Of course, all of this was hearsay from Su Kan, as he had never been to those two megacities. But soon, he would be heading to Magic City. That city, known as the Pearl of the East, is the most prosperous commercial metropolis of the Eastern Empire. The flying car's speed is indeed fast. With the road designed for this, we didn't stop at all. In under 10 minutes, we arrived at Lin Xie's home. We're here. Lin Yuntao chuckled, and Su Kan got out of the car, looking at Lin Xie's house, his mouth twitching. As expected, it was a lavish estate. There stood a mansion covering at least 3,000 to 5,000 square meters. It was quite luxurious, Su Kan estimated. Well, it's hard to estimate. In Haishi, being able to own such an estate in the city center is just, wow, Lin Xie's family is unimaginable.
This is definitely not something that can be acquired just with money.
You're here. Lin Xie stood at the door, smiling as he walked over when he saw Su Kan get out of the car.
Su Kan, this is Lin Xie, our young master Lin. Wang Yuntao joked from the side.
Li Lingxi also got out, put her phone in her pocket, and quietly watched. Hello, Su Kan, don't listen to this rich kid talk nonsense, he's the real young master. Lin Xie was different from what Su Kan imagined. Originally, he thought someone like Lin Xie, a once-in-a-generation talent who quickly ascended to success, would have a bit of arrogance.
Unexpectedly, he even joked around. Hello.
Su Kan shook hands with Lin Xie, just to clear up any misunderstandings. It wasn't that silly hand grip contest, just a simple handshake to get acquainted.
TCH, your Lin family this time just has to.
Wang Yuntao stopped abruptly, his face slightly awkward.
Let's go, why stand out here? We should go inside and sit down. Lin Xie subtly gave Wang Yuntao a look, changing the topic. Su Kan wasn't overly curious, just chuckled. Just followed and walked in.
Lin Xie was very talkative. His talkativeness was different from Wang Yuntao's nonsense. He could chat about anything under the sun, making Su Kan marvel at the education methods of these big families. It's really hard for commoners to catch up. Those second-generation rich kids who only cause trouble usually appear among the nouveau riches. Families with true heritage would never let their children become spoiled brats. As they chatted, Wang Yuntao steered the topic towards battles.
Lin Xie, aren't you going to have a battle with Su Kan? Since you brought back a set of equipment from Devour, why not let us experience it? Su Kan showed interest upon hearing this. Before arriving, Wang Yuntao mentioned that Lin Xia's family had good stuff, and it seemed to be that thing now. Okay. But Su Kan, you aren't a ranked warrior and don't have a specialized account, so you will have to log in with a temporary account. Lin Xia's original intention was this, and he naturally followed up upon hearing it. Account? Su Kan had a vague guess in his heart. It's similar to a virtual battle space, but this thing is more advanced than virtual space and can fully simulate the user's various data, including health points, etc. It also has many functions, but you will only know the specifics after you log into a MOWU and become a ranked warrior. For now, you can only log in with a temporary account, and the only function available is a virtual training ground. Lin Xia explained briefly. So, can you two join together? Yes, I specially spent a lot of money to get 2 sets. As Lin Xia spoke, he glanced at Li Lingxi and Wang Yuntao nearby, clearly indicating that this was arranged for them. It seemed that the relationship among these three was indeed quite good. Then let's do it. Su Kan was also eager to give it a try. He was quite familiar with the benefits of virtual space. During his last training camp at the Saint Hall, Su Kan had gained a lot. Later on, the Star Club also specifically arranged a machine for Su Kan, which was placed at the Green Capital Star Club branch, dedicated for Su Kan's use. Su Kan's battle awareness improved quickly, and the virtual space played a major role. However, this equipment consumes a lot of mental power, and since you haven't ranked up, no, I was reckless, I forgot your mental power is beyond ordinary. When Lin Xia said this, Su Kan could sense a hint of envy in Lin Xia's tone. While talking, Lin Xia brought the three of them into a spacious room. Lin Xia's home was really big, with every room about 100 square meters, and the earlier reception room was even more splendid. Inside the room were 2 robots that looked like Gundams. These are the 2 guys, and I only have the right to use them. After I graduate from Dewooo, I need to return them. The operation is very simple, Su Kan. You've used virtual space, so I don't need to say much, just go in directly. Okay. Su Kan looked at the Gundam-like robots and smiled at Lin Xia. Gundam is a man's romance. In this world, Gundams do exist. Let's go in, I'll set up a local network, and we can connect directly. Alright. Su Kan and Lin Xia both sat inside the Gundam and powered it on. Thanks to his experience with virtual space, Su Kan smoothly entered the virtual world inside the Gundam. Because it was a temporary account, things were very simple, and there was only a training ground function inside. As soon as Su Kan opened it, he saw a room on the training ground, and the next second, an invitation was sent to him. Without thinking, Su Kan accepted it. Su Kan, what's your health points? Although this machine is temporary, it can scan according to your health points, and you can accurately measure the level of your basic abilities and advanced skills based on your performance in battle. Let me take a look. Su Kan opened the virtual panel, and sure enough, his information appeared. Temporary account. Vitality, 8.7. Basic ability, unknown, waiting for measurement. Advanced skills, unknown, waiting for measurement. Extraordinary attribute, unknown, waiting for measurement. Evaluation, non-advanced warrior, please use the machine with caution, pay attention to usage time. 8.7 Vitality. Alright, I will also set it to 8.7. Lin Xia replied, he was not a temporary account and had many more functions. He lightly moved his fingers, and Su Kan could clearly sense that Lin Xia's aura weakened significantly. Let's go, don't worry, I will control my extraordinary power. Okay. Su Kan nodded and the training ground changed, transforming into a very ordinary training arena. Come on, at Wooded, this kind of battle mode is mostly adopted, allowing one to fight with all their strength without safety concerns. However, to improve strength later on is still essential, you will understand once you get there. Lin Xia teased, but Su Kan was not too affected, these people were all like this. It's starting. Here it comes. The two instantly struck. Lin Xia was using axes, double-sided axes, one in each hand, very similar to the weapon used by Chang Yaojin in a certain game. Su Kan was momentarily stunned when he saw Lin Xia's weapons, it didn't really seem to match Lin Xia's style. Lin Xia looked like a mischievous handsome youth, with clear features and a lean figure, not robust. Such a person hardly seemed like someone who would use double-sided axes. But the battle had begun, and now wasn't the time to think about that, nor was there time. Lin Xia's double-sided axes were very nimble, not heavy at all. In an instant, they came crashing down, and Su Kan immediately charged forward with his sword. Clang! A tremendous force surged from Lin Xia's axe, shaking Su Kan's hands numb. Such power. Su Kan squinted his eyes. Lin Xia controlled his vitality at 8.7, the same level as himself, yet he had such frightening strength? Stronger than me, I can't take it head-on. Su Kan quickly changed his original fighting style, if he clashed head-on, he would be cleaved dead in just a few strikes. Dodge! Win with speed.
Su Can immediately increased the speed of his sword techniques, forcing Lin Xie to be unable to unleash the power of his double-sided axes.
But how could Lin Xie follow Su Can's wishes?
After a few axe strikes, Su Can was forced to retreat step by step, barely holding his ground.
So strong.
Su Can was shocked. It was his first time being at a disadvantage against someone with the same vitality value. Little did he know, Lin Xie's heart was even more shocked. I adjusted my basic axe techniques to stage 2, at 45%, and infused it with 2% of power prototype, yet Su Can still withstand it? This guy is truly a freak. If I had 8.7 vitality, I would probably be instantly killed by him, right? Of course, when he had 8.7 vitality, he was only a sophomore in high school. No, I must hold back a bit, this is too unfair. Lin Xie smiled awkwardly, he just hadn't controlled his strength well and accidentally overexerted a bit.
Let's keep it at my level from 3 months ago.
As Lin Xie thought of this, he prepared to adjust. Suddenly, Su Can exploded with power.
Draw and slash break the mountain. Good one.
Lin Xie's eyes lit up. This strike came with great momentum and was incredibly fast. Fortunately, his reaction speed was also absurdly fast. He immediately twisted his axe.
Chasing stars and moon. The first axe blocked Su Can's sword.
The second axe, just like chasing the moon, swung towards Su Can's body. The two axes almost struck simultaneously, moving at an unbelievable pace. Su Can's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, he felt the threat of death.
Su Can quickly rolled to the ground, barely avoiding the second axe's fatal blow. Split the moon.
Lin Xie saw Su Can evading the attack in this manner. Without any surprise, he directly threw the axe in his right hand towards Su Can.
At that moment, it was quick and fierce. Su Can's reaction was almost instinctive, he had no time to think. Clang.
Holding the knife, he struggled to block the attack. The immense force sent Su Can rolling backward, blood surging up, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood.
Not bad, you actually managed to block it this time. But it ends here.
Lin Xie showed a satisfied expression. Su Can's strength was beyond what he expected.
Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi lost fairly. Su Can had no time to pay attention to Lin Xie's taunts.
At this moment of crisis, the figure in his mind appeared again. A shadow emerged. Holding a pitch-black battle knife, it swung out at high speed. The essence of the knife perfectly merged into it, and the knife's aura ripped through the void. Void splitter.
What?
While chatting and only holding an axe, Lin Xie suddenly saw a flash of knife light.
By the time he reacted, the death notification had already arrived. I'm dead? Lin Xie's figure reappeared in the training area, disbelief in his tone. What was that move just now called?
Drawing blade / void splitter. Su Can got up, his eyes shining bright.
Because just now, he had once again broken through with his own ability.
He successfully raised the progress of drawing blade slash from 99% to 100%, saving 1000 points of energy.
Of course, that was not the main point.
The points earned would also be transmitted to Su Can's mind through the process of being tempered, but that was not as solid as what he earned through his own training.
This is why Su Can didn't directly use energy to crazily boost his strength. Foundation is extremely important.
Energy wouldn't run away if placed here. If the foundation is solid, taking off later would be more stable.
Of course, Su Can was most worried that if his strength increased too quickly, it would attract unwanted attention, which wouldn't be good. Right now, the speed was just about right. Drawing blade / void splitter? Got it.
Lin Xie had a complicated expression. He didn't say that the last round didn't count, it was his own carelessness that caused him to lose. If they were to fight again, he would never say such things.
Losing is losing. He could take the loss. You won. But how about another match?
Sure. Su Can grinned, he hadn't had enough fun just now.
Alright, let's play again.
Lin Xie also liked Su Can's attitude, and they began to battle again. The more they fought, the more astonished Lin Xie became. Su Can was like a sponge, constantly absorbing from the battle, and his strength was steadily increasing. Initially maintaining a certain level, he found it increasingly difficult to keep up, forcing him to exert more effort to match Su Can's pace.
This guy is truly a monster.
His drawing blade slash has definitely reached the 100% stage. The foundation law might be a bit lacking, but it shouldn't be lower than 30%.
But that's not the key. The crucial point is Su Can's essence of knife intent.
Lin Xie was shocked inside. Even when he exploded with power, sustaining the same blood energy as Su Can, he could easily eliminate Su Can. But the problem was, he could only do this after significantly boosting his foundation after advancing to a martial artist. One day before advancing, he was not as good as Su Can. This hit Lin Xie hard and made him genuinely acknowledge Su Can.
No more, that's enough. If we keep going, Xiao Wan will be unable to wait.
No, he should have been unable to wait already. The two had been fighting for over an hour. Even Lin Xie felt somewhat mentally fatigued. He initially wanted to wait for Su Kan to speak first, but looking at Su Kan's bright eyes, he decided to take the initiative instead. All right. Su Kan smiled at the thought of Wang Yuntao's impatience and reluctantly sheathed his knife. There was no other choice. There is a training partner that no one would want to let go. This more than hour of accomplishment is quite good. Su Kan casually glanced at the information scanned by the machine. Temporary account. Vitality, 8.8. Basic technique, basic swordsmanship, stage 3 30% plus. Advanced skills, blade draw slash, stage 1 100% plus. Extraordinary attribute, blade intent prototype 3%. The growth really is significant. Especially the basic swordsmanship. Before coming in, Su Kan's basic swordsmanship was only at 20% progress, now it has directly risen to 30%, an increase of a full 10%. You must know that these are all gained by Su Kan from his own insights, without allocating points. Now I have hit a certain bottleneck. Wanting to break through isn't an easy thing. Also, I have already comprehended two moves of the blade draw slash. One is as fierce as Mount Tai crushing an egg, the other can swiftly cut through and tear apart the void. Su Kan slightly summarized his current strength. Ordinary martial artists should not be his match in one move. Let's go out. Lin Xie took a deep look at Su Kan, and his figure disappeared first. Watching Lin Xie's disappearing figure, Su Kan also retreated out. The outside world. Why are these two guys taking so long to come out? It's been more than an hour already. Wang Yuntao was indeed getting impatient, jumping around like a monkey. Xiaoli, can't you say something? What's so fun about this game? It's very fun. Li Lingxi heard Wang Yuntao mention the game, lifted her head, looked at him seriously, and nodded vigorously in response. Wang Yuntao directly fell silent. He should not have asked Li Lingxi. If these two guys don't come out soon, then don't blame me. Just as Lin Xie said, you really can't wait. Su Kan pushed open the high door and jumped out, his tone playful. You finally came out. You have no idea how hard I waited. Xiaoli completely ignored me, just over there playing the game. Wang Yuntao showed no embarrassment at all, immediately accusing Li Lingxi of her evil deeds. You guy. Lin Xie also came out, looking at Wang Yuntao's expression, he smiled lightly. Su Kan, we have a small group of 3 here, are you interested in joining? Lin Xie turned his gaze towards Su Kan and extended the invitation. What? Wang Yuntao, still joking around, stopped his movements completely upon hearing this. Li Lingxi also put down her phone, the usual calmness in her eyes replaced with surprise. But soon, the surprise faded, and she slightly nodded. If it's Su Kan, it wouldn't be a problem, anyway, she hardly speaks. Small group of 3? Su Kan also showed a look of astonishment. Is it convenient? It's convenient. Alright then. Lin Xie took out his phone, and Su Kan scanned it. The small group of 3 immediately added one more person, becoming a group of 4. To celebrate our small group gaining one more member, today I'll treat. Wang Yuntao, excited, wanted to put his arm around Su Kan's shoulder but was avoided by Su Kan in disgust. The 4 of them did not go anywhere to eat. Wang Yuntao's so-called treat was actually at Lin Xie's house. Lin Xie's house has everything, including a 5-star chef, so whatever they want to eat can be made directly. Su Kan, why did you choose mage martial arts? In recent years, the development trend of Emperor martial arts is better, and in international competitions, Emperor martial arts ranks above mage martial arts every year. Soon, the 4 of them were at the dining table. Wang Yuntao asked curiously. What? Su Kan's face was full of confusion. International competition? How come he had never heard of it? Almost forgot, you guys basically do not know about international matters. Wang Yuntao slapped his forehead, showing an apologetic expression. Please elaborate. Su Kan actually had no strong feelings, he indeed knew too little about this world. All he knew was that this land is the Martial High Continent, which has many countries, and Donghuang is a major nation. Also, Donghuang has 36 provinces and 402 cities. Among them, only 34 are real provinces, while the 2 super cities, the Imperial Capital and the Demon City, each count as a province. Of course, the Imperial Capital and the Demon City have this strength, their top warriors surpass those of the strongest provinces by quite a bit. Our East Huang Kingdom is just one nation on this high martial continent, you should know this, right? I know. Su Kan nodded, he understood this common knowledge, but he didn't comprehend the strength of the countries outside. Stop with the nonsense, let me speak. Lin Xie, unable to listen any longer, immediately interrupted Wang Yuntao, who had been rambling on. There are a total of 206 countries, large and small, on the entire high martial continent. Our East Huang Kingdom is among the top tier of these 206 countries and is one of the 7 great nations. With this background, the strength of Devour and Mo was naturally not weak. Both martial universities consistently rank in the top 10 globally, and they are truly giant martial universities.
So strong? Su Kan's eyes widened with surprise.
Yes, they are this strong because our East Huang Kingdom ranks high among the 7 great nations, firmly in the top 3. However, in the past, Devour and Manhwa had similar strengths, but something happened over 10 years ago that left the professors of Manhwa disheartened, resulting in fewer disciples in recent years and affecting the overall strength of Manhwa.
What happened? Su Kan's curiosity was instantly ignited.
It's nothing much, I don't know too many details, as it happened over 10 years ago when I was still young, and afterward, the matter was sealed off. I only know the rough details. I know that your Manhwa was very strong, firmly suppressing Devour, because that batch produced several geniuses. Later, for some unknown reason, those super geniuses betrayed Manhwa, leading to countless casualties among that batch of students and a number of teachers dying as well, severely injuring Manhwa's vitality. Of course, it seems the most important thing is that one of those traitors was a disciple of Manhwa's previous president. So, Manhwa has been declining year by year. If not for their deep foundations, they would have already been kicked out of the world's top 10. However, even so, last year Manhwa barely held onto the 10th position, while Dewo's performance has improved year after year and is now ranked 3rd. Lin Xie's words left Su Kan enlightened. He realized there was such a backstory. But you don't need to worry about choosing Manhwa, it has a deep foundation, and many people choose Manhwa each year. The overall gap between it and the imperial capital is not large. It's just that it's relatively difficult to find powerful professors as masters in Manhwa. By the way, among other martial universities, an extreme martial artist can become a professor, but in Devour and Manhwa, you must be a martial king to become a professor. Basically, teaching assistants are just average performing students who stay on campus, with strength around high-level martial artists. Lecturers and associate professors are all extreme martial artists, but the gap between extreme martial artists can be very large. Only by becoming a martial king can one truly be a professor. However, professors are also graded from 1 to 4 levels, with 4 being the lowest and 1 the highest. Professors of the 4th and 3rd levels are the main body, while the 2nd level mostly comprises peak experts among the martial kings. The 1st level is referred to as academicians. I'm not clear on their specific rank, but some say they are martial gods, while others say they are still martial kings. It's undeniable that those who can become academicians are absolutely extraordinary experts. Lin Xie's explanation was more to the point, without too much nonsense, which gave Su Kan a greater understanding of the university system.
I see. No wonder Yun Tao would say that. Su Kan understood. What about the international competitions?
The international competitions are organized based on the situation of each country. Let's send out invitations to some powerful warriors, inviting them to participate in the world-class university competition. However, this competition is different from the national freshman competition. It's not held every year, but normally once every 2 years.
What a pity for us.
There will be this competition next April, and we definitely have no chance to participate this time. By the next competition, we'll be in our 3rd year. Competing against seniors will be very difficult. Basically, it's not very likely we can participate then either. Wang Yuntao's tone was full of emotion, seemingly disappointed that he couldn't take part in such a world-class event.
Stop thinking about it.
Even if you reach your senior year, you still can't compete with others. Lin Xie directly rolled his eyes at Wang Yuntao, giving him no face at all.
Poof. Wang Yuntao snorted casually. So are all of you planning to choose the imperial martial arts?
Yes, but that's only if the magic martial arts don't specifically recruit me. Otherwise, I can only choose the imperial martial arts.
Wang Yuntao said nonchalantly.
I choose the magic martial arts. Li Lingxi suddenly spoke at this moment.
Because there is a professor who uses the Meridian Phoenix Axe in the magic martial arts. Li Lingxi explained to Su Kan specifically. I see.
Su Kan was enlightened. The power of the Meridian Phoenix Axe was remarkable, but it was just too specialized. Even in places like the magic and imperial martial arts, professors who could use the Meridian Phoenix Axe were extremely rare. It's a pity that the 4 of us can't be at the same university anymore, but still, with our talents and strength, it won't take long before we can go to that place and make a name for ourselves.
By then, we brothers can really go on a rampage. Ha ha ha.
After having lunch with Lin Xie and others, Su Kan left. After all, he came with a team this time, and he couldn't keep them waiting for too long. Around 4 in the afternoon, Su Kan and his team flew from Haishi to Ludo. As soon as they stepped off the spacecraft, countless people were waiting below. But this time, the scale was so large that even the city lord of Ludo, Yuni, came to greet them. Yuni was a very young man, looking no older than 30. He stood at the front, followed by many important figures from Ludo City. In such a situation, even the media didn't dare to act recklessly. Everyone behaved properly. After all, those standing here were the stars of Ludo. But today, so many people were waiting for Su Kan, which showed how high Su Kan's position was in the hearts of these leaders in Ludo. Getting into the magic martial arts was not a big deal. Every year, people got into the imperial and magic martial arts, and they didn't care about that. But being specifically recruited by the magic martial arts was a whole different concept, as it had the chance to become a martial king. At the very least, one could become an extreme warrior. Of course, the main reason was still the political achievements. Su Kan and they brought such great results this time, it was a political achievement for anyone. They have arrived. Student Su Kan, thank you for your contribution to our Ludo. As soon as Yuni saw Su Kan, he quickly walked towards him, extending his hand, unable to stop smiling. Mayor, you are too kind. Su Kan naturally recognized the star of Ludo. In Ludo, almost no one didn't know Yuni, as he often appeared in Ludo TV broadcasts. Su Kan naturally extended his hands to shake. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. And also Chen Ping, Yi Shui, Xiaoyang, Luo Xiu, you all did wonderfully this time. Yuni also praised several people behind Su Kan, causing them to feel flattered. After chatting for a while, Yuni left. As the mayor, he couldn't linger for too long. Next was the time for the other deputy mayors, and about half an hour later, Director Chao, with a beaming face, walked up to Su Kan. Shao Kan, this time you really brought great honor to our Ludo. But don't worry, we in Ludo reward based on merit. You have brought such great honor to our green city, and we will definitely not treat you poorly here. This time, the reward was personally overseen and approved by Lord Yuni. Director Chao winked at Su Kan, signaling him to step inside for a talk. Some rewards can be announced publicly. But some cannot. Chapter 90, The 800 Million Villa. Su Kan immediately understood and directly followed along. Soon, the two arrived in the basement, where Secretary Wang was waiting for Su Kan in the car. This time, Director Chao joined them in the car, not letting Secretary Wang take Su Kan to the destination alone. Director Chao, Don't be so formal, you and Chao Yang are good friends, and since Chao Yang is my nephew, just call me uncle like he does. Director Chao kindly interrupted Su Kan, who obediently called out. Uncle Chao. So good. A satisfied smile appeared on Director Chao's face, and he took out a red booklet and handed it to Su Kan. This is the reward that Lord Yuni approved for you. Want to take a look? Seeing the red booklet, Su Kan's heart raced. This looked like a property certificate. Could it be the lucky community? You'll know when you take a look. Director Chao teased, and Su Kan immediately opened the property certificate. Boom! When Su Kan saw the information on the certificate, his mind went blank for a moment. The certificate bore his name. The house was also in the happy community. But that was not the point. Su Kan had prepared for this. What truly left Su Kan stunned was the layout of the house. Lucky Community, Villa District, Villa number 12. The villa covered an area of 800 square meters, with a construction area of 560 square meters, 5 stories above ground and 2 below. Gulp! Upon seeing this information, Su Kan's mind crashed completely. How many square meters is that? What is its value? He couldn't even calculate it for a moment, or he could say he was too stunned to react. But this can't be just 1 or 200 million, can it? The villas in the lucky community are extremely sought after. I don't know how many people want to buy but don't qualify. This one was specifically reserved by Lord Yuni, seemingly prepared for someone else. Now that you have emerged out of nowhere, he immediately awarded this villa to you. TSK, do you know how much this villa is worth? Su Kan shook his head. 800 million. So much? Su Kan's pupils contracted, utterly shocked by this figure. 800 million, this was 800 million. Even if calculated at 21,000 each, how many chi blood pills could this buy? 40,000 pills. How big would a pile of 40,000 chi blood pills be? Su Kan had no idea. Because that quantity was just too enormous, such a many chi blood pills could at least form a small mountain, right? Yes, but houses in the happy community are quite special, especially in the villa district. You can't just sell them whenever you want. The other party must have the purchasing qualification to buy. Also, this house needs 5 years before it truly belongs to you. During this time, it cannot be sold, and you need to understand this. Director Chao clarified the matter to avoid upsetting Su Kan. Understood. Su Kan quickly nodded in agreement. This was quite normal. After all, the lucky community has an official background, and many things inside it are under official control, so it's understandable to have these rules. But Green City's generosity was truly overwhelming this time. No wonder Director Chao didn't dare to mention it publicly. If this got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. But really, has this villa been given to me? Su Kan still felt as if he had just awakened from a dream. Yes, but after giving you this reward, there won't be many other rewards left. The Bureau will only symbolically give you 5 million as a prize to congratulate you on your success this time. Also, Lord Yuni has also advanced the reward for your subsequent college entrance examination, for being the city's champion and second in the province.
You must not be unhappy later, huh?
Director Chow jokingly said, and Sukan felt a little relieved upon hearing this. It turned out there were follow-up matters, but even the top scholar of the province wouldn't receive such a generous reward, so Sukan remembered this favor. The villa, while not a resource, was still something important to Sukan. He truly cared about having a place of his own, a home that could make his parents happy. This meant even more to Sukan than being given billions in resources. Then let's take a look. There are many things inside. I'll have someone clean it, and you can move in with your parents tomorrow.
Thank you, Uncle Chow. Sukan quickly expressed his gratitude.
Next, Sukan and Director Chow talked all the way to Happy Community. After registering the owner information at the entrance, Sukan became the new owner of the Lucky Community. There weren't many houses in Happy Community, but its scale was quite large. The greenery and public facilities throughout Happy Community were outstanding. There were 2 public swimming pools, both designed to be heated. There were also several spots suitable for exercise, all equipped with the latest gear. The security detail had special entry-level martial artists, making it arguably the safest and most prosperous community in the entire Green City.
Ah, Ken, I live here too, but not in the villa area. I'm in Building 6, Room 701. You can find me if you need anything. Your villa area is over there. Even I, Uncle Chow, envy it.
Director Chow introduced Sukan to Happy Community, and Sukan couldn't help but marvel at how comfortable life was for wealthy people. Just like Lin Xia, who owned a large estate in the city center, complete with a 5-star chef, butler, and servants, his life was like that of a noble.
This is the one.
Upon arriving in front of Villa number 12, Sukan was instantly attracted by its exterior. The decoration style was not overly extravagant, perhaps Yuni had considered this aspect. The decor was simple, giving a feeling of understated elegance. The villa was very large. As Director Chow led him inside, it was fully equipped with everything. There was a swimming pool, a virtual room, a gravity chamber, an exercise room, and a garage.
Everything was there. There were even AI robots. Just by calling them, they could help you handle many tasks.
Sukan estimated that the facilities inside the villa must cost tens of millions, even over 100 million martial coins to acquire.
He was truly satisfied with this reward.
He could already imagine how happy his parents would be moving into this villa, and thinking of this made Sukan smile widely.
Do you like it?
If there's anything you don't like, tell Uncle Chow, and I'll have it changed for you. Also, this villa comes with a butler, a chef, 2 nannies, 2 drivers, and 2 cleaning ladies. You can relax, these people are arranged by the city lord, and you won't have to pay for them, the fees will be billed to the city lord. Everything is legal and compliant, which is why the transactions for villas here are so strict.
Once you buy a villa here, these services come as gifts.
However, they can only be maintained for 20 years, after that, you'll need to pay for them yourself.
And, the first 3 years of property fees are free, afterwards, you'll have to cover them yourself, and they can be a bit pricey.
Director Chow said this, looking a bit embarrassed.
How much?
Sukan was shocked by Director Chow's words, this benefit was really too good. It's 10 coins per square meter, your area is exactly 800 square meters, which means you'll need to pay 8,000 in property fees each month. Also, living here has a pretty high cost of living, the other miscellaneous expenses are not small either. Director Chow said awkwardly.
8,000 property fees? Sukan was astonished to hear this.
You know, the property fees outside for those communities seem to be just a few dimes per square meter, and the more expensive ones are only a couple of bucks, right? But this month, it's 8,000 in property fees, the fees from the past 10 years would be enough to fully buy a 100 square meter house.
So expensive.
But as soon as I think about the fact that this is for an 800 square meter villa, along with the public facilities and security here, it's okay.
This property fee seems cheap. Yeah, 8,000 in property fees is indeed a bit high.
Director Chow agreed, and the two chatted a bit longer. Director Chow left a phone number and then left. Before leaving, he also arranged for the cleaning, along with a housekeeper, a chef, 2 nannies, 2 drivers, and 2 cleaning ladies, a total of 8 staff members. The house is very big, and according to Director Chow, these 8 people will naturally live in the villa, always responsible for various matters of the villa. Leaving the villa, Sukan still felt a sense of unreality. Yesterday, his family of 3 was living in a shabby 30 square meter room, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into an 800 square meter grand villa. Just looking at the available living area, excluding the 2 underground floors, it's still 2,800 square meters. And there's also a housekeeper, a chef, 2 nannies, 2 drivers, and 2 cleaning ladies.
Sukan really couldn't imagine it. When I go back. No, I'll bring mom and dad here tomorrow, to give them a big surprise. A bright smile appeared on Sukan's face. People live their lives with their own pursuits. In the first 18 years, he was too young to let his parents live well. In the following years, he would let his parents enjoy life. Keep going, Sukan.
At this moment, Sukan looked at the sun hanging in the sky, his smile brighter than ever before.
Uldo, Yunli Building.
This is one of the iconic buildings in Uldu, with a height of 136 floors and over 480 meters, rising straight into the clouds. However, because the building is too tall and all offices, it's filled with all kinds of people and intertwining forces. On the 84th floor, an entire floor is occupied by a company called Hunting Sparrows, which has a wide range of businesses and does everything.
Sukan is back?
A youth with braids and deep-set eyes, looking somewhat malnourished, pushed open the door and walked into the general manager's office. Leaning back in an office chair was a person. This was the one he was asking about.
He's back.
The braid youth replied and made himself comfortable, sitting directly on the sofa.
When will we take action?
Mo Wu starts accepting these special students on May 1st, and there's only 1 week left. The person in the office chair glanced at the time.
Indeed, there's only a week left, so we should act soon. The day after tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, Xue Jing will arrive, bringing several fake martial artists.
Fake martial artists? That's great, we won't have to expose ourselves. TSK Tisk, it's good to be in a city like Uldu, the risks are low.
True that the risks are low, but so are the returns. If it weren't for Sukan being an A-grade genius, I couldn't be bothered with the few trash here in Uldu. The person in the office chair stood up, revealing a short middle-aged man, barely even 1.6 meters tall. His tone carried disdain.
That's true.
That Chen Ping was a B-grade genius, barely useful, and the rest are just C-grade material.
It's indeed pointless to act.
The braid youth licked his lips. But I still enjoy killing geniuses, hee. What I love most is when my hand goes through their bodies and I see their. I don't know what the governor gave himself. Sukan was very curious about what could make Yin Feng come all this way, and Sukan was also quite curious. Sukan opened the paper box, and inside was a roll of something that looked like a painting.
Sukan curiously took it out and unfolded it.
It depicted a middle-aged man holding a mountain-splitting sword. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the picture, really nothing at all. But the next second, Sukan felt as if the painting in front of him changed. It seemed that this sword stroke split the mountain, split this world.
This is...
Sukan quickly sank into this mountain-splitting image. Time flew fast, and soon, 3 hours passed before Sukan slowly opened his eyes filled with ecstasy.
This mountain-splitting image is so profound.
In just this short time, my sword intent has risen from 3% to 6%. And my understanding of the draw sword strike and basic sword techniques has gained new insights. I almost successfully broke through to the second stage of draw sword strike.
This gift from the governor is truly precious.
Sukan's eyes sparkled. This mountain-splitting image was so profound, but his realm was too low to comprehend its inner meaning. I probably need to wait until my strength improves a bit more to have further insights. Sukan carefully put away the mountain-splitting image. This place was too small and unsafe, so he would hang it up later in the happy community. At the same time, Sukan also remembered the governor's kindness.
The next day, Sukan set off early in the morning with his parents. Ah Kan, where are you taking us? So mysterious?
After some time of recuperation, Lin Susu looked much better, there was color in her face, and she was no longer that unnaturally pale. Suquan's white hair seemed to have decreased, and the worried expression on his face had not been seen in a long time. A smile occasionally flashed across his face. There was nothing to be done, his son was too promising.
You'll know soon.
Sukan chuckled, only in front of his parents could he act like a child.
You little rascal, still keeping us in suspense.
It was a bit far, so Sukan directly took a taxi. To avoid letting them know in advance, Sukan's destination with the taxi was the big supermarket near Happy Community. The journey was a bit long. After all, the shantytown was near the edge of the city, while Happy Community was in the heart of Greendao. Fortunately, it was early and there was no traffic, otherwise, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours. Even so, it took over 40 minutes to arrive near the destination.
Ah Kan, why did you bring us to Manhwa? You'll see if you follow me.
Sukan continued to act mysterious. Manhwa was the largest and most luxurious mall in Greendao, and the Yunli building was right next to it.
You rascal. Lin Susu and Suquan exchanged glances, smiling in silence.
Sukan led the way, quickly taking the two away from Manhwa Plaza towards Happy Community. Happy Community was only a kilometer away from Manhwa Plaza. Sukan took them for a 10-minute walk to the entrance of Happy Community.
Happy Community?
Lin Susu and Suquan naturally saw it from afar, and they both swallowed hard, wondering if Akan wanted to take them to Happy Community.
Ah Kan, you
got it right, but there's no reward. Since they had arrived, Sukan decisively admitted it.
What?
Lin Susu and Suquan showed shock on their faces upon hearing this. But soon, Suquan's face turned serious, and his tone was stern.
Ah Kan, hurry up and return the house in Happy Community.
You really need resources now. Things like houses are okay to live in, and there's no need to spend such a huge cost to buy.
At this time, Lin Susu also reacted and immediately followed up. Ah Kan, you shouldn't do this.
I know you mean well for us, but
it was a reward from the city lord.
Su Kan naturally understood his parents' personalities. If he really bought this house, they definitely wouldn't have moved in.
So Su Kan hadn't done this before.
It's not that they are stubborn. It's just their way of expressing love.
What did you say?
Xiao Quan paused when he heard these words. It was given to me by the Lord because I brought glory to Green City this time.
The city lord rewarded me with this house in the happiness community. Su Kan spoke earnestly. Really?
Xiao Quan's voice rose. Though he questioned, he actually began to believe what Su Kan said.
Of course it's true.
Otherwise, I wouldn't qualify to buy a house in the happiness community.
Only then did Xiao Quan realize this fact. Yes. The happiness community isn't just something you can buy with money.
Although he didn't know the specifics, he had often heard others say that there was a clear stipulation in the purchase qualifications for the happiness community. Only a ranked warrior could buy one.
Let's go, and let's register your owner information while we're at it.
Su Kan looked at Xiao Quan and Lin Susu, who had come to believe him, and secretly smiled. He could already picture the scene at the villa area.
Okay.
Xiao Quan and Lin Susu exchanged a glance, still a bit in disbelief that they actually had a house in the happiness community. Xiao Quan remembered how the foreman at the job said he had a relative living in the happiness community, a memory that was still vivid in his mind.
But now because of my son, I'm living in the happiness community? Great, so great.
If not for preserving his image as a father, Xiao Quan wanted to shout out loud.
So awesome. At the entrance, facial recognition, and they entered.
As soon as Xiao Quan and Lin Susu saw the high-tech facilities and the tall security guard at the entrance, they lowered their heads.
This was instinctive insecurity and inferiority. Su Kan took all this in without saying a word.
Some things cannot be changed with just a few words. His parents, worn down by life, had long been bent by society. They had lost confidence in many things. But Su Kan vowed he would give his parents that confidence, the confidence to laugh and chat in front of anyone without fear. Manager Wu, I brought my parents to register the owner information. Su Kan easily led Xiao Quan to the property management center, which was not far from the entrance. The entire property management center was decorated exquisitely, not in a garish manner, but rather gave an aura of style. The service attitude was great, and the lady at the door always wore a smile.
Brother Su, why did you come in person? Just call me, and I would have come to your place to record it.
Manager Wu had met Su Kan the day before.
These two must be uncle and aunt. Come, sit here. Xiao Zhao, serve tea.
Manager Wu was extremely enthusiastic, showing no sign of disdain for Su Kan's parents' behavior.
He was joking, he knew Su Kan's identity.
First place in the Haishi Province High School Student Invitation Competition.
Special enrollment by the Demon War Warrior. It was also an order directly from the city Lord Yunyi, arranging a villa for Su Kan. Any one of those points was not something he could provoke. As the manager of the happiness community, he never dared to look down on anyone. Every owner in the happiness community was like a god in his eyes. Someone like Su Kan was even more like a god among gods. No need. When had Xiao Quan and Lin Susu ever been treated like this?
They started stuttering as they spoke. Manager Wu, there's no need to be so polite, just record the information directly. Su Kan noticed his parents' discomfort and smiled.
Alright, I'll do it right away.
Although he said this, but he still had someone serve tea, good tea. The aroma of tea filled the air. Next, he had the staff record Su Quan and Lin Susu's facial and fingerprint information, adding both of them as senior owners of the happy community. Su Quan and Lin Susu were in a daze, until the device in Manager Wu's hand came to life. Welcome comrade Su Quan, Lin Susu, to become a new owner of the happy community, congratulations. After such a voice, the two finally snapped back to reality. They exchanged glances, still a little incredulous.
Are we really becoming owners of the happy community?
Yes, you too. Manager Wu spoke with enthusiasm. He had seen such situations quite often. This path of becoming a martial artist truly offers ordinary people a chance to soar. Although the chances are still not high, the Green City is not small, and every year there are so many candidates.
Over the years, occasional children from ordinary families have indeed become martial artists. Many of their parents were just like Su Quan and Lin Susu.
Manager Wu didn't think this was something to be ashamed of, on the contrary, it was the most impressive thing.
He liked it very much. Thank you, Manager Wu.
Su Kan thanked Manager Wu, then casually exchanged a few words and politely declined his company, taking his parents out.
Ah Kan, what about our home?
Lin Susu and Su Quan excitedly accepted that they were now owners of the happy community and were now incredibly interested in their new home.
Follow me.
Su Kan smiled mysteriously, and this smile made Lin Susu and Su Quan feel a bit uneasy.
Before, Su-kan's smile had been similar to this one. Could it be that Su-kan was about to give them another shock? It was indeed a shock. Kan, our house won't be a 150 square meter large suite, right? Originally, according to Su-kwan's thoughts, the city lord's reward should be about 120 square meters, right? But looking at Su-kan's smile, he couldn't help but raise his guesses. No. Su-kan shook his head. Not that? Then is it 180? Goodness, it won't be a 300 square meter super large suite, right? Seeing Su-kan still wearing a smile, Su-kwan said something he himself didn't dare to believe. 300 square meters. Even if each square meter were worth only 200,000, that would be 60 million. 60 million was money that they would never earn in a lifetime. Mom and Dad, just stop guessing. When we get there, you'll know. Chapter 93, 300,000 in funding arrives. Su-kan has come out, and his parents are with him. It seems they are heading to the Happy Community. Happy Community? Looks like this is a reward from the Green City. They are quite generous. In the shadows, someone had already begun to monitor Su-kan. Their people would arrive tomorrow. They had already started to lay the groundwork the day before when they were preparing to take action. Their organization worked like this: if they didn't act, it was fine, but once they did, they had to consider all uncertain factors to ensure nothing went wrong. They had no choice. What they were doing required them to be cautious, as it could cost them their lives. Continue to monitor. Once the people arrive tomorrow, we will look for a chance to act. Yes, but Su-kan is in the Happy Community, which makes it hard for us to monitor. There are many patrols around the Happy Community, even martial artists. It is indeed troublesome inside the Happy Community. This requires more manpower. The short middle-aged man felt a bit of a headache. He had not anticipated this situation. It is indeed difficult to monitor near the Happy Community, too easy to be discovered. However, based on yesterday's investigation, Su-kan goes to the Star Club and school every day. We just need to stake out those two places. The young man with braids listened to their exchange, feeling a bit speechless. As soon as he said this, the short middle-aged man and the person on the other end of the line fell silent, and then a busy tone quickly followed. You talk too much. The short middle-aged man glared fiercely at the braided young man. It brought him confusion. He seemed to not have done anything, right? When Su-kan brought Su-kwan and his wife to Villa 12 and told them that this villa was theirs, the two felt dizzy and took a long time to respond. This villa is really ours? Su-kwan looked at the information on the property certificate, still unable to believe it. Indeed, Su-kan's smile gave them a shock. A 300 square meter big suite, they could accept, but this villa covering 800 square meters, who could accept that? Anyway, they couldn't accept it for the time being, only feeling they owed someone a huge favor. It was only after Su-kan said a lot that they barely accepted this fact. This made Su-kan breathe a sigh of relief. Sometimes, the thoughts of their parents' generation were indeed too difficult. But at least it is settled. The next few days, I will spend time with my parents and train at home. After all, there are all kinds of equipment in this villa. Soon, 5 days passed, and it was April 30th. During these 5 days, Su-kan took out quite a bit of time to accompany his parents and explain to them his plan to go to the Magic City. Time passed into the evening. In this regard, Su-kwan and Lin Susu were naturally extremely reluctant. But facing their son's future, they could only support him. Kan, when you reach the Magic City, you must take good care of yourself. Don't make things hard for yourself. The path of martial arts is very difficult and tough. If you get tired, just come back. These were Lin Susu's words, holding Su-kan, with red eyes, before he left. Mom and Dad, you can rest assured. At the Star Club and outside Green City No. 2 Middle School. The people from the Hunt Sparrow organization had squatted there for several days, specifically watching for Su-kan on the road, but after waiting until April 30th, they had yet to see Su-kan's shadow, and were about to lose hope. Hunt 3, did your information go wrong? May 1st is coming soon. Su-kan wouldn't have already left Green City, right? Whether at school or the club, we haven't seen Su-kan at all. Waiting for someone is a tiring thing. After all, it requires constant vigilance, without a moment of relaxation. After all, if that person shows up at the moment you relax, wouldn't it all be for nothing? I don't know what the reason is. I can't get close to Happiness Community. What can I do? The short middle-aged man, Hunt 3, was also feeling overwhelmed. Those fake martial artists had been here for several days. Continuing to stay would easily expose them. The situation of the fake martial artists was relatively special. They were a group of people whose minds were lost by the evil gods, carrying a faint evil aura. If warriors who had entered the battlefield saw them, it would be easy to notice something was wrong. What can you do? You called us here. If we don't act now, what? He's coming? Coming? Click. The phone hung up. Coming? The braided youth, Hunt 4, was so nervous that the people waiting were almost pickled. As soon as he heard the news of their arrival, he stood up in excitement. Where? I don't know. Don't know? He didn't say and just hung up. Call back. Tell them not to rush to act. Hunt 4 said through clenched teeth. Hunt 4 and Hunt 3 rented an office point temporarily between the school and the club to get close to their goal. The distance was very close. Driving over, it would take just 3 minutes no matter where. At the entrance of the Star Club. Sukan looked at the magnificent gate, and images of his first visit here unconsciously appeared in his mind, a bright smile on his face. The items are here, I'll also check with Wenmushue. After signing the contract with Wenmushue last time, Sukan had asked her to help him look for elixirs. With the Star Club's connections, they indeed helped Sukan get some. More than 10 different kinds of blood energy pills, with each kind, they got him some. In total, there were more than 20 pieces. There was only one piece, costing Sukan over 80 million, a rather expensive price. Yesterday evening, Sukan asked Wenmushue to bring the Dan medicine first. During this time, although Sukan spent a lot of time accompanying his parents, his strength steadily improved, never falling behind. There were many resources, but soon he would enter a new stage, needing even more resources then. He definitely needed to collect some new Dan medicine that could increase his vitality, and during this period, Sukan had also conducted some experiments, swallowing a set of disaster pills to observe the effects. The Vitality Disaster Pill had the best effect. The market price of the Vitality Disaster Pill was 8 million each, and one could increase his energy by 10,000. The Technique Disaster Pill had a market price of 9 million each, which also only increased 10,000 energy. The Final Breakthrough Disaster Pill had a market price of 12 million each, and the energy increase remained at 10,000. In other words, the energy value increased by these three types of disaster pills was surprisingly the same, which left Sukan feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, the system determined that these three types of disaster pills were not the same category, and each type brought Sukan a 10-fold boost, causing his energy to skyrocket by 300,000. 300,000 energy made the corners of Sukan's mouth twitch. He was now free with energy. This also gave Sukan the idea to break through to a martial artist soon. Looking purely at cost performance, of course, the basic vitality pill is a bit better. But the basic vitality pill. Sukan shivered all over. Was he joking? Eating a basic vitality pill? That would cause death. Chapter 94, Sukan, hold on for 2 more minutes. Simply looking at the market price, the basic vitality pill is 100 Wu coins each, increasing the energy by 0.1, which on the surface does not appear to be as cost-effective as the Vitality Disaster Pill. But the problem is, while the Vitality Disaster Pill's 8 million is the market price, it is very difficult to actually buy it. It's even hard to buy this strategic resource at a markup of 10 million. As for the basic Vitality Pill? If the quantity is large, the price can dip below the market price. The price can even be negotiated down to 80 each, or even lower. That means purchasing 8 million basic vitality pills can yield 10,000 energy. But the problem is, how many basic vitality pills can you buy with 8 million? At 80 each, 8 million can buy 100,000 pills. 100,000 pills. Sukan felt his scalp tingle at that number. It was absolutely impossible to consume them all, even if he ate them every day. The enhanced vitality pill has a decent cost performance, estimated to negotiate down to 850,000 for 10,000 energy, but that quantity is also large, 20,000 pills. Anyway, Sukan thought he could no longer consume the basic vitality pills or the enhanced vitality pills, not because they weren't cost-effective, but because he truly couldn't eat anymore. As for the vitality pills? That was completely out of the question. The cost performance was the lowest. Calculations, of course, had to be made. Even if you are rich, you have to calculate. Being rich doesn't mean wasting like this. While Sukan was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out. Sukan? Sukan looked up and smiled. Cousin Lining. Lining was accompanied by several people, but Sukan had no impression of them at all, not even if they were the same group he saw last time. As soon as these people saw Sukan, their eyes lit up. Especially the girls, their eyes seemed to want to swallow Sukan alive. Lining immediately showed a surprised expression and jogged towards Sukan. How coincidental, it really. Before she finished speaking, Sukan's heart suddenly tightened. His immense spiritual power sensed a deadly danger. Not good. Without time to think, completely out of instinct, Sukan rolled over. Whoosh! In the next second, an arrow shot through where Sukan had been, directly striking the stone pillar at the entrance of the Star Club, piercing it and finally getting stuck in the wall, more than half the arrow embedded. Due to the overwhelming power, it even made an explosion sound, creating a pit in the entire wall. The Star Club, for the sake of beauty, has walls made of very hard granite. This scene happened too quickly. Lining and others were still rushing towards Sukan's location. Especially the short-haired girl. Just now, that arrow had whizzed past her ear,
and if it had veered just a little more, with the power of that arrow, she might have exploded into pieces.
Make a move.
Before they could react, more than 10 people, dressed differently, rushed out from all sides and charged towards Sukan's position.
At that moment, someone finally let out a scream. Ah!
The scream pierced through the sky.
The entire street instantly fell into panic.
Of course, Sukan didn't care about any of this, because the deadly feeling still lingered. Under the threat of death, Sukan's brain was working rapidly. There is at least one sharpshooter hidden. Looking at the power of that arrow, their strength is definitely not below Wang Yuntao's, perhaps even stronger.
And those people rushing over.
Sukan's face was expressionless as he immediately took the knife down from his back. Fortunately, he always carried a knife, otherwise, encountering such a situation would be really troublesome.
Add points.
There was no time to hesitate. When facing life and death, if he still cared about adding points, that would be foolishness. First and foremost, ensuring his own safety was the most important.
Dodged?
The young man who had secretly shot the arrow showed a look of surprise in his eyes.
Was it a coincidence?
What great luck, but you still can't escape death. The young man's gaze turned cold. Originally, according to the plan, it would have been best if he could kill him directly, as that would mean fewer dead fighters.
Let's go.
His companion, seeing the missed shot, prepared to get up and leave, surprised.
Shoot again.
The young man was naturally unwilling. Before coming, he had been very assertive, and returning like this would be a laughingstock.
Do you want to break the rules?
According to the organization's regulations, in such situations, they had the chance to shoot one arrow. If that arrow missed, they would retreat from the scene. What remained would be the matters of those dead fighters. It wasn't that the organization cared about their lives, it was that these people had complete identities, and if caught, it would be easy for others to trace them and lead to casualties. But those dead fighters wouldn't have such concerns. This was also why they had been able to survive as hunters for so long. Don't worry, it's just one arrow, this is Green City, and their response isn't that quick. The young man scoffed, looking down on the small green city.
That's true, but we can only shoot one more arrow.
His companion frowned but nodded, thinking it was just Green City.
Don't worry, one arrow is enough.
The young man grinned and once again knocked an arrow, focusing intently.
Inside the Star Club. With a loud bang, it shocked everyone inside. What happened?
Chen Fu asked. Sukan was supposed to be coming over and was already waiting at the front desk. Upon hearing the sound, he, now the true leader of the Green City branch, immediately stood up.
In the next second, he heard the scream.
Something's wrong. Aguang, you go comfort the guests. Alu, you go call security, and the strong coaches.
They will find me at the door later. Everyone else, follow me.
Chen Tuan hurriedly rushed toward the door.
Sukan arrives at this time, and such a thing happens at the entrance. It can't be Sukan.
Chen Yi muttered to Chen Hao. Sukan was not only the one who helped him rise in his career but also one of Chen's few good friends.
He certainly didn't want anything to happen to his good friend.
The position of the Star Club was not remote, there were shopping malls nearby with plenty of foot traffic. With such an incident happening here, soon, kind citizens called the police, and the response from the enforcers was swift. Especially after hearing the enthusiastic citizens mention the hottest figure in Green City, Sukan, they immediately reported to their superiors. However, in less than 2 minutes, the call reached Yun Yi's ears.
Bold.
These thieves dare to commit murder in my Green City.
I want you dead.
Yun Yi roared madly. To him, the evil organization was slapping his face, crushing it into the ground.
Sukan, you must not get into trouble, I'm coming right away. In that moment, Yun Yi couldn't think of anything else. Call someone for help? What a joke, who in Green City is stronger than him? He rushed over directly, that was the fastest way.
2 minutes, Sukan, just hold on for 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yun Yi's heart was actually quite uncertain, at least 5 minutes had passed since the incident started. From his understanding of that organization, in 5 minutes, Sukan would be dead already. He was going out now, purely out of unwillingness. Unwilling that such a talent in Green City would just...
Chapter 95, 9.9 Vitality. One strike beheading.
Because of Sukan's attack, the high-level officials of Green City, who had calmed down, were suddenly in chaos.
The leader of the Execution Bureau was sweating profusely.
As the leader of the Execution Bureau, they naturally understood the tactics of these evil organizations very well.
If they do not act, it's fine, but once they do, it's shocking. Today's evil organizations are very smart, plotting before they act, and rarely miss their targets.
With no martial artists protecting Sukan, it almost meant a dead end. He had already begun to think about how to handle the aftermath, minimizing his influence as much as possible.
Quickly, restrict transportation, and prohibit anyone from leaving the city.
Also, check all major hotels and short-term rentals, we must catch the murderer. In his heart, Sukan was in grave danger. What he could do was to avoid too much trouble coming back to himself. At the same time, he needed to express his concern, showing that he took what happened to Su-kan seriously. Also, immediately send teams 1 and 2 to the scene.
I will go too.
The expression on Bureau Chief Chao's face also turned grim. He actually forgot about these madmen. After all, they had been too comfortable in Green City for too long, causing them to forget the existence of these lunatics.
Su-kan, you must not die.
Bureau Chief Chao immediately set aside the meeting and rushed towards the entrance of the Star Club. The Star Club seemed to have become the center of attention, attracting countless leaders to check it out.
All of this was temporarily unrelated to Su-kan.
He had completely entered a state of battle.
Consumed 100 energy points, vitality increased by 0.1, current vitality 9.1. Consumed 100 energy points, vitality increased by 0.1, current vitality 9.2. Consumed 100 energy points, vitality increased by 0.1, current vitality 9.9.
In an instant, with 900 energy points consumed, Su-kan's vitality jumped from 9 to 9.9. Before reaching 9 vitality, 10 energy points increased vitality by 0.1, starting from 9, it increased tenfold. During this time, Su-kan's personal strength had been improving steadily. Especially in his skills. Since arriving at the villa in the happy community, Su-kan had been hanging the mountain-splitting diagram given by the governor in the practice room, watching it from time to time. Under such circumstances, the foundation law broke through the 30% barrier. The blade drawing technique had also upgraded from the first stage to the second stage, saving Su-kan a whole lot of energy.
That's right, a whole lot of energy.
The energy required to upgrade the blade drawing technique from the first stage 100% to the second stage was 10,000. Now, Su-kan's status panel had also undergone a significant change.
Name, Su-kan. Vitality, 9.9 plus. Spirit, 100 plus. Physical qualities, postnatal blade body plus. Skills, basic blade technique, third stage 36% plus. Advanced skills, blade drawing technique, second stage 3% plus. Initial form of blade intent, 6%. Energy, 298.6 thousand. With ample energy, his strength has improved significantly. If it were now, Su-kan could easily defeat Wan Yuntao without needing to spend so much effort. Draw the sword and slash.
It got closer. Su-kan instantly increased his power, his vitality surged to 9.9 points. Of course, this was still not enough, as someone had already arrived in front of Su-kan. Su-kan immediately drew his sword. Fast. So fast that the blade's shadow was barely visible, it already cut across the throat of the attacker. The attacker's initially bewildered gaze became even more confused. What was happening? Why did he feel that he had lost all his strength? In the next second, his body stumbled forward for 2 steps due to inertia before crashing to the ground.
Is this my body? Where's my head? This was his last thought. Next.
Su-kan's attention was not solely on these death warriors, he kept part of his focus on the archer.
What? The young man, who was secretly searching for opportunities, was stunned upon witnessing this scene. Instant kill? How could his sword be so fast? That death warrior just now, though not a false martial artist, had their vitality at the limit of 9.9 due to the corruption of darkness. Such strength, even for me to deal with, wouldn't be so easy. He actually instant killed him. So powerful, truly worthy of being called an A-class genius. His companions also showed expressions of surprise. What a pity, such a genius cannot be used by the Lord of the Evil God. Today is destined for him to die here.
The youth nodded, returning to a normal state. Among the attacking death warriors, there was actually a false martial artist present. Such an existence, even he was no match for. That was a powerful being with a vitality limit of 9.9, who endured the first round of corruption from the Lord of the Evil God, wielding martial skills instead of supernatural power. Overall strength may not match that of a true martial artist, but it was something regular martial artists could not contend with. This kind of genius must die under my arrows. The young man became even more excited, his focus more intense than ever.
Ah!
Lining and the others all slumped onto the floor. What had just happened was too terrifying for them, who had lived in an ivory tower and never experienced virtual spaces. Especially that arrow, which had just swept past them. If that arrow had been aimed at them, their bodies would probably be lying on the ground already. After about a minute, Lining finally came back to her senses. She tried to get up, but her body was too weak, especially her legs, which wouldn't listen to her at all.
Su-kan. Chen Yiquan came out, furious. As soon as he stepped out, he saw many people surrounding Su-kan, attacking him.
Zhentuan Huang shouted angrily, not saying much, took up a nearby large knife, and charged forward.
Su-kan sighed. Actually, Teacher Wu had already gone easy on him.
Following Chening, some others began to react, looking at each other, and soon a few started to follow along.
Kill. It was at this moment that Lining realized the target of this group seemed to be Su-kan. Su-kan, he.
She immediately directed her gaze over and saw Su-kan beheading someone, her eyes widened in shock.
When had she?
He seemed to have already seen Su-kan being killed by him with one arrow.